Chapter 351. Songsher's first half of life was filled with suffering due to his scumbag father, Song Yi. Songsher trained relentlessly, constantly improving his strength, all for the day he could defeat Song Yi. Now that Songsher's Berserker stat had finally reached SSS and his healing stat had reached SS, he no longer had to stand by helplessly as Song Yi limped before his eyes. The opportunity Songsher had been waiting for was now within reach, and Tang Yi wouldn't stand in his way. I plan to sneak in with them and visit Song Ye's new city. It's too dangerous there. You stay here and continue your mission. Songsher quickly stripped off her combat uniform, leaving only the thin undergarment underneath, so she could easily rip off other people's clothes and wear them. Just thinking about the dangers of that unknown new city made it clear. Wang Xiaoman also began to take off her helmet. We go with you. Wendelin hid the recorder in a nearby vase. I tell the group following us where it's located later. I go with you. Jiang Qifeng echoed, we're a team. We go together. Songsher reluctantly turned to Tang Yu for help, only to see Tang Yu's expression, which reflected her desire to go along. Xiao Yu. Do you think the same way? Rationally, Tang Yu felt she shouldn't go. Songsher would be easier to hide alone than with the others. But emotionally, she was worried about letting Songsher go alone to Song Ye's territory. Facing the flash of disappointment in Songsher's eyes, Tang Yu lowered her eyes and whispered, we stay. Wang Xiaoman, still undressing, exclaimed, Xiao Yuzi. In the end, it was Tang Yu who persuaded them. Songsher pushed open the door and caught up with the group, which had just left. Following them, he looked for an opportunity to switch players. This area was manned by Federation Space Awakeners, and space gates could not be opened there. Any Space Awakener of the same level who attempted to forcefully open a space gate would be immediately discovered, forcing the group to leave on foot. 1,000 advanced teams roamed the area, searching for clues. They had to choose deserted areas, and strange beasts would occasionally appear. They were constantly alert to their surroundings, and moved very slowly. The sun was high in the sky, and the group's nerves were constantly on edge. As they were all ordinary people, they could not hold on any longer, so they had to stop to recharge, recover, and relieve themselves as needed. There were no restrooms nearby, so they went to the back of the ruins. Their combat uniforms also had recorders, but they were turned off when they were attending to personal matters. This gave Songsher a perfect opportunity. Songsher knocked down a woman of similar size, stripped her clothes, and put them on. He dragged the woman into the ruins, hiding her. Songsher activated the recorder and emerged, his heartbeat normal, gun in hand. Everything happened swiftly and silently, and no one else in the group noticed anything unusual. The combat helmet obscured most of Songsher's face, leaving only her eyes exposed. All along the way, Songsher had been observing the 3 men of similar size in the group, memorizing their roles, gait, and speech patterns. Disguise was now a breeze. Songsher silently returned to the rear of the group and sat down on a patch of cracked concrete. 10 minutes later, the team leader, having eaten and drunk his fill, stood up and counted the members. Once the number was correct, he led the group forward. When encountering unusual beasts along the way, Songsher simply sought cover and fired, deliberately aiming a few shots wide to avoid arousing suspicion. 2 hours later, they reached the border. Songsher's team had just arrived when 2 other teams arrived shortly thereafter. The 3 teams merged, totaling nearly 80 people, all wearing identical clothing. Songsher released his mental power to skin everyone. One team was composed entirely of awakened ones. Songsher lowered his eyes, thankful there weren't any psychic awakened ones within. While waiting for the spatial portal to appear, the captains exchanged words. From their conversation, Songsher learned that 3 more teams hadn't emerged. A spatial portal suddenly appeared in the open space, and 80 people filed in. Songsher held his breath, his grip on his gun tightening unconsciously, as he drew closer to the spatial portal. On the other side of the spatial portal, everything was unknown. If a psychic awakened one were to inspect her, Songsher would be immediately exposed. But Songsher had a plan. She would be in the middle of the queue. If she sensed a psychic one, she could simply step back and return. It was Songsher's turn to enter. The scene shifted, the endless ruins vanished, revealing low-rise buildings, a spacious courtyard, pedestrians coming and going, and some riding bicycles. The place felt quaint, like a county compound from a previous life. The equipment worn by these sudden arrivals was incongruous with the surroundings. It felt like aliens had invaded the 1990s. What made Songsher give up on the idea of another time travel was the sudden appearance of a portal in the courtyard. The sight of so many armed men emerging didn't strike the passers-by as odd, but rather their usual activities, as if they were accustomed to such scenes. Although Songshur felt there was no need to use his psychic power in this place, there wasn't even anyone to greet them, let alone an awakened psychic to examine them. To be on the safe side, Songshur released her mental power, tentatively sensing pedestrians within 20 meters of her. Songshur's heartbeat quickened, and she widened the radius to 30, 50, and 100 meters. These passers-by were all awakened. Their levels weren't high. Songshur estimated them to be A-level at best, but they were all truly awakened. Suppressing her fear, Songshur followed the group ahead into the lobby of a 6-story building. Back home, everyone relaxed and chatted. It's finally our team's turn to rest. I need to go back and spend time with my daughter. I haven't seen her in 6 months, said the man who had been walking ahead of Songshur. Go back and spend more time with him. We're running low on test subjects now, and I think that Songai won't be able to tolerate us any longer. He'd definitely take us to the underground palace sooner or later. The man sighed, took off his helmet, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. To be honest, I knew this day would come from the day we took him in. He's a berserker type, and he was even kicked out of the base. How could he be a good person? I'm surprised he's kept his promise for over a decade. That's true. I don't have any hope for him anymore. He's been pretty loyal to us old friends over the past decade, yet he's so heartless and ungrateful to his own daughter. The man before Songshur hunched over, his voice a pleading one as he looked up to the heavens. I just hope my child awakens soon, otherwise he'd definitely send her to the underground palace. It wasn't hard to guess who their conversation was about. The group entered the hall, where 2 men in formal attire sat on chairs. Songshur didn't dare use his mental power again, fearing they might be awakened psychic types. The captain of Songshur's team reported to the man that the mission had been completed, and collected the recorders of all the team members and handed them over to the man. Chapter 352. All back. Didn't the advance team find you? The team leader bowed and smiled. We were very careful along the way, avoiding them, and we weren't discovered. The man stood up and flicked his collar. The advance team wasn't that great. The rumors are so outrageous. You're right. The man's tone was ambiguous. You're really lucky. The team leader pretended not to understand, trying to maintain a respectful demeanor. You're right. The 2 men, carrying the recorders, leisurely ascended the 2nd floor. The team leader straightened his back. Everyone, stack your equipment. I have someone collect it. The bills will be in your accounts today. Go to the South Street Daily Chemical Factory within 3 days to collect the supplies. The crowd murmured a few tired words and dispersed to the changing rooms. Songshur waited for them to change and leave, then returned with their changed combat uniforms, neatly placing them in a metal box. Songshur wore clothes from the woman's closet, a faded blue t-shirt and baggy dark green military trousers. Songshur had just glanced at this outfit in the compound. 6 out of 10 people were wearing it. It's understandable, then, that Songyi wasn't building the new city to provide a comfortable life for ordinary people. There was no need to put in the effort. Songya's ambition was to establish a human base, as evidenced by his repeated provocations against the federal government. The new city was merely a base for Songyi to achieve his ambitions. The military and the awakened were his top priorities. Songshur retrieved the old diary from the woman's locker, returned to the bathroom, and began reading it from the beginning. January 9, 27. Aki was born. His differentiation value only 9%. I'm terrified. Except for the old ones, the leader won't allow ordinary people to waste the city's resources. If Aki can't awaken on his own, the leader will definitely capture him and take him to the underground palace. If Aki can't be sent back to the human base, that would be great. February 9, 2027. I finally snagged diapers for Aki today. Once I earn enough quest tickets, I buy her a tape recorder so she can listen to nursery rhymes at home. October 10, 2027. It's my turn to serve in the military. It be 6 months. Aki, mother will definitely return alive. You must be well too. Andy will take good care of you. July 2nd, 2028. I came back too late. Aki can already call me mom. For some reason, Ayu suddenly went to the restricted area, and the guards shot her. They dumped her body to the farmed animals, and I didn't get to see her for the last time. Aki, you don't have an aunt, and I don't have a sister anymore. September 2nd, 2023. Aki is in school and can count. I'm even more anxious. Recently, the leader began counting the remaining veterans who hadn't awakened. There were 1,660 of them. The leader remarked, how much resources must so many people consume every day? You ungrateful berserker, Aki, I don't know how much longer you can stay with me. The thought of you being sent to the underground palace one day breaks my heart. I will definitely send you to the human base, no matter what. Even if it means sacrificing my life, I will do it. Aki, trust me. 31.10.3. The leader ordered all the veterans to move to the family quarters in the administrative building. He said it was for our protection, but I know he was afraid we might make a move. He forced me to send you to the nursery, where the teachers are all monsters from the underground palace. Aki, I'm so worried you suffer there, but I can't do anything. April 26, 32. Today I saw in the newspaper the chief's daughter, who I think is Songshur, who stayed at the base. She was wearing sunglasses and a mask, so I couldn't see her face clearly. The chief said that this daughter combines both healing and violent traits, a rare talent in a century. He was delighted and even had an extra slice of ham with his lunch today. The chief threatened to overthrow the federal government with this daughter. May 26, 32. The chief announced that his second child is due in 9 months. Everyone is discussing whether the chief wants to replicate a second dual-trade genius. If he succeeds, I can only say that the heavens are blind. August 29, 32. The locations of the 3 new cities have been revealed. The chief concealed the news. I heard it from Lao Li and his friends next door. It was the chief's dual-trade daughter's handiwork. I just want to laugh out loud. As expected, evildoers need evildoers. November 9, 32. Today, I went to the base on a mission and saw Songshur on their advertising screen. The only thing she and the leader have in common is their eye shape. The rest of her features are probably more like her mother's. While their eyes are similar, their expressions are completely different. The leader's gaze is yellow and disgusting, like feces mixed in. Being stared at by him is like eating feces and making you nauseous. Her eyes are fierce, devoid of any desire. Rumor has it that she's joining some kind of forerunner program and will be in the restricted area. After seeing her true appearance, my opinion of her has changed. When will you come to my city? Come and save us. We're completely devastated. I was ordered to capture many innocent people and send them to the underground palace for brutal experiments. I deserve to die, but please, God, when the new city is destroyed, please let those children in the nursery live. They know nothing. November 12, 32nd. Half a year of service. I wonder if I can survive this time. She skimmed through the entire diary. Songshur picked out a few key points. First, the new city's media is very backward. Information is transmitted through newspapers and the simple communicator on her wrist. Songshur studied the communicator, but it only allows phone calls and can't connect to the internet. Her appearance wasn't widely publicized, and only those assigned to the base on missions could see her full appearance. This helped her conceal her identity. Second, there are over 1,000 unawakened veterans here. They were those who lived outside the base and didn't have time to enter, but kindly rescued Songyi when she was in trouble. This group suffered greatly from Songye's rule and could be easily recruited. If used properly, they could become a powerful force. Third, the restricted area. Although no one knew what was inside, it was designated as such, and no one in this city could approach. It must be hiding a great secret. I had to go and find out. The diary didn't specify which city Songyi lived in. Such top-secret information about the leader wouldn't be shared with ordinary people. Songshur closed the diary and decided to explore the administrative building first, seeking out those higher up in the hierarchy who might know more. Outside, someone was counting the combat uniforms and carrying the boxes away. In the shower, Songshur braided her hair, then pulled it all up on top of her head, covering it with a baseball cap. After the people outside had left, Songshur pushed open the shower door and swaggered out. 2 groups of people hurried down the hallway. Songshur stepped aside, making room. There's only 5 minutes left before the emergency meeting begins. Hurry, hurry! The 2 men whizzed past Songshur, barely noticing him. Songshur slowly followed them up the stairs, eager to see just how urgent the meeting was. The building had only 6 floors, and there was no elevator. The 2 returned on the 4th floor. Chapter 353. Songshur followed him to the 4th floor. The security inside the building was far less strict than Songshur had imagined, or rather, completely non-existent. All the way up, Songshur saw no police officers, nor did he detect any on the surveillance cameras. The people here hadn't anticipated the Songshur on the advertising screens appearing silently around them. Before today, no one from the human base had ever infiltrated the new city. So, they were completely unprepared. There's an unknown awakening group roaming around West Mountain. They could very well track down our location. Major Liao, go release those farmed animals and drive them away. Remember not to arouse their suspicion. Yes. Outside the hallway, Songshur pretended to sweep the floor with a broom. When he heard the word West Mountain, his eyebrows twitched slightly. Isn't West Mountain one of the 11 restricted areas? This new city is located in a restricted area. In the conference room, the cold female voice continued issuing orders. The second thing is, those old guys are getting increasingly unruly. They've been making a lot of small moves lately. I'm worried they contact the federal government and ruin the new city's plans. Major Liu, I leave this matter to you, as soon as possible. Major Liu hesitated. Is this the leader's intention? The woman teased, of course. Would I make the decision on my own? Major Liu, should we kill them or send them to the underground palace? The underground palace. Yes, I'd take care of it immediately. Songshur had been worried about how to convince those old guys to listen to her, but now help had arrived. Songshur touched the laptop in her trouser pocket. Fortunately, she hadn't taken it out when she replaced the woman, so now it was useful. There were many things to deal with at this meeting. The third thing is, a bunch of fat pigs have gathered at the base who want to awaken. They've shown enough loyalty, and are eager for us to fulfill our promise. If you have less to do, take them over, and send them directly to the underground palace. The so-called fat pigs are those at the base who were instigated by Song Yi. Most of them graduated from the control school, where they weren't taught much useful knowledge. After leaving the school, they lacked proper jobs or stable incomes. They were at the bottom of society, and hoped to turn things around by awakening. Song Ye's subordinates instructed them to do certain things, such as killing people, setting fires, and spreading rumors, to demonstrate their loyalty. By doing so, they would receive the opportunity to go to the new city. Song Yi failed to attract people with the promise of a better life in the new city, but with the alluring promise of awakening for anyone of any age, he kept a steady stream of people working for him. One last thing, and this is also the most important. With the Forerunner project progressing so far, 1,000 pioneer teams will soon be deployed for actual combat. The new city will definitely be the first target assigned to them by the federal government. It takes priority over clearing the restricted area of alien beasts. Starting today, 6 months on duty and 6 months off will be reduced to 10 months on duty and 2 months off. Before anyone else could complain, the female voice raised its voice. This is the leader's order. Tomorrow, the leader will come to inspect our base's major research projects. You all must be alert and ensure that patrols outside the city are carried out properly. Yes! A chorus of voices shouted in unison throughout the conference room. The meeting should be almost over by this point. Songshur moved towards the stairs. Deputy Commander Ma, we should prepare in advance for the areas the leader will inspect and strengthen our defenses in those areas. Songshur pricked up his ears. A deep male voice interrupted. What's there to defend in our new city? We're all family. Besides, everyone around the leader is a master, so we don't need to worry about safety. Songshur, ready to check on Song Ye's whereabouts, replied. Surprisingly, Sister Ma answered, underground palace, research base, training area, and a nursery. The general commander's last longevity experiment failed, and this time he's personally selecting some young boys to repeat the experiment. The leader will accompany him. Songshur suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Using young boys for a longevity experiment? Song Yi was constantly challenging her perspective. Put some effort into these areas and make a good impression on the leader. That's how Jin Hai's deputy leader got him to move 2 factories to them. In the conference room, there were murmurs of condemnation for deputy leader Jin Hai's shameless behavior. Songshur put the broom back in the bathroom, adjusted his cap, and went downstairs. 3 minutes after she left, the conference room was filled with the clatter of chairs being moved. The meeting ended, and everyone pushed the door open, leaving the hallway empty as they each completed their respective tasks. Songshur left the administrative building. Under the scorching sun, patrolmen stood guard at the compound's gate, watching everyone entering and leaving. This finally gave Songshur a sense of the compound's role as the administrative center. Inside the guardhouse, 2 patrolmen dozed off, while 2 patrolmen outside, machine guns held high in the sun, squinting their eyes. This level of defense is truly unparalleled. The people here truly trusted the new city's location, and were certain that the base wouldn't come looking for them. Songshur sent out a telepathic signal, revealing that the 4 individuals were all low-level awakeners, not psychic types. Songshur walked over calmly. Mind-toying. The 2 people standing by the door yawned in unison, suddenly feeling overwhelmed by sleep. Ignoring Songshur, they rapped on the sentry window, yelling for the 2 sleeping inside to come out, saying it was time for a shift change. Songshur had no trouble walking around, taking in the sights. The world outside the compound remained pristine. The buildings were no more than 6 stories high, neatly arranged in rows, uniformly built. The road was straight and flat, with no traffic lights. Because there were few cars, all you could see were bicycles. Songsher's destination was the nursery. The woman calling herself Deputy Commander Ma said that of all the locations Song Yi would inspect tomorrow, the nursery was the only one she could easily access. But Songsher had no idea where the nursery was. There was no map on his communication bracelet, and no street signs. It was just a monolithic gray building. Just as Songsher was at his wit's end, a bicycle passed behind him and drifted to a stop in front of him. A long, frivolous whistle. Songsher looked up at the girl with a buzz cut. "Beautiful, where are you going? I give you a ride. This is my new bike." She ostentatiously clicked the handlebar bell twice. Songsher, in a trance, he saw the shadow of $1 million luxury car. In a new city, bicycles might be on par with $1 million luxury cars outside. There was no need to waste time, so Songsher said, "I'm going to the nursery to visit my sister. Can your bike take me there?" The girl blew another short whistle and raised her chin. "Of course, get in." Songsher sat in the back seat. The other person was talking quickly. "You're the first person to sit on my back seat." "Songsher, it's an honor." "Beautiful, what's your name?" "Songsher, Xue Xiao." That was the woman's name, printed on her work clothes. "That sounds nice." The other person kept asking questions along the way, and Songsher made up stories and lied to get by. Finally, they arrived at the nursery. Chapter 354. The nursery building was 2 stories tall, painted the same gray hue as the surrounding buildings. The bicycle stopped outside the iron gate. Songsher jumped off the back seat. "I'm here." The girl named Kuan Yu stepped down from the seat and carefully parked the bicycle by the school gate. She locked the bicycle with a primitive lock that needed to be manually locked on the wheel, then stood up and dusted her hands. "Since I'm here, I might as well check on my sister. Who knows, maybe yours and my sister are friends." Songsher didn't have a sister, she just made up a character. It was just a nursery. She could get in by climbing over the wall. She hadn't expected Kuan Yu to have family here. Kuan Yu rang the doorbell. Running away would arouse suspicion, especially since Song was coming for an inspection tomorrow. Security would be tight. If she asked about any suspicious people in the past few days, she would be the one to blame. Why not use Kuan Yu's connections to get in? She could just pick a random child and claim they were her mother's friends. She could manipulate them. These kids were only 5 or 6, easy to control. 800 thoughts a second, making his plans, Songsher waited calmly for the door to open. An iron fence surrounded a large courtyard, covered in lawn. In the corner, a slide and other toys were stacked, and over 20 children were queuing up to play. At the doorbell ring, the children all stopped playing, their eyes filled with hope. Not recognizing Songsher and Kuan Yu, they continued playing on the playground equipment. Only a little girl, about 4 years old, stumbled toward the gate on her short legs. Xiaoxing, run slower. A male teacher trotted out from the side, squatted down, picked up the little girl, wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, and spoke in a gentle voice that made the reprimand seem less forceful. "Xiaoxing, your leg injury has only just healed. Are you running around again?" The little girl pointed at Kuan Yu outside the door, smiling infatuatedly. Sister, sister. Teacher Chen will carry you to find your sister." The male teacher turned, and the gate was opened by a young female teacher who had arrived earlier. Songsher and Kuan Yu thanked her and stepped in. Their eyes met. Songsher's heart skipped a beat. Chen Suqin. Why was he in Song Ye's new city? Chen Suqin had been sold to a gang by his father for a high price as a peacock clan. Songsher had happened to rescue him while completing a mission for the hunting group and had said goodbye in the park. Songsher had assumed Chen Suqin would return to the school to continue his studies. In this unexpected encounter, Songsher's invisible mental tentacles enveloped Chen Suqin, reading his memory red dots. It was necessary to read them. Chen Suqin's entire body radiated excitement. He must have recognized her. If Chen Suqin made it known in public, she would be in trouble. Chen Suqin's memory dot flashed through Songsher's mind at 5 times the speed of a second. He was forced to eat leftovers by a thug, and she stood up for him. She lost a fight and was beaten to the ground. He was trapped in an exquisite birdcage, and she lifted the heavy silk cloth and appeared in his sight. A memory dot represents a person's most emotionally turbulent period. During Chen Suqin's absence, no experience had left a red dot in his mind. Songsher felt a mixture of emotions. Thankfully, Chen Suqin didn't reveal a flaw. He placed the little girl in Kuan Yu's arms and whispered, "It's been so long since I last saw you. She misses you every day and longs to see you again." "Really, Xiaoxing?" Kuan Yu rubbed her little sister's head. "Yeah," the little girl nodded hurriedly. Missing her sister. She pulled a crumpled candy from her pocket. "Take it, sister." Kuan Yu's eyes were filled with love, and she gave her chubby sister a hearty kiss. "I'm on vacation this month, so I can spend every day with Xiaoxing." Chen Suqin suggested they go to the rest area to cool off. The child couldn't stand being outside in such heat. The four of them entered the building, and Kuan Yu sat down in the lounge, holding Quan Xing. Songsher paused at the door. Now was a good opportunity to get away from Kuan Yu. "I want to see my sister. Could this teacher show me the way?" Songsher turned to ask Chen Suqin. Chen Suqin glanced quickly at Kuan Yu, who was playing with her sister and paying no attention to them. "This way, please." Songsher followed Chen Suqin down the hallway, twisting and turning, and pushed open the laundry room door. "No one will be here anytime soon," Chen Suqin said, closing the door. The laundry room was small, with 3 large basins piled on the floor, filled with colorful clothes, all hand-washed. Songsher couldn't see a washing machine. Chen Suqin bent down and moved the basin, leaving a small space. He said awkwardly, "There aren't many children in the nursery, so it's quite small. Don't mind it." It didn't matter where it was. Songsher released his mental power. No one was within a 10-meter radius, so it was safe. "Why are you in Song Ye's new city?" Chen Suqin lowered his head and wiped the water from his fingers. "I was captured here by Song Ye's men while working." He spoke calmly, without any emotion, but Songsher remembered that those captured were sent to the underground palace. "You underwent those experiments by Song Yi?" "Yes." Chen Suqin's voice was soft, not wanting Songsher to know about that past. Songsher had been observing Chen Suqin the entire way. His appearance hadn't changed at all. That wasn't right. His appearance seemed to have become more ordinary. His striking appearance, once instantly noticeable in a crowd, was now merely attractive, not exceptional. But his facial features hadn't changed significantly, and she could still recognize him instantly. Chen Suqin rubbed his cheek, his lips curling slightly in a genuine smile. "I've learned the peacock element's skills and switched positions, and things are pretty good now." Songsher nodded sincerely. Half of Chen Suqin's past troubles were due to his appearance. He lacked the skills and background to protect himself, and awakening the peacock element was the beginning of his tragedy. "Why are you here?" "They say you're a 3rd-level element and join the pioneers." Chen Suqin asked Songsher cautiously. "Do you want to leave?" Songsher interrupted. Chen Suqin froze in his tracks for a long time before looking up. The answer surprised Songsher. "No, I found a job here that suits me. I take care of these children every day, washing their clothes and feeding them. I'm very happy." The human base had never treated Chen Suqin well, and Songsher could understand his feelings. He was trying to figure out how to ask Chen Suqin to help her stay here. "I'm willing to help you conceal your identity. We just received notice that Song Yi will be inspecting here tomorrow. You're here for Song Yi, right?" Chen Suqin offered. Songsher was surprised. Chen Suqin smiled softly, the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye bright and beautiful. "You've saved me so many times. Now that I have the ability to repay you, I must seize this opportunity." Songsher couldn't help but warn, this could be very dangerous. "If Song Yi finds out you're helping me." "He won't find out. I help you discreetly. And even if he does, I'm capable of protecting myself now." Chapter 355. Chen Suqin was captured and subjected to experiments in the underground palace. His survival and subsequent assignment to the nursery indicate that the experiment on him was successful. Chen Suqin's peacock element makes it impossible for him to awaken other elements. The experiment is likely related to the integration of alien beasts, similar to the 5 half-human alien beasts huddled in the Wangding Hotel. In Xue Zhao's diary, Xue Xiao referred to the teachers at the nursery as monsters. Chen Suqin survived the experiments, so his appearance shows no abnormal features. He can speak and think like a human. Of course, it's not impossible that Chen Suqin underwent other types of experiments. Humans and alien beasts can merge, and there's no experiment that researchers in this world can't perform. Chen Suqin avoided the topic, so Songsher didn't ask further. Survival was the best thing. Every month, a group of teachers from the nursery leave for military service. They serve for 3 months, joining the army in their new city. They work with the army to build bases, eliminate nearby alien beasts, and stir up trouble at human bases. 5 teachers left the daycare center this month. Teachers are scarce, and a job posting had been posted at the beginning of the month, but no one showed up. Songshur applied as a teacher. The process was simple. She signed her name and officially started. Is there anything you'd like to exchange for? You're so short on cash. Kwon Yu was surprised to hear that Songshur was staying at the daycare part-time. Songshur replied, I want to buy a tape recorder. Kwon Yu stayed until dinner, sitting in a corner, feeding her sister mouthful by mouthful. Songshur assumed she would take her sister home. Chin Suchin and Songshur busied themselves distributing food to the children lined up. The parents of these children are refugees from outside the base, who rescued Song Yi 18 years ago. Song Yi has detained these children here. To better control their parents, these children cannot leave the nursery without permission, Chin Suchin said, leaning closer to Songshur. Songshur placed a carton of milk and a green apple on a little boy's plate. The boy thanked him sweetly, then stared at Songshur with surprise. Sister, your clothes are the same as my mother's. Songshur had a premonition, but kept it to herself. She placed an egg on the boy's plate and said gently, I'm giving this egg to you on behalf of your mother. Thank you, sister, the boy said crisply, then returned to his seat and ate quietly. Songshur took a deep breath. What's his name? Xueqi. Songshur's biological son, as he now stood. When Songshur signed Xuexiao on the contract, Chin Suchin understood everything. Chin Suchin remembered the names of every child's guardian. Chin Suchin didn't dare tell Songshur, let alone Xueqi. Beneath Songshur's impassive demeanor, a suppressed sense of guilt welled up within him. Chin Suchin, taking advantage of his position as he served the rice, glanced at Songshur several times, worried that he wouldn't be able to accept it. Songshur remained silent throughout. Dinner was over. Songshur needed to hear more about the new city from Chin Suchin. These children needed teachers to watch over them at night. Chin Suchin's fellow teacher had diarrhea today, so Songshur moved up a row on the duty roster to share the shift with Chin Suchin. Xueqi was particularly close to Songshur. Songshur's stern expression scared off the other children, who gathered around Chin Suchin, demanding a bedtime story. Chin Suchin told them to lie down, and then he would tell them a story. The other children lay down, but Xueqi, clutching a tattered, patched doll, opened her arms, hoping to be held by Songshur. Songshur's fingers dug into the flesh of her left arm. She couldn't do it. She couldn't hug. Songshur would rather this child hate her, scream for her life, than gaze upon her with such innocent eyes, be close to her, and let her hold her. Songshur had killed her all this time, never once feeling any guilt. She had long since become a complete and utter berserker. But now, the child before her tormented Songshur. Perhaps she should tell him the truth. Songshur thought cruelly, tell him that his mother had been knocked unconscious by her, buried with the 3 types in base 11, swarming with alien beasts. 8 hours had passed, and she had long since been devoured by them. Give him a dagger, let him stab her, avenge his mother, and that would wipe the slate clean. The whites of Songshur's eyes gradually turned red, and an aura of madness lingered around him. The little boy shrank back. Berserk. For the first time, Songshur was not injured, and he went berserk in combat mode. A clash of human and animal nature. Songshur touched the dagger at his waist, his lips moving. Your mother has been. Songshur. The long-lost system subtitles appeared before Songshur's eyes. Songshur remained unmoved. Songshur, she was still alive. Songshur lowered his head, as if his soul had been torn away. Aki, Teacher Xue is not feeling well today, and needs to rest. She can't hold you to sleep. Aki, you're a good child, you understand Teacher Xue, right? Lie back down on the bed, and Teacher Chin will tell you the story of the tadpole looking for its mother later, okay? Xueqi nodded obediently, poking her head out and saying to Songshur sweetly, Teacher Xue, get some rest. Chin Suchin stood up, took Songshur's arm, and led him outside. Just outside was the nursery's front yard, and the dorms were on the 2nd floor. Get some fresh air, it feel better. Chin Suchin returned to the dorm to tell the children a bedtime story. Songshur rested his hands on the fence, gazing into the distance. All the lights in the buildings were off. There were no neon signs or bustling squares, only the occasional green beam of a searchlight sweeping across the sky. A silent night. The stars in the sky were clearly visible. Songshur rested her chin on her hand, gazing up at the stars. Why did you choose me? There are so many stars. No one answered her. Playing dead again? Songshur snorted through gritted teeth. Why did you remind me just now? Were you afraid I massacre everyone here? Songshur asked silently. You won't kill them today. The system's words appeared and disappeared. You will kill them tomorrow. Songshur counted to the 34th star and stopped. Songshur wanted to exploit his old friends, kill Song Yi, and destroy the new city. Songshur never considered saving anyone in the new city. Whether these people lived or died was not Songshur's concern. Xuexiao was still alive. She had survived thanks to your 3 elemental attributes. She could hold out until you could rescue her. Songshur's Berserk elemental rank had been upgraded to SSS, and the system had lost its ability to threaten Songshur. Whether his healing elemental rank was upgraded to SS or not had little impact on Songshur. The system reluctantly played the emotional card to prevent Songshur from completely losing his human emotions. If Songshur had handed the dagger to Xueqi and told her the truth, the last bit of his moral burden would have been gone. Having pointed his knife at an innocent child, and having experienced such a low moral standard, there was nothing in the world Songshur couldn't do. Morality couldn't restrain Songshur, and his own strength was ridiculously strong. He would only grow closer to Song Yi. "You're so merciful," Songshur grumbled, turning and returning to his dormitory. The children had already fallen asleep to Chinsuchin's story. Songshur walked to Xueqi's bedside and half knelt down. Xueqi, clutching the broken doll, closed her eyes. She had a nightmare, her brow furrowed in a restless sleep. Songshur scratched his neck in annoyance. "I've practiced so much to control my emotions, and today I've fallen prey to a little brat like you. I give in." Chinsuchin, approaching slowly, overheard Songshur mumbling and smiled silently. "Mom." "Hold." Xueqi muttered in his sleep. "Your mom will come back alive. Sleep well." Songshur pulled back the blanket, leaving only his head exposed. While keeping watch at night, Songshur learned about the new city from Chinsuchin. Chapter 356. This new city has only 1 nursery, 1 elementary school, 2 middle schools, and no university. Those who have awakened through Song Ye's stimulation experiments have a low probability of producing offspring, as low as a fraction of a percent. Those who have undergone human-animal fusion experiments have a 0% chance of producing offspring. Chinsuchin revealed that Song Yi has a new city specifically for human reproduction, and that abducting people from the base is unrealistic. The humans in the breeding base have also undergone reproductive modifications, though Chinsuchin didn't know the specifics. He only knew that every year, young people aged 18 or 19 were transported to the new cities, to make up for the population loss caused by missions away from home. How many new cities does Song Yi have? Where are they located? And which city he typically stays in? These secrets are well hidden by Song Yi, leaving ordinary people completely unaware. Even the mayors of each new city, also known as deputy mayors, might not know the locations of all the new cities. A space-type awakener, who had been captured, was sent back to the Federation for memory reading. He was Song Ye's direct subordinate, usually obeying Song Ye's orders. Even with such close ties, he only knew the locations of 3 new cities. Song Yi had done a great job of keeping secrets. Regarding the possibility that the new city was located in the West Mountain, Chinsuchin looked puzzled for a moment. Isn't the West Mountain a restricted area? The restricted area is the lair of alien beasts. We live in a restricted area, yet we've never been attacked by alien beasts here. It's safer than the base. This was also what puzzled Songshur. How did Song Yi do it? The federal government dispatched a large number of troops to search for the location of the new city. How could such a large city, if it existed on this planet, be undiscovered? The hunting zone was thoroughly searched, yet no trace of human life was found. The federal government suspected it was in the free zone, and they joined forces with the hunting group to search the free zone, but so far, they've found nothing except footprints and bone fragments from an unknown era. Song Ye's new city seemed to be built in another time and space. It made sense that it was in the restricted zone. But the question returned to the original point. How did Song Yi manage to locate his new city in the restricted zone? There's an area in the new city designated as a restricted zone. Have you heard of it? Chinsuchin nodded, gazing through the window at the sleeping children. Xueqi's aunt was shot and killed by the garrison after sneaking into the restricted zone. The garrison near the restricted zone is the most heavily guarded in the entire new city. Even ordinary people in the administrative building can enter and exit. Songshur thought of the high-level meeting she overheard that day, so relaxed that she still felt a sense of daze. Song Yi once banned any discussion of the restricted area. But the more he suppressed it, the more curious everyone became. I heard from others that the restricted area looks like a wasteland from afar, and the air is gray 9 out of 10 days a week. Gray air. Songshur pondered. Since it's a wasteland, there are no factories and no exhaust emissions. Chinsuchin told Songshur everything he had seen and heard, fearing he might have missed something. The restricted area is located in the center of the city. It seems like every new city has a restricted area, and it's always in the center. The more he talked, the more mysterious it became. Songsher's urge to go and see it grew stronger. He had a feeling that the place was hiding a terrifying secret. Chin Suchin, noticing Songsher's impatience, warned him, "The guards of the restricted area are the most elite troops trained by Song Yi. They're not on the same level as people like us who were born through experiments. You should be fully prepared before going." Songsher, pondering how to get in, nodded casually. Chin Suchin sighed helplessly. "You didn't eat much tonight. Here, give you some energy to fight tomorrow." Songsher lowered her eyes. 2 protein bars wrapped in brown paper were visible. Songsher held them in her palms. "Thank you." After replenishing her energy, Songsher closed her eyes for a moment. The first rays of morning sunlight shone on her face, and Songsher woke up. Chin Suchin was still sleeping against the wall, and the children in the room were also asleep. Songsher slowly walked down to the first floor, stretched her body, and stretched in place. Today, she would face Song Yi face to face. Songsher's muscles were activated more quickly than usual, and she was in a state of vigor, ready to fight at any moment. At 7:30, the children woke up, and Songsher and Chin Suchin helped them dress and braid their hair. Today's breakfast was prepared by the other teachers, and Songsher and Chin Suchin were responsible for ensuring order during their meal. After dinner, Kuan Yu had an emergency mission, leaving her sister behind. She said goodbye to Songsher and rode off on her bicycle. At 9 o'clock, the children finished their first class and went downstairs to exercise. This was also the time indicated on the notice for Song Yi and others to arrive at the nursery. Songsher moved to the iron gate, sat on a small stool, and waited while sewing. Just 5 minutes later, the nursery was surrounded by patrols. The patrol leader led a team of 6 people, sweeping the entire nursery. They took all the children to the lawn and corralled them for collective supervision. The teachers were isolated outside the encirclement. Time passed minute by minute. Half an hour later, Song Yi still hadn't appeared. The team leader paced back and forth. A rapid drumbeat suddenly blared from the speaker atop the telephone pole outside the nursery's gate. Songsher's eyelids jumped. Red alert. Advanced team invading. Songsher's first reaction was that Tang Yu and the others had followed her. Song Yi had sent 6 teams to base 11. When they left, only 3 teams had gathered, and the remaining 3 remained at base 11 and hadn't arrived yet. If she could replace these people and infiltrate the new city, so could Tang Yu. No! Songsher's mind raced, and details she had previously overlooked became clear. When the 3 teams converged and waited for the spatial gate, she scanned over 80 people, and one team was comprised entirely of awakened. Could that entire team have been replaced by another advanced team? How could these ordinary people enter base 11, weaving in and out among 1,000 advanced teams without being noticed by the advanced teams? They returned alive, and the data they reported showed 0 casualties. It's likely that they were quietly replaced by the advanced teams. If her suspicions were correct, then the situation was clear. A forerunner had been exposed. Song wouldn't come to the nursery again. She needed to make other plans. The broadcast continued, the drumbeat hammering through the hearts of every forerunner hidden in the corners of the new city. All citizens were to immediately report any suspicious individuals since 12 p.m. yesterday, and to draw their weapons and go on alert. In 10 minutes, the 24-hour routes of all forerunners would be announced. Citizens were to monitor their communicators for notifications and follow the instructions to capture the forerunners. Repeat. Instantly, countless drones filled the sky, and the interlaced sirens from the broadcasts filled the silent city with a clamor. The patrol team received an urgent order to evacuate the nursery. The teachers quickly escorted the children back to the classroom, pulling out weapons, swords, and knives from locked drawers, on top of wardrobes, and in the compartments between desks. Witnessing this scene, Songsher thought of the phrase "everyone is a soldier." It might seem like surveillance is sparse, patrols are lax and perfunctory, allowing her to come and go as she pleases. Once the city enters combat readiness, every single person in the city is ready to fight the monsters. In 10 minutes, her whereabouts will be exposed in the surveillance room. She can't stay here any longer. Chapter 357. While the nursery teachers were busy searching for weapons, Songsher, while low profile, turned into the backyard and scaled the 3-meter-high wall. The situation was developing in a completely different direction than Songsher had anticipated, and he calmly considered his strategy. There were 2 most important things to do now. First, find a super brain system or a space system to call for reinforcements from the base. Second, reach the restricted area. Combining the 2, He could also secure a super brain system or a space system on the way to the restricted area. Songshur carefully memorized the new city map Shinsuchin had drawn last night. If the nursery was considered the third ring, the administrative building was in the second ring, and the restricted area was the inner ring. Drone circled overhead, searching for suspicious individuals. Songshur observed their flight paths and frequencies, hiding behind the windowsills and greenery on the first floor of the building. His mental energy was now fully unleashed, sensing all nearby living creatures. A team of 5 entered Songshur's sensing range, and Songshur crouched against the side of the tall building. The self-defense force's footsteps clattered in unison as they passed behind the building. Songshur poked his head out to take a peek. He saw a helmet. 3 darts condensed from his palm and flung in 3 different directions. Who's that? Go check. You go left, you 2 go right, and you follow me. Report anything immediately. Yes. The captain gave the order, and the 5 men split into 3 groups, with 1 man left alone. Songshur followed the lone man into the bushes, knocked him unconscious, and then stripped him of his clothes, putting them on himself. The mental dart flew out of his hand and pierced the wall, leaving a conical hole. Soil rustled down, but no weapon was visible. The captain circled the area, expanding his search, but still found no suspicious weapon. He reported the incident. Have you found anything over there? The captain looked at the 2 groups of soldiers. Nothing, said the patrol officer on the right. The patrol officer on the left shook his head. Keep patrolling. This area looks suspicious. Songshur had successfully infiltrated the self-defense forces and could walk the streets openly, unburdened by the drones overhead. He released his mental energy, continuously sensing the awakened. Unable to determine their astrology, Songshur read their red memory dots one by one. Most people's red memory dots contained fragments of their awakening direction. Awakening itself was an exciting experience for most people. Berserk, healing, flying fire. After reading the red memory dots of nearly 100 people, Songshur couldn't find any space or hyperbrain types. Space and hyperbrain types probably wouldn't be among the patrol teams. Songshur decisively gave up wasting time with these patrol teams. Let's go to the restricted area first. The drumbeats of the overhead broadcast suddenly began. Songshur looked up, and the others also jumped down, listening intently for the next move. It has been confirmed that 23 members of the Federation Advance Team have infiltrated the city. Songshur, 23 people. If she had known so many had sneaked in, she would have simply joined forces with them. Let's fight openly and honestly. Why be so sneaky like now? Self-defense forces, patrols, awakening teams, etc. near the following locations. Proceed immediately to those locations and capture the pioneers. Administration Building, First High School. Nursery School, Residential Area A32, Residential Area B12, East District Border Defense Zone. A total of 19 locations have been reported. 23 people, 19 locations. Songshur held his head with his hand. So everyone is now operating separately. We're currently closest to the administration building. Let's go! The team leader decided. The administration building was in the first ring, very close to the restricted area. Songshur gave up the idea of leaving the group and followed them all the way to the administration building. Most of the nearby teams chose to go to the administration building, hundreds of people mingling together. Songshur slowed his pace and quietly separated from his original group. Suddenly, the broadcast sounded. It was Lu Qian's voice. All pioneers, we need to cooperate, otherwise we will be defeated one by one. Administration Building, B12 Residential Area, First High School, these 3 locations, gather together. Beep. The broadcast was forcibly cut off. But Lu Qian's message had already been delivered. These 3 areas will be the focus of the siege, but compared to fighting separately, concentrating together is more likely to win. Songshur watched the administration building approach. From the time the broadcast sounded until now, the building had been surrounded by 3 layers of people. Songshur swept his mental power over the area, and saw a sea of people, all awakened, of high rank. Songshur considered it for a moment. With 23 pioneers, she wasn't the only one missing. She turned and headed for the restricted area. The restricted area, which Song Yi had so desperately concealed, must be hiding a terrifying secret. It might be related to the location of the new city. The other pioneers had diverted most of the firepower, and perhaps some of the troops in the restricted area would have been diverted as well. Now was a rare opportunity to reach the restricted area. A steady stream of well-equipped teams were rushing toward the administrative building. Songshur was going against the flow, and even in combat uniform, it would easily arouse suspicion. They were still some distance from the restricted area. If they were exposed, it was uncertain whether they could reach it. Songshur avoided the other teams and moved forward stealthily. A long, drawn-out whistle reached Songshur's eardrums from afar. Kuan Yu's motorcycle drifted and abruptly stopped in front of Songshur. "Hey, beautiful, you want a ride?" Songshur, sprayed in the face by exhaust fumes and dust, said. Kuan Yu recognized Songshur and knew her identity. She didn't report her, but waited for her. Songshur reasonably suspected that Kuan Yu had recognized her the day before, when he'd given her a ride on his bicycle. What was Kuan Yu's purpose in approaching her? "Beautiful, why aren't you talking? Are you going to the restricted area? If so, get in the car." Kuan Yu patted the back seat of the motorcycle. Taking a car is too easy to arouse suspicion, Songshur declined, turning sideways to continue observing her surroundings. Once the group of 6 left, she would immediately move on. Kuan Yu smiled. "Don't worry, this motorcycle belongs to the deputy leader. There's only one in the entire city, and everyone knows it. Who would dare to doubt that the person sitting in the back seat of the deputy leader's motorcycle is the pioneer?" Songshur was surprised. "How did you get the deputy leader's motorcycle?" Kuan Yu glanced at Songshur, who had already scrambled onto the back seat, and put his arm around her waist. Quick as a whir. Kuan Yu twisted the handle, started the motorcycle, and with a hum, it shot off. "I stole it." "Songshur, is the deputy leader's motorcycle so easy to steal? And you're not wearing a helmet?" Kuan Yu's entire face was exposed. "I'm the deputy leader's driver. How can they recognize me if I'm wearing a helmet?" Songshur, The scenery on both sides rapidly receded. Kuan Yu stepped on the accelerator to the limit, moving faster than Songshur could even at full sprint. Kuan Yu was unabashedly modest, as if the person sitting in the motorcycle seat was indeed the deputy leader. She honked the horn frantically and rushed into the crowd. The troops supporting the administrative building parted, voluntarily making room for the motorcycle. Even Songshur's mood wasn't as good as Kuan Yu's. Sitting in the back seat, his body tense, his palms sweating from clutching Kuan Yu's clothes. Leaving them far behind, the city buildings gradually dwindled, approaching the restricted area. "Did you recognize me yesterday?" Songshur asked, recalling his encounter with Kuan Yu the previous day. Kuan Yu had remained calm from beginning to end, showing no trace of emotion, which had made Songshur relax his guard. Kuan Yu's voice, a smile in her throat, mingled with the wind. "I was on a mission at the 9th base and watched a boxing match at the hunting group. You stood up for your friend, and I remembered you. That friend was Tang Yu." The crowd was so crowded, Songshur hadn't paid much attention to Kuan Yu. "Your face wasn't disguised at all, so it would be hard for me not to recognize you." Songshur said faintly, "I'm betting no one has seen me before." "Haha, that's true." Songshur switched to the next question. "Why do you want to help me? What do you need me to do for you?" "My sister is very cute." Songshur understood. "Actually, helping you is like taking a gamble. If I win, my sister can grow up happily. If I lose, the worst that can happen is I die. After all, my sister still has value, and Song won't kill her just because I'm helping you." Kuan Yu was calm. Songshur silently removed the laptop from his wrist and put it in Kuan Yu's pocket. Kuan Yu felt it, but she continued writing. "What did you put in me? A bomb, right?" Songshur, "Yes, it's a bomb." The car body shook slightly. Kuan Yu's voice was tense. "Don't scare me." Songshur remained silent. Chapter 358. The motorcycle was parked outside the restricted area, about 2 kilometers from the fence. These 2 kilometers were barren, devoid of any buildings or vegetation. "The restricted area is just ahead. If we ride any further, we'd be targeted," Kuan Yu said. Songshur dismounted from the motorcycle and gazed toward the restricted area. Encircled by the iron net, the density of black air surpassed anything Songshur had ever seen before. Countless mysterious shadows swirled within, vaguely suggesting a massive monster crouching in the center of the black air, its mouth wide open, waiting for its prey. Upon closer inspection, the monster dispersed, its entire structure composed of randomly flowing black air. A strong sense of unease washed over Songshur. His heart pounded uncontrollably, his blood coursing through his body. He felt the terror of being targeted by a giant. Kuan Yu remained unfazed. She eagerly pulled something from her pocket, a computer. "Why are you giving me this?" Kuan Yu glanced at it in confusion. The computer had clearly been used for a while. He wouldn't give a used computer as a thank you gift, that would be too perfunctory. Songshur suppressed his shock, forcing his gaze away from the black giant in the restricted area. He replied to Kuan Yu half-heartedly, Song is also sending all his old associates to the underground palace. The computer contains recordings of their meetings. With it, you might be able to gather them together. You actually have such a valuable item. I guess the excuse I've been concocting all night won't be of any use. Kuan Yu stuffed the computer into his pocket as if it were a treasure. He noticed something off about Song Shi's tone. What's wrong with you? Song Shi pointed at the iron mesh. Can you see what's inside? Kuan Yu followed the direction of Song Shi's finger. Gray fog. The restricted area looks like this 9 out of 10 days. Is the fog only inside the iron net? What about outside? Kuan Yu stroked his prickly crew cut. Actually, this is the most eerie part of the restricted area. It's clearly divided, clearly separated by a net, yet not a trace of fog can escape. Song Shi seriously suspected that what they saw was black gas, so dense that even ordinary people could see it, in the form of gray fog. If the black gas couldn't escape, there must be some kind of spiritual imprint on the electric net. Besides the gray fog, are there any other signs inside, such as the cries of strange beasts? Song Shi suspected that a strange beast was imprisoned inside. Its level was uncertain, but judging by the density of the black gas, it might be far above SSS level. However, in the Federation, an SSS level strange beast was already the highest. No, it's always been quiet here, with only the occasional sound of someone accidentally getting shot. Kuan Yu recalled carefully, every month, a group of psychic awakeners are carefully escorted here from other cities, making 3 or 5 circuits along the iron fence before leaving. I spent 3 months on that rooftop, figuring out the pattern. Kuan Yu pointed to the tall building in the distance. These people must be strengthening the psychic imprint. But no matter how strong the psychic imprint is, it can only prevent the leakage of black energy, not even the lowest level alien beasts. What exactly is trapped within the electric fence? Only a personal visit can reveal it. Song Shi asked Kuan Yu to leave first. The restricted area's guards were stationed outside the fence, patrols, and firing points on the towers. Some of the patrols had just been called away, most likely to support the city. Song Shi estimated that Kuan Yu was some distance away, so he deployed a virtual barrier, covering himself from head to toe, front and back, left and right, and rushed towards the electric fence. 2,000 meters away. The first to notice Song Shi were the firing points atop the tower. They aimed their machine guns at him, and pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets. These bullets were infused with spiritual energy, giving them 5 or 6 times the lethality of ordinary bullets, making them particularly effective against awakened and alien beasts. The powerful bullets sank into the thin membrane, their kinetic energy instantly dropping to 0 as they crashed to the wasteland with a crackling sound. The first firing point sensed something was amiss. It's an awakened. It's an awakened. Tower 2, Tower 3 support. The second and third firing points were both trained on Song Shi. Song Shi, braving the barrage of bullets, didn't slow down even a moment, charging towards the electric fence at lightning speed. The sniper lying in ambush had 3 bullets blocked, and he screamed into the intercom at the top of his lungs, "Awakening team! Awakening team! She's Song Shi! She's Song Shi! Stop her! Quick!" A dozen patrolling awakening teams rushed in from all directions. The firing points on the towers halted their fire, fearing they might injure their own men. Nature-type hand seals were cast so quickly that only shadows of their hands remained. Fire-breathing dragons, piercing ice cones, wood-type coils, earth-type earth shields. Melee types brandished their swords, shouting seeking death. As they charged at Song Shi. Song Shi glanced coldly at them, waiting until they were within 10 meters. Psychic attack. Melee types were completely defeated, falling to the ground, clutching their heads and weeping. As for nature types, Song Shi retracted his virtual barrier. He hurled out over 20 virtual darts. Nature types were busy blocking with hand seals, unable to take care of themselves. She's retracting the barrier. Shoot! The firing points on the towers quickly set up their machine guns and opened fire. Song Shi was even quicker than them in deploying the virtual barrier. The bullet was a step too late for Song Shi. The machine gunner, enraged, tore off his helmet and slammed it against the ground. It was so close, so close. TSK, we can't stop it. Quickly notify the deputy commander. Tell her Song Shi is attacking the restricted area. Send for reinforcements. Yes. The Earth Awakener summoned an Earth shield ahead of time, positioning it 10 meters in front of the electric fence. Song Shi glanced around. The Earth wall stretched for over 50 meters. Too lazy to go around, just ram into it. Song Shi accelerated towards the wall. She manipulated the virtual barrier, forming a sharp point like a drill. Combined with her speed and her own strength, she slammed into the wall with a thud. The SS-level wall was as brittle as a cookie. Continue running. Only 3 meters remained to the city wall. The fire dragon roared and charged at Songshur's back, its scorching heat piercing through the virtual barrier. Before them, the earth wall rose again. The ground beneath Songshur's feet was incredibly soft, like stepping on water, and he felt himself sinking. This time, the earthen wall had been reinforced with wood plants. When Songshur struck it, only dirt fragments fell off, leaving the entire wall intact. He was sinking deeper and deeper, and an ordinary dagger wouldn't penetrate the wall. If only he had the 3-element weapon. He could use it to penetrate the wall, and stop himself sinking. Unfortunately, he could only use one virtual weapon skill at a time. Songshur abandoned his virtual barrier. He condensed light blades in each hand, and plunged them deep into the earthen wall. The wall continued to rise. Songshur clung to it, moving with it. The machine gunner on the tower finally found his opportunity, and pulled the trigger at Songshur's back. Veins continued to extend from the wall, attacking Songshur. Once pierced, they would rapidly grow and spread within his body. Songshur released his right hand and swung his dagger, severing them one by one. Bang! A bullet pierced Songshur's shoulder, sending him stumbling and nearly falling. Countless more bullets followed. He had to get out of here. Ignoring the vine's attack, Songshur condensed a physical sword and pierced the entire earthen wall. Break it! Songshur shouted, veins bulging on the hilt as the virtual blade within the wall extended in all directions, slicing through it. When the cut was almost complete, Songshur punched the wall, creating a large hole. The wall had a self-healing function. Songshur escaped before the hole closed. The wall blocked the barrage of bullets. The vines didn't. Songshur's waist was pierced, and a vine burrowed inside. The wall had already grown higher than the electric fence. After escaping, Songshur leaped into the inner part of the fence. In midair, Songshur slashed with his sword, severing the vines. She moved quickly enough, preventing the vines from reaching her internal organs. Her body quickly healed, absorbing or expelling the broken vines. By the time she landed from the height, Songshur's injuries had fully healed. Chapter 359. The iron net surrounding the restricted area was a single, integrated structure, lacking any doors. Since its completion, no one had intended to enter. Songshur jumped into the net, leaving the awakened outside scratching their heads. A fire dragon followed Songshur in. Songshur spread his hands to push back the virtual barrier that had troubled the awakened, easily blocking the S-level fire dragon. Songshur climbed from the ground and removed his helmet. The sickening smell of blood from his combat uniform dissipated. Songshur tossed the helmet aside and looked inward to see his mental power points. 5,600. The previous battle had cost him 2,300. Still plenty. Songshur headed towards the deepest part of the black aura. At that moment, New City's broadcast echoed throughout the streets and alleys. All awakened teams rated S level and above cease all activities and immediately proceed to the restricted area to capture Songshur. Repeat. Tang Yu, disguised as a self-defense force soldier in combat uniform, turned to the east. If she remembered correctly, a highly capable reinforcement had just arrived from that direction. The restricted area was east of her. Let's go east. Tang Yu slowed down and spoke in a low voice to Wenduolin, also disguised as a self-defense force soldier. Wenduolin, what about Wang Xiaoman and Jiang Qifeng? After Songshur left, they pondered and felt uneasy, so they infiltrated a 20-man team and arrived in the new city. Once in the new city, they were assigned to different workstations. Tang Yu and Wenduolin patrolled the streets together, while Jiang Qifeng and Wang Xiaoman labored carrying off-duty combat uniforms for cleaning. Without the optical computer signal, they had no way of communicating, and hadn't seen each other since yesterday. Tang Yu and Wang Xiaoman found themselves until now. We don't know their location, so we can't find them. Now that we have Xiaoshur's direction, let's go help Xiaoshur first. Okay. The two pretended to go on patrol elsewhere, and separated from the group. Residential Area B12. Restricted Area? Isn't the restricted area a lair for alien beasts? Didn't Songshur come to the new city? Why is he in the restricted area again? Jiang Qifeng huddled under a set of abandoned desks in the garbage heap, his hands wrapped around his knees. He had confused the 11 restricted areas with the restricted areas in the new city. Wang Xiaoman was huddled in the garbage heap with Jiang Qifeng. Didn't we say we meet at Residential Area B12? We've been waiting for so long. Why hasn't anyone come to join us? Jiang Qifeng snorted. They must be overwhelmed, especially the one who exposed us all. He's probably been captured. At this moment, in a dungeon, inside a solid glass cell, Lu Xing and Gong Wanyan looked at each other. Gong Wanyan was furious, his face flushed and spit flying. Lu Xing, you're truly sick. Wu Shilu hasn't cured you in all these years. You had to attack me right where I was hiding. You couldn't wait until I left before you did it? Now you're courting death, and I have to follow you. Lu Xing recounted his own failure, ignoring Gong Wanyan. Gong Wanyan leaped up and down, nearly ready to break the glass and engage Lu Xing in a fight. Not only had their weapons been confiscated, but they also had branding rings placed around their necks, preventing them from using their mental powers. They couldn't even break the glass cage holding the ordinary beasts. Residential Area B12. Wang Xiaoman and Jiang Qifeng were still huddled together, deliberating on their next move. The two normally unthinking people were truly stumped by the current situation. Wang Xiaoman frowned. Should we go rescue the captain? With so many awakened teams, will the captain be caught? Jiang Qifeng sniffed. The stench from the garbage dump surged up his spine, and he couldn't stand it any longer. Let's go and rescue her now. Jiang Qifeng rushed out, touched the totem on his side of the neck, and was about to summon the Qilin. Wang Xiaoman hurriedly held his hand down, anxiously asking, Do you know where the restricted areas are? Jiang Qifeng said seriously, 11 restricted areas. Which ones are you talking about? He remembered the exact locations of the 11 restricted areas. Wang Xiaoman, let's just hide. No, Jiang Qifeng shook Wang Xiaoman's hand away. I call out the Qilin. Qilin are very sensitive to the scent of exotic beasts. No matter which restricted area, there's bound to be one. Wang Xiaoman was powerless to object. She felt Jiang Qifeng's suggestion made sense. Jiang Qifeng summoned the Qilin. The Qilin landed, driven back repeatedly by the stench of the garbage dump. Jiang Qifeng tried to pet it as usual, but the Qilin continued to retreat, avoiding his hand. This was the first time, since the Qilin contracted him, that it had disdained Jiang Qifeng. Jiang Qifeng felt deeply hurt. Wang Xiaoman, anxious, was the first to ask, Qilin, the captain is in danger. Can you smell where he is? The Qilin glanced at Wang Xiaoman calmly, unmoved. How dare a mortal order it around? Wang Xiaoman was on the verge of tears. Qilin. Jiang Qifeng, please try to comfort Qilin. Jiang Qifeng, withdrawing from his hurtful world, walked over to Qilin and whispered, Qilin, she's my captain. Qilin's emotions and Jiang Qifeng's were mutually influenced to a certain extent. Unable to dissuade Jiang Qifeng, Qilin reluctantly raised its head. It stinks. It's affecting its performance. Jiang Qifeng understood Qilin's meaning and his face lit up with joy. Let's change locations. The wolf and the other two jumped off the garbage heap and dived into a nearby alley. Many awakened ones, and possibly even some exotic beasts are gathered around the captain, Jiang Qifeng added. As Qilin's head turned eastward, its body froze, and it growled menacingly. Qilin, are you saying there's a powerful exotic beast's presence in the east? Ah! Qilin nodded. Jiang Qifeng rolled over and jumped onto Qilin's back. Then let's go east now. Wang Xiaoman ran east impatiently. Using all four limbs, Qilin quickly overtook Wang Xiaoman. Wait, Wang Xiaoman, Jiang Qifeng said, grabbing Qilin's neck fur. Qilin could only slow down, glancing disapprovingly at Wang Xiaoman, who struggled mightily but remained slow. Qilin was too large. Not to mention the drones in the sky, even the patrols on the ground could spot them from several buildings away. The patrols swarmed over, firing from a distance. Qilin flexed its front legs and leaped, landing lightly behind the 6-story building. Wang Xiaoman couldn't take such a long stride, so she rolled on the ground to avoid a barrage of bullets. Sparks flew from the concrete floor. There was no cover nearby except for the residential buildings, which were a long way from Wang Xiaoman. Wang Xiaoman dodged awkwardly, bullets glancing at her. It's a healer. Shoot with confidence, you won't die. More patrols arrived, and the bullet density increased dramatically. Wang Xiaoman was caught between a rock and a hard place. The Qilin's snow-white body flashed by, snatching Wang Xiaoman's backpack and flinging it into the air. Wang Xiaoman landed precisely on Qilin's soft fur. Wang Xiaoman somersaulted. Qilin was running, and she was about to fall when Jiang Qifeng grabbed her. Wang Xiaoman was stunned, still panting as she clutched Qilin's fur. She turned back to look at the patrolman firing at her, but Qilin had already left them far behind, almost out of sight. Am I sitting on Qilin's back? Wang Xiaoman realized belatedly. Jiang Qifeng's emotions were even more complicated than Wang Xiaoman's. Qilin's back had always been reserved for Jiang Qifeng alone. Qilin even refused to be touched by anyone other than Jiang Qifeng. Before Jiang Qifeng could give Qilin a command, Qilin had already taken Wang Xiaoman's life and thrown her onto his back. Qilin accepted us? Wang Xiaoman's eyes were filled with joy. Great. The captain and Xiao Yuzi would be delighted to know this, and they wouldn't have to act. Maybe? Jiang Qifeng said, a little distraught. Qilin, roar! No! It was just worried that Songsher wouldn't give it the SSS level enhancement fluid. Great. I take a picture and show them to them when we get back. Wang Xiaoman stretched out her wrist and recorded a video of herself and Jiang Qifeng. Roar! Delete. Qilin regretted it. It wanted to throw this human down. Jiang Qifeng sensed its thoughts and quickly stroked its fur to distract it. Qilin, be careful. There are many powerful awakened teams here. We're outnumbered right now. Try to avoid them. Don't confront them head-on. Roar! I know. The new city is Song Ye's territory after all. Song Ye's influence extends beyond this new city. Elite awakeners from various cities rushed to support him. At the same time, a large number of Psychic-type awakeners were escorted over. Psychic-type awakeners are the most suitable for dealing with non-Psychic-type awakeners. 3 S-rank awakened teams blocked Qilin's path. Qilin leaped over them as before, while Wang Xiaoman and Jiang Qifeng fired at the people below. The Psychic-type awakeners within the protective ring suddenly exerted their power, aiming at Jiang Qifeng's brain. Their mental power transformed into invisible steel needles and piercing it. Ugh! Jiang Qifeng collapsed, his body weakened. Qilin's figure flickered twice, vanishing from the real world and returning to sleep within Jiang Qifeng's totem. Jiang Qifeng and Wang Xiaoman fell from midair. Wang Xiaoman grasped the pale Jiang Qifeng, slowly channeling her healing energy into his body. The Psychic Awakener, unnerved, unleashed another psychic attack. Jiang Qifeng's eyes filled with bloodshot, and he collapsed to the ground. The two were surrounded. Wang Xiaoman pulled out a pistol with her free hand and fired at the surrounding awakeners. A Wood Awakener flicked his middle finger, and a vine coiled around Wang Xiaoman's wrist, binding her like a dumpling. A silver, wrist-wide collar clasped the two men's necks. The psychic power Wang Xiaoman was sending to Jiang Qifeng was instantly cut off. Despite repeated attempts, her psychic power seemed to have been drained away. The two were escorted to a car and driven to the underground prison. The pioneers were defeated one by one. Several SUVs were parked outside the restricted area's electric fence. Song Yi arrived in person. Did she go in? Song Yi turned to ask the woman next to him. Yes, they saw it with their own eyes, the deputy leader said respectfully, pointing to the group of awakeners who had fought Songsher. Song Yi stared silently at the gray fog in the restricted area. After a long moment he said, build a ladder and go in to capture him. The deputy leader carefully considered his words. We're going into the restricted area. Are we okay? Song Yi glanced at her with a terrifying smile. If she finds out, you be in trouble. Song Yi turned and got into the SUV, staring intently at the restricted area, his thoughts unsettled. The deputy leader arranged for the team to enter. Songsher isn't afraid of the psychic class. Only 3 psychic class members will be needed. The super brain class members will go in and report back to Songsher's location at all times. All of you space class members, wait outside. The equipment is ready. Follow the plan we've developed to deal with Songsher. Chapter 360. Inside the restricted area, Songsher's figure was engulfed by fog. The deeper they went, the thicker the fog became. In Songsher's vision, the fog was a mass of black air, trailing black trails, swirling in the air. They sensed the intrusion of life and became restless, greedily craving the breath of the living, charging at Songsher. Songsher spread out her purification disc, blocking them out completely. As she advanced, she spread her mental energy to sense the surrounding living creatures. Nothing. Songsher could not sense the tenacious yet faint life waves of flies and insects. Not only above ground, but also underground, a dead silence reigned. Suppressing her shock, Songsher continued to advance. The black air grew larger and larger. Songsher adjusted the radius of the purification disc, enveloping only herself, reducing the consumption of mental energy. Songsher was like a lantern strolling through an ink and wash world. Wherever she went, the lantern followed. After circling the restricted area and almost reaching the electric fence at the other end, there was still no sign of life. The powerful beast she imagined was also gone. Songsher paused for a moment, then returned to the area with the highest concentration of black gas. Counting her steps, she realized she was roughly at the center of the restricted area. Standing at the center, Songsher suddenly expanded the purification disc to its maximum capacity. 100-meter radius of black gas, centered around her, instantly evaporated. The view was wide. The black earth, barren of grass, was soft and covered with a trail of footprints, leaving traces of where Songshur had just walked. The underground black gas rushed upwards, but even if it managed to poke its way through, it was purified by Songshur, transforming into a wisp of steam. Songshur carefully felt it and frowned. It seemed as if a source was buried underground, continuously producing black gas. The rate of production was so rapid that even with her purification disc covering it, the black gas still impacted hers. His mental power was rapidly decreasing. Songshur stopped just in time. Song Ye's men were almost there, and there would be a fierce battle ahead. He couldn't afford to waste all his mental power here. Songshur shrank the purification disc, condensing it into a virtual hoe. Holding it in his palm, he considered digging a hole and digging the thing out. After much deliberation, she decided against it. She wasn't sure how deep the thing was buried. The purification disc could sense the source, but it couldn't tell the exact depth. Mental sensing only works on living things. What if the thing was buried 50 meters deep? Given how precious Song Ye was to it, it wasn't impossible. Songshur would have to dig it up forever. Digging was a job that required a natural element. Songshur flicked his hand, and the hoe vanished. Tie up an earth element. Determined, Songshur headed towards the outer edge of the electric fence. Over 50 awakened ones rushed over. The psychic team located Songshur's position and directed them to close in on him. Dark air filled the air, and Songshur's vision was limited to the purification disc, though he could still sense the presence of living creatures. While other awakened ones couldn't discern their identities, the psychic team could spot them at a glance. 3 psychic teams, scattered across 3 different locations. Their positioning revealed the strategic deployment. Each of the 3 awakened teams had a psychic team protecting the center. The remaining 7 teams, each protecting one person, had an extra team of 5 facing Songshur directly. The 3 people, protected by these layers of defense, were most likely not combat teams. If they weren't combat teams, they would have to be present on the battlefield to capture her. Songshur considered them to be super brain teams or space teams. Are these 2 teams exactly the target Songshur was searching for? This group of awakened ones wasn't like the reckless fighters they encountered outside the iron fence. They knew Songshur well. Those who could fight Songshur couldn't use psychic attacks. Those who could use psychic attacks weren't as good as Songshur. So they had to maintain a 10-meter distance from Songshur, within his psychic range. Songshur ran for the gap that hadn't yet been closed. Chase! Contact the space system. Songshur heard the shouts from behind him. The space system was outside, and the only ones protected in the team were the super brain system. We had to capture one. One person was much more agile than an entire team. After all, the team had to take care of the weakest. The healing system. Songshur ran far ahead, and the awakened team chasing him, some faster and some slower, stretched the line. The group hadn't expected Songshur to suddenly turn back. The 5-member team in pursuit were caught off guard. They were deeply terrified by Songshur's mental attacks. In their panic, the thunder element cast a curse on him. Thunder roared in the sky, the wind blew violently, lightning split the clouds, and thunder roared down. It was the thunder element. Songshur, her face numb, leaped 2 meters away. The lightning struck where she had left, blasting the soil away and creating a deep crater. Songshur breathed a sigh of relief. She remembered that the thunder element could only summon 1 lightning strike within 6 hours. According to the planned trajectory, Songshur launched a mental attack at the healer, who was now within 10 meters of her. Ugh! The healer grunted, and the purification disc vanished briefly. Without the purification disc's protection, the black energy rushed into the 5 men like a hungry wolf, corroding their nerves and forcing them to their knees. The healer had to be eliminated before this team could completely lose its fighting power. Songshur rushed towards the healer, her hair suddenly standing on end. Songshur glanced upwards, her bangs already spiky, based on her knowledge from her previous life. More lightning. Songshur dodged left and right, lunging at the healer. Lightning thundered down, one after another, each strike leaving a crater. Songshur and the healer brushed past each other. The healer's pupils constricted, a blinding light piercing the thick fog, his body frozen in place. The lightning missed Songshur by a mere 3 centimeters, striking the healer from above. The healer fell hard to the ground, black smoke rising from his body. The other teams moved over, hoping to enlist the 4 individuals tormented by the alien beast's black energy into their own purification discs. Songshur, blasted with crackling lightning, charged straight at them. Every team shuddered and retreated decisively. Their own lives were more important. Wherever Songshur ran, the other teams fled in panic. Lightning chased Songshur. Songshur chased them again. Songshur belatedly realized that this was a Thunder-type curse skill. After casting a curse, lightning will chase the target until they are struck. This Thunder-type skill can only be used once a month and involves the curse type. It is extremely rare. That's why Songshur didn't think of it for a while. Songshur didn't dare touch the Super Brain type right now, fearing it would make them stupid. He had to deal with the Psychic type first. Once they were dead, no one would know her location in the fog. The team protecting the Psychic type unleashed a barrage of golden arrows at Songshur. Songshur erected a virtual barrier to block them. The golden arrows were controlled by the Gold type. After being blocked, they didn't fall immediately. Instead, they spun at high speed, like a drill, with the intent of piercing the barrier. The Ice-type 0-degree field deprived Songshur of body heat, reducing his speed and joint sensitivity. Lightning followed. Before Songshur's body grew sluggish, he stared at the spiritual system, bent his knees, and launched himself upwards. The spiritual system stretched out its spiritual power materialization. Songshur clenched his hands, and a long blue flaming sword condensed into form. His body, suspended in midair, arched into a bow shape, and a terrifying sword energy slashed down. The virtual weapon formed by his spiritual power collided with the spiritual power materialization, causing a surge of air currents. Crack. After a crisp sound, the spiritual power materialization cracked. The spiritual system spat out a mouthful of blood, half from injury and half from anger. Because Songshur had attracted the lightning, the spiritual system didn't care about Songshur hiding behind him. With the lightning so close, he endured the pain that tore through his brain, and used the last of his spiritual power to stretch out his materialization. Boom! The bright light illuminated the darkness, and the world suddenly became brighter. Even within the black aura of the alien beast, everyone's eyes were momentarily blinded. The destructive power of the lightning summoned by the lightning element could easily shatter an SSS-level monster, leaving it charred on the outside and tender on the inside. The unstoppable force of nature is beyond human control. The physical manifestation of mental power shattered at the impact of the lightning. The mental element collapsed to the ground. Songshur, having constructed an additional virtual barrier behind the awakened mental element, stumbled out of the pit. Sitting on the ground, he coughed, and black air billowed out. Songshur's virtual barrier was also shattered by the lightning. Fortunately, someone in front of her blocked some of the energy, so Songshur was not scorched. She wasn't much better off, her mental power points dropping to 1500. The self-healing power rapidly activated, repairing the damaged cells inside and outside Songshur. Songshur touched her hair. She knew without even looking in the mirror that she had the same hairstyle as Wendelin. The lightning, like a galloping horse, finally died down. The curse that had been cast upon Songshur was broken. The awakened who had besieged Songshur thought he would perish in the thunderbolt. To their surprise, Songshur had actually crawled out of the pit alive. After a moment's pause, they seized the opportunity and rushed towards Songshur. Songshur's injuries had almost healed. Shaking the dust off her clothes, Songshur headed towards the Super Brain system, which was being escorted between the two teams. As usual, Songshur first attacked the healer with her psychic power. Once the purification disc disappeared, exposing the other team members to the black aura and temporarily losing their resistance, she rushed forward to seize the Super Brain system. Songshur grabbed it and ran, like a seasoned bandit, without stopping for a second. The Super Brain Awakener struggled under Songshur's arm, desperately kicking the ground, refusing to cooperate with Songshur's advance. Songshur showed no mercy, breaking his legs and dislocating his arms. The Super Brain Awakener was incontinent from the pain. Songshur carried him, and threw the awakened team off to rescue him. Songshur hacked into the man's brain, reading the red dots of his memory. Very good, he experienced the darkness of the underground palace. With ease, Songshur recreated the scene where Song Yi had given his orders. Songshur whispered in the man's ear, "Connect to the Super Brain channel of the first base, and send your current location. Also, my new city is here." In the desperate situation outside the base, besieged by the tide of alien beasts, Songshur used Illusion Despair to control the Space Awakener to open the gate back to the base. Now, Songshur's Illusion Despair has been upgraded to SS level, creating even more realistic images. While the Psychic Awakener might notice something unusual, all other Awakeners are fully immersed in it. At this moment, First Base General Military District. In the noisy conference room, many high-ranking officials were discussing the whereabouts of the 5 missing advanced teams. Seated at the head of the conference table was the genius from the Super Brain department from last time. She wore headphones, lost in her own world, her brows lowered, her long eyelashes mostly obscuring her eyes. Someone asked for her opinion, banged on the table, and shouted, but she ignored them all and said nothing. Suddenly, her eyelashes fluttered like a butterfly's wings. The large virtual screen behind her flickered twice, and the image appeared. A vast expanse of gray fog drifted with the wind, obscuring everything. What is this? Someone stared at the screen, bewildered. As soon as he finished asking, a dark face filled the entire screen. Songshur shook the super brain department man's head back and forth. Why did he look so lifeless? She had clearly revoked illusionary despair. Songshur slapped him twice on the face, but he showed no signs of waking up. Disdainfully, she threw him to the ground and walked over him. In the conference room, Chang Yirui, who had been urgently summoned to a meeting, watched the Afro's movements on screen, feeling increasingly familiar. He suddenly stood up and said, "That's Songshur." The girl began to repeat the information she had read. West Mountain Restricted Area, where is Songye's new city? The exact location is 165.42. Actually, the purification disk should be called a purification sphere, a sphere, not a flat surface. I like to write about minor characters with limited screen time. They work in various professions, have their own highlights, and may never meet the heroine. I wonder if you like these characters? Chapter 361. Songshur abandoned the super brain system and ran as fast as she could, the wind whistling in her ears as black energy collided head-on with her purification disk. Throughout the entire process, Songshur encountered no Earth system attacks. Earth system abilities would destabilize the object buried deep underground that was generating the black energy, and Songyi wouldn't send an Earth system in. Songshur glanced around and prepared to evacuate the restricted area. She had already explored everything she could find. As for whether it matched her suspicions, the natural system would have to dig up what lay beneath to reveal the truth. Songshur decided to reunite with the other pioneers first to preserve their strength. If they could escape the new city together, that would be best. If they couldn't, the 20 or so of them could stay together until help arrived. At this moment, Songshur had no idea that, with the exception of herself, all 20 of the 20 pioneers who had entered had been annihilated. Songye's subordinates, scattered throughout the city, were also rushing towards the restricted area, which was now completely surrounded. A spatial vortex appeared on Songshur's path, a cannon barrel jutting out from within, a flash of cold light. The spatial gate was only wide enough to hold the cannon barrel, leaving no room for more, fearing Songshur would slip through. This was why the deputy commander had placed the spatial awakeners outside. Songshur's previous attempt to control the spatial system had cost them the loss of 3 new cities, leaving the deputy commander terrified of his abilities. If Songshur encountered a spatial awakener, he could use them to escape. Therefore, it was best to keep them at a distance from him for peace of mind. Songshur braked sharply, turning without hesitation and sprinting south. Another spatial gate suddenly appeared, standing directly opposite Songshur, its cannon barrel extended menacingly. Songshur quickly retreated, turning and running in the opposite direction. A spatial vortex materialized right in front of her face, its dark blue vortex enveloping the 20-centimeter wide cannon barrel, forcing Songshur back repeatedly. Her lower back collided with a hard object. Songshur looked back and saw that the spatial portal behind her had advanced to within 10 centimeters of her. Such precise control of distance was entirely due to the coordinated communication between her mental and superbrain systems. Songshur crouched down and slipped out from under the suspended spatial vortex, returning the way she had come. She had to eliminate the 4 culprits first. Songshur hadn't run a few steps when another spatial portal caught up to intercept her. Songshur's patience ran out, her blood rushing to her head, every cell clamoring to kill him. Annoying guy. Songshur condensed virtual blades in her hands, swung her arms, and slashed head-on at the spatial vortex. The solid cannon barrel, as fragile as wood, split in 2. The spatial portal flickered twice and disappeared. Songshur's mental power located the 2 spiritual systems, and, sword in hand, he rushed towards them. A deep blue vortex suddenly appeared directly in front of Songshur. This time, there was no deep muzzle. Instead, it was a smooth, 20-centimeter wide projectile, the length of an adult's forearm. Songshur's pupils shrank, and he quickly tumbled to the side. They had predicted Songshur's trajectory, and a second projectile of the same model was launched head-on, giving him no time to escape, exploding instantly. As the blast wave rushed towards him like a sea wave, Songshur half knelt on the ground, retracted his virtual blade, and deployed a virtual barrier to envelop himself from head to toe. The 2 bombs exploded in quick succession, not far apart. Energy waves pounded Songshur's virtual barrier, each one higher than the last. Songshur focused all her mental energy on the virtual barrier, her mental power plummeting as she withstood the onslaught of the frontal shells. There was a second one. Songshur staggered to her feet, her head buzzing. She had to quickly distance herself from the second shell. Songshur ran more than 10 meters away. The heat wave from the second shell swept in from behind, sending Songshur, along with the virtual barrier, flying 10 meters away. She hit the ground and rolled twice before coming to rest. The virtual barrier shattered. Songshur lay on the ground, rubbing her painful ears. The two shells were so powerful that the black energy was pushed back more than 10 meters. The smoke, mixed with sparks, dissipated, and the black energy swept in again. Songshur slowly raised her fingers, unfolded a purification disc, and lay on the ground, too lazy to get up. Because, at this moment, there were more than 20 spatial gates above, below, and to the sides of her, each one jutting out from a cannon muzzle. With this arrangement, even a fly would have trouble escaping. Songshur was trapped in a tiny space, so narrow that he could barely turn around. The person behind this encirclement had considered every possible factor, and, despite Songshur's apparent weakness, hadn't let down their guard. They were unwilling to spare a single breath. If Song Yi hadn't wanted to capture her alive, Songshur had no doubt she would be damned by now. The capture of Songshur was nearing its end. The world finally quieted down. With Songshur at the center, the wasteland in all directions was charred black, a massive, 1-meter-deep crater stretching nearly 300 meters. The awakened set by Song Yi surrounded the crater and peered in from the edge. Is she still alive? She smells. She's quite tenacious, the woman said, looking down at the silver collar in her hand, a wave of doubt forming in her mind. Can this thing really trap her? The companion crossed his arms over his chest. This contains an SSS-level psychic brand. Songshur's psychic level is only S-level, so she can definitely be trapped. The woman was worried. But Songshur is an exception. She's discovered two skills she never knew before. Before she could finish, she was interrupted. No more talk. While Songshur hasn't recovered yet, put the brand lock on her, and our mission will be accomplished. The companion snatched the brand lock from her hand, hurriedly jumped down the explosion pit, and approached Songshur. The woman swallowed the rest of her words in worry, and joined them in approaching Songshur. 40 people surrounded Songshur, ready for battle, even though he was lying on the ground. The Awakener holding the brand lock crouched over Songshur's head. Songshur glanced at the object in his hand, a dark glint in his eyes, and subconsciously checked his remaining psychic power. 769. Not much, just enough to unlock an SSS-level mental brand. Songshur lowered his eyes, and obediently allowed the other party to squat down and lock the brand around his neck. The click of the lock echoed, and everyone inside and outside the restricted area, watching the battle, breathed a sigh of relief. The spatial portals disappeared one after another, leaving only the last one. Songshur was pulled up and led out of the restricted area through the spatial portal. Outside the restricted area, heavy armored off-road vehicles were stacked 3 layers deep, and 2 helicopters were circling in the air. Hundreds of heavily armed men squatted on the ground, carrying cannon barrels on their shoulders, loaders behind them, and boxes of ammunition stacked beside them. Songshur mistook the scene for the front lines of a battlefield. Patrol troops, self-defense forces, awakened teams, thousands of eyes. As soon as Songshur emerged, she gazed over them. Songshur was at ease. She had someone she was looking for, and she glanced at their faces briefly before finally stopping in the back seat of an SUV. The car door was open, and a middle-aged man in a dark suit leaned back, legs crossed. Songshur instantly recognized the profile. Song Yi. Songshur took 2 steps forward, only to be pulled back. Don't move. The awakened behind him warned Songshur. Such a close encounter, yet unable to kill Song Yi, made Songshur's teeth itch with resentment, and he fought to suppress the bloodthirsty rage in his chest. Gather strength, gather strength. Songshur consoled himself. Song Yi, sensing a murderous gaze, turned his head and glanced at Songshur with contempt, a cold smile flickering across his lips. He said something, and the woman waiting beside him quickly closed the car door, rolled up the window, and the SUV drove away. He was filled with even more hatred. Songshur gritted his teeth. All forerunners captured, mission complete, all departments retreat, said the woman who closed Song Yi's car door. Her voice was the same as the deputy leader's voice Songshur had eavesdropped on in the conference room. That wasn't the point. The point was, all the forerunners had been captured. Songshur couldn't believe his ears. From the announcement of the forerunner capture to now, less than 2 hours had passed, and the entire force had been wiped out. On second thought, They most likely hadn't managed to reunite and were being defeated one by one, especially since most of them weren't psychic type. If Song Yi had sent out just one psychic, no matter how high their level, they wouldn't have been able to fight back. Song Shi was escorted into an SUV, surrounded by guards from front, back, and sides. The SUV's windows were covered with black cloth, preventing her from seeing outside. The branding lock restricted the flow of her spiritual energy, making it impossible for Song Shi to sense the outside world. She was blinded, allowing them to lead her to an unknown destination. Song Shi suspected they would imprison her with the other forerunners. After about 30 minutes, the SUV stopped. The door opened, and the guards jumped out first, pulling Song Shi out. Jumping out of the dimly lit vehicle, Song Shi squinted as she adjusted to the bright light and surveyed her surroundings. The cold metal floor, walls, and ceiling were covered with heavily armed guards, guns in hand. Some carried swords slung across their backs. Swords were useless to ordinary people, as many of these were awakened. In front of her was an arched metal door. With a sound of recognition successful, the door slowly and stiffly opened a crack, allowing a chill to escape. The door was extremely heavy, and it took nearly a minute for it to fully open. The person behind him pushed Song Shi's shoulder, and Song Shi stepped inside. It felt like entering a cold storage facility. Without his mental power to protect him, Song Shi shuddered. Looking around, the glass boxes on either side were filled with familiar figures. Wen Duolin, Wang Xiaoman, Wu Xilu, Lu Qian, Gong Wanyun Yaoying, and their teammates. Including Song Shi, there were 23 people in total. No Tang Yu. Wen Duolin, Wang Xiaoman, and Jiang Qifeng were all here, so Tang Yu couldn't have been absent. There was only one possibility. She had hidden herself well and remained undetected. Tang Yu was still outside, and Song Shi calmed his fluctuating emotions. Each of the pioneers had a box, each containing a single bed. A brand lock was placed around each person's neck. Song Shi, with his lightning-stricken afro, his bomb-riddled combat uniform, his face stained black and gray, walked down the corridor. At first, no one recognized the man with the afro who had been brought in, and they sat staring at Song Shi without reacting. Wendelin, lying on his side in bed, looked increasingly familiar, especially the way Song Shi walked. He leaped up, sprinted to the glass wall, and, lying on top of it, wiped his eyes. Song Shi? Chapter 362. Wendelin's shout prompted the others, who had been distracted and silent, to notice that the person entering was Song Shi, the afro-haired man. Your hairstyle is the same as mine, haha. Burp. Wendelin, caught by Song Shi's gaze, burped guiltily, pursing her lips. She had been so surprised to recognize Song Shi that she had forgotten about their sneaking into the new city without his knowledge. At this point, Song Shi didn't want to dwell on past events and first thought about how to get out. Wendelin looked in good spirits, spoke calmly, and showed no signs of mobility, suggesting he was uninjured. Song Shi continued walking. Passing the glass wall where Jiang Qifeng was imprisoned, Jiang Qifeng stood in front of the glass, his face dusty and grimy. The fur on his ears was dusty and drooping, seemingly from the aftermath of a battle. His gaze shifted, not daring to meet Song Shi's gaze. As a healer, Song Shi could tell at a glance that his expression wasn't looking good. Are you injured? Jiang Qifeng immediately looked at Song Shi with a look of grievance. They attacked me with psychic force, and my injuries hadn't healed yet, and they put this on me. Jiang Qifeng straightened his neck for Song Shi to see. After a psychic attack, the brain will experience prolonged pain. Usually, a healer can repair the wound immediately. Jiang Qifeng's injuries were still there, but what about Wang Xiaoman? Song Shi hurried to the next glass wall. Wang Xiaoman was sleeping, curled up in the quilt with her back to her, seemingly unaware of her entrance. Jiang Qifeng's voice came from the next room. Captain, don't worry about her. She's just tired. She was chatting with me an hour ago. Song Shi's heart settled. Hurry up. The person behind him urged, unable to bear Song Shi's dithering. Song Shi ignored him, maintaining his usual pace and observing the other teams. They looked worse off. Lu Qian's team was in particularly bad shape. Lu Qian sat against the wall, blood still flowing from his forehead. Blood had already covered most of his face, dripping onto the pristine white sheets. Zhang Wenjing, from the same team, was in even worse condition. He lay motionless on the ground, seemingly thrown and unconscious, and hadn't woken up yet. Song Shi was imprisoned in the deepest area. Across from him was Wu Xilu. Next to Wu Xilu was Lu Xing. Next to Song Shi was Yao Ying. After escorting Song Shi inside, the door clicked shut behind them. The 4 men who had escorted him turned and left. The heavy arched door slammed shut. Only 23 pioneers remained in this cold storage-like place. Wu Jilu, standing across from Songshi, approached the glass wall. Her fair cheeks were dusty, her hair in a messy bun, a stark contrast to her usual refined image. She eyed Songshi with concern. "Are you seriously injured?" Songshi looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. Having captured Songshi didn't seem like a simple matter of lightning. At least Songshi looked seriously injured. Songshi wiped the dust from his face and smiled, his tone relaxed. "It's okay, it's healed on its own." Wu Jilu breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Many of us were seriously injured, and Song doesn't provide any healers. The situation isn't optimistic, and I was worried you might be injured too." Songshi brushed the dust off his hands, sending ash flying everywhere. His respiratory tract, previously burned by the explosives and now recovering, was fragile. He clutched his chest and coughed violently. Wu Jilu was now certain that Songshi was just playing it safe, feigning composure to avoid worrying them, and he suddenly felt both distressed and worried for him. Songshi coughed for a moment, and then stopped. Wu Jilu, worried that Songshi would cough again if he spoke too much, didn't dare to speak to him. Yao Ying, who was next door, didn't have Wu Jilu's meticulousness. Yao Ying had fought alongside Songshi the last time they fought against the monster tide, and she considered them comrades and friends who had risked their lives. "Songshi, how did you get into this?" Yao Ying asked, squatting under the wall they shared and knocking on the glass. Songshi sat down beside her, moving slowly, afraid to stir up more dust on his clothes. Leaning against the glass, Songshi relaxed and said briefly, "I was struck by a lightning bolt and 2 bombs." Songshi spoke lightly, but the sheer intensity of the situation was chilling to the very thought. His survival was truly a miracle. Yao Ying gave him a thumbs up, completely impressed. "You're truly the best. You're truly #1 in the Berserker category." The cell was quite empty, so even if Yao Ying spoke at a normal volume, the others would still be able to hear her. Lu Xing didn't react. After all he'd been through, he already shed that title himself. Who exposed it first? Songshi suddenly asked. After a moment's silence, Lu Xing spoke up. "I found traces of Song Yi coming to inspect today in the mayor's office. I'm going to stop him on his way." Songshi. So Lu Xing, and she had the same idea. As Lu Xing finished speaking, Gong Wanyun, who sat next to him, continued in a grouchy voice, "I happened to be passing by, and an SSS-level psychic type near Song Yi sensed me as well. A simple psychic attack, and we were both in." Songshi turned to look at them. "Why aren't you with your teammates?" Gong Wanyun held his forehead. "We came in together, but we separated after the mission was assigned. The main mode of transportation in this city is the Space Gate, and our teams were assigned to different locations. Without contact information, we lost contact." The others nodded repeatedly. Jiang Qifeng's unhappy voice echoed from the front. "Didn't Lu Qian say to me at those 3 locations? We've been waiting for you there for a long time." Gong Wanyun couldn't answer this question. After all, he had been captured and brought here before. Yao Ying said, "I was targeted by a drone on the way there." "Me too." When Duolin lay on the bed, legs crossed. Songshi wanted to ask Wen Duolin about Teng Yu's situation. There must be a lot of surveillance cameras here, but he gritted his teeth and held back. The group chatted briefly about the obvious, and then fell silent, but the hesitation in each other's eyes made them see clearly. They were all pioneers meticulously trained by the Federation, even though their team was tailor-made to combat the beasts of the Forbidden Zone. Their struggle with humans seemed naive, but were they really just offering their lives to Song Yi? "Surveillance is annoying," Yao Ying muttered, sitting back to back with Songshi. Songshi stood up and glanced at the surveillance camera overhead. He removed his filthy outer combat uniform, revealing the blood-stained clothing underneath. He climbed into bed and covered himself with the quilt. Until the branding lock was removed, Songshi's mental strength would not recover. Chapter 363. Everyone thought Songshi was about to take action, but unexpectedly, he was simply going to sleep. Songshi pulled the quilt up to his neck, obscuring the brand lock. He mobilized his last 769 points of mental energy to attack the seal within the lock. The pattern on the lock appeared, and then instantly vanished, the brand losing its effect. Songshi's mental energy slowly began to flow, and sleepiness overtook him, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. As Songshi slept, his mental energy, which had dropped to 0, rapidly increased. At this moment, nutrient solution would have been much more effective. Now, forget nutrient solution, not even food. Songshi could only rely on sleep to recover. Everyone admired Songshi's mentality. The frowning faces that had been pulled down suddenly relaxed and calmed. After all, it had come to this point. With the brand lock, there was no escape. Song hadn't killed him immediately, most likely for other purposes. They waited for Song Ye's next move. Unbeknownst to them, Song Ye had already made his move. The human base, which was intensively organizing an awakening team to launch a surprise attack on New City, suddenly received a surveillance video. The video showed the movements of 23 awakened individuals in a cell, some standing and some sitting. Apart from this video, there was nothing else. The Federation's top brass temporarily held off on attacking New City, and dispatched the Ultra Brain to contact Song Ye. Song Ye stated his terms in exchange: surrender control of 3 human bases. The Federation's top brass was furious, accusing Song Ye of exorbitant demands. Humanity only had 10 bases left, and Song Ye was about to take 3. With tens of millions of people in these 3 bases, where would they be placed? Song Ye replied, the population doesn't need to be evacuated. I will be their new leader. Song Ye's purpose was clear. He intended to gradually replace the federal government. The New City's scale was incomparable to the federal government's, and Song was unwilling to remain confined to the New City's territory. From the moment he exposed himself, his goal was clear. He wanted the human base. The federal government fell silent. Just when Song Ye thought they were struggling to make a decision, limiting the time limit to 2 days, and kindly reducing the 3 bases to 2, the federal government quietly launched its attack. Elite troops who had served on the front lines were deployed into the New City's restricted area, overwhelming the power grid and engaging the guards outside it. When it comes to naturally awakened and artificially assisted awakening, at the same level, naturally awakened spiritual energy flows more steadily, with a more stable output, capable of crushing those awakened through genetic modification. With superior numbers and superior equipment, they soon broke through the guards and stormed the center of the New City. The few surveillance systems in the New City were hacked by the Super Brain, searching for the Forerunner's location. The drones parked in the warehouse took off without a human command and circled in the sky. The genius Super Brain system sitting in the office behind them controlled their aerial patrol. No matter how the deputy commander ordered his Super Brain system to quickly retake control of the aircraft, the Super Brain system exerted all its strength, erecting a high wall between them. The enemy's strength was even greater than that of the average SSS class, and the aircraft would be repelled at the slightest touch of their mental power. Coincidentally, these aircraft had been stationed in the warehouse charging, and were now fully charged. The awakened team had all gone to intercept the Federation army, leaving only the old group. The deputy leader immediately dialed the landline on the desk, intending to contact an old friend to shoot down the drones. No one answered. After 3 patient calls, each with the same result, the deputy leader slammed the phone down. The super brains before him trembled in fear. A man rushed in, shouting in panic, "Deputy leader, those old friends have rebelled. They've taken weapons and robbed the nursery and elementary school, and are now moving towards the city's edge." The deputy leader waved her hand, sweeping away the objects on the desk. What a bunch of ungrateful bastards. Without their leader, they'd still be languishing in these corners. With a bitter curse, she slumped down in her chair. Should we send someone to intercept them? The subordinate asked cautiously. No need, the deputy leader chuckled grimly. Without the protection of the new city, a bunch of ordinary people like them wouldn't survive more than 5 minutes in the restricted area. Send a force to shoot down the drones. Yes. The man withdrew, and the office fell silent. The deputy commander rubbed his brow. The current situation was not optimistic. The Federation army would flatten the new city. They had to prepare for the worst. She bent down and pulled out a metal box the size of an urn from the bottom drawer of her desk. She entered the password and carefully and cautiously removed a ruby ring from inside, putting it on her finger. Go to the dungeon. Song Yi had been negotiating with the Federation for 4 hours. In the dungeon, Song Shi awoke comfortably. The first thing he did was to log into the system and check the mental power reading on the panel, 4130. Song Shi's peak was 8,200, nearly halfway recovered. With nutrient solution, Song Shi could recover 70% to 80%. Song Shi clenched his fists, feeling the fullness in his hands. He threw off the covers and sat up, his stomach rumbling. Recovery had taken so much energy. Song Shi glanced around. The cold air was pouring in. Half the people were like her, curled up in their covers, sleeping, while the other half were leaning against the glass wall, staring blankly. Yao Ying was still sitting in her original position, head bowed, picking at her nails. Song Shi sat back to back with her. Yao Ying turned her face slightly to her side. How did you sleep? Not to disturb the others, Yao Ying lowered her voice. Songshur nodded. Not bad. What should we do next? In the brief time Yao Ying had spent with Songshur, he had always been a man of his own ideas. Sit back and wait for death like this wasn't his style. Go get some sleep. When you wake up, everything will be better, Songshur said ramblingly. Songshur didn't bother lowering his voice, but the drowsy crowd heard it, awakening a bit, and looking at him through sleepy eyes. They didn't react. Songshur stood up and walked to the glass wall. He looked across at Lu Xing, who sat cross-legged on the floor. With a gentle tone of surprise and concern, he said, Lu Xing, why are you having such dark circles under your eyes? You need to get some rest. Take care of yourself. Only then will we have any hope of getting out. Lu Xing's unsympathetic face showed a hint of fear. Even when Songshur pinned him down and beat him, it hadn't had that effect. Not just Lu Xing, the person involved, but everyone else imprisoned here except Songshur was terrified. It was like hearing that Song was going to execute them, and the drowsy crowd snapped awake. Wang Xiaoman, who had been sleeping until now, was awake as if from a nightmare. She curled up in her bed, turned over, and muttered incoherently, the captain actually cares about Lu Xing. It's a nightmare, absolutely a nightmare. She closed her eyes, and fell asleep again. Everyone else's thoughts were similar. Songshur must have been struck dumb by lightning. Songshur and Lu Xing were fiercely competitive, and whenever they fought, no one could get involved. Songshur had always taken pleasure in undermining Lu Xing, and now he was actually saying flattering things like, take care of yourself, so we have a chance of escaping. But after their initial shock, everyone calmed down. Something must be wrong. Songshur must be using this as a reminder. With surveillance cameras present, it was difficult for him to speak directly. Lu Qian looked at Songshur thoughtfully. Songshur, whether intentionally or not, was stroking the brand lock on his neck. Psychic types can unlock brand locks, but they must be able to suppress the lock's level. Gong Wanyun had an SS-level psychic type on her team, and she had tried to unlock the brand lock, but without success. Could it be that Songshur? Wendelin, already lying in bed, was the first to react, covering his head with the blanket and lying motionless. In the dim bed, a faint light suddenly emanated from her neck. After a brief moment of heat from the brand ring, when Duolin discovered that the stagnant spiritual energy within her body was flowing back into her limbs. Wendelin's eyes widened in disbelief. Songshur actually possessed such a profound ability. Had Songshur's spiritual rank reached SSS level without their knowledge? Wendelin nearly threw back the covers and jumped out, but Songshur's subtle warning was intended to prevent the surveillance cameras from noticing. Unlocking the brand locks required spiritual energy. Songshur had been through so much battle, and must have just recovered. He had little spiritual energy left, and the number of brand locks he could unlock was limited. Songshur needed time to recover his spiritual energy, and could not alert the enemy. When Duolin suppressed his pounding heart and huddled in his bed, motionless. Jiang Qifeng stood there, confused, wondering why the captain only cared about Lu Xing and not him. He was clearly the captain's teammate. Inside him, Qilin paced furiously. Roar! Go to bed, Jiang Qifeng. I don't want to sleep. I want to get out. Qilin, can you break this damn brand? Qilin, roar! You don't even have the mental strength. How can I break through it? Go to bed. Songshur is hinting that she has a way to break the brand. I can feel it. When Duolin has the mental strength I crave surging. Huh? Jiang Qifeng was confused. He glanced at Duolin next to him. So it was a hint. He had also climbed into bed. The brand lock was instantly released. Qilin repeatedly reminded Jiang Qifeng, don't move. Absolutely don't move. Someone's watching you. If you move, Songshur's plan will be ruined. Although Jiang Qifeng hadn't figured out the plan, Qilin was smarter than him, and he was right to follow Qilin's advice. Songshur only had a little over 4,000 spiritual power points, and unlocking a single brand lock required 650 to 750. Songshur also needed to conserve her strength. At best, she could only unlock 4 people at once. She needed to pick the strongest individuals. Based on the current situation, they wouldn't be fighting monsters, so a healer wasn't needed, so Songshur didn't touch Wang Xiaoman. Wendelin and Jiang Qifeng were strong enough. For the other 2 spots, Songshur preferred Cha Yunsheng, a psychic from Lu Xing and Gong Wanyun's team. Cha Yunsheng was an SS-level psychic, with a far greater range than Songshur's, a strong psychic attack, and the ability to materialize her psychic power. Overall, she was a strong asset. The psychic system was very perceptive, and Cha Yunsheng quickly grasped Songshur's unusual behavior. He yawned and lay back on the bed. The brand glowed hot and bright, and then Cha Yunsheng's spiritual power surged from his heart. Cha Yunsheng remained silent, lying flat on the bed, his spiritual power quietly spreading, sensing the military deployment outside their cell, preparing for a subsequent charge. Song Shi stared at Lu Xing with a smile, while Lu Xing sat motionless, like a great Buddha. Lu Xing felt uncomfortable under Song Shi's gaze. He could tell that Song Shi was not right, and had something to say, but why hadn't she said it yet? But Lu Xing would not doubt his intelligence. He firmly believed that Song Shi hadn't yet gotten to the point. Song Shi's mouth nearly broke with laughter. How could this person not understand human language? Lu Qian, suddenly enlightened, stumbled off the bed. He lost too much blood, and was experiencing some blood loss. He stared at his brother through 2 panes of glass, weakly saying, "You're injured. Go get some sleep." Lu Qian's fingers were stained with blood, and they rubbed against the glass, tapping gently and rhythmically. Lu Xing, understanding Lu Qian's meaning, belatedly realized and climbed onto the bed, covering himself with the quilt. Lu Qian breathed a sigh of relief and slid down the glass. After undoing Lu Xing's brand lock, Song Shi sat down against the glass wall, closed his eyes, and waited for his mental strength to recover. Before the surveillance camera. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Anyone who says Song Shi and Lu Xing don't have a good relationship is just a rumor. Chapter 364. Another hour passed, and Song Shi's mental power had barely recovered by 700 points. He rubbed his stomach. He was terribly hungry. He hadn't eaten for so long, and his nutritional needs were insufficient. His mental power was recovering at a snail's pace. Song Shi pushed himself up, looking up at the surveillance camera. I need to eat. Song Shi hadn't eaten since last night, and he also endured several fierce battles. The others present were in a similar situation. Some hadn't even had a chance to eat since entering the new city. The surveillance camera showed no response. Song Shi sat back down, not holding out hope. 10 minutes later, the cold storage door opened. 4 men in full combat uniforms pushed through the door, the leader wheeling a simple food cart. They opened each glass cage one by one and delivered a carton of milk and a sandwich. A shorter guard distributed the food. One opened and closed the doors, and the other 2 held guns, keeping a close eye on the awakened within, wary of any untoward movement. Song Shi sat cross-legged on the ground, observing the 4 men from afar. 3 of them exuded a grayish hue. They were nervous. The person delivering the food exuded a vibrant orange hue. Song Shi read their red memory dots one by one. Of the 3 nervous individuals, 1 was a healer, and the other 2 were warriors. They had all undergone Song Ye's experiments in the underground palace, and were highly skilled. As for the shorter guard delivering the food, Song Shi's mouth twitched. In his red memory dots, Song Shi's figure appeared in many scenes. It was Tang Yu. She was so audacious as to sneak into the prison where they were being held. There were countless awakening teams surrounding the area. The 4 of them approached Song Shi's room, arriving at Zhang Wenjing's, where he lay unconscious. After delivering his food, Tang Yu made way for her healer, who then went in to lift the collapsed Zhang Wenjing to his feet. She placed her palms on his shoulders, channeling healing energy into him. 3 minutes later, Zhang Wenjing choked and coughed, clutching his stomach as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The healer didn't fully heal Zhang Wenjing's wound, but after ensuring he was still breathing, she stood up and trotted out, locking the door. Lu Qian, who was next door, also received treatment, and the bleeding from his forehead stopped. They remained silent throughout the entire process. After arriving at the last glass cage, Tang Yu handed Song Shi milk and a sandwich, along with 3 extra nutrient solution tubes. This is what the leader told me to give you. Song Shi and Tang Yu exchanged glances, and Tang Yu briefly glanced at the nutrient solution tube. Song Shi took it expressionlessly, not drinking immediately. Instead, he held it in his palm. After the 4 men had pushed the cart away, he unscrewed the tubes of nutrient solution one by one. The pale pink, clear liquid had a faint, delicate fragrance. After downing the first tube, Song Shi realized these 3 were no ordinary nutrient solutions. Her mental power points were rapidly increasing. This speed resembled the high-purity nutrient solution when Duolin had given her before, which could quickly restore mental power. Song Yi was so wary of her now, fearing she would have the strength to escape. It would be strange for him to give her nutrient solution of this purity. It was most likely obtained by Tang Yu. Song Shi even doubted whether the nutrient solution was Song Ye's for her. Song Shi drank the second tube without pausing. As she unscrewed the cap of the third tube, she became more cautious, and the small piece of paper wrapped around the tube fell to her palm. Song Shi calmly unfolded the note in his palm and glanced down. Reinforcements have arrived, estimated to reach the dungeon in an hour. Song, you may take action. Hold on. Songshur stuffed the note into his mouth and swallowed it along with the last of the nutrient solution. Songshur casually tossed the empty nutrient solution tube to the ground, sat down against the wall, closed his eyes, and entered the system panel. His mental power points were climbing at a visible rate. 2,000, 3,000. The arched door, which had just closed, suddenly swung open from the outside. Over 20 people rushed in, with the deputy leader at the forefront. The deputy leader's sharp eyes swept over the group of awakened. The human base has abandoned you, she said sinisterly, breathing rapidly, her chest rising and falling with each breath, like a volcano about to erupt. Everyone looked at her, confused. It's just a trade of you for 3 bases. The leader gave you one last chance to live, but the base rejected it, and your parents rejected it. The deputy leader walked in excitedly, shouting out the family background of every person she passed. Wen family, Jiang family, Gong family, Wu family, Lu family, haha, you're not that important to the family. She stopped in front of Lu Qian's window, staring at the bloodied and disheveled Lu Qian with an expression of confusion. Lu Qian, didn't they say you were the next head of the Lu family? Why don't they care about your life or death? Lu Qian spoke slowly, the interests of the Federation are above all else. He held no resentment. Not seeing the desired emotion on Lu Qian's face, the deputy leader sneered and directed the awakening team behind him, capture him, and take him to the lab like Songshur did. Songshur ignored everything happening outside, closing his eyes, and feeling the surge of his mental power. The deputy leader quickly reached the glass wall outside Songshur and stood still. She glanced at the floor inside the glass cage, her brow furrowed. You didn't take the nutrient solution from her? The awakened behind her said truthfully, the leader sent it. The deputy leader knew without a second thought that this was impossible. How could the leader send her something like this to boost her strength? Do you think it's easy to capture her? Who passed on the leader's false order? Go capture her. Yes. Songshur opened his eyes. Awake? The deputy leader hooked his finger, adorned with a ruby ring, his voice cold. Capture her. The glass door opened, and 2 awakened entered. Songshur obediently allowed them to place a shackle around her wrist and lead her out of the cage. Lu Qian was also carried out by 2 men. After we leave, kill all the remaining forerunners, leaving their bodies intact. I send their bodies back to the first base, the deputy leader said bitterly. She was determined to make the aristocratic families of the first base regret their actions. Yes. The deputy leader then looked at Songshur, bowed slightly, and extended his arm in an elegant gesture of invitation, but his eyes were devoid of any respect. Let's go. The leader is waiting for you. Songshur didn't budge. The deputy leader raised his eyes. What? Are you reluctant to leave your teammates? Songshur was accessing her memory red dot. The deputy leader's original name was Lu Moshwan, but Songshur didn't see what her current name was. Her father had made a mistake and was expelled from the Lu family. She followed him to the outer city of the 9th base. Her first encounter with the smoky and squalid areas where the poor lived left a deep impression on the 10-year-old Lu Moshwan. Without the protection of the Lu family, she herself hadn't awakened, and her father was still an unreliable scumbag. To pay off his gambling debts, he sold her to Song Yi, who was secretly recruiting people, for 10,000 federal coins. Song also used the organ trade to recruit people, so her father left her no chance of survival. These are the scenes before entering the new city. After entering the new city, Lu Moshwan underwent experiments in the underground palace. She survived with her tenacious will to live, awakening her healing ability, a Class B. The following moments, which filled Lu Moshwan with emotion, were all about her repeated advancements through excellent strategic planning, from a lowly Class B medic to the mayor of a city. The last red dot of memory that lingered in Lu Moshwan's mind was her holding an iron box and carefully removing a ring from it. It was a very ordinary scene, yet it stirred intense emotion in Lu Moshwan and left a deep impression. Songshur noticed the jeweled ring on the finger of the deputy commander in front of him. Whatever it was, grab it. Chapter 365. Using an illusion of despair wouldn't easily fool someone as experienced and capable as Lu Moshwan. Songshur gathered his mental energy and attacked the defenseless Lu Moshwan. Songshur had also experienced the effects of a mental attack during his early awakening. It felt like thousands of needles piercing his skull simultaneously, thrusting in and out repeatedly. Lu Moshwan's face paled, and her body slumped as she fell to her knees. Lu Moshwan hadn't anticipated the branding on Songshur's neck would fail. After all, It had been personally placed by the leader's most trusted SSS-level psychic. From the beginning, she had guarded against Songshur with the same level of caution as an ordinary prisoner, placing only 2 awakened individuals behind him to restrain him. She and Songshur were less than 2 meters apart. Songshur clenched his fists and yanked, easily breaking the chain around his wrist. The chain clattered to the ground. Songshur stepped on it and dodged behind Lu Moshwan, clawing his palms around her neck while his other hand reached for the ruby ring. The deputy leader, a low-level healing type, was no match for Songshur's reaction speed. After her breathing became difficult, she was horrified that Songshur had actually managed to break free from the branding lock. Then, seeing that Songshur was reaching for the ring, her voice shrill and distorted, "Kill her!" Songshur's fingertips dug deep into her carotid artery. Suddenly deprived of blood supply, Lu Moshwan's voice caught in her throat. Songshur forcefully yanked the ruby diamond ring off her, examining it for a moment. Unable to make sense of it, he slipped it onto his own finger. It was unavoidable. Her clothes lacked pockets for anything. She didn't notice that her attempt to snatch the ruby had drawn a glance from Gong Wanyun and Cha Yunsheng, the psychic. Songshur broke free from the branding lock. The sudden change caught the awakened off guard and attacked him. The berserker, closest to Songshur, swung his sword as he tried to grab the ring, striking him squarely in the back. The 3 glass walls of the cell suddenly shattered, sending large shards flying everywhere. Wendelin, Jiang Qifeng, and Lu Xing shattered the glass walls and rushed out through the hail of glass. Lu Xing, imprisoned closest to Songshur, rushed behind him first, punching the attacker in the temple, wresting the sword from him, and severing his head. Songshur, clutching Lu Moshwan, was about to dodge and launch a mental attack, but Lu Xing got there first. Surprised, Songshur turned back. Lu Xing gave Songshur a cold, sidelong glance. Songshur. Why bother posing? Like a mad dog, Lu Xing charged into the hallway crammed with awakened, determined to vent all his imprisoned rage. Wendelin was trapped near the archway's opening. She fought back, first rescuing Lu Qian, who was being held by 2 awakened. Lu Qian couldn't even stand, let alone fight. When Duolin returned him to his glass cage and closed the door, ensuring he wouldn't be harmed by the fighting outside. Lu Xing, who had been running toward his brother, saw that when Duolin had done what he had intended and focused on killing the awakened before him. Wendelin snatched a psychic weapon from someone on the way and joined in the melee with the awakened. As for Jiang Qifeng, halfway through his passionate rush, he suddenly realized the cramped space was too narrow. Qilin couldn't move here, and lacking the skills of Wendelin and Lu Xing, he feigned composure and slipped back into the now hole-in-the-glass cage, praying that Sonya's subordinates wouldn't see him. The awakened team in the hallway watched as the Forerunner, who for some unknown reason could still use his psychic powers, felt their scalps tingle. If these 23 pioneers were to remove the branding, their 20-odd men wouldn't be enough to keep up the fight. Report to the leader. Naturalists, get out. The team was in chaos. It was too crowded here for naturalists to use their ultimate abilities, or they injure their own men. The psychicists weren't brought in either. Songshur's telepathic senses revealed no psychicists. But Songshur suspected there might be psychicists among the awakened team outside the prison. Lu Moshwan, still in his arms, struggled fervently. Songshur picked up the chains that had bound her, tied Lu Moshwan, and approached the glass cage where Cha Yunsheng was. Songshur bent his elbow and struck the glass wall. The first blow shattered a hole, revealing spiderwebs all around. Stay back a bit, Songshur said to Cha Yunsheng inside. Cha Yunsheng took a few steps back. Bang! Songshur's second elbow smashed into the glass wall, shattering the entire pane into countless pieces that clattered down. Songshur dragged Lu Moshwan inside, tangled like a caterpillar in his grasp. He threw her onto the bed, then, for safety's sake, wrapped her completely in the quilt. Lu Moshwan couldn't move a muscle except for her head. Songshur, the surveillance footage shows everything. You can't escape. The leader will capture you. If I take you away, you still have a chance of survival. If you escape and are recaptured, you'd be dead. Lu Moshwan kept talking. Songshur tore another piece of cloth from his clothes, rolled it into a ball, and pried open Lu Moshwan's chin, stuffing it into her mouth. Lu Moshwan could only utter "ah." Cha Yunsheng glanced at Lu Moshwan, whose eyes were filled with hatred, and nodded, his tone worried. I just sensed the defenses outside. There are 10 psychic forces, and they're leading their troops towards us. Songshur understood that as a 3-force fusion, her first priority was to eliminate those psychic forces. Otherwise, no one else, whether Wendelin or Lu Xing, would be able to withstand a single psychic attack from the psychic forces. I take care of them, Songshur said. Songshur noticed Cha Yunxing's anxiety. Hold on for an hour. Federal support will arrive in an hour. The Federation knows our location? Cha Yunxing was slightly surprised. Their location should be very secret. Songshur nodded. Tang Yu has been operating outside. She helped lead the troops. The bombshell news that Tang Yu was also in the new city shocked Cha Yunxing even more. Cha Yunxing thought they had been completely wiped out, but he didn't expect Tang Yu to appear on the list of the 23 pioneers from the beginning to the end. Cha Yunxing, who had been feeling gloomy, suddenly felt a sense of hope. I read her memories as quickly as possible. Go ahead and do whatever you want, Cha Yunxing said firmly, sitting on top of Lu Moshuan, his palm resting on her head. Songshur, worried about Cha Yunxing being left alone here alone as a psychic, looked outside. With 3 tubes of high-efficiency nutrient solution, she could remove the branding locks on 9 more people. With just a glance, Jiang Qifeng came into Songshur's sight. He huddled in the corner of his cell, his ears drooping. Songshur hurried over. Jiang Qifeng hurriedly stood up and explained why he was there. Captain, Songshur grasped his arm and channeled his healing energy into it. Go protect Cha Yunxing. With that, Songshur left. Jiang Qifeng paused, rubbing his head. The pain is gone. Qilin, the captain is so kind. Jiang Qifeng skipped over to Cha Yunxing. Not only did the captain not blame me for following him to the new city, she even healed me. Qilin whimpered, You're such a loser. She's the captain, this is what she's supposed to do. Jiang Qifeng refused to listen. He picked up a gun, discarded by someone, and walked to Cha Yunxing's door. He greeted him inside, then stood there, gun in hand, like a gatekeeper. Anyone who dared enter would be shot, determined to complete the captain's mission. Jiang Qifeng's attitude towards a person greatly influenced Qilin. Although Qilin denied it, he felt a small touch of emotion. Assuming he had 2,500 spirit points remaining, Songshur still had 3 spots left to unlock the brand locks. Only 5 minutes had passed. Based on Songshur's experience with the high-performance nutrient solution twice, the peak rate of spirit point gain from the solution was around 15 minutes. Even after the peak, the increase would continue, albeit at a slower rate. Songshur wasn't sure if she could unlock everyone's brand locks in the end. She would use these 3 spots first. Songshur continued to adhere to the principle of selecting the strongest. Yao Ying, Lu Qian, and Luo Xiufeng. As powerful captains, Yao Ying and Lu Qian were undoubtedly formidable. Both had fought alongside Songshur before, forming a rapport. Luo Xiufeng's ice-type ability made up for their current lack of ranged attacks, and he was also quite capable in close combat. Yao Ying and Luo Xiufeng immediately joined the battle, relieving Wen Duolin and Lu Xing of their pressure. Though they weren't feeling any pressure themselves. Songshur entered Lu Qian's room, grabbed his arm, and channeled his healing energy into him. Once the healing energy enters the body, the healer needs to identify and repair the wounds themselves. Songshur could see within Lu Qian's body. The injuries were indeed severe. The mental attack was more severe than Jiang Qifeng's, bordering on irreversible damage to his brain nerves. There was minor damage and bleeding to his internal organs, a fractured thigh, and the trauma to his head was caused by the icy spike. Songshur had never treated such a serious injury before, so he lowered his eyes and became more cautious. We have to go to the restricted area, Lu Qian said weakly, looking at Songshur, who was squatting in front of him. Songshur remained silent, waiting for him to continue. There are many bombs buried in the restricted area, with control switches. The 3 new cities destroyed by the Federation were all detonated before Song Yi evacuated. One was completely destroyed, while the other 2, except for the city center, were intact. I learned some information from the documents in the administrative building. The restricted area contains something extremely important to the city that cannot be discovered by the federal government. Bombs are buried there, so if the city decides to evacuate, the restricted area will be detonated first. Lu Qian paused and asked, What did you find when you went to the restricted area? Did you find it? As the healing process neared completion, Songshur relaxed a little and replied, It seems there's a high-level alien beast buried there. I went there and saw. Songshur quickly corrected himself. I sensed a dense black aura of an alien beast, but there were no living creatures on the ground. Lu Qian frowned. Could it be a burrowing alien beast? Songshur shook his head, stood up, and pulled the healed Lu Qian up. No, there's no sign of life. It's a dead creature. Although it's a bit risky, I think we should still go to the restricted area, Lu Qian said seriously. Songshur had been planning this all along, but now faced another challenge. If there's a bomb buried there, it's too dangerous for us to go in. We have to find the bomb switch first. Lu Qian's expression was solemn. The switch wasn't easy to find. It was likely in Song Ye's hands, and Song Ye's location was difficult to predict. After dispatching Lu Moshwan's men, Yao Ying kicked open the door and shouted, "Song Shi, the ring on your finger is the switch that controls the bomb." Song Shi, ? Lu Qian, ? Chapter 366. They all looked at the ring on Song Shi's left index finger. Song Shi gently stroked it, his tone doubtful. "Is this a bomb trigger?" Yao Ying stared at Song Shi's finger resting on the gemstone, her breath shuddering. She said nervously, "Don't press it." Song Shi glanced at Yao Ying and stopped moving. Yao Ying wiped a sweat from her forehead. "I thought you steal this ring because you knew its purpose." Song Shi uncomfortably brushed the dust off his hand and made up a story. "Lu Moshwan wasn't wearing it when she arrested me, but now she's wearing it again and treasures it so much. I thought it must be a valuable item, so I stole it." Yao Ying was momentarily shocked by Song Shi's ruthless behavior. "I went to great lengths to inquire, and Cha Yunsheng went to great lengths to read the memories of 6 deputy leaders' subordinates, before we learned of this thing. And yet, you saw at first glance that it was something special. Your vision is truly sharp." Song Shi raised an eyebrow. She knew the Forerunners wouldn't be caught without doing anything. Now that they had the bomb switch, they could save a lot of trouble. Song Shi raised his head. "Let's rush out now, meet up with the reinforcements, and then head to the restricted area." Lu Qian nodded, and Yao Ying agreed. The Awakeners, who had come in with Lu Moshwan, were all dealt with. Lu Xing and Wen Duolin gathered their weapons. Yao Ying and Lu Qian smashed open the glass cages one by one, bringing out the Forerunners within. Now, all the Forerunners knew that Song Shi could remove the mental imprint. As for how Song Shi could do this, no one questioned him. There is a limitation now. Unlocking the brand lock requires mental power. Song Shi does not have that much mental power, so the rest of the people can only wait. After being rescued, Wang Xiaoman gave Song Shi a loving hug, looking as if he suffered greatly. Then, she turned her patrol uniform inside out and removed 2 tubes of nutrient solution from her abdomen, handing them to Song Shi. "Captain, quickly replenish your nutrients." Song Shi held the nutrient solution, which was warm, lingering with the warmth of Wang Xiaoman's body. Song Shi patted her shoulder and untied her brand lock. At that moment, Song Shi's surge of mental energy was enough to untie the brand locks on both of them. Many members of the team were injured, and they would be injured during the upcoming battle. She couldn't stay with them constantly, she needed a healer. While Wu Jilu might have a stronger healing talent, Wang Xiaoman had the upper hand in melee combat and physical prowess. In the chaotic battle that was about to begin, Wang Xiaoman was more suitable. Wang Xiaoman unexpectedly felt her spiritual power resurface, and excitedly pressed the collar. "Is this thing ineffective?" Song Shi nodded. "Be sure to protect yourself, and don't act recklessly." "I will," Wang Xiaoman said politely. "Captain, be careful too." Song Shi needed to deal with the spiritual forces first. For the other spot, Song Shi chose Captain Gong Wanyun. Gong Wanyun glanced at Song Shi gratefully, then stepped forward and handed Wang Xiaoman a submachine gun and 2 magazines of ammunition he had just found. Wang Xiaoman politely thanked him. Gong Wanyun's spiritual power, now restored, was even more suitable for using spiritual weapons. Wendelin tossed a knife to him from a distance. Gong Wanyun caught it, weighed it in his hand, and then infused it with spiritual energy. To his surprise, it was made from the spine of a golden bone spiral tiger. Inside the base, the golden bone spiral tiger can only be used to craft weapons for the strongest awakeners. The new city is located outside the base, making it easier to hunt exotic beasts. Yao Ying and Lu Qian are warrior types, while Lu Xing and Wen Duolin are berserker types. They are highly lethal with psychic weapons, while the others are more effective with thermal weapons. Including Song Shi, 10 of the 23 individuals have had their branding removed. The 8 individuals, excluding Song Shi and Cha Yunsheng, are protecting the remaining 13. Cha Yunsheng needs to continuously access Lu Moshwan's memories. Lu Moshwan, wrapped in a blanket, is being carried on the shoulders of the now-recovered Zhang Wenjing. Cha Yunsheng stands behind them, accessing Lu Moshwan's memories. Song Shi, on his own, runs out of the cell, spreading his psychic power to sense the locations of all psychic types. A group of awakened individuals gather outside the archway, discussing a possible charge inside. Among them are 2 psychic types. The psychic attack range of an SSS-class psychic is 30 meters, while that of an SS-class psychic is 20 meters. The Forerunners in the dungeon all veterans of psychic attacks, huddled in the middle, more than 30 meters from the arched doorway. The dungeon was deep underground, with dirt above and below, leaving no room for hiding. So the group of awakened psychics outside were frantically trying to figure out how to get closer. Songshur emerged and rushed directly towards the two psychics. He condensed virtual lightsabers in each hand and, combined with his psychic attacks, toppled anyone who stood in his way. In a matter of seconds, he was right in front of the psychic. Songshur swung his sword sideways, and the person's condensed psychic energy materialized instantly shattered. The virtual lightsaber pierced the opponent's chest. Songshur's ears twitched, but without drawing his sword, he spun around with his bare hands, suddenly reaching back and swiftly conjured a virtual scimitar, slashing diagonally across the chest of the attacker from behind. Behind Songshur, the virtual sword lodged in the chest of the psychic type, deprived of Songshur's mental energy, vanished into thin air, leaving a bloody hole in his chest, and the psychic type collapsed to the ground. Songshur stepped on the corpses before him, leaping up and stomping on the shoulders of more than a dozen people. A second psychic type, seeing Songshur rushing towards him, materialized his mental energy above his head and called out to the nearby awakened types to help him. His voice was distorted with fear. Death came swiftly. Songshur leaped onto his materialized mental barrier, clasping his hands together, and the sword and scimitar in his left and right hands merged into one, forming a long spear. A brilliant light shone brightly. Songshur gripped the spear handle tightly, bent down, and thrust it downward. The awakened type's pupils constricted, reflecting the approaching spear tip. The spear pierced through the materialized psychic force, and also pierced his shoulder, piercing his internal organs at an angle. After dispatching the two psychics, Songshur didn't linger, withdrawing and pursuing another psychic within 100 meters. 10 minutes later, after dispatching the awakened, Songshur returned and reunited with Wenduolin and the others, who had already emerged from the dungeon. Songshur lingered on the periphery of the group, continuously releasing psychic energy. As soon as she sensed any psychics approaching, she would immediately run out and dispatch them, never allowing them to get within 30 meters of the advanced team. Luo Xiaofeng led the way. Her zero-degree field slowed the reaction speed of everyone within it, and combined with Ice Cone, she could sweep across an area at once. Lu Xing and Wenduolin flanked her, protecting her and clearing out any elusive creatures. Yao Ying and Lu Qian flanked the team, like two anchors, preventing anyone from approaching. Gong Wanyan finished up. The team advanced rapidly. Cha Yunsheng had already briefly read through Lu Moshwan's memories, rubbing his head, which felt like it was about to explode, his steps unsteady. Wang Xiaoman leaned over to support her, using her benefit skill to restore some of her strength. Only then did Cha Yunsheng manage to keep up with the team's speed. The underground palace twisted and turned, and the route was complex. After advancing for a while, the team found themselves back on track. While lying in bed, Cha Yunsheng had carefully studied the patrol's route and had a rough idea of the terrain. She gave up on studying Lu Moshwan's memories and moved to the front of the team to provide guidance. As time went on, everyone's mental energy was depleted. Especially Luo Xiaofeng, the ice type, whose constant attacks consumed a significant amount of mental energy. Songshur looked inward at his spiritual power points and saw an increase of 800. He hurriedly removed the brand lock from the fire-type member of Yao Ying's team, who then replaced Luo Xiaofeng. The team continued to advance. The dungeon held not only the Forerunners, but also other prisoners. The team would release them along the way to join the escape. The dungeon was filled with a stench of blood. Wave after wave of guards rushed forward, each one strangled. The Forerunners, who usually fought tooth and nail for first place, now worked in perfect harmony, like an indestructible killing weapon, rolling forward with unstoppable force, crushing all that stood in their way. As soon as Songshur's spiritual power reached 800 points, he would immediately release the brand lock of a Forerunner based on the battle situation. In the end, when all three nutrient solutions had been completely absorbed by Songshur and his spiritual power was only decreasing, only 3 healers and 1 alienation type were still bound by the brand. Without the presence of the alien beast, the alienation type strength could not be fully utilized, so Songshur did not release her brand. In contrast, Songshur, a healer, released Wu Xilu's brand. Wang Xiaoman breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Xilu immediately replaced Wang Xiaoman and deployed the purification disc, using it to apply the enhancement skill to everyone. Everyone suddenly felt their spiritual power draining less rapidly, as if Wu Xilu had turned down the spiritual power tap a little. "We're almost at the exit," Cha Yunsheng shouted, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. It wasn't just her. Everyone else felt the same way, swinging their weapons with even greater momentum. But then, Cha Yunqing's expression suddenly changed. He stopped, opened his arms, and stopped the people behind him, shouting, "Stop! There's troops outside?" The excitement that enveloped the group dissipated. Shouldn't the troops be drawn away by the federal reinforcements by now? Could it be federal reinforcements coming to rescue us? Wang Xiaoman thought of a possibility. Cha Yunqing denied it. If it were federal reinforcements, they would come in to help us, not just stand around outside. At this moment, everyone unanimously thought of the worst-case scenario. Song was also going to detonate the dungeon. Songsher walked past them. "You stay here, I go check it out." Songsher disappeared. 3 minutes later, they appeared at the dungeon's entrance. A whole row of rocket launcher armored vehicles rolled in, their tracks rumbling against the ground. They carried sturdy barrels, adjusting their direction as they drove, aiming them toward the dungeon. The first vehicle adjusted its direction first, and a barrage of shells erupted, passing over Songsher's head and hurling themselves backward in a parabolic arc. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook violently, one after another. The underground laboratory behind them collapsed, instantly burying the remaining guards alive. Thankfully, the advance team had rushed quickly enough to escape the blast radius and avoid being buried. But under this intense impact, it wouldn't be long before the entire underground palace collapsed. Songsher half-crouched to steady himself, his eyes slightly red. He drank the last 2 nutrient solutions, crushed the glass tubes, and with his hands, he formed virtual lightsabers and rushed towards the cabs of the remaining rocket launcher armored vehicles. He had to deal with them before the next vehicle shells were unleashed. Not long after Songsher rushed out, the advance team, along with the other test subjects, followed suit. No one knew when the shells would fall. Rather than waiting for death, it was better to go out and fight. The advancers surged out of the deep underground tunnel like a tide. These meticulously trained soldiers of the federal government, with their 100-to-1 momentum, radiated an invisible pressure that made the men on the rocket launcher tremble. Songsher climbed into the cab by the front wheel of the armored vehicle. The driver stared in horror at Songsher, who had leaped beside him like a ghost in the blink of an eye, and stepped on the accelerator, trying to throw him off. Songsher gripped the window frame tightly, his right hand raised high, grasping the virtual sword and thrusting it fiercely into the thick bulletproof glass. The driver bent over the steering wheel to avoid the attack. Songsher manipulated the virtual sword to extend from the side, like a growing branch, piercing the back of the driver's head. The co-pilot, holding his gun, was stunned by this terrifying scene. Sword, sword, sword. Transformed? What the heck is this thing? The virtual sword transformed again, extending infinitely, piercing the passenger's head. Songsher didn't stop, jumped off the tire, and crawled towards the next car. Chapter 367. The others lacked Songsher's ability to transform into virtual weapons at will, and were much slower than him. Yao Ying killed the driver just as Songsher had done, while Wen Duolin climbed directly to the rocket launcher platform and cut off the launch tube, causing the launcher to malfunction. There were still too few people. The number of rocket launchers and armored vehicles was simply too great. The Federation had sent troops to capture the new city, and the new city couldn't resist. These vehicles likely wouldn't have had time to evacuate. Song Yi reasoned that rather than letting the Federation take advantage, it would be better to send them all to siege the dungeon. Even if they were completely destroyed, it would be considered full utilization. The dungeon had completely collapsed. The armored vehicles adjusted their direction, and shells rained down on the open space in front of the dungeon gates. The experimental subjects, who had escaped with the Forerunners, were hit before they could hide in the rocket launcher convoy. Body debris mixed with mud and splattered, and the air was filled with a sickening stench. Songsher suppressed the churning in his stomach, deliberately ignoring the screams, tirelessly destroying the cab. Songsher suddenly heard a strange noise, as if countless people were rushing towards him, their footsteps chaotic. Was it Federation reinforcements, or was Song Yi sending more troops? Songsher, grasping his virtual weapon, leaped onto the roof of the car and turned his head to look into the distance. A giant flaming dragon roared in the sky, its body covered in blazing scales of fire, its red glow comparable to the setting sun, dominating the entire sky. Tang Yu rushed over with a huge team. Under her command, the fire dragon roared and spit out huge tongues of flame, engulfing 5 rocket-propelled armored vehicles. The rocket-propelled armored vehicle exploded on the spot, its force overturning the nearby vehicles. The group of people following Tang Yu. Songsher narrowed his eyes and took a closer look. The person standing 2 meters away from Tang Yu was Quan Yu. Quan Yu controlled the motorcycle with his right hand, a bazooka in his left, speeding towards them at lightning speed. As he passed the passenger seat of a rocket launcher armored vehicle, he aimed and fired a bomb, which landed precisely in the driver's cab. Boom! The cab exploded, followed by the entire armored vehicle. Guan Yu rushed out from the flames and fired at the second rocket launcher armored vehicle. Following them were nearly 1,000 heavily armed men and women. Their identities were easy to guess. They were old acquaintances like Guan Yu. Song Shi had originally thought that Guan Yu, after obtaining the surveillance audio, had convinced these old acquaintances and would immediately lead them out of the new city, but he hadn't expected them to return. Song Shi leaped from the roof of his current armored vehicle directly to the roof of the next vehicle. After sensing the exact location of the person in the cab below, he controlled the length of his virtual blade and thrust it directly into the vehicle from above. Little Yuzi. Little Yuzi's back. Captain, look! Wang Xiaoman, lurking on the side of the armored vehicle with her gun in hand, spotted Tang Yu's fire dragon from afar and excitedly called out to Song Shi, "Look!" Song Shi glanced behind Wang Xiaoman, his expression changing. He flicked his left hand upward, and a psychic dart shot out, striking the side of the armored vehicle where Wang Xiaoman was lurking. A man, with a gun protruding from his waist, had taken aim at her while she wasn't paying attention. Song Shi's psychic dart pierced the vehicle's interior, striking the man directly between his eyebrows. Blood gushed down the side of the vehicle. Wang Xiaoman turned her head to take a look, the sight of blood horrifying, and she winced. Song Shi warned her sternly, "Don't be distracted until the battle is over." Wang Xiaoman nodded hurriedly. The battle continued, and with the addition of over 1,000 men, the burden on the Forerunner's shoulders was greatly eased. 20 minutes later, federal reinforcements arrived, replacing the Forerunners and capturing the remaining Song Ye's men. Song Shi and the others were summoned to a location, where the deputy instructor quickly instructed the accompanying SSS-level psychic to remove the mental imprints on the remaining 4 individuals, and gave each of them 3 vials of nutrient solution. Drink quickly. You be in trouble when the chief instructor returns. Ding Jidu folded his arms, leaning against the SUV door with a smile on his face. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes grew more and more like someone enjoying the fun. The 24 men glanced at each other and instantly decided that saving them wasn't necessary. They could fight back. Oh, whoa! Speak of the devil. Ding Jidu straightened up. Everyone turned to look. Chief Instructor Chang Yirui, having finished dealing with the remaining forces, hadn't even retracted his sword yet. He charged towards them with a fierce expression, a look of impending vengeance on his face. The sword was still dripping with blood. Gong Wanyan rubbed his nose. Why do I feel like I'm about to die? Chang Yirui keenly overheard these words. Chang Yirui plunged his sword into the ground at his feet, the hilt trembling. Beneath his heroic brows, his piercing gaze swept over everyone. Do you know your death is imminent? Back then, when you acted without reporting back, did you ever imagine you'd never be able to return? Everyone Chang Yirui swept past unconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Only the berserkers stood motionless. Song Shi, Lu Xing, Zhang Wenjing. When Duolin was an exception. They even met Chang Yirui's gaze, unashamed. Chang Yirui took a deep breath. It's one thing for a berserker to be so impulsive, but Yao Ying, Lu Qian, Gong Wanyun, and Wu Jilu, you 4, as captains, are either warriors or healers, yet you're so reckless. Gong Wanyun lowered his head, glancing out of the corner of his eye to see Yao Ying and Wu Jilu's reactions. Yao Ying was chewing her nails. Wu Jilu sipped the nutrient solution, which he couldn't finish yet. Gong Wanyun, he had to do something, too, to appear busy. He was closest to Chang Yirui, reaching out to steady the sword that was stuck in the ground and trembling non-stop. Chang Yirui, Gong Wanyun? Tell me. Thinking he could find something to do to avoid Chang Yirui, Gong Wanyun said. He clenched his fist and coughed twice to clear his throat. Ahem, time is running out. Those teams are about to leave Base 11, and my team doesn't have a super brain system. There's no time to pass the message back, and... Gong Wanyun glanced quickly at Yao Ying to his right. Yao Ying, gnawing her nails, met his gaze, her eyelids twitching twice, a sense of foreboding. I saw Yao Ying and her team sneak in, and I thought she already reported it to you. Sure enough, Chang Yirui looked at Yao Ying. Yao Ying glared at Gong Wanyun and licked the back of her teeth. The reputation of the most despicable warrior system truly lived up to its reputation. Chief Instructor, it's like this. I thought their behavior was strange, so I decided to follow them to see who they were. I really didn't expect them to return to the new city. I have been looking for a way to send news back to the new city. Yao Ying was quite sincere. Anyway, you all have your reasons. Chang Yirui sneered, looking at Song Shi. What about you? What are your reasons? Songshur said frankly. This is an opportunity to approach Song Ye's new city. I don't want to miss it. Chang Yurui glanced at Songshur's team for a moment. 2 berserker types, 1 fire type, and 1 contract type, for ticking time bombs among 5 people. Such a formation is truly rare. It would be surprising if they thought carefully before taking action. Chang Yurui immediately stopped blaming him. He gently patted Songshur's shoulder. Next time, be sure to report before you act without authorization. Approaching Song Ye's new city is a serious matter. If you're not careful, you could be accused of collaborating with the enemy. Songshur nodded solemnly. Chang Yurui's angry expression softened considerably. Just as everyone else was secretly breathing a sigh of relief, Chang Yurui glared at Lu Xing and Lu Qian. You two better give me a reasonable explanation. Lu Xing, go in with Songshur's team. There's strength in numbers, and we can help each other. Songshur was shocked. The berserkers were truly shameless, actually trying to establish a connection with their team. Chang Yurui and Ding Jidu exchanged glances. These kids must have experienced a lot these past 2 days. They could actually use phrases like strength in numbers and help each other. Although it was thrilling, it seemed everyone had grown. It was more effective than simply undergoing trials at Base 11. It was the last team's turn to explain. Lu Qian spoke. The federal government and the hunting group have searched for nearly a year and haven't been able to locate Song Ye's new city. We took a risk and made the journey, and the federal army entered this area. Gong Wanyan nodded in agreement. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Chief Instructor, look, we're all alive and well. Thank goodness. Songshur promptly relayed the news of your whereabouts. Chang Yurui snorted, pulling his sword from the ground and returning it to its sheath. Otherwise, I'm not sure if you still be standing before me. Everyone looked at Songshur. It was Songshur who had relayed the news. It seemed as if their survival was entirely thanks to Songshur's team. Songshur promptly relayed their location, bringing in reinforcements. Songshur unlocked their branding locks, and Tang Yu brought in 1,000 men to help them break out. You've been so focused on training your combat prowess that you've forgotten your ideological education. We strengthen this aspect when you return, Chang Yurui decided. After a round of criticism, Chang Yurui pointed at Kuan Yu and the other 1,000 men and asked Tang Yu who they were. Tang Yu glanced at Kuan Yu. Kuan Yu and the other 1,000 men had already been apprehended by the Federation's forces. Amidst the barrage of gunfire, Kuan Yu remained unfazed, leaning against his motorcycle. Seeing Songshur and Tang Yu looking over, he whistled. Tang Yu briefly explained their origins, and why they wanted to help the Forerunners. They hope the human base will accept them, and their children. Chang Yurui said cautiously, this requires discussion with the Federation's top brass. I can't make the decision. Wu Shilu offered, then let's take them back to the base first and make plans. Most of Song Ye's defenders have already evacuated. The new city is likely to be overrun by the alien beasts. They're ordinary people, and they can't resist them. Chang Yurui agreed, you should evacuate as well. Go back and rest well. I leave this place to the Federation Military District. Chang Yurui waved to the Space Department. It was Chiu Ruijian. Wait a moment, Songshur stopped him. We need to go to the restricted area before we leave. Lu Qian explained, we suspect something is buried beneath the restricted area. It's the key to the new city's safety within it. Chapter 368. Chang Yurui refused. There's a bomb beneath the restricted area. The military is investigating. You can't go in. The contents will be searched by the military. Songshur shook the ruby ring on his finger. This is the control switch for the bomb buried in the restricted area. Cha Yunsheng recounted how he discovered the ring was the control switch. He also later read Lu Mashuan's memories, which revealed only this one control switch. Chang Yurui still trusted Cha Yunsheng and relented. Xiao Ruijian formed hand seals and opened the spatial portal, locating the restricted area. Chang Yurui gathered 5 Earth-type members to go in together. Songshur led the way, reaching the center point where she had previously intended to dig but hadn't. She opened the purification disc and felt around. It was at this point that the object underneath was still emitting a steady stream of black gas. Why is everything so charred? Could that object underneath be a thunder-type earth-dwelling beast? Jiang Qifeng wised up for once. Yao Ying, who was walking closer to him, nudged his arm and eyed him. Look at your captain's hairstyle. Jiang Qifeng, He covered his ears, silently praying, Captain, can't you hear me? Songshur made way. 2 Earth Awakeners flipped their hands, forming a golden seal. They squatted and pressed down on the ground, sensing the presence of life beneath the surface. 32 meters underground, there's a metal box measuring 7 by 5 by 2 meters. Judging from the surrounding soil, The box is pure gold. We can't sense the shape of the object inside, so we're certain there's no life. There are dense bombs scattered around, so the risk of explosion is low. Should we continue digging? Chang Yurui ordered everyone to step back and ordered Qiu Ruijian to prop open the space gate, allowing for quick escape in the event of a bomb explosion. Only then did he allow the digging to proceed. The two Earth types worked together. Songshur lowered her head. The soil beneath her feet seemed to shift. She and the others retreated 4 or 5 meters further away from the Earth-type Awakener. Carefully avoiding the surrounding bombs, the Earth-type Awakener manipulated the soil to push the metal box out. In less than 3 minutes, the metal box broke through the soil and rested on the ground. Measuring 5 by 7 by 2 meters, it stood upright, its opening facing Songshur. The black aura that washed over them was 100 times denser than before. The healers suddenly felt the pressure of purification double, and their healing disc shrank. Chang Yurui contacted 2 gold types and 1 super brain type to come in. The super brain was responsible for recording. The 2 gold types manipulated their mental power to cover the metal box's door, which weighed over 1,000 pounds. The door slowly disintegrated from top to bottom, melting into metal atoms. A massive, branching antler, as thick as Optimus Prime and as tall as a 2-story building, filled the entire box. Its surface was a blood red, with fine, naturally occurring veins visible. The moment the antler appeared, a black aura billowed in, and the entire sky darkened instantly. The faint howling of an alien beast echoed from the horizon. Jiang Qifeng's heart pounded, a sense of fear, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. Within him, the Qilin whimpered and knelt on its front legs, a gesture of profound submission. Jiang Qifeng almost knelt as well. Thankfully, Wang Xiaoman grabbed his arm in time, preventing him from humiliating himself. The violent types present were all affected simultaneously. Songshur's inner fury was so intense that he couldn't suppress it. Lu Xing's eyes went dark for a moment, then clear again. Wendelin just wanted to get away as quickly as possible. The feeling of losing control of her emotions was too much for her to handle. The other parts of this strange beast are most likely scattered in different cities. Song also blew up the city centers of 3 new cities before, probably to hide this thing. Songshur looked up at the horn in front of him. What kind of exotic beast's horn is this? Songshur looked at Tang Yu. Tang Yu, a veritable encyclopedia of exotic beasts, was also stumped. A blood-colored deer antler, it hasn't appeared since the Federation's anomaly. The importance of this deer antler is self-evident. Whether it can repel other exotic beasts still requires experiments, which the Research Institute should be responsible for. Chang Yurui had Jean, she resealed the metal door. The safety of this object was uncertain, and Chang Yurui didn't dare bring it back to the human base. He left the troops to closely guard it to prevent Song Yi from making a comeback. He then stepped aside to contact the Research Institute to come and study it. The advance team retreated to the medical room in the 1st Base Military District. The entire floor was cleared. Not only were there professional medical teams waiting, but also the members of the aristocratic family. Dad, why are you here? Jiang Qifeng walked quickly toward the Jiang family patriarch, who was standing by the window. Someone from the Wu family had also arrived, not the patriarch, but perhaps his brother. Wu Jilu and Wu Jitsue had both gone over. The Lu family's head arrived in person, a very elegant woman. Lu Xing and Lu Qian flanked her, conversing with Chang Yurui. Wang Xiaoman suggested, let's go say hello to Jiang Qifeng's father. After all, we're on the same team. Songshur was still thinking about the woman at base 11. You guys go. My 3 systems are down at base 11, and I have to go retrieve them. Songshur went to find Qiu Ruijian. Qiu Ruijian pointed at Chang Yurui. I'm under Chang Yurui's command now. You can't use the space gate without permission. Songshur again asked Chang Yurui for instructions. Songshur waited on the side, not interrupting Chang Yurui's conversation with the Lu family's head. However, Chang Yurui still noticed Songshur and temporarily interrupted the conversation to ask what was going on. Songshur only said he was going to look for the 3rd branch. Chang Yurui said, the 3rd branch has been found. A woman named Xue Xiao found it. I give it to you when we get back to the training base. Where is that woman now? Chang Yurui was surprised Songshur would be so focused on a woman. She's still being interrogated in the 1st military district. Songshur glanced at the Lu family patriarch, who had been smiling at her. The leader of the 1st military district seemed to be this Lu family patriarch, Lu Xiaizhao, who had taken over this year. The previous patriarch was her brother. Lu Xing and Lu Qian were the previous patriarch's children. When will she be released? Songshur seemed to be asking Chang Yurui, but in reality, He was asking Lucy Aizhao. Chang Yurui shook his head, uncertain. She's one of Song Ye's subordinates. Lucy Aizhao's voice was warm and gentle. She hasn't done anything wrong. Now that you've found her, you can release her immediately. Lucy Aizhao easily saw through Song Shi's thoughts. Although Song Shi's thoughts were written on his face. Why did Song Shi want to save her? Lu Xizhou asked. In Shui Zhao's memory, you knocked her unconscious and replaced her. Song Shi felt uneasy, as if he'd been seen through, but more than that, he didn't want to admit that he'd been so soft-hearted for the people of this world. Her son is only in kindergarten. Lu Xizhao's gaze shifted from inquiry to admiration, and he praised Song Shi as if he were a child. Song Shi is a kind-hearted child. For some reason, Song Shi felt inferior to Lu Xizhao. Not in status, but psychologically and spiritually. Lu Xizhao continued, I investigate the old people I brought back from the new city and properly placed them. Don't worry, Song Shi. Song Shi nodded, then said he had other things to do and hurried away. Chapter 369. After all Forerunner members underwent comprehensive physical examinations, Lucy Aizhao invited the Forerunners to visit the first base and relax for a day. In the morning, Song Shi was taken away alone for a mental power test. Tang Yu and others stood guard outside the examination room. The instrument showed Song Shi's mental power level at S level. How could an S-level mental power crack an SSS-level brand lock? The researchers were baffled. You're really not hiding your strength? A middle-aged researcher adjusted his glasses suspiciously. Song Shi shook his head and stepped down from the instrument. The middle-aged researcher's brain cells were nearly depleted. How on earth did you crack the brand lock? Song Shi spread his hands. I don't know. I just casually injected mental power, and it broke. This statement immediately left the surrounding researchers and mental power teachers speechless. What a casual one. But this kind of research failure, without understanding the underlying principle, had happened to Song Shi several times. The principles underlying the three systems remain undetermined, the virtual weapon project is at a standstill, and the enhancement of skills still relies on Song Shi's proactive disclosure of methods. Now, there's also a cross-level contact brand lock. Everyone is mentally prepared. Song Shi glanced around. Can I leave now? I need to go shopping with my friends. The researchers were at a loss as to the research progress. It would be best if Song Shi could stay and cooperate, but times have changed. Who would dare detain Song Shi? Okay, we contact you if we need you later, the middle-aged researcher said. Song Shi pushed the door open and left. Wendelin, who had been squatting on the ground, stood up. Are there any results? Can we go out and play now? Wang Xiaoman asked excitedly. It's still S-rank. Song Shi glanced at the time on his laptop. The commendation ceremony is at 7 p.m., so we can still play. For 10 hours. Oh yeah. Wang Xiaoman grabbed Song Shi with her left hand, and Tang Yu's arm with her right. Hurry, hurry! Jiang Qifeng's flying vehicle is here. Let's take him. Duoland Yukon 2. First base is the most prosperous base in the Federation, especially the inner city. Sci-fi scenes can be found everywhere in the inner city. Compared to the traditional technologically advanced futuristic cities, the city's ubiquitous presence of superpowers adds a sense of mystery and eeriness. Wendelin and Jiang Qifeng have lived in first base since childhood. Wang Xiaoman's family lives in second base, but she's studying there, commuting back and forth. The three of them are usually focused on training, and surprisingly, they all have no idea what fun things to do in first base's inner city. The aircraft circled idly in the air. Jiang Qifeng sat in the pilot seat, pressed autopilot, and turned to urge Tang Yu in the back seat. Have you checked yet? Tang Yu pulled out the very detailed travel guide Yang Jinzhen had given her, and Song Shi when they had come to the first base to participate in the Forerunner program. Tang Yu selected an entire street with a wide selection of food, drinks, and entertainment options, and Jiang Qifeng landed according to the location. There was no doubting Yang Jinzhen's eye for strategy. The moment Jiang Qifeng entered, he was captivated by the countless jewelry stores. Song Shi and the other three accompanied him. Jiang Qifeng bought not only for himself, but also for Qilin. The jewelry in the store was all human-sized, but Qilin needed to select a custom design. Jiang Qifeng specified over a dozen designs, and had them delivered to the Jiang family upon completion. Jiang Qifeng generously asked Song Shi and the other three, do you want some? All four shook their heads in unison. Jiang Qifeng, okay. Wang Xiaoman, eager to eat, rushed to an old-fashioned restaurant as soon as it was time. Midway through the meal, Wang Xiaoman and Jiang Qifeng competed over whose appetite was bigger, boasting about their rice, with Jiang Qifeng ultimately winning with 7 bowls. Jiang Qifeng twitched his ears proudly. No one can beat me in appetite, right, Qilin? Qilin, roar. Sleeping, do not disturb. Wang Xiaoman vowed to go shopping this afternoon to burn off some energy, and then have another match tonight. Wendelin wiped his lips and commented, two childish bastards. The afternoon's plans were shattered when they ran into Lu Qian. Lu Qian and his teammates, Lu Xing and Wu Jilu, were there. What a coincidence. Lu Qian approached Songshi. We're planning to go to the outer city. Do you want to come? Lu Qian invited. Songshi, as usual, turned to ask the others for their opinions. Wang Xiaoman, who was sipping a digestive drink, was excited. Sure. I haven't been to the outer city yet. The 12 people transferred to Lu Qian's larger aircraft. Jiang Qifeng called home to have his aircraft brought back. On the way, Lu Qian casually mentioned, Base 11 is going to be rebuilt. Songshi and Tang Yu exchanged a glance. When did it happen? Just recently. The leaders of the various military regions met and decided. It hasn't been announced yet, but Maya told me in advance, Lu Qian said. Tang Yu asked, why so sudden? Didn't you always say there was no need to rebuild Base 11? Lu Qian was about to speak when Songshi's newly purchased computer suddenly beeped twice. Songshi imported all the information from the previous computer and displayed the name of the president of Tomorrow University. Songshi answered the call. The president's slightly excited face appeared in the center of the screen. Xiao Song, our Base 11 reconstruction plan has been approved. We can officially begin implementation in a month, and construction is expected to be completed in 3 years. Congratulations, President, Songshi said sincerely. Is Xiao Tang here with you? Songshi nodded and turned the computer screen to himself and Tang Yu. Tang Yu politely greeted the president. The president looked at the two, shoulder to shoulder, and said with relief, you two good children. Base 11's plan was approved so quickly thanks to you. He destroyed a new city, then, in desperate circumstances, saved over 20 pioneers, including a dozen children from aristocratic families. You should know that when Song Yi threatened the federal government with the surrender of 3 bases before releasing the 23 forerunners, some of the noble families had already wavered. It was Chief Lu's forceful order for a forceful attack that put an end to Song Yi's wishful thinking. At that time, the noble families were already preparing to retrieve the child's body. Unexpectedly, Songshi turned the tide. Even more surprisingly, they discovered the remains of a deer antler from a beast in the restricted area, which may be related to the establishment of Song Yi's new city. Also, Songshi had previously brought back a space awakener alive, and by reading his memories, the federal government had captured Song Yi's 3 new cities. Add to that Songshi's own fame as a 3-element awakener, and the recent public outcry over the relationship between Songshi and Song Yi. The truth is irrelevant. Songshi has indeed become the backbone of the force that defeated Song Yi's forces. His current status and position are unmatched by any other forerunner. Chief Lu asked me today about your studies at Tomorrow University, the old principal said. He also donated 100 A-rank exotic beasts and 30 S-rank exotic beasts to Tomorrow University in your names. You could arrange the distribution of these exotic beasts. Since these exotic beasts had already been donated, the principal could have arranged it himself, but he decided to respect Songshi and Tang Yu's opinions. Tang Yu didn't have any opinions. It's up to the principal. Songshi thought about it. She had used exotic beasts to kill people in the psychology department, killing all the exotic beasts used for teaching. Principal, please assign some to the psychology department. I accidentally killed quite a few back then, and never received compensation, Songshi said. Recalling the past, the principal laughed heartily. To be honest, our psychology department has called me 3 times this morning, using this as an excuse to request exotic beasts. Tomorrow University's teaching resources have always been limited, neither scarce nor abundant. In its heyday, it only had 3 branch campuses, nothing compared to the more than a dozen branches of the Federal University and the first Federal Academy of Supernatural Powers. I heard you finally have a day off today, so an old man like me won't intrude on your time. Have fun. If you run out of money, tell the principal. He's well off, and can let you two have fun. Songshi and Tang Yu said goodbye to him and hung up. Zhang Wenjing, also from Tomorrow University, stared at them the entire time. Wendelin patted his shoulder. Don't be discouraged. Isn't it normal for us berserkers to be ignored? Zhang Wenjing, He brushed Wendellin's hand away expressionlessly, and turned to the window, avoiding looking at anyone in the aircraft. Wendelin loved to annoy people, and even after a whole morning of fun, he hadn't been as happy as this moment. The principal answered Tang Yu's question, and Lu Qian focused on flying the aircraft. As the aircraft left the inner city, it was inspected by air patrols before being cleared. 10 minutes later, it slowed down and landed in the crowded slums. After disembarking, Wang Xiaoman looked out at the dilapidated, overcrowded housing, the garbage strewn everywhere, and the children rummaging through the pile of trash. She was incredulous. Is this still the first base? Chapter 370. No matter how developed a base is, it has its unsightly side. It's only the inner city that's truly prosperous and flourishing. This is what Yang Jingjin said. Song sure wasn't as shocked as Wang Xiaoman. Not far away, a line of 7 or 8 people stretched for hundreds of meters, seemingly registering something. Song sure approached them. A man in patrol uniform sat at the front of the line, leaning over a table to write the name of each impoverished person in line. After they pressed their fingerprints, a companion took a photo of the person. "What are you doing?" Song sure asked the staff. The staff member was too busy to even look up. "Register their identities, give them medical exams, and send them to Construction Base 11. Song sure paused. "Are they paid?" The staff member instantly looked up at Song sure, as if he were an idiot. Why are they lining up in such a long line if they don't have money? They're poor, not stupid. Song sure covered her mouth and coughed softly, reflecting on why her thoughts were always so dark now. She had actually thought that these people were being forced into illegal labor by the federal government. Chief Lu said they can earn 35,000 federal coins per month. Those with minors can receive an additional 5,000 federal coins. They work 6 months on, 6 months off. After 3 years of service, they can receive a house in the outer city after Base 11 is completed. These impoverished people, without jobs or a source of income, can only survive here by scavenging trash and collecting federal government handouts to keep themselves from starving. The reconstruction of Base 11 requires a vast labor force. Sending these impoverished people there will not only help build Base 11, but also solve the problems of tens of thousands of impoverished people. Lu Qian said, the construction plan for Base 12 is also under review. Once Base 11 is completed, we can begin construction on Base 12. Base 12 will be used to alleviate the current population pressure in the outer cities of the various bases. Lu Qian pointed to the crowded, box-like housing around him. These areas will be demolished and rebuilt in the future. This is all Ant's plan. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger, their moods gloomy. Wendelin shielded his eyes from the sun with his hand, squinting slightly. He said bluntly, the slums in Base 1 are relatively good. The slums in the other bases cover almost half the area and won't be completed for more than a decade. Everything is moving in the right direction. Lu Qian's gaze casually swept over Songsher, then glanced at Wendulin's back, his tone firm. As one of the only 2 people aware of Wendulin's ambitions, Songsher already understood what he was about to say. With a chuckle, Wendulin turned his head meaningfully. The manpower, material resources, and financial resources required during this period are beyond the capacity of a single family. Wu Xilu, Jiang Qifeng, are you right? Wendulin looked at the 2 men in turn. Jiang Qifeng was confused. You ask me? Who should I ask? Wendulin. Jiang Qifeng? I'm calling my dad now. Wendulin shoved a handful of sunflower seeds into his hand, looking rather disdainful. Go eat some seeds over there. Jiang Qifeng actually went over to Song Shi and started eating them, sharing a few with Song Shi and Teng Yu. The 3 of them ate sunflower seeds, while watching the confrontation between Wendulin and Wu Xilu. Wu Xilu responded calmly, my father manages all Wu family affairs. I'm not aware of any of this. Wu Jisui, a member of Lu Qian's team, consciously stood between Wu Xilu and Wendulin, speaking in his defense. That's right, we just need to be pioneers. We can't get involved in anything else. Wang Xiaoman deliberately asked, isn't the head of the Wu family training you to be the heir? Wu Xilu's face changed slightly. Wu Jisui, who had come to her defense, wiped his face. He was the clown himself, a worthless sideline, yet he was meddling with the heir's feelings. Wu Jisui concealed her wounded heart and retreated to the back. Lu Xing, standing beside him, grabbed Wu Xilu's hand and looked him in the eye. Heir? When did that happen? Didn't you say your brother? 6 months ago, Wu Xilu pursed his lips, his eyes slightly red. He glanced at Jiang Qifeng, who was munching on sunflower seeds. My brother was devoured. Jiang Qifeng's sunflower seeds spilled onto the ground. Song Shi slowed down his munching and turned to ask Tang Yu what devoured meant. Tang Yu shook her head. She had never heard of it. Thinking about it another way, what kind of awakening system was Wu Xilu's brother? Song Shi pondered for a moment, before opening the complete collection of information on federal family members that he and Xiao Haitang had originally requested. The first heir to the Wu family, Wu Jinsen. Contract system, SS rank, the most talented contract system before Jiang Qifeng appeared. Contract system? Devouring? Song Shi caught a glimpse of the sadness emanating from Jiang Qifeng, and vaguely sensed something was amiss. Lu Xing had a similar reaction. Lu Xing looked at his brother in disbelief. His eyes held many words. Song Shi didn't have the ability to read minds, so he couldn't understand. The relationships between these aristocratic families were complex. In the past, they shared a common hatred and oppressed ordinary people. However, since Lu Zizhou took office a year ago, it seems that this bond has become less solid, and conflicts between them have increased. Lu Zizhou is a person with big goals. She wants to improve the welfare of ordinary citizens, and this inevitably involves the interests of other aristocratic families. Add to that the troublemaking presence of Song Yi, and the situation becomes uncertain. Song Shi clapped his hands and stood up. Just wait and see. These aristocratic families in the Federation are about to fight to the bitter end. For now, none of this concerns her. Her target is still Song Yi. Lu Qian, do you have anything else to show us? Song Shi still doesn't understand. Lu Qian didn't just stumble upon them. He specifically sought out their group and brought them here to observe Lu Zizhou's inaugural measures. Thinking of what the old principal had said in the communication, Song Shi seriously suspected Lu Zizhou had instructed Lu Qian to do this. Much like the old principal had advised her to consider the interests of Base 11, Lu Zizhou wanted to show them hope for the human base. Would you like to visit the control school? Lu Qian asked cautiously. It wasn't a good place for Song Shi. Even if it was on the list of places to visit, Lu Qian would cancel it. Go. The aircraft left the slums. It would land on the parking lot of the control school. Wu Xilu and Lu Xing had an argument and didn't get off the aircraft. The others jumped off one after another. Lu Qian introduced the new regulations for the controlled schools. Every month, 2 students from each grade in each controlled school are selected and sent to the first base for memory review. If any student is found to have experienced, witnessed, or heard of bullying among classmates, a thorough investigation of the school will be immediately launched. Simple, crude, and effective. It's time for some free time. Students strolled and chatted in groups on the playground, while others played basketball on the court. Song Shi looked around and saw that the atmosphere was indeed more harmonious than it had been in the past. Everyone was either emotionless or had a faint, cheerful expression. Now, all controlled schools across the Federation have adopted these management measures, and the learning atmosphere in controlled schools has never been better. This is just the beginning. It's only Lu Zizhou's second year in office. There are many more years to come. Whether this will be a lasting glory or a fleeting splendor, only time will tell. Chapter 371. At the commendation ceremony that evening, Song Shi's team received 5 bottles of SSS-level nutrient solution and 1 bottle of SSS-level exotic beast enhancement fluid. The 4 teams that infiltrated the new city, excluding Song Shi's team, also received nutrient solution rewards. The pioneer teams that didn't enter the new city received rewards as usual, according to the hostage rescue competition. The meeting was attended not only by the pioneer teams, but also by representatives from various military regions. Lu Xiaishao discussed the pioneer team's future plans, and made it clear that the selection of the Dawn team should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. The meeting ended after an hour and a half, and all the pioneer teams passed through the space gate and returned to the training base. After a good night's rest, everyone resumed training the next day. In the spacious open-air training ground, Teng Yu asked Jiang Qifeng to release Qilin. After coming out, Qilin lazily lay on the ground, combing his fur, completely ignoring Song Shi and the other 3. The sun was shining brightly, perfect for basking. Song Shi and Wen Duolin carried a glass box of SSS-level enhancement fluid and placed it in front of Qilin. Qilin's nose twitched, and he lowered his right paw with a feigned composure, staring at the glass box with a look of what the hell is this? Song Shi pushed the lid of the glass box open, allowing Qilin to lick and drink. He then took out the 5 bottles of nutrient solution he had just received and distributed them to each person. Teng Yu took them, unscrewed the lid, and held them above his head. Cheers to the successful completion of this operation. The 5 of them clinked their nutrient solution bottles together. Then, when it was Qilin's turn, 5 pairs of eyes stared intently at him. Qilin huffed in dissatisfaction. Eat, eat! Humans just love these fancy things. Ouch! Its ears drooped back, and it lowered its furry head. It touched the nutrient solution of the 5 people, then quickly turned its head to lick the supplement on the ground to ease the embarrassment. The 5 of them smiled at each other. The intense training schedule required not only inter-team sparring but also inter-team competitions, with occasional matches between the Pioneer team and the instructor's team. Every match between the teams and the instructor's sparring sessions counted for points, forcing everyone to be on high alert, their nerves constantly on edge. Lunchtime kept shrinking. Song Shi and the other 5 went to the cafeteria at noon. Apart from them, there were few other teams in the cafeteria. Everyone else was sweating away on the training grounds. After a month of continuous training, the standings for all teams were released. The top 100 teams would compete for 10 spots on the Dawn team during the final 3 days of the Pioneer program. The competition venue was originally chosen to be at the 11th base, as it was about to be rebuilt and the exotic beasts inside needed to be cleared out. However, this proposal was rejected by Liu Xiaozhao. For over a month, the base's researchers worked with the hunting group to study the antler sealed in the pure gold box. Biological testing determined that the antler was 215 years old, meaning it was born 1 year before the global mutation. Belonging to the first generation of alien beasts, it had never appeared in human sight. Genetic comparisons show that the genomes of modern black stags and golden sea deer are nearly 98% similar to its own. It died in the year 105 of the mutation. It was the ruler of the alien beasts, and although it had died 110 years earlier, the mental aggression emanating from its body still had a repelling effect on other alien beasts. Researchers transported several SSS-level alien beasts of various species to the restricted area, but without exception, they all fled in panic. After repeated testing, the researchers determined the antler's value and prepared to transport it back to the soon-to-be-built 11th base. This unknown beast was named Mountain God by humans. Researchers returned to the restricted areas of the 3 previously destroyed new cities and tested the soil nearby for remnants of the Mountain God's genes. The answer was clear. Song Yi discovered the Mountain God's body after his death, dismembered it, and buried it in different areas, establishing his new city power base around it. Once the Mountain God left, it would lose its deterrent effect on the beasts in the West Mountain restricted area, and they would instantly overwhelm the new cities. Liu Xiaozhao decided to dispatch a vanguard team to the West Mountain restricted area before the Mountain God left, while the pressure on the beasts in the restricted area remained. He dispatched the vanguard team to eliminate the 2 major beast tribes entrenched there, the scorpion-tailed lion and the white-eyed tiger. This operation was in line with the original intention of the Forerunner project, and was the perfect final assessment for the Forerunner project. The plan was quickly implemented. On the 3rd day before the Forerunner project's completion, 1,000 vanguard teams arrived at the West Mountain restricted area. Only the top 100 teams based on points will have a chance to compete for the 10 spots on the Dawn team. The remaining 900 advanced teams will serve as support, evenly distributed among these 100 competing teams, allowing them to command their own forces. So, in total, only 100 teams will participate in this graduation assessment. The new city will serve as a supply station, and the 100 teams will gather in front of the former administrative building to receive equipment and replenish their energy. Tang Yu received a digital map of the West Mountain Forbidden Zone. Song Shi leaned over to look at it with her. The terrain is complex and mountainous. 2 major groups of exotic beasts, the manticore and the white-eyed tiger, are scattered across the West Mountain Forbidden Zone, one entrenched in the north and the other in the south. Around these centers are numerous other groups of exotic beasts, forming a well-developed food chain and a unique ecosystem. The 2 major alien beast tribes, the scorpion-tailed lions and the white-eyed tigers, could be considered the 2 royal families of the Western Mountain Forbidden Zone. They occupied the most resource-rich areas of their territory, forbidding any alien beast from treading. They only needed to venture a little further out to find countless prey within their grasp. The new city was built on the dividing line between the 2 alien beast tribes' territories. The 100 teams were divided into 2 groups, and a lottery was drawn to determine whether they would head north or south. Song Shi represented his team in the lottery, heading south to confront the scorpion-tailed lions. Teams could cooperate. Only a dozen of the 100 teams were selected for the Dawn Breaking Team. The others knew their own strengths. Acting alone, they might be fine in the free zone, but in the Forbidden Zone, they would simply be providing food for the alien beasts. An additional 6 teams defected to Song Shi, bringing his team to a total of 360 people. The main attack methods of a manticore are its tail and fangs. Males and females often attack simultaneously. If you only see one, be wary of a surprise attack from the other. The 360 men formed a circle, 3 layers deep, with Tang Yu in the center, explaining key points and laying out battle strategies. There are at least hundreds of millions of alien beasts in a restricted area. The advanced team alone cannot eliminate them all. The advanced team's role is to defeat the two dominant groups of alien beasts in the restricted area, the manticores and the white-eyed tigers. The other groups will automatically disperse, leaving the scattered groups to be eliminated by the army. So this operation isn't just a pioneer operation. All 11 military regions have allocated a third of their troops and stationed them around the West Mountain restricted area. Once the pioneers have completed their mission, they will charge into the West Mountain restricted area and annihilate any small groups of alien beasts. This operation not only tests the pioneer team's achievements, but also marks the first time humans have proactively entered an alien beast's lair and engaged in direct confrontation. It is truly a historic moment. Chapter 372. That's all. Do you have any other opinions? Tang Yu glanced around at the crowd. Everyone shook their heads. In terms of knowledge of exotic beasts, Tang Yu could be considered the best among this group of pioneers. They only needed to follow her lead. Tang Yu nodded. Okay, for ease of operation, let's rename the teams. We're Team 1, Tang Yu said, pointing at Song Shi. Team 1 consisted of the 5 main members: Song Shi, Tang Yu, Wang Xiaoman, Wen Duolin, and Jiang Qifeng. Tang Yu walked over to the 9 teams assigned by lottery and said to an SSS-level warrior, "You be the captain of this team, numbered Team 2. The warrior nodded. And so on, we have a total of 8 teams. Chang Yurui personally saw them off. She gave each person a necklace with a transparent teardrop-shaped pendant dangling from the center. What's this for? A blessing of peace? Jiang Qifeng pinched the necklace, the pendant at eye level, empty inside. He couldn't help but exclaim in disdain, so ugly. Only Song Shi could see a wisp of black energy within the pendant, which itself was covered in a layer of spiritual imprints imperceptible to the naked eye. We've been working tirelessly to make these amulets, and we finally finished them before you set off, Chang Yurui said with relief. They contain the spiritual power of the mountain god. If you crush them in times of crisis, they give you a moment of respite. The oppressive feeling will only last for 5 seconds at most, so use with caution. Everyone solemnly donned them around their necks. Although it was only 5 seconds, those 5 seconds would allow them to escape from the beast's fangs and save their lives. Chang Yurui carefully surveyed the more than 10,000 students he had mentored for 6 months. 1,000 words condensed into one. Come back alive, come back for your graduation party. The Spatial Transfer Department personnel were all in place. At Chang Yurui's command, a blue spatial gate appeared in midair. The 50 teams heading south set off first. The second group headed north. Qiu Ruijian personally held open the spatial gate for Song Shi's team. You must be careful. Song Shi nodded, and was the first to step through the spatial gate. The sounds of fighting soon followed. In the restricted area, the density of alien beasts reached an unprecedented level. As soon as Song Shi emerged, 2 manticores came charging at her. The threatening roars of the alien beasts echoed back through the spatial gate. Qiu Ruijian's fingers trembled. Had he chosen the wrong place? All 50 teams were randomly assigned. The restricted area map was detailed, but the distribution map of the manticore populations was unknown to humans. In the past, awakening teams leaving the base on missions would consciously avoid the restricted area. Only once a year would the federal government send a few teams, risking significant risk, to investigate changes in the ruling clan within the restricted area. Thus, the advanced teams would have to find the manticore's habitat on their own. Don't worry, hold on, Tang Yu said before jumping into the spatial portal. Qiu Ruijian calmed himself. Wendelin, Jiang Qifeng, and Wang Xiaoman entered together. Once inside, Wang Xiaoman expanded the purification disc, giving the following teams a chance to relax. All 360 men entered the West Mountain restricted area within a minute. They formed a siege, first eliminating the small group of manticores, numbering just over 40. The spatial portal remained open. But the other side was no longer in the administrative building, but in the underground exotic beast experimental storage facility at the first base. Over 40 manticores were thrown out of the spatial portal. These manticores are rare, and humans have not studied them enough. For this advanced team, the Wu and Wen families suggested to Lu Xijiao that they bring back a batch of manticores. This led to the pioneers carrying the manticores and throwing them into the spatial portal. Enough. Tang Yu raised her head slightly, staring at the low hillside before her. The map in her mind grew and shrank. The specific location Qiu Ruijian had given her when he opened the spatial portal corresponded to the scene before her. After a moment, Tang Yu decided, let's climb the mountain. Song Shi followed Tang Yu's gaze. On the other side of the mountain, a black mist rose to the sky. They were looking for exotic beasts. 360 people surged up the hillside. Halfway up, an SSS-level psychic from Team 3 suddenly shouted, "There are strange beasts, packs of them." Before he finished his words, a herd of manticores surged down the mountain like a tide. Jiang Qifeng, straddling the Qilin's back, slowly turned his head. "How many manticores are there?" The Qilin fretted impatiently, his eyes asking Tang Yu why she hadn't yet given the order to attack. "Protect Team 1. Charge." Just as humans have leaders, strange beasts have their own. Song Shi stared intently at the leading brown-haired manticore, a significantly larger beast than the others, and charged towards it with his 3 weapons. From 10 meters away, the scorpion's tail swung, its tip a cold sting as it pierced Song Shi's head, attempting to impale him. The manticore's tail is poisonous, and can also feed on blood. Song Shi dodged the spikes and ran forward. The manticore's tail swerved sharply, stabbing at Song Shi's back. Simultaneously, its fangs, jagged white, bared from the front, biting at Song Shi's waist. Song Shi, holding the 3-strike blade, soared into the air, landing on the manticore's head. The 3-strike blade slashed directly at the base of its tail, severing the entire tail, and sending it to the ground. The scorpion's tail squirmed on the ground. Song Shi redirected the 3-strike blade and stabbed it deep into the center of the manticore's skull. Gripping the hilt and stirring it in a circle, Song Shi finally pulled out the 3-strike blade. As Song Shi drew his blade, thick blood shot up into the air. The male manticore's mate emerged from the side and pounced on Song Shi. "Ah!" The unicorn's sharp claws swatted it away. The manticore spread its limbs midair, seeking a landing position, when a sword pierced its abdomen. Wendelin flung it to the ground and drew his Taquan sword. Wendelin wiped the blade of his sword on its fur. "Scorpion tails, that's all." The Forbidden Zone's terror lies in its abundance of exotic beasts. Tang Yu glanced back at the other pioneers. They were all at ease, and no one was injured. Any team here can easily slay an SSS-level exotic beast, but in the Forbidden Zone, there are countless SSS-level exotic beasts, and the Pioneer team only has 1,000. Money should be spent wisely, and the same applies to the Pioneer team. We can't waste our energy on these roving manticores. We need to shrink our formation, cross this mountain, and get rid of these manticores. Tang Yu had already arranged the necessary formations. As soon as Tang Yu gave the order, everyone formed an arrowhead, led by Song Shi, and charged into the group of manticores. Song Shi's sword struck with his own unique killing process. First, he severed the scorpion's tail, preventing it from attacking others. Then, he slashed the spine, completely killing the manticore. Song Shi was the first to reach the top of the mountain. Looking down, he saw a dense swarm of manticores filling the entire valley, spreading to the opposite hilltop. Song Shi turned his head, his tone a little dazed. "Have we reached their lair?" Chapter 373. As the Forerunners climbed the rolling hills, their scalps tingled as they gazed down at the manticores below. How long would this fight last? Song Shi was the first to react, stepping back a few steps to find the hyperbrain system in Team 4. "Contact the command center." The manticores were clustered together. Given the terrain, it was better to use red seal shrimp extract to wipe them out en masse than to rush in and kill them one by one. The awakened hyperbrain system relayed Song Shi's proposal back to the command center at Base 1. Using red seal shrimp extract was risky. The burning manticores needed to be contained to prevent the spread of the flames. 5 minutes later, the command center deliberated and agreed to use red seal shrimp extract. This decision entailed a significant risk, but at this moment, everyone decided to take the gamble. All the Forerunners heading south were teleported to the manticore's lair, including Yao Ying's team and Lu Xing's team. 500 advanced teams, totaling nearly 2,500 men, spread out and surrounded the manticore's lair. Each man was given a small bottle of polar shrimp tail liquid. Diluted 1,000 times, it could kill the sparks of the red seal shrimp. Spraying the liquid on anything that came into contact with it had a certain effect. For safety's sake, the troops stationed outside formed a second line of defense across a hilltop, ready to kill any manticores that escaped the advanced team's defenses. Everything was ready. Over 20 spatial portals hung in midair. A steady stream of flying systems emerged from within, carrying boxes of polar shrimp extract. They began spraying the liquid around the hilltop, establishing a fire barrier to prevent the red seal liquid from igniting and consuming the entire West Mountain. This was the third line of defense. The alien beast's black energy would affect human electronic equipment, rendering drones useless. Only the awakened flying ones could take action. After the isolation zone was established, the spatial gate directly above the manticore's shifted position, and a fine, rain-like spray of red seal liquid emanated from it. The manticores in the center were the first to be bathed in the rain. The manticores in the center were chosen first because they were crammed into the valley and unable to escape immediately. By the time they passed the flames to the surrounding manticores, and the flames gradually spread to the outermost circle, the manticores in the center would have been nearly consumed. This method significantly alleviated the pressure on the pioneers. The manticores initially didn't care, perhaps believing it was just a simple rainstorm, the spatial vortex in the sky merely a patch of dark clouds. The manticores in the outermost circle raised their heads and waved their tails, intending to bring down the awakened flying ones in the sky. The flying class maintained an altitude of over 50 meters, out of reach of the manticores. One lushly furred manticore roared to the sky, and the others followed suit. The sound spread across the valley. They were using this method to spread the message. A flying class is approaching. The spirit class in the team said solemnly, gazing at the horizon. Countless small black dots appeared on the horizon. Tang Yu calmly commanded, Bone Armor class, Alien class, do not let the flying class take the Red Seal shrimp liquid away. The Red Seal liquid could be controlled while spreading on the ground, but if carried high into the air by a flying class and landed somewhere random, the consequences would be disastrous. The Bone Armor class spread their bony wings and soared into the sky. Like eagles, they flapped their wings and soared, forming a solid aerial battle line. The mutants stared intently at the flying monsters on the horizon. With a wave of their hands, a complex pattern appeared and rolled around them, accelerating until, like a meteor, it shot into the flying monsters on the horizon. The monsters they struck were controlled, turning back to block their own kind. The innermost manticores attacked first, flailing their bodies wildly. Finding they couldn't shake off the flames, they began to run wildly. They then passed the flames to their companions. The valley was in chaos. Howling echoed incessantly, and the Red Seal liquid began to spread, from its initial black smoke to a blazing flame. The valley was filled with wailing and struggling, like a living hell. The pioneers on the hilltop watched this scene, listening to the piercing cries, without a trace of pity. Instead, each one felt a genuine sense of joy. The humans of the Federation had been forced to this point because of these beasts. The manticores in the outer circle, sensing trouble, fled their lair and headed for the hilltop. The pioneers atop the hill, sharpening their knives, finally had their chance to strike. Kill! Cries rose and fell, their fighting spirit surging. Like soldiers defending a city wall, any manticore that dared approach would have its tail and spine severed, and its body thrown back into the valley. After spraying the box with the polar shrimp liquid, the flying fighters untied it, and threw it toward the wave of manticores below. The box exploded upon contact, knocking over a large wave of them. Then, they drew their submachine guns, aimed at the flying monsters summoned by the manticores in the sky, and shot them down one by one into the sea of fire. Across the rolling hills, the healer's purification discs connected into one, protecting all the pioneers above and below. The slaughter lasted for half an hour. The air was thick with the smell of burning, and the black smoke from the burning manticores dimmed the sky. Songsher kicked a manticore off the hillside. Instead of rolling, it piled atop the other manticore carcasses. In just half an hour, the manticore carcasses had piled up like a mountain. But at a glance, the number of manticores in the valley seemed to have not diminished. And their constant howling summoned other species of exotic beasts from the territory. Center says a large number of exotic beasts are attacking the second line of defense from the rear. The super brain shouted. Everyone's heart tightened, and their movements quickened, hoping to slay even one more manticore. There were too many. The terrifying nature of the restricted area gradually became apparent. The valley was too vast. The pioneers on the mountaintop had no idea what was happening with the manticores in the center. From time to time, flying units, carrying healers, would fly out from the spatial gates in the sky, searching low for the suspected manticore leader. Capture the leader first. But they still hadn't found the leader of this group of manticores. It had cunningly hidden among tens of thousands of manticores, and there was no time to waste. I go down and find the manticore leader, Songsher said, dashing down the pile of manticore corpses and into the group. Manticores are enormous, with adult ones measuring 6 meters long and 3 meters tall. Songsher weaved among them, like a tiny ant, his eyepiece filled with trampled dust and disgusting feces. Being small also had certain advantages. Songsher could move more stealthily. There were too many. Songsher kept reading their red memory dots, and approached the group of scorpion-tailed lions that roared to the sky and summoned other strange beasts for help at the beginning, but found that the lions looked exactly the same, and the concentration of black gas they emitted was exactly the same. Chapter 374. Songshur leaped onto the back of a relatively sturdy-looking manticore, half-crouched, and used illusion despair to read its red memory dot. This was the 132nd one. I had to read something useful, Songshur prayed silently. Finally, 2 male lions battled for leadership. After a fierce battle, a lion with 3 scars across its head defeated the manticore beneath her. 3 scars on its face. Songshur stood up and looked around. The dust kicked up by the manticore's flapping, the beast's black aura, and the black smoke from its burning flames completely obscured Songshur's vision. She could only clearly see the manticores within 10 meters of her. She didn't see what she was looking for. Songshur pulled out a homing munition from her backpack, unhooked the end cord, and fired it into the sky. Thick pink smoke bloomed high in the sky. The pioneers surrounding the valley watched this scene unfold. Wang Xiaoman was excited. The captain must have discovered something. Maybe even the leader of the manticores. The other pioneers shared the same sentiment, all of them breathing a sigh of relief. With this pervert like Songshur around, how bad could the situation get? Songshur waited where he was. 5 seconds later, Gavin, an SSS rank bone armor type, swooped down from the sky, grabbed Songshur's backpack from the manticore's back, lifted her up, and returned to midair. The sky wasn't peaceful either. Flying monsters rushed over one after another. Gavin dragged Songshur around in circles, occasionally diving headfirst to feint a shot at the monsters before rising back up. Songshur gripped the backpack strap tightly, feeling dizzy and a long-lost sense of panic. "What have you found?" Gavin's voice came from overhead. Songshur suppressed his nausea. "Look for the manticore with 3 scars on its head. It's the leader of this group of manticores." Gavin fell again, his words stuck in his throat due to the extreme weightlessness. After stabilizing himself, Gavin asked, "Is the one with 3 scars the leader of these manticores?" Songshur's movements were disheveled in the wind. "Yes. Tell the command center." Gavin carried Songshur closer to the sky gate, exchanging information with the flying and super brain systems. He then contacted the command center. After 3 minutes of planning, the flying systems, along with the healing systems, dispersed to search for a manticore that met Songshur's requirements. Gavin also dived down with Songshur, searching at low altitude for the manticore. Songshur flew ahead, his spirit chasing behind. Without his helmet, Songshur had no doubt his hairline would recede 2 centimeters after this battle. "Your aerial combat is so exciting?" Gavin laughed heartily. "This is just basic training. I show you something even more exciting." The so-called even more exciting thing was a strange beast. Songshur recognized it as a flying strange beast called a 4-winged willow crow, with 4 wings and a single eye. Although this bird was a strange beast, it had been controlled by the alien system. It grabbed its fellow's shoulder, spun twice in midair at high speed, then released its claws, sending its companion flying and slamming into a pack of manticores below, smashing them into a pulp. It would also pick up a manticore from below, carry it high into the air, and drop it, knocking out a bunch of them again. When it got tired of flying, it would even step on the back of its fellows, rubbing its wings to fly, and then kick it down when it had rested enough. "Lu Wu, cover me. I'm sending her down to the Lion King," Gavin shouted. Lu Wu understood, or rather, the alien system controlling it. It followed Gavin's right rear, clearing out any approaching alien beasts and escorting Gavin to a height of 20 meters above the ground. 10 minutes later, the scarred manticore leader, protected by a dozen powerful manticores, appeared in Songshur's sight. Songshur ordered Gavin to put her down. Gavin simply threw her onto the manticore leader's back. The manticore flipped its tail, and was about to sting Songshur. Songshur unleashed his 3 scimitars and slashed at the tail. A mark was left on the shell, and the tail was slightly crooked, missing Songshur. "Gavin, wow, as expected of the leader, your manticore's tail is more resilient than other manticores." Gavin didn't leave immediately. He and Four-Eyed Lu Wu stayed behind to assist Songshur. The 2 of them each restrained the surrounding manticores, leaving the scar manticore to Songshur. The manticore's tail proved difficult to cut, so Songshur abandoned it and attacked its head instead. Every second counted. The pioneers had no idea how much longer they could hold out. The ordinary awakened, the second line of defense, were forced to shoulder the responsibility of preventing other beasts from approaching. More and more beasts were summoned by the Manticore King. Everyone was waiting for her. The Manticore leader had to be killed as quickly as possible. Songshur directly used his mental power to attack. The Scar Manticore's movement to bite Songshur was stiff. Songshur covered the 3-element blade with mental power, and thrust it into its cervical vertebrae. The three-element blade penetrated its cervical vertebrae completely. The manticore instantly regained consciousness, its fur standing on end. Surprisingly, it wasn't dead yet, shaking its body wildly, trying to throw Songshur off. Die! Songshur gripped the hilt of the three-element sword, his spiritual power surging in his hands, merging into the three elements. The three elements extended infinitely, piercing the manticore leader's throat. Explode! The virtual blade spread out in all directions, like sunflowers. The manticore's head barely connected to its neck, drooping limply as its massive body collapsed to the ground. An SSS rank manticore, Songshur killed it with ease. Gavin and Lu Wu also slew the Lion King's followers. But the battle wasn't over. The Lion King was dead. The lions were in chaos. No more exotic beasts would be summoned. The heartening news reached the advanced team and the awakened team in the second defensive zone. Everyone's morale was high. The battle raged on. The manticore corpses formed a mountain after mountain. The red seal shrimp liquid infected the entire herd of manticores, killing 2/3 of them in the inextinguishable flames of the red seal liquid. The advanced team, facing the manticores infected by the red seal shrimp, grew increasingly cautious. The battle lasted from day to night. The nutrient solution factory within the base was emptied, and piled alongside the corpses of the alien beasts were empty nutrient solution tubes. No one had a chance to rest, and when their mental strength was depleted, they drank nutrient solution to replenish it. The base's S-rank and above healers were ready for battle and continuously sent to the front lines, using their enhancement skills to replenish the combatants' mental strength. The gruesome and bloody scene, like the perpetual motion machines of the pioneers, left a deep psychological scar on the healers, who had never experienced the battlefield. The stored mental energy bullets of the mechanical manufacturing department were also transported to the front lines, allowing the flight department to fire from high altitudes. This was a battle involving everyone. Even from a distant underground castle in a restricted area, Song Yi was silently observing the battle. The battle continued from night to dawn. The importance of the intense training during the day was evident at this moment. From dawn to dusk. As the sun set, the manticores were finally trapped in the valley forever. The carbuncle liquid burned their bodies. Not a single manticore escaped the perimeter with the flames. Chapter 375. After over 40 hours, 80% of the manticores were wiped out. The remaining 20% were roaming the area, having been patrolling their territory during the advanced team's operation, saving their lives. These 20% of manticores were unlikely to become a threat, so they were temporarily left to the other alien beasts in the restricted area, waiting for the second line of defense, the awakened team, to recover and eliminate them. The advanced team withdrew from the valley, and the command center dispatched another wave of flying units, carrying polar shrimp liquid, to spray the valley to prevent alien beasts from carrying the flames. This spraying process lasted a week before the flames were completely extinguished. At this moment, Songshur and the others did not immediately return to the human base. The White-Eyed Tiger tribe entrenched in the northern part of the Shishan restricted area had not yet been eliminated. The White-Eyed Tiger tribe did not gather in groups like the manticores, so using the red seal liquid could easily wipe out 2/3 of their tribe. Their territory was scattered, and each White-Eyed Tiger had its own territory. It was up to the advanced teams to find and eliminate them one by one. After 40 hours of fighting, the advanced teams rushed non-stop to the northern battlefield and threw themselves into the fray. The 350-strong squad led by Songshur disbanded. Fighting together was not suitable for dealing with the White-Eyed Tigers. Disbanding was more efficient. Songshur and his 5 companions tirelessly searched for the White-Eyed Tigers, working together to strangle them with minimal mental effort. Jiang Qifeng consumed the least mental energy of the 5. Qilin, while slaying the White-Eyed Tigers, tore off their flesh and devoured them, allowing him to recover the fastest, and Jiang Qifeng, in turn, felt much more refreshed. Qilin bit off the neck of a single White-Eyed Tiger. After gorging himself, he sat on the ground, gracefully licking the blood from his paws, and then slowly cleaning the blood from his mouth. Songshur and the other 3 sat on the branch of a nearby tree, expressionlessly drinking the tasteless nutrient solution. The nutrient solution was consumed too quickly. The several batches delivered by the base today were all colorless and odorless. Wang Xiaoman missed the base cafeteria. When will we finish killing the White-Eyed Tiger? Qilin said its meat is delicious. Do you want to try it? Jiang Qifeng, rubbing his bloated stomach, pointed at the White-Eyed Tiger and asked the 4 people in the tree. The 4 glanced at the eviscerated, horrible-looking White-Eyed Tiger and shook their heads in unison. Qilin let out a howl. Humph, you ungrateful human. You're so unlucky. The wolf even left you the most delicious belly fat. It lowered its head and continued eating. Songshur assumed it wasn't full yet and waited. After replenishing their energy, the five set out again. The process was dull. Solo killing the white-eyed tiger wasn't challenging for the advanced team. Every day, besides replenishing energy and taking a short rest, she would search for the white-eyed tigers hiding everywhere. This went on for 3 days straight. One day, Songshur had just laid down on a tree branch when the system reminded her that her healing system had been upgraded. Upgraded level, SSS. Songshur checked the system panel. Spirit points, 10,000/10,000. During the 5 days since entering the West Mountain restricted area, Songshur's spirit points had repeatedly dropped below 1,000, then continuously risen again. After repeated repetitions, Songshur's spirit points were finally full. Captain? You've upgraded? Which system did it upgrade this time? Wang Xiaoman poked her head out from under the branch that was dwarfing Songshur. As the light faded, Songshur said, Healing system. Wow, Captain, your healing system is now SSS level 2. Wang Xiaoman was happy for Songshur. Both the healing and berserk abilities are SSS level, double SSS level. Captain, why hasn't your psychic ability been active? Wang Xiaoman asked again. She didn't think much of it. She simply felt that Songshur's healing and berserk abilities were constantly upgrading, while his psychic ability remained stagnant. Songshur wasn't a psychic at all. Tang Yu had guessed early on that Songshur wasn't a psychic. Memory reading by psychics requires a quiet environment, physical contact with the target, and a minimum of 10 minutes, with no interruptions. In many operations, Songshur read the target's memory in an instant. And Songshur never used psychic abilities like brand, suggestion, or hypnosis. Add to that the fact that Songshur's S-level psychic ability could remove SSS-level brands, and that he had virtual weapon abilities similar to psychic materialization. Songshur wasn't a psychic at all. Songshur's personality changed dramatically from the start of the stimulation experiment. Initially hopeless at awakening, she awakened both the healing and rage abilities. The perceptive Tang Yu had sensed something was amiss. Songshur didn't mention it, so she didn't ask. Wendelin had also more or less sensed that Songshur wasn't a psychic type. No other type in the current awakening system could match Songshur's abilities. Wendelin believed that Songshur hadn't created a psychic type skill, but rather a type never before seen in history. Songshur wanted to conceal it, so Wendelin pretended not to notice. Wang Xiaoman and Jiang Qifeng, both naive, hadn't anticipated this and naively hoped that Songshur's psychic type would quickly reach SSS, making their team invincible. The extermination of the white-eyed tigers was nearing completion. The human encirclement gradually closed, and the white-eyed tigers began calling on their friends for help. The white-eyed tigers and manticores had lived in peace in the Western Mountain Forbidden Zone for over 40 years, forming a special bond. The first friend the white-eyed tigers called out to was the manticore, but it didn't respond. The white-eyed tigers searched for help, but it seemed as if all the beasts in the Western Mountain Forbidden Zone had evaporated, leaving only the white-eyed tigers. The white-eyed tigers, facing a crisis of survival, began to gather, falling prey to the Forerunner's trap. There was no need to search them one by one. The extermination of the white-eyed tigers lasted for 21 days. The number of deaths in the Forerunner team, 0. The number of deaths in the Awakened team, 329. The Western Mountain Forbidden Zone was successfully downgraded to a free zone. The 11 restricted zones were once again reduced to 10 restricted zones. As soon as the news reached the human base, billboards in squares large and small were filled with advertisements depicting the heroic deeds of the Forerunners. The Forerunner Project is humanity's wisest plan since the 233rd year of the mutation. Leader Lu Zizhou led humanity into the future. Ordinary citizens on the streets excitedly chanted slogans, all centered around the Forerunner team and Lu Zizhou, the man who originally proposed and single-handedly facilitated the Forerunner Project. Support for Lu Zizhou, the leader of the Federation, reached an unprecedented level. With this announcement, Lu Zizhou announced the second round of enrollment for the Forerunner Project. Students from various supernatural universities enthusiastically signed up to participate. Back at the training base, Chang Yurwei first arranged for everyone to change into their dormitories and have a good meal. Then, returning to the open training grounds, the most commonly used for daily training, he announced the candidates for the 10 dawn-breaking teams. The selection rules for the dawn-breaking teams were particularly interesting. First, contribution to the overall situation, and second, the number of monsters killed by the team. Chang Yurui leaned over to the speaker and announced loudly, members of the first dawn breaking team: Song Shi, Tang Yu, Wen Duolin, Wang Xiaoman, and Jiang Qifeng. Song Shi and the other 5, dressed in military uniform, lined up in a row. Song Shi led the team up to the podium, standing with his hands behind his back, to Chang Yurui's left. Well-deserved, no one questioned. The applause was thunderous. Wu Xilu, amidst the applause, gazed at Song Shi on the stage, his eyes hazy, a vague memory of his first encounter with him. The young girl, chasing after a B-rank earth wolf beast in a dim alley, now stood on the podium, a supreme awakener admired by thousands. Chang Yurui personally presented Song Shi and the other 5 with golden badges engraved with the word Dawn Breaking, pinning them to their chests. The remaining 9 Dawn Breaking teams were announced one after another. Lu Qian's team, Yao Ying's team, Wu Xilu's team, Gong Wanyun's, Bai Xiaoshu's, and Gavin's teams all made the list. The Dawn Breaking team, named after the name, represents breaking through the darkness before dawn. I hope you, the 10 Dawn Breaking teams, can lead humanity toward light. The first pioneer team of the Forerunner project has been officially formed. From now on, you will report directly to the Federation leader and obey her orders. After the Dawn Breaking team members were announced, all the Forerunner teams were sent away from the training base. Chang Yurui gave them an hour to pack. Instructor Chang Yu is so heartless, Wang Xiaoman said as she packed, reluctantly bidding farewell to all the furniture. Goodbye, sofa, goodbye, coffee table, goodbye, my beloved refrigerator. Song Shi didn't have much, so he packed first, leaving only a small backpack slung over his shoulder. The next class is arriving in a week. After we leave, these dormitories need to be cleaned. The instructors also need to review the cadets' plans in advance. They don't have time for sentimental conversations. Okay. Wang Xiaoman pouted and went back to her room to say goodbye to her bed. After packing, the space gate transported over 10,000 people to their future residence. The commander's direct military district, next to the first military district. Oh yeah. We're all still living together. Wang Xiaoman excitedly shared with Song Shi and the others after noticing the familiar advanced teams upstairs and downstairs. For someone as generous and kind-hearted as Wang Xiaoman, all the advancers were her good friends, and living with good friends was a joy. It feels like I haven't left the training base yet. Wang Xiaoman sprawled out on the large sofa, leaning back with her arms outstretched, fully absorbing the air of the commander's direct military district. As for the others, Wendelin, his arm around Taquan Jian, squatted by the trash can, chewing sunflower seeds. Seeing those Lu and Wu people every day is so annoying. Jiang Qifeng, clutching his jewelry box, lay dejected on the sofa. His luggage was piled at his legs, and he had no motivation to clean up. He was annoyed by the pretentious berserker types, the arrogant warrior types, the insane psychic types, the fire types with even worse tempers than his, but he had to face them every day. Tang Yu was the only one packing diligently. Song Shi lay in bed, repeatedly examining the system panel. Additional reward for reaching double SSS rank. Resurrection card. Achievement value, 0%. Chapter 376. The commander's direct military district strictly adheres to its management system. Those who wish to leave must apply for leave, undergo daily training, and be on call at all times. The Dawn team oversees and executes the daily training of the advanced team. From now on, the 10 Dawn teams will lead the advanced teams and obey their orders. The training plan is jointly developed by the commanders of the 10 Dawn teams and support personnel assigned from above. Tang Yu went to a meeting to formulate the plan. Wen Duolin and Jiang Qifeng both took 3 days off. Wang Xiaoman stayed in her dorm room, watching TV dramas. Song Shi went for a walk on the running track downstairs and reviewed some messages he had sent her recently. Scrolling to the top, a message from a month ago caught Song Shi's eye. Qin, among the remaining 100,000 people in the new city, there's no one named Chen Suqin. The new city had a population of nearly 300,000. 150,000 retreated with Song Yi, while nearly 50,000 were killed by the intercepting federal troops or by the advance team. A remaining 100,000 were not able to evacuate and were sent to base 11 as forced laborers. Chen Suqin was not sent away as a forced laborer. Instead, he was taken away by Song Yi. To find Chen Suqin, we must locate several other new cities. Qin, the federal government suspects that several other new cities are also in the restricted area and is sending personnel to investigate. There's no result yet. It's likely that your first assignment after graduation will be to search for new cities in the restricted area. Song Shi had previously been eager to find Song Yi in the restricted area upon graduation, but now the system has given her an additional reward. A resurrection card. Songshur glanced at the system panel and resolved to max out her achievement score before this operation. Obtaining the resurrection card would provide her with an extra layer of security. Qin Yi then discussed the current situation in the Federation. Lu Xijiao's series of decisions since taking office have angered many aristocratic families, most notably the Wen and Wu families. Regarding the reconstruction of Base 11, Lu Xijiao meticulously divided the work into several sections, assigning each aristocratic family a project. These projects were not profitable, and some required the aristocratic family to contribute financially. Aristocratic families, led by the Wu and Wen families, strongly opposed the reconstruction of Base 11, but Lu Xijiao held leverage over them. Reconstruction work on Base 11 had already begun a month ago. Songshur was curious about what leverage Lu Xijiao had that could manipulate these aristocratic families. Before Base 11 was breached by the alien beast tide, there were frequent reports of alien beasts appearing in human cities and injuring people. Songshur knew this all too well. She had nearly lost her life to a ground wolf beast before. If the incident escalated, the media would explain it as the work of a ground-dwelling alien beast. While working as a hunter, Songshur once encountered a four-eyed, stinking dog outside a dilapidated courtyard. She initially thought it was a strange beast from outside the base that had escaped and taken refuge there, and she and her hunting team happened upon it, so she didn't think much of it. Experimental research takes many forms, and non-interventional follow-up research is one of them. When speculating about the aristocratic families of the Federation, never harbor even the slightest bit of goodwill. Their actions have no boundaries. The previous leader was from the Lu family, and he turned a blind eye, and the aristocratic families were very satisfied with him. Before Lu Xijiao's election, he had close ties with these families, and the aristocratic families believed him to be one of the same kind. They were surprised by his treachery after taking office, but it was too late. Past crimes had become leverage for Lu Xijiao to manipulate them. During this period, the Wen and Wu families were attempting to monopolize technology with other families, refusing to provide the federal government with necessary weapons and new technology. The peace and blessing before the Shishan Forbidden Zone operation was produced by the hunting group. The Wen and Wu families refused to provide the red seal liquid and polar shrimp tail liquid needed to fight the scorpion lions. In an emergency, Lu Xijiao sent men to search a Wen family warehouse and obtained a sufficient amount of red seal liquid. Without the polar shrimp tail liquid, Lu Xijiao contacted me. The hunting group's various bases combined all the polar shrimp tail liquid from their laboratories and shipped it to the front lines. They also temporarily modified the production line to increase production. The purity wasn't high, but it was a relief. As if grooming a successor, Qin Yi explained to Songshur in detail the secretive actions of the federal leaders and laid bare the hunting group's predicament. Qin Yi's words hinted at a direction, and Songshur, sensing this, flipped the page. The hunting group and the Lu family are now on the same side. With the hunting group's backing, the Wen and Wu family's technological monopoly seems ridiculous and powerless. The hunting group has become a thorn in their side. Recently, the group's internal business ties with them have been sharply declining, and the group itself is under surveillance by the Wen and Wu families. Songshur, you said your first goal is to kill Song Yi, and your second goal is to eliminate the Federation families. Move up the second goal. I help you. Read it from beginning to end. Songshur typed a line. I want the list of families participating in the dual system experiment at the first base in the year 232 of the mutation. Waiting for Qin Yi's response, Songshur lowered his hand and looked up at the sky. The sky was clear today. The sky in the inner city is always clearer than that in the outer city. Qin Yi's response speed was astonishing. The emergence of the dual lineage was an unprecedented opportunity for humanity. All the aristocratic families participated, including the hunting group, but each played a different role. I send you the meeting minutes. You can find the person you truly want to deal with. Songshur clicked on the video and glanced at the time in the upper right corner. It was the afternoon she was brought to the lab. Representatives from various aristocratic families attended the meeting, and many aristocratic families had come in person. The meeting discussed her whereabouts, whether to send her back to school to conduct experiments without missing classes, or to stay in the lab until the results were in, or to sacrifice her life for the experiment. Songshur watched the entire video at triple speed. Overall, Songshur had only one realization. She was a piece of pork, with one person wanting to tear a piece, another taking a bite, fearing her share would be smaller than the others. Wu Yuan, head of the Wu family, Wen Duoru, head of the Wen family, Meng Suhe, head of the Ming family, and I Yongin. Very good. Songshur memorized these names one by one. Who starts first? Qin Yi, Wen Duohai, the heir of the Wen family. Qin Yi, I send you the detailed plan later. Songshur turned off his laptop. Lu Xing came running from the other end of the track. He was doing his daily training, while Wu Xilu was at a meeting. He passed Songshur, but didn't stop, running straight ahead, as if he hadn't noticed him. Songshur remembered the conditions for obtaining the resurrection card. Fighting people, fighting monsters. Fighting keeps your mind clear, and allows you to make the right decisions in any situation. With this thought in mind, Songshur grabbed Lu Xing's back. Lu Xing reacted quickly, spun around and dodged, swatting Songshur's arm away. Chapter 377. Are you crazy? Lu Xing stared in disbelief at Songshur, his lips pursed as he took 2 steps back to distance himself from him. After all he'd been through, Lu Xing was now more reserved, his temper subdued. He simply wanted to improve himself, not get bogged down in meaningless internal conflict. Fight me. Songshur clenched his fist and swung it at his face, the wind surging down on Lu Xing. Let's improve each other. Lu Xing leaned sideways, his fist glancing at his nose. Lu Xing held back, his fist nearly breaking. Songshur, don't push your luck. Songshur fell silent, only punching and kicking with all her might. She wanted to see how long Lu Xing could hold back. As expected, by the third move, Lu Xing couldn't hold back any longer, and with a sweeping kick, he nearly knocked Songshur out. Songshur raised his knee and kicked him in the leg joint. Bang! The sound was so loud that even the other pioneers strolling along heard it, and turned to its source. Why are Songshur and Lu Xing fighting again? Who knows? Go check it out. Maybe you can learn a few moves. Soon, Songshur and Lu Xing were surrounded. As for the 2 parties involved, they endured the excruciating pain of colliding bones, and silently separated a meter apart. Then, displeased with each other, they rekindled their fight, punching each other raw. Achievement value, plus 2%. Achievement value, plus 1%. Both men beat each other to death, and the onlookers covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. After their recent missions together, they had thought Songshur and Lu Xing's relationship had thawed. Unexpectedly, with the commander gone, the 2 men resented each other. Each blow was so powerful it would have been impossible to defeat without a deep-seated hatred dating back over a decade. Songshur was fine, he was a healer, and the bruise on his eye faded in less than 5 seconds. Lu Xing was different. His face was bruised and swollen, and several bones were likely broken. But he refused to give in, and his attacks continued unabated. The battle lasted until the commanders finished their meeting. The meeting place was separated from the dormitory by a runway. After the commanders left, they could see a group of people gathered in the distance. What happened? Wu Xilu stood on tiptoe, seeing nothing. Gong Wanyan looked up from his laptop and grinned with schadenfreude. Lu Xing really can't leave you for even a second. Wu Xilu and Lu Qian immediately understood, and Wu Xilu quickly squeezed into the crowd. The crowd made way for her. The fight was over, and Song Shizheng was pulling Lu Xing up from the ground. Lu Xing's appearance was appalling. But he hadn't gone berserk. Wu Xilu, surprised and relieved, stepped forward and took Lu Xing from Song Shi's hands. Lu Xing's right eye was swollen, his nose was crooked, and the corner of his mouth was bruised and bloody. He stared at Wu Xilu, his lips moving, as if about to speak. Wu Xilu seemed to understand his meaning immediately, wrapping his arms around Lu Xing's shoulders, and whispering something affectionately into his ear. Lu Xing's eyes curved, and despite the swelling at the corner of his mouth, he actually smiled. This was the first time Lu Xing had smiled in front of so many people. It was as strange as when Song Shi had greeted Lu Xing in the dungeon, but everyone was even more curious about what Wu Xilu had said. Song Shi, who was facing the 2 of them, and very close to them, and who clearly heard what Wu Xilu said, was petrified on the spot. Wu Xilu said, "You did well today. We haven't been together in ages. We won't be practicing tonight, so we take the day off." Song Shi, having won the match, asked, "Why are you in such a bad mood?" Wu Xilu led Lu Xing away. Before leaving, Lu Xing glanced at Song Shi with a smug look, proudly raising his and Wu Xilu's interlocked hands. Song Shi gritted his teeth, staring at the back of Lu Xing's head as he retreated. He really wanted to dunk, but Lu Xing wouldn't have time to react now. Tang Yu took Song Shi's arm and said, "Let's go out for dinner too." "Congratulations, Captain, on defeating Lu Xing again." Wang Xiaoman put her arm around Song Shi's shoulder from the other side. "Captain, you were amazing just now. You must teach me that flying dragon in the sky move." Surrounded by good friends, Songshur suddenly felt less downhearted. Arriving at the restaurant, the three of them didn't order yet. Wang Xiaoman contacted Wen Duolin and Jiang Qifeng via her laptop, asking if they wanted to eat together. Jiang Qifeng asked for the address and arrived shortly. Wen Duolin looked unhappy. Even though she was trying hard to smile, it was a stark contrast to her usual smirk. She said something urgent was going on at home, and she couldn't eat with us. After hanging up, Wang Xiaoman rested her chin in her hand, worried. Duolin's been distracted lately. I wonder what's going on with her. She knows her limits. If we can help, she tell us. Tang Yu reassured Wang Xiaoman and poured her a cup of tea. The Wen family is a large one, second only to the Lu family. A family like that must have a lot of worries. Wang Xiaoman sighed, looked around, called the waiter, and ordered 15 dishes in one go. As she put it, she turned her grief and anger into appetite. She and Jiang Qifeng were both big eaters, and Songshur had a big appetite too. Even though there were only 4 of them, they wouldn't have trouble finishing all 15 dishes, and they might even need more. The dishes were gradually arriving, and Jiang Qifeng arrived. Jiang Qifeng pulled out a chair and sat down. Is Wen Duolin okay? Wang Xiaoman took a sip of water and nodded. Jiang Qifeng, why do you always come home? Are you big families planning something big lately? Wang Xiaoman had serious doubts. Although her family was considered wealthy, with the first base overflowing with large families, hers wouldn't have a spot on the menu. Jiang Qifeng picked up his chopsticks and prepared to eat. Hearing this, he said, I don't know. I just miss my dad, so I'm going back to see him. Wang Xiaoman, okay. She actually hoped to get some useful information from Jiang Qifeng. Songshur, the only one who knew the truth, ate in silence. Wen Duolin and Qin Yi had teamed up. The plan was for Wen Duolin to lure out her brother, Wen Duohai, to create an opening for Songshur to take action. After dinner, Jiang Qifeng drove Songshur and the other two for a stroll. On a night off, there was no point wasting a single moment. At an indoor amusement park, Wang Xiaoman wanted to ride the high-altitude swings, so she joined a group of other children in the queue. Jiang Qifeng licked 2 ice cream cones while complaining, you don't even train enough, and you have to wait in line to train before you go out to play. Songshur glanced down at her laptop. Qin Yi had sent her a message, time's up, time to act. Songshur stood up, I'm going to the bathroom. Then hurry up. I'm going to play later too. Hold the ice cream for me. Tang Yu was also eating ice cream, one in each hand, unable to help Jiang Qifeng. Watch my speed, she said, leaving a message, and Songshur left. Chapter 378. Songshur arrived at the bathroom, and opened the door to the stall on his right. A blue spatial vortex filled the entire stall. Songshur closed the door, and walked into the vortex expressionlessly. The vortex shrank, and disappeared into the bathroom. Songshur exited the vortex, and entered a dressing room. Songshur looked around. On a wardrobe in the dressing room hung a pre-prepared pink uniform, with a work badge on the chest. Songshur took it down, changed into it, and opened the door to the next room as planned. The 2 men who had been waiting in the room hurried forward. The younger man on the right held a black box, while the bearded middle-aged man on the left pulled out a human skin mask from the box. He carefully placed the mask on Songshur's face, blending it in perfectly. In less than 3 minutes, the middle-aged man looked at Songshur's face and nodded with satisfaction. Songshur pushed open the door and emerged, carrying a tray. Passing by the mirror in the dressing room, Songshur glanced sideways. He saw a strange, non-aggressive face. Songshur adjusted his expression and left the dressing room. Outside the dressing room, staff members dressed similarly to Songshur were waiting, carrying trays of food. Songshur blended in seamlessly, standing at the end of the food delivery line, without interacting with anyone else. The group headed to the front hall, where their food was inspected and their bodies searched. The front hall was cleared. Wendelin, Wen Duohai, and a member of the Wu family whom Songshur didn't recognize were gathered around a table, discussing a collaboration. The conversation focused on the next steps in their collaborative research. The psychic system of Wen Duohai, who was accompanying them to protect them, had been drugged by Wen Duolin. The drug, from the hunting group, temporarily affected his psychic senses, making it impossible to accurately detect the approach of an awakened person. Songshur passed unimpeded. The staff ahead of him put down their meals one after another, and it was Songshur's turn. He was only half a meter away from Wen Duohai. Wen Duohai was still talking. Songshur put down his plate, turned slightly, and hooked his right arm around Wen Duohai's neck, grasping his head and twisting it to the left. With a crisp click, Wen Duohai's eyeballs bulged. In the final seconds before he lost consciousness, he looked at Wen Duolin, who smiled at him at the table across from him. Resentment, disbelief, and unwillingness, a complex mix of emotions. When Duolin feigned a second brother and stood up, drawing his Taquan sword and engaging the assailant. Songshur casually dropped the lifeless Wen Duohai. Wen Duohai's head drooped limply, and he slipped from his chair. Songshur swung the plate at Wen Duolin, taking advantage of Wen Duolin's moment to block with his sword and run to the kitchen. Wen Duohai's subordinates surrounded Songshur. Psychic attack. A group of them immediately collapsed, clutching their heads. Songshur couldn't use virtual weapons in public. She was the only one in the Federation who knew them. Songshur kicked the sword-wielding berserker, wrestled his sword from him, and struck him in the head with a backhand strike. Blood splattered everywhere. Where's the healer? Come save my second brother. Lu Xingta. What are you doing? Detect the location of her fellow psychic. When Duolin didn't chase Songshur himself. Instead, he knelt on the ground, hugging Wen Duohai's gradually cooling body, shouting at the top of his lungs. The healer scrambled over, shaking his hands as he grasped Wen Duohai's cold hand. His cervical vertebrae were broken, so there was no hope of recovery. The psychic Lu Xingta was in a trance. He expanded his psychic range to its maximum, his vision blurred. He was blind, unable to detect anyone's location. Why is this happening? Why can't I see it? He suddenly remembered the piece of gum the young lady had given him during their casual chat before leaving today. Young lady? A sudden realization dawned on him, and he turned to look at Wen Duolin, who was holding Wen Duohai with a heartbroken expression. The young lady was in cahoots with the criminals. He took a step back, his fingers trembling as he clicked on his laptop, determined to tell the head of the family about this. Lu Xingta had already found the Wen family head's communication number, and just as he was about to press it, a sword shot out from the side, piercing the side of Lu Xingta's neck. Lu Xingta raised his hand in disbelief, touching his neck. Songshur chased after him, sword drawn. Scalding blood sprayed onto Lu Xingta's hand, and he watched Songshur fall backward. Having secured his second target for the day, Songshur turned and ran to the changing room. Those chasing Songshur were Wen Duohai's men, defeated by Songshur's mental attack, their legs so weak they couldn't even stand. Songshur successfully ran back to the changing room, pushed open the door, and stepped through a spatial portal, appearing at the hunting group's underground supply station 100 kilometers away. Songshur's original clothes had been delivered here. He tore off the skin from his face, changed his clothes, and tossed his blood-stained work clothes and mask into a cardboard box. Qin Yi would send someone to dispose of them. Songshur then passed through the spatial portal and returned to the bathroom in the indoor playground. He pressed the flush button, opened the door, and walked to the sink to wash his hands. He rinsed the tape under his neck in the mirror and wiped away the water droplets. Making sure there were no abnormalities, Songshur checked the time. It had taken 19 minutes. Songshur didn't immediately return to the trampoline. Instead, he bought 2 ice cream bars from the ice cream stand at the entrance before going to find Tang Yu and the others. Captain, where have you been? What took you so long? Wang Xiaoman had already finished playing. I suddenly wanted ice cream, and the line was long, so I waited a while, Songshur said. Jiang Qifeng stared at Songshur, his mind ablaze with Qilin. Roar, roar. She reeked of blood. She killed someone without telling you. Jiang Qifeng, who? Qilin, roar. Not here. There was no smell of blood nearby. She left through a spatial gate. A spatial awakener was working with her. Jiang Qifeng. The deafening shout brought Jiang Qifeng back to his senses. He quickly glanced at Songshur, who was enjoying his ice cream. Wang Xiaoman, what did you want me to do? We're tired of playing here. Let's go somewhere else. Wang Xiaoman and Songshur shared an ice cream cone and skipped out. Jiang Qifeng suppressed his suspicions and went to the parking lot to start the aircraft. The group then moved on to their next location. The aircraft was remarkably quiet. Songshur, the co-pilot, nibbled on ice cream while Wang Xiaoman and Tang Yu sat in the back seat, gazing at the scenery outside. Jiang Qifeng was preoccupied, and the quiet amplified his chaotic thoughts. He turned on the aircraft's radio, hoping to distract himself. An important news item: Wen Duohai, the current heir of the Wen family, was assassinated at the Wen's Hotel at 8:25 p.m. tonight. According to Wen Duolin, the pioneer who was present, the assailant was a berserker awakener with at least 2 companions, a space awakener and a psychic awakener. Songshur paused in his ice cream after hearing the announcement, and turned to look at Jiang Qifeng. Jiang Qifeng swallowed. Should we go to the Wen residence to see Wen Duolin? Finally, the aircraft shifted direction and flew towards the Wen residence. The Wen residence was in chaos, and Wen Duolin took a moment to meet with him. Wang Xiaoman hugged Wen Duolin. Duolin, don't be sad. Wen Duolin changed into all black. Her eyes were red, but facing Song Shi and the others, her face showed no trace of sadness. I'm fine, but I'm going to extend my vacation. My eldest brother was attacked, and his fate is unknown. Wen Duolin's assassination mission was assigned to Ying Xiao. Wen Duolin and Qin Yi had collaborated to kill both heirs of the Wen family. Now only Wen Duolin bore the blood of the Wen family patriarch. The Wen family patriarch's health had been declining recently, and after 2 consecutive attacks today, his condition was not optimistic. Did your Wen family offend someone? Wang Xiaoman worriedly grasped Wen Duolin's hands. Duolin, why don't you return to the military area and hide out? At least with us here, you won't be in danger. Wen Duolin refused. This was the opportunity she had been waiting for, and she would seize it. Chapter 379. Aristocratic families fiercely struggle for power. Several leaders of these families are attacked. The hunting group's assets at various bases are squeezed. A group of experimental subjects, fused with humans and exotic beasts, escape from the laboratory for unknown reasons and are picked up by the Wu family, who then makes the incident public. The hunting group's actions are condemned by ordinary citizens. Liu Xiaozhao, who has close ties to the hunting group, is under suspicion, and aristocratic families, represented by the Wu family, are applying for re-election. The advanced teams of the military region directly under the leader maintain a semblance of peace. Half of the members of the advanced team come from various aristocratic families, secretly siding with each other. They are divided into 2 groups for meals and training, one led by Lu Qian and the other by Wu Jilu. Song Shi doesn't participate in these activities. Besides his daily training, he often picks fights with Lu Xing. Lu Xing, who initially resisted, has now become completely accustomed to Song Shi's occasional outbursts. Lu Xing! Song Shi shouted from his seat on the 3rd floor windowsill, looking down at Lu Xing and Wu Jilu passing below. Lu Xing's instinctive reaction was to draw his sword. As expected, as soon as his sword was drawn, Song Shi leaped from the 3rd floor. A virtual blade condensed in midair, and the 2 engaged in a clash. Wu Jilu stepped back, leaving space for the 2. It was lunchtime, and there were many people coming and going. In the past, when Song Shi and Lu Xing fought, people would gather to watch, but with so many fights, their interest had waned. As Song Shi toppled Lu Xing, a light wound remained on his shoulder. Congratulations, achievement value, 100%. You have successfully received a resurrection card. You can revive anyone. You only have one chance, so cherish it. Subtitles repeatedly flashed before Song Shi's retina. Lu Xing climbed up from the ground, looking at the bleeding wound on Song Shi's shoulder with a frown. Why didn't you hide? Song Shi could easily have dodged it. Song Shi, immersed in the joy of having a life saved, ignored the pain in her shoulder, which had already healed. Song Shi rubbed his shoulder, and the 3 elements in his palm vanished. No more fighting, let's go eat. Song Shi was in a good mood. Want to come with me? I treat you today. Lu Xing, who had just finished eating and had been stopped by Song Shi for a fight, said no need. Wu Jilu stepped forward, smiling, we've already eaten. Okay, this afternoon. See you in a week. The advanced team received their first official mission this morning. Enter the restricted area, clear the new city, and capture Songyi. Using the hunting group's newly developed device for capturing the mountain god's black energy, the army spent a month exploring the restricted area, sacrificing countless lives, before finally glimpsing the new city. The army avoided alerting the enemy, and instead reported their location to the federal government. 10 restricted areas, 10 new cities. Each Dawnbreaker team was to lead 99 advanced teams to the restricted areas. The federal government issued an order to capture all new cities in one fell swoop. That afternoon, each Dawnbreaker team convened a meeting. The new city we're heading to is located in the Golden Sea, a breeding ground for reptilian beasts. Tang Yu projected a map of the Golden Sea and explained in detail to each of the 100 teams the precautions and tactical formations required in the Golden Sea. There were currently no maps of the new cities. The advanced teams would need to explore them after entering. The meeting lasted the entire afternoon. The next morning at 8 o'clock, everyone gathered and teleported through the spatial gate into the Golden Sea restricted area. The coastline was the immediate vista, the golden sands dotted with green lizard beasts, and the waters were also filled with lizard beasts, floating and wriggling. 100 teams suddenly appeared, their territorial consciousness strong, swarming towards them, and the lizard beasts in the waters also crawled out. Don't fight any longer, get out of here, the new city is not far away. Tang Yu surveyed the surroundings, recalling the map, and issued an order. Songshur led the team into the woods deep on the shore. To avoid alerting the enemy, the reconnaissance troops did not enter the new city. They only knew its specific location. The spatial gate opened not far from the new city. The team hid in the woods. Songshur walked forward alone for a distance, and saw a city wall in the distance. Compared to the towering walls of the human base, the walls of the new city were much shorter. Songshur brushed aside the grass, and returned the way he had come. "Have you found it?" Wang Xiaoman asked nervously. Songshur nodded and relayed the exact location to the accompanying space system, which quickly calculated the restricted area in the center of the new city. "Have the other Dawn Breakers found the new city?" Songshur asked the super brain system, crouched on a tree branch. To prevent Song Yi from redeploying troops from other locations, the 10 Dawn Breakers would move together. The super brain system closed its eyes and contacted the base, then opened them after a moment. "We've found it, we can move." Songshur drew out his 3 seals. "Conjure a seal." The space system immediately waved its hands, opening a spatial portal wide enough for a dozen people to enter side by side. Songshur and his 5 companions were the first to charge in. The troops, following closely behind them, were like a mighty army. In the new city's administrative building, everyone was working peacefully when a group of men suddenly burst out. A ferocious-looking group of men, instantly boiling over like magma poured into cold water. Wendelin, Tang Yu, and Wang Xiaoman led their men into the administrative building. The lower level of the administrative building was completely surrounded by the advanced team. Songshur and Jiang Qifeng ran towards the restricted area. The easiest way to destroy a new city is to destroy the mountain god guarding the restricted area. Once the mountain god is removed, the tide of monsters in the restricted area will instantly overwhelm the entire new city. Songshur and Jiang Qifeng rushed to the outskirts of the restricted area. Tang Yu had already captured the new city's deputy leader, and found the switch that controlled the restricted area's explosion. Without any worries, Songshur and Jiang Qifeng led 20 advanced teams into the restricted area. The Earth Awakener fled down and struggled to locate the mountain god. Songshur grabbed him and rushed forward with him. "Captain, Captain! I'm sensing the location of the mountain god. Where are you taking me?" Songshur could see the black energy with his naked eyes, and headed straight for the area with the highest concentration, faster than the Earth Awakener. "I know where it is. Follow me." Songshur led his men in a frantic run, and 5 minutes later, he dumped the Earth Awakener on the ground. "Right here, dig." The Earth Awakener immediately sprang into action, manipulating the soil to push the pure gold box upward. "Where's the Space Awakener? Take the box and get out of here." The Space Awakener cast a seal to open the space gate, but suddenly found his mental power was unresponsive. Repeated summons failed to open the space vortex. As soon as the space vortex appeared, it was forcibly pushed back. The space-type's forehead was sweating. "Captain, this is bad. There's an SSS-level space-type here. I'm being suppressed." Songshur glanced around, remembering the last time he'd been bombarded by bombs, and said calmly, "Super Brain Type, contact Command Center. All defense types, prepare your shields. You all, help me move the mountain god." Chapter 380. A long, thin virtual blade appeared in Songshur's palm. He gripped it, and pried open the box containing the mountain god along its edge. Stepping sideways, the 1,000-pound lid slammed into the earth, revealing a bit horse leg. The muscles were still intact, uncorrupted by years of death. Songshur pulled out the leg, which, though bent, still stood 2 meters tall. He pulled out a special chain from his backpack, wrapped it twice around the knee, securing it, and dragged it out of the box. Qilin, carrying Jiang Qifeng, took a few steps back, staring fearfully at the mountain god's leg, panting heavily. Suddenly, a spatial portal appeared in the sky, and a cannonball shot out from it. The earth and spirit elements in the team, having received Songshur's warning, immediately used their mental energy to block it. The others ran away. Songshur, alone, pulled at a leg larger than herself, still ran at a swift pace. Contacted the first base. The Super Brain system shouted as they ran. "The SSS-class space system is waiting for us outside the restricted area." The restricted area was now occupied by the SSS-class space system, and the SSS-class space system sent by the federal government could only open a spatial gate outside the restricted area. The rocket exploded, but the power of the rocket was greatly reduced under the multiple layers of protection of the Earth system's Earth escape and the Spirit system's mental barrier. Songshur said, "Spirit system, sense the location of the nearby space system. Since they can establish a spatial shield, the space system sent by Song Yi must be in this city. Perhaps Song Yi is also here." The Spirit system immediately extended its mental sensing. 3 more spatial gates opened on Song Shi's path. This time, instead of artillery shells, they appeared, but Song Ye's subordinates. They jumped out and snatched the mountain god leg that Song Shi was dragging behind him. With the mountain god around, Song Yi wouldn't have to worry about a comeback. The Federation also wanted the mountain god to provide additional security for the human base. The mountain god couldn't be snatched away by Song Yi. Song Shi wielded his 3 energies, slaying those who approached one by one. The Qilin bit off the head of an awakened individual charging ahead, shook it off, and flung it away in disgust. Roar! It tasted unpleasant, bitter and sour. Jiang Qifeng looked at the increasing number of Song Ye's subordinates around him, anxiously leaning over to stroke the Qilin's fur. Good Qilin, don't even think about eating them now. Get rid of them all. The Qilin roared, carrying a person in its mouth, rushed into the nearest space gate, and flung them into it. A cry of pain suddenly rang out from within the space gate. The other pioneers immediately followed suit, pulling out their portable shells and throwing them into the space gate. 20 pioneer teams moved together, their coordination seamlessly. Even the elusive space system couldn't do anything to them for the time being. The team's marching speed resumed. They soon left the restricted area, and the Federation's awakened space system was right before their eyes. Song Shi threw the mountain god leg to them. Where is that SSS-level space system? Song Shi asked anxiously. Now that Song Ye's new city was under full-scale attack, he had nowhere to hide. The only SSS was in this new city, and Song Shi had a hunch that Song Yi was also there. Left? Song Shi, left? The space system nodded. The virtual screen in front of her scrolled data. The space system woman stared at the data, her finger sliding across the screen. The command center super brain just sent a message that Song Yi has appeared in the Xuanshan restricted area. The Xuanshan restricted area. Song Shi paused. Lu Qian and his team are there. Our mission here is complete. I'm heading to the Xuanshan restricted area now. The SSS-level Space Awakener bid farewell to Song Shi, opened a spatial portal, and hurriedly departed. The mountain god leg was also transported to the first base. Let's evacuate quickly. This place is about to be overrun by the alien beast tide, the Space Awakener warned the dazed Song Shi. Song Shi nodded slightly, and entered the spatial portal with the others. Command Center. Song Shi's team was the first to complete their mission and return, with no casualties. Everyone was taken to the medical room for a checkup. Song Shi and the other 5 remained motionless, sitting on a bench outside. This operation went unexpectedly smoothly, Wang Xiaoman said, sitting in the middle of the chairs. In the administrative building, the deputy leader surrendered the bomb controller without much resistance. Jiang Qifeng shrugged, crossing his legs and shaking them. We're just too strong, okay? If this operation had been carried out by a normal awakened team, do you think they could have pulled it off as smoothly as we did? Tang Yu, rummaging through a lot of information in the office, said, this new city is primarily responsible for material production. It has many factories, and most of the people who live here are workers, only a Class B or Class C awakening. With Song Yi under attack from all sides, this city isn't the most important. His experimental base is concentrated in the Xuanshan Forbidden Zone, and his population growth base is in the Minyang Island Forbidden Zone. These 2 new cities are Song Yi's foundations, and his primary focus is to protect them. Lu Qian's team is in the Xuanshan Forbidden Zone, and the Minyang Island Forbidden Zone is under the responsibility of Wu Jilu, and Lu Xing when Duolin suddenly stood up. Let's go help them. Tang Yu, we have to obey the leader's orders. Something's happened to them. Song Shi stared at the latest information Qin Yi had sent him on the computer. The 4 of them looked at her. Song Shi spoke quickly. Lu Qian is trapped in the administrative building of the Xuanshan Forbidden Zone. Song Yi has released all his test subjects to trap them inside. And Lu Xing and Wu Jilu, Song Yi personally led his men to surround them. Wendelin reacted and clapped his hands. Lu Xing and Lu Qian. Song is also going to kidnap them to threaten the federal government. Jiang Qifeng disagreed. Last time, there were threats, and the leader still didn't care about their lives. Wendelin hesitated, glancing around. There were some things he couldn't say in such a crowded place, nor to his teammates. On the computer, Qin Yi analyzed everything for Song Shi. I suspect the Wu family and Song Yi are collaborating. Song Yi killed 2 potential heirs to the Lu family, and the Wu family is finding a way for Song Yi to survive. Given the Wu family's current power, it wouldn't be difficult to secretly let Song go. Song Shi stared at this sentence for a long time. Song Yi was truly an indestructible cockroach. I thought this comprehensive blockade would break his wings, But I didn't expect he would still have a chance to exploit a loophole. Command Center has issued an order, Tang Yu said, looking at the computer, to support the Minong Island and Xuanshan restricted areas. Now, only Team Dawn had completed its mission. Team 1 split into two. Song Shi and Jiang Qifeng led 5 advanced teams to support Lu Xing. Tang Yu, Wen Duolin, and Wang Xiaoman led another team to support Lu Qian. The two teams set off separately. Song Shi and Jiang Qifeng arrived at the new city in the Minong Island restricted area, facing Song Ye's back. Wu Xilu and Lu Xing were trapped in the restricted area, and they received the same treatment as Song Shi had received in the restricted area. Chapter 381. Song Shi searched for Song Yi. Song Yi sat in the back seat of an open SUV. The super brain awakener hunched slightly as he reported something to Song Yi. The restricted area was heavily guarded. Hundreds of SUVs and armored vehicles were parked inside and outside. Rocket launchers were set up, and more than a dozen space-type warriors, in unison, formed hand seals to manipulate space gates, sending rockets into the restricted area. That wasn't all the bombs buried beneath the soil of the restricted area had ignited. The bomb controller Lu Xing found is fake. The Federation dispatched personnel to rendezvous with Song Shi and the other advanced team members. They had tracked the entire process. The real control switch is in Song Ye's hands. He flipped the switch when Lu Xing and the others entered the restricted area. The arriving advanced team looked up. The entire restricted area was engulfed in flames. Explosions erupted at a rate of a dozen per second, and Song Yi continued to order bombs to be thrown in. A bad premonition formed in everyone's minds. Even a 1,000-headed warrior wouldn't survive such relentless bombardment. Is there still any need to save him? Jiang Qifeng asked Song Shi hesitantly. The flames illuminated Song Shi's face. He gathered his right hand, and a virtual sword materialized in his hand in an instant. He shifted his gaze, staring at Song Ye's back in the SUV. Kill Song Yi. An arm stretched out in front of Song Shi, blocking her path. Save Lu Xing first. Song Shi looked up. It was a major from the Lu family. He commanded Song Shi in a stern voice. The sound of the explosions lingered in his ears. Song Shi raised his 3 weapons and tapped his chest. If you think your equipment can withstand the continuous explosions, you can rush in and save him yourself. The major swung Song Shi's sword away, angered by Song Shi's disrespect. Your virtual weapon can block the impact. You escaped the restricted area last time, and you can do it this time too. Song Shi rubbed his ears irritably. Don't forget the leader's orders. Saving Lu Xing is the primary purpose of this trip. The major tried to use Lu Xiaozhao to suppress Song Shi. Song Yi was right in front of him. Song Shi, the leader is nothing. The major's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Song Shi slapped him on the chest and pushed him away. All pioneers, those who want to die, go in. Those who don't, destroy all the rockets here. Kill as many awakened as you can. Everyone was wise. Entering the restricted area at this time meant Chun Chun was tired of living. Song Shi didn't even dare to go in. Besides, clearing out Song Ye's subordinates outside would relieve the pressure on those inside. At Song Shi's command, the advanced team rushed into the encirclement set by Song Yi. No one entered the restricted area. The major stamped his feet in anger, cursing at the ungrateful bastards. He led his troops, searching for an opening by the side fence and taking advantage of the chaos to slip into the restricted area. Song Shi and a vanguard suddenly arrived. Song Ye's subordinates were caught off guard, and a number of their artillery and space system operators were killed. They hastily adjusted their direction, aiming for the intruders. Song Shi, sword drawn, charged at Song Yi. Jiang Qifeng cut off the tails that followed Song Shi along the way, shielding him. Vanguard attack. Protect the leader. Someone cried heartbreakingly. Outside the restricted area, chaos reigned. Inside, the heavy carpet bombing suddenly subsided, and all the space gates disappeared. The firepower has decreased. The surviving pioneers slowly emerged from the earth, dusty and grimy. They dared not let their guard down. The shells below would occasionally explode, forcing them to dig furiously, searching for any surviving teammates buried beneath. Lu Xing sat in the dirt, holding Wu Xilu, his body stiff. He showed no reaction to the ceasefire, his head bowed. Wu Xilu lay in his arms, eyes closed, cheeks pale, and silent. It must be the Federation's reinforcements arriving. Lu Xing cheer up first. Wu Wanyan dodged the shells, looking a little embarrassed as she found Lu Xing and grabbed his arm. Half of Lu Xing's face was bloodied and mangled, and the clothes on his arm had vanished from the repeated bombardments, revealing charred flesh clinging to his bones. Wu Wanyan's expression was solemn, and healing power surged in her palms. Lu Xing's wound needed repairing. As soon as her mental power made contact with Lu Xing's body, Wu Wanyan was swatted away. Wu Wanyan stumbled to the ground and was pulled to her feet by her teammates. The teammates spoke up for Wu Wanyan and Lu Xingyu. The teammates' voices choked, and they looked at Lu Xing with fear. Lu Xing's head was stiffly turned, staring at them expressionlessly. In his deep eye sockets, the black pupils had spread to fill the entire whites, blending into the charred earth behind him. Their eyes were devoid of any human emotion. Frenzy. This seemed to be more than just frenzy. Wu Wanyan quickly glanced at the motionless Wu Xilu in Lu Xing's arms. Without Wu Xilu's control, Lu Xing was a complete beast. Wu Wanyan made a decisive move and retreated. Let's retreat. The teammates pointed at Lu Xing. What about them? Leave them alone. Wu Wanyan slapped his fingers away. Wu Xilu is dead. Lu Xing has gone mad. Lu Xing has no regard for his family now, and will kill them all. Lu Xing put Wu Xilu down and stood up. Go now! Wu Wanyan's lips trembled uncontrollably. She took a few steps back and turned with the others to run towards the restricted area exit. Some were still kneeling on the ground, digging for their teammates. Wu Wanyan grabbed their arms and pulled them up. Stop digging. They're already dead? Survival is the most important thing now. Over 200 people had entered the restricted area, but now, fleeing in panic, fewer than 50 remained. Outside the restricted area. Captain! Go! Someone shouted. The tip of the sword pierced the car window, shattering it completely. The moment the flaming virtual sword approached Song Ye's face, a spatial vortex appeared before him. The virtual sword sank into the spatial vortex, its spatial slicing force severing it. Blue mental energy emanated from Song Shi's palm. Song Yi had temporarily escaped. The spatial element waved his hands, leaving only after images. A spatial portal wide enough for one person to pass opened. Song Yi lowered his head and prepared to dive in. Back at the base, Song Yi was only a B-rank berserker. He had conducted so many experiments over the years, but it was unclear whether they had any application to him. Even if his strength grew, he would be no match for Song Shi, who possessed all three elements. Facing Song Shi head-on, he could only flee. Song Ye's subordinates surrounded Song Shi, and the distance between them grew ever greater. It seemed as if Song Yi was about to enter the spatial portal. Song Yi. The mental attack swept over Song Yi and the spatial element's heads. The spatial portal suddenly shrank to half its original size. Song Yi covered his head with his hands and groaned. He gritted his teeth and stared at Song Shi through the car window. You're my daughter? Why do you have to be my enemy? Together, the entire Federation will be ours. All those aristocratic families will be trampled under your feet. Why are you so stubborn? Song Yi felt a pang of frustration. He simply couldn't understand Song Shi's train of thought. Song Shi had many enemies, yet he prioritized him, his father, over all else. Song Shi pursed his lips tightly, and his palms condensed into psychic darts. Over a dozen darts blasted towards the SUV, piercing the sturdy, heavy door. Song Ye's heart sank. A materialized psychic force blocked Song Ye's path, and the darts crashed into him, preventing Song Yi from being pierced. It was the SSS-level Psychic Awakener in the passenger seat. Song Yi valued his life, and the SUV was filled with only the most elite Awakeners. SSS-level Space and SSS-level Psychic. At this moment, the space dart calmed down, condensing a new spatial gate. We can't let Song Yi escape. Jiang Qifeng. Song Shi shouted. Jiang Qifeng, riding a Qilin, leaped over the crowd, stopping the hordes of Awakeners surrounding Song Shi. Song Shi punched the SUV's door, which had been ripped apart like a sieve. Song Yi had already escaped through the spatial portal. Before the portal closed, Song Shi leaped lightly, like a fish, and followed Song Yi into the unknown dimension. Chapter 382. The office he had only seen in Song Ye's videos appeared before him. It was where Song Yi filmed his provocative videos. Song Shi looked behind his desk and, sure enough, the camera was set up. Song Yi, still thinking he escaped, sat on the ground, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, when he caught a glimpse of a figure from the corner of his eye. Song Shi had caught up with him at the last moment. Song Yi felt fear, the fear of being alone and helpless. He had never imagined that one day he would face Song Shi face to face, without anyone around, without support. Song Yi hurriedly pulled the pistol from his suit pocket. Song Shi, you? Rubbish. Song Shi raised his foot and kicked Song Yi in the chest. With that effortless kick, Song Yi, gun and all, tumbled backwards, finally coming to a stop when his back hit the pure black stone desk. Song Shi chuckled sarcastically. Who did I think you were? Oh, by the way, you're just a B-rank berserker. Songshur emphasized the word B-rank. Song Yi hurriedly climbed to his feet, aiming his pistol at Songshur. He pulled the trigger repeatedly, blasting bullets towards him. Go to hell. His eyes widened with fear and resentment. The B-level had hit Song Ye's sore spot. Recent experiments in god-making, where his genes had been fused with other exceptional subjects in an attempt to create the next Songshur, had failed due to a genetic defect. Songshur is irreproducible. Songshur spread his hands, a virtual barrier unfolding before him, stopping all the bullets. I can't die. It's been so hard for me to get this far. Songshur sheathed his 3-gun scissors and approached Song Yi barehanded. Song Yi continued to pull the trigger, but the bullets were all gone. He tossed the pistol away in frustration, watching Songshur approaching, a cold sweat breaking out all over his body. When Song Yi learned of his daughter, he had thoroughly researched Songshur, reviewing all the videos and photos of her time in the detention center. Songshur was a man of great integrity. Someone like her was worthy of being his daughter. But now, the unyielding Songshur aimed her fist at him, and Song Yi shuddered. Are you scared? Songshur looked down at him, a short, sharp virtual dagger appearing in each hand. With a slight raise of his eyebrows, Songshur spoke in a venomous tone. You're scared, that's right. Songshur bent slightly, and plunged the virtual blades directly into Song Ye's shoulder and neck. Pulling them out, a stream of foul-smelling blood splattered on his clothes. This is my revenge for you, Songshur. Song Yi screamed, nearly biting his tongue off. He covered the wound in his neck, blood oozing from between his fingers. At this moment, the camera silently turned on, recording everything, transmitting the footage back to the human base in real time. The crowd of onlookers was as nervous as Song Yi, the person involved. Kill him quickly. Kill Song Yi, and everything will be solved. An officer urged, staring at the screen. The second stab pierced Song Ye's left shoulder, blood spurting out, and a vein popped out on Song Ye's forehead. This knife is for Zhao Jing. You should have stabbed Zhao Jing. Song Yi growled in disbelief. She's the one who ignored you. She was the one who signed the contract. Songshur grabbed his neck, depriving him of the chance to breathe or speak. Shut up. Song Yi tilted his head back and pried off Songshur's fingers, but Songshur remained motionless, the dagger in his right hand stabbing in and out of Song Yi's body. This knife is for the ordinary people you killed 19 years ago. Zhao Jing wasn't the only victim back then. She was the only one who survived. This knife is for all the violent students who died in the mirror maze. Deng Changrong, Wang Yihu, Zhu Zhenpeng. This knife is for the innocent citizens you captured for your experiments. This knife is for the souls beneath the underground palace. With each slash, Song Ye's body convulsed. Songshur avoided the vital points, not taking his life. His only intention was to torture him. Is that all? Songshur released Song Ye's neck, straightened his face, and twisted his lips into a cruel grin. I still have a lot of scores to settle. Song Ye's lungs ruptured, and blood was gushing from his mouth. His voice was muffled. What did he say? Songshur lifted his chin. What did you just say? I urge you to explain clearly, or you have no chance. Song Yi spat out a mouthful of blood foam, uttering each word with a firm emphasis. Beast. Songshur wasn't angry, instead, he smiled. I'm truly honored to hear those 2 words from you. Songshur clenched her dagger. She didn't want Song Yi to leave so easily. She truly had a lot to settle. The first time you appeared before me, you disgusted me so deeply. I still remember that. Another hole appeared in Song Ye's mutilated body. You even threatened me. You blew me up with a bomb. You let the lightning strike me. You've called yourself my dad so many times, in so many people's computers. I give you back a few stabs. Song Yi, who had initially resisted, now lost the ability to resist. His eyes gradually lost focus, the pain fading. He could only feel his body being stabbed repeatedly, Songshur's voice receding. The people behind the camera were also stunned by the bloody scene. The violent type is indeed the most vindictive. Song Yi is a pervert, Songshur. The officer remained silent after that, but everyone present understood what he was going to say. Chang Yurui remained calm. Songshur may have gone berserk. Someone needs to go in and calm her down. Our people have arrived and have been guarding outside, but in this situation, I don't think any healer would dare go in. We should wait until Songshur recovers before letting them in. Otherwise, if Songshur accidentally kills an innocent person, it would be difficult to determine responsibility. Chang Yurui pondered for a moment, remembering what Songshur had just said. Go get Zhao Jing. Songshur channeled healing energy from his palm, bringing Song Yi back to consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes and saw Song Shi, Song Yi shuddered. Fear, a fear that came from deep within his soul. 19 years ago, when he was sentenced to death in a military tribunal and about to be sent to the research institute for an autopsy, he had never been so frightened as he was now. You will soon be free. This is the final cut, and it represents only myself. A sudden electrical current ran through Song Yi's brain. Song Shi's first cut was for Song Shi, and the last cut was for himself. On the brink of death, Song Yi realized something. But it was too late. With the final cut, the dagger transformed into a long sword, raised high and falling like lightning. A streak of blood appeared on Song Yi's neck, and then his head shifted horizontally, landing squarely in his own arms. Song Shi stood up and stepped back repeatedly. Looking at the scene before him, Song Shi burst into laughter. He had never felt so relaxed as he did at that moment, a joy that came from the depths of his soul. It was as if his original self was sharing his joy with her. Chapter 383. Song Shi didn't notice his own dark eyes. The crowd behind the camera went on full alert, losing the excitement of Song Yi's death. Once Song Shi went berserk, with her current strength, no one could handle her. Chang Yurui stood up. Contact Tang Yu and Wang Xiaoman. They're still fighting in the restricted area of Minong Island. Call them back. Chang Yurui had thought it through. Zhao Jing was the first barrier to calm Song Shi down. If Zhao Jing failed, Tang Yu would be the second barrier. If Tang Yu failed, the consequences would be disastrous. In the camera feed. Song Shi? A soft call caused Song Shi to stop laughing and turn to look at the source of the voice. Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing's voice was broken, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Shi, you succeeded? Dark energy swirled in Song Shi's eyes. The moment a living being appeared in the office, she had only one thought: kill it. Even though she knew it was Zhao Jing, and she shouldn't kill her, Song Shi couldn't control her limbs. A typical frenzy. Song Shi approached Zhao Jing step by step. Zhao Jing didn't retreat, but knelt on the ground. Xiao Shi, I apologize to you. I apologize for what I did in the past. I was wrong. This was the promise Zhao Jing had made to Song Shi. Song Shi killed Song Yi, so she apologized to him. On the surveillance camera, Chang Yurui stared at the screen. Be prepared. If Song Shi tries to hurt her, rescue her immediately. Yes. Dark energy swirled in Song Shi's eyes. He drew out his 3 weapons, moving closer and closer to Zhao Jing. Kill her. His heart suddenly began to beat violently. Song Shi paused, clutching his hand where his heart should be. Don't kill her. Subtitles flashed across Song Shi's retina. Don't kill her. Please don't kill her. Who? Song Shi yelled, slamming the 3 systems onto the desk. Zhao Jing was confused. I'm Zhao Jing, your mother. Your biological mother. Song Shi wasn't asking about her. The system couldn't possibly use such a humble tone. Who's inside her body? I offer my body voluntarily, and I hope you spare the lives of my loved ones. The 3 systems flew out of his hand, landing with a thud at his feet. Song Shi's vision went black, his consciousness forcibly ripped away, his body limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Shi Xiao. Zhao Jing yelled, crawling to Song Shi's side and picking her up, transferring her healing power into Song Shi's body. Shi Xiao, don't scare me, Shi Xiao. In the command center, Chang Yurui was also anxious. Where's the healer? Go check on Song Shi. Song Shi regained consciousness, finding himself in a bed at the military hospital. Since awakening her healing powers, she had never fainted. Tang Yu stayed by her bedside. The other 3 people were also sitting or lying in the ward. Tang Yu was the first to notice Song Shi had opened his eyes. You're awake. How do you feel? Are you conscious? Do you recognize me? Tang Yu leaned in close to Song Shi, her breath puffing on his face. I do, Song Shi said, only to realize her voice was terribly hoarse. But as soon as she opened her eyes, her body began to function, and her voice gradually returned to normal. Your name is Tang Yu. You're my first friend. Tang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and sat back in her chair. Wang Xiaoman leaned in next, sobbing, Captain, you scared us to death. How could you faint so suddenly? Yes, how could I have fainted so suddenly? Song Shi stared at the ceiling and called the system. The system didn't respond. Song Shi silently asked, Did you leave with the original Song Shi? You're too happy too soon. Song Shi, I won't leave until you use the resurrection card. Song Shi softly said propped himself up on the bed, and leaned against the headboard. He answered Wang Xiaoman's question, I don't know. Maybe I'm too tired. What's the situation in the restricted area of Minong Island? Wang Xiaoman avoided his gaze. Wendelin sat by the window, leaving Song Shi with only a tense profile. Jiang Qifeng lay at the foot of the bed, his head resting on his arm, silent. Song Shi frowned and looked at Tang Yu. What happened? Everything went smoothly in the Minong Island restricted area. When we left, Yao Ying's team took over our position. However, many forerunners died in the Xuanshan restricted area. Song Ye's carpet bombing, coupled with the bombs buried underground, enough to destroy an entire human base, proved that no matter how powerful the forerunners were, they were still mortal. Who were they? Wu Xilu. Song Shi barely caught the last name. The mention of Wu Xilu's name here shocked Song Shi just as much as the innocent death of Deng Changrong in the Mirror Maze bombing. Song Shi. The ward door burst open, and Zhang Wenjing rushed in, stopping at the foot of Song Shi's bed. He still wore his combat uniform, bringing with it the smell of fishy air and gunpowder, which dominated the ward's odor of disinfectant. His eyes were bloodshot from the intense fighting. Zhang Wenjing, what are you doing? Jiang Qifeng stood up and stood in front of Song Shi, pushing Zhang Wenjing away with disgust. Zhang Wenjing took a few steps back, ignoring Jiang Qifeng, staring at Song Shi, who was leaning against the headboard. You killed Song Yi. Song Shi nodded yes. Zhang Wenjing suddenly burst into laughter, clutching his abdomen, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Song Yi is dead, Deng Changrong. Did you hear that? Song Yi is dead. Hearing the familiar name Deng Changrong, Song Shi and Tang Yu exchanged a glance. Zhang Wenjing's mention of Deng Changrong at this moment clearly indicated their close relationship. Song Shi only knew that they were both SSS ranked and fiercely competitive. To win first place, Zhang Wenjing had broken Deng Changrong's waist, and Deng Changrong had also pinned Zhang Wenjing to the ground and rubbed him. Jiang Qifeng wasn't from Tomorrow University, so he didn't know Deng Changrong. He reasonably speculated, is Deng Changrong your friend? Was he killed by Song Yi? Are you here to thank our captain? Song Shi, Zhang Wenjing straightened up, his eyes hidden behind his thick bangs. When Song Yi killed Deng Changrong, I wished you were dead. Song Shi listened in silence. You recruited Song Yi, and Song Yi was going to kill you, but you were lucky enough to escape. Changrong. Deng Changrong died because of it, and her body couldn't even be put back together. Zhang Wenjing carefully spread his palms, as if holding fragments of a corpse. From that day on, my life's goals have only been two, Song Shi and Song Yi. After he said this, Tang Yu and the other three's expressions suddenly changed. They surrounded Song Shi, staring at Zhang Wenjing warily. Song Yi was dead, and Zhang Wenjing's only target now was Song Shi. He was going to harm Song Shi. As expected, Zhang Wenjing drew out his sword. It was forged from the spine of a golden-boned spiral tiger hunted during the Song dynasty. It was gleaming and colorful. Jiang Qifeng had always thought this colorful sword was incredibly ugly and full of humor, but now, even he, as slow-witted as he was, felt an inexplicable sense of desolation in it. I never thought you kill Song Yi, avenging Deng Changrong. Deng Changrong is such a soft-hearted woman. She definitely wouldn't blame you for not killing you. And yet, I did nothing for her. Zhang Wenjing gripped the hilt of the sword, pointing the tip at himself, and muttered, Deng Changrong, I be with you. He ducked his head, intending to commit suicide. Song Shi threw back the covers, leaped from the bed, and kicked Zhang Wenjing in the chest. Zhang Wenjing fell backward, just short of the sword piercing his throat. Song Shi snatched the sword from his hand, and struck him in the neck. Zhang Wenjing rolled his eyes and fainted. Just then, the ward door opened, and Lu Qian rushed in with his teammates. Song Shi tossed the unrefined sword to Lu Qian, stood up from Zhang Wenjing, and straightened his disheveled clothes. Take care of your teammates. He's going to die in my ward. Ever since they began training at the training base, Lu Qian had sensed Zhang Wenjing's self-destructive tendencies. That's why he chose to team up with him and observe him. Up until recently, Zhang Wenjing had been relatively stable, but today, after learning of Song Ye's death, he suddenly vanished. He had actually come to Song Shi to commit suicide. Lu Qian and Wu Jisui had lifted Zhang Wenjing up, thanked Song Shi, and left with him. The new city destruction operation was a success, and news of Song Ye's death quickly spread throughout the Federation. Chapter 384. The new city destruction operation was a success, and the news of Song Ye's death quickly spread throughout the Federation. Citizens across the Federation cheered and spontaneously celebrated. Huge banners covered tall buildings, and fireworks exploded. In the empty and dimly lit ward, Song Shi leaned against the headboard, glancing sideways at the fireworks outside the window. The dazzling light illuminated her profile again and again. Tang Yu, carrying her lunch box, pushed open the ward door and was greeted by the scene. She shook her head silently. 2 days had passed since the news of Wu Xilu's death, and Song Shi's spirits remained low. "Why don't you turn on the lights?" Tang Yu asked softly. The lights in the room came on. "Did you see her?" Song Shi's voice was slightly anxious. Tang Yu placed the lunch boxes one by one on the coffee table. She knew that her Song Shi was referring to was Wu Xilu. The Wu family has been in turmoil these past 2 days. I haven't had a chance to visit her. I guess I see her at tomorrow's memorial service. The two of them knew exactly why the Wu family was in such turmoil. 2 days ago, the Federation's advance team launched a full-scale attack on Song Ye's new city, and the Wu family was secretly colluding with Song Yi. The head of the Wu family wanted to use Song Yi to eliminate Lu Xing and Lu Qian. Meanwhile, while the advance team was away from the base, he gathered several military commanders and stormed the administrative building, forcing the current leader of the Federation, Lu Xiaojiao, to relinquish the position. It was a complete failure. The result was unexpected. Lu Xing and Lu Qian survived, but the Wu family's sole heir, Wu Xilu, perished. The media was saying he had shot himself in the foot. The federal leader was well prepared. The 11th military district and the 1st military district ambushed in the administrative building and detained the head of the Wu family on the spot. Several military district generals, who were in cahoots with him, also did not escape. The truth was revealed, and the Wu family faced a full-fledged trial, forcing them to give an explanation. Yesterday morning, the head of the Wu family confessed to all his crimes in prison. The Federation leader, armed with the evidence he had gathered, imprisoned all members of the Wu family involved in the rebellion. The Wu family was completely depleted of half its members. Wu Xilu's reputation remained unaffected. She was still fighting for the Federation and protecting her teammates until her death, earning every bit of honor she deserved. Wu Xilu's brother, Wu Jinsen, a contracted clan member, had lost his mind months earlier and had been imprisoned in the Wu family's dungeon. He was unlikely to have participated in the rebellion, yet he remained unharmed. The head of the Wu family was sentenced to death and executed this morning. The Wu family now has to deal with not only the head's body, but also Wu Xilu's memorial service and the public outcry. It's impossible not to be busy. The noodles were steaming. Tang Yu sat down on the sofa next to her and sorted out the dishes. Lu Xing completely lost control. It took the cooperation of several other advanced teams to bring him back from the Xuanshan restricted area. He's been confined in the central underground laboratory for the past few days, relying on sedatives to regain some consciousness. Wu Xilu's death. I guess it wasn't faked. Song Shi silently walked over to sit down across from Tang Yu, his appetite diminishing as he faced the fragrant food. Sure, Wu Xilu's death had nothing to do with you. Even if you had given up the chance to kill Song Yi and rushed into the restricted area instead, you couldn't have saved her. She was hit by a lightning spell, Tang Yu said earnestly, trying to comfort Song Shi. She thought Song Shi's unusual behavior these past few days was due to self-blame for not saving Wu Xilu in the restricted area. In reality, Song Shi didn't blame herself. If it happened again, she would still choose to hunt Song Yi down. She was simply struggling. Should she use the resurrection card the system had rewarded her with now, she probably wouldn't need it for herself. She was already very powerful. No one in the entire Federation could harm her, and she could easily handle SSS-level monsters. If she used it now, she only had one resurrection card. If she used it this time, what would happen if Tang Yu encountered an accident in the future? Just like Lu Xing failed to protect Wu Xilu, she couldn't fully protect Tang Yu either. If only she had more cards. Greedy human. The system angrily wrote 5 words in Song Shi's mind. Song Shi, scolded for merely fantasizing, clenched his chopsticks. You bastard, parasitic on my brain, dared to call me greedy? Do you think I want to stay in your stupid brain? Song Shi stirred the noodles, his attitude infuriating. Okay, goodbye. The system now desperately wanted to transform into a bomb, exploding in Song Shi's brain, annihilating it along with this woman who didn't cherish it. Alas, it couldn't. It had no punishment mechanism. It now held no deterrent power over the awakened Song Shi. All it could do was watch Song Shi happily eat his noodles after winning the argument. Tang Yu, sensing Song Shi's euphoria, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This noodles are delicious, Song Shi exclaimed after tasting it, motioning for Tang Yu to eat quickly. The two slurped noodles face to face, occasionally chatting. There are nearly 1 million captives in the new city, and the existing bases don't have room for them. Today, the leader designated the restricted area of Minong Island as the 12th human base. Since the mounting gods remain, These 1 million people will be housed directly on Minong Island, and troops will be assigned to oversee them. Song Ye's laboratories have all been taken over by the Wen family and the hunting group. When Duolin said many of the experiments were just about ready for completion. Fortunately, the new city was sieged in time. Otherwise, if left unchecked, Song Ye's strength would have reached a new level. When Duolin's father is critically ill today, and her two brothers have tragically died one after another. When Duolin is the only one left who can take over the Wen family. Song Shi paused in her eating. The Wen family's current situation was inextricably linked to her. One of her brothers had been assassinated by her, and Wen Duolin. Compared to becoming a member of the pioneer team, Wen Duolin's goal had always been the Wen family. Now that the position of patriarch of the Wen family was within his grasp, would Wen Duolin give up? The chief instructor contacted me today and asked if I would like to select one of the next class of pioneers to join our team. After their class of pioneers graduated, Chief Instructor Yurui devoted himself to training the next class of pioneers. You decide. I support you. Song Shi remained unconcerned and continued eating his noodles. Tang Yu scratched a handful of his dry, frizzy hair, a headache aching. After tomorrow's memorial service, we have to clear out Song Ye's remaining forces and find time to escort the mountain god's remains. It's a bit much. We go for the interview when we have some free time. The door banged open, and when Duolin arrived before he even arrived. Interview? You dare interview a newcomer while I'm still alive? When Duolin tossed his bags onto the bed, his hands on his hips, and glared at Tang Yu and Song Shi. Who said I was leaving? Tang Yu and Song Shi exchanged glances and smiled in unison. Song Shi took a sip of water and cleared his throat. If you stay in the vanguard, who will take care of the Wen family's affairs? The head of a family couldn't continue to show up on the battlefield. What if something unexpected happened? I clean up the Wen family's mess as soon as possible, and I personally select the next head of the family. Just give me a month, at most. I'd be back. When Duolin raised her index finger for emphasis. There was no way she was leaving the team. When Duolin vowed. Okay, we wait for you to return. Tang Yu leaned back to look at the bundles on the bed in the compartment. What are you carrying? Clothes for the captain for tomorrow's memorial service. A month seemed short. But no one expected the change to come so quickly. Chapter 385. 1 hour before Wu Jilu's memorial service. Song Shi shed his hospital gown and changed into a dark military uniform. Tang Yu adjusted Song Shi's collar. Jiang Qifeng and Wang Xiaoman are still maintaining order in the restricted area of Minong Island. They won't be back until the memorial service begins. Let's go first. Maybe we can see her body. As the two prepared to leave, the energy fluctuations of a spatial portal appeared in the ward. Song Shi stared warily. Lu Zijiao's secretary emerged from the vortex, smiling. The leader wants to see you, Song Shi. The highest security underground laboratory in the Central Federation. It was also the laboratory where Song Shi was imprisoned for research on dual systems. Lu Zijiao, wearing a white lab coat, sat in front of a control screen. Hearing footsteps, she patted the iron stool next to her. Student Song, come and sit. Song Shi surveyed his surroundings. The image displayed on the control screen was Lu Xing. He was in a dimly lit room, a 3-finger-wide collar around his neck, like a branding lock. The branding lock could seal his mental energy, preventing him from unleashing a violent rage. The collar was connected to the wall behind him by a chain as thick as an arm, restricting Lu Xing's range of movement. At this moment, Lu Xing lowered his head, his expression unclear, his shoulders faintly trembling, as if he were trying to suppress something. We just gave him a sedative, and within 5 minutes, he's about to lose control again. Lu Zijiao's face was filled with sorrow, staring at Lu Xing on the surveillance camera with distress and helplessness. As she finished her words, Lu Xing's violent shouting could be heard from the camera, followed by the sound of the chain scraping against the ground and shaking violently. Lu Xing stood up, his eyes bloodshot, his cheeks covered in a spiderweb of veins. He rushed forward, intending to pounce on the surveillance camera, but something tripped him, and he fell to the ground. Song Shi frowned, startled to realize that Lu Xing's limbs were also cuffed, tightly pinning him to the spot. As if anticipating Song Shi's doubts, Lu Zijiao explained, the control of his limbs is to protect him. He has a serious tendency to self-harm. Song Shi understood. Sitting down next to Lu Zijiao, Song Shi asked, You've been very busy lately. I heard you've been working non-stop for 3 days, and you'll be personally presiding over Wu Jilu's memorial service soon. Why are you here? Lu Zijiao stroked the experimental equipment in front of him. Coming to the lab helped me clear my mind. Before I took office, I often spend time there. Today, I took 15 minutes to come here and visit my nephew. The instrument felt cold. Songshur imitated Lu Xiao's touch, then quickly withdrew his hand. You have troubles, and you need to come here to clear your mind. Lu Xiao nodded and asked Songshur, Qin Yi, the chairman of the hunting group, are you close to her? Songshur replied cautiously, I've met her a few times. Lu Xiao didn't delve into their relationship. It wasn't important. Qin Yi is about to develop an injection that can stimulate awakening in ordinary people. It has a 100% awakening rate and a 0 mortality rate. The only drawback is that it can cause those who awaken to become violent and belligerent, like Lu Xing before us. Lu Xiao looked at the surveillance footage, a trace of sadness in his eyes. He couldn't tell if it was because he felt sorry for his nephew's current situation, or because he was saddened that future citizens of the Federation would become like this. Songshur leaned towards the latter. But isn't Lu Xiao's description exactly Qin Yi's new human plan? The plan's target is the awakening of all people. Qin Yi actually reported this plan to Lu Xiao. Songshur expressed a perfectly balanced surprise. So amazing? The hunting group truly is omnipotent. People aren't like people, and the beasts aren't like beasts. If it were you, Songshur, would you use this injection on ordinary people? Lu Xiao stared at Songshur intently, as if his decision would be incredibly valuable, as if she had summoned him today specifically to seek his opinion. Songshur didn't hesitate, even speaking with absolute certainty. Yes. Lu Xiao was incredulous, then rubbed his temple, regretting that he must have been driven mad to listen to the advice of a berserker. But not now, Songshur added. Lu Xiao raised his head. Then when do you think is the best time? The beasts in the restricted area have been pacified, and Song Yi is dead. The base has a long period of recovery. This time will allow the hunting group to combine the experimental results Song Yi left behind, and perhaps develop a more advanced injection reagent. We don't need to rush, Songshur explained. What Songshur could think of, Lu Xiao could naturally think of as well. This sentence, with the word order altered, is Lu Xiao's original reply to Qin Yi. But Lu Xiao had a vague premonition, a premonition born of her position as the head of the Federation, informed by the various clues she gathered, perhaps. It was too late. She didn't share her concerns with Songshur. These concerns were her responsibility, as the head of the Federation. Lu Xiao stood up, straightened her clothes, and composed herself. My husband has prepared some snacks for Lu Xing. Give them to him. Then, you and I will go to the memorial service together. Lu Xiao lifted the snacks steadily from a wooden box and, led by the other researchers, walked towards where Lu Xing was being held. Songshur followed her slowly. Lu Xing was now in a violent state. The researchers injected sedatives simultaneously into his wrists, ankles, and neck branding rings. After nearly a minute, Lu Xing completely calmed down. The rustling of chains ceased, and the door to the room opened. The leader will be protected by you, the assistant solemnly said to Songshur. Songshur was the strongest person present. Even if Lu Xing went mad, he was the only one who could subdue him. Songshur nodded and entered the room first. Lu Xing stared at her with red eyes, his voice hoarse as the scraping of chains on the ground. Why are you here? Songshur remained silent, stepping aside to make room for the door. Your uncle is worried about you. He makes everything you like, Lu Xiao said lovingly, holding a piece of pastry close to Lu Xing's dry lips. You haven't eaten. Eat something. Nutrients were constantly being pumped into Lu Xing's body through the chains. He had enough nutrition. The pastry was more likely to awaken his humanity. Lu Xing tilted his head to the side, the black veins in his neck throbbing. He was enduring. If you're not eating, get out. Songshur narrowed his eyes, and stared at Lu Xing for a moment. He took the pastry from Lu Xiao's hand, threw it into the box, and placed it in front of Lu Xing. He grabbed Lu Xiao's arm, and stepped back. Chief, he's losing control. Let's leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xing roared and lunged at the two of them. Songshur had already pushed Lu Xiao out of the room. The chain stretched tight. Songshur. Behind him, Lu Xing's voice was hoarse and hard to hear. Songshur didn't turn his head. A small object shot toward her back, and Songshur keenly caught the sound of the wind. Raising his hand to grab it, he left the dim room and unfolded his palm. It was a golden button. What did he give you? Lu Xiao leaned in to examine it. It was just an ordinary button, and she couldn't make it out. Songshur's teeth clenched. The moment the heavy metal door closed, she looked up and met Lu Xing's crimson eyes. What a jerk. After a life-and-death separation, he still pulled this tirade. He and Wu Jilu's token of love. I guess he wanted me to give it to Wu Jilu. Lu Zijiao, Patting Songsher's shoulder lightly, Lu Zijiao said solemnly, he hasn't asked anyone for help for all this time. He's been waiting for you. He trusts you deeply. Songsher angrily shoved the button in his pocket. Humph, that trust is better left unrewarded. Chapter 386. Wu Jilu's memorial service was organized by the Wu family and held in the auditorium across from the Federal Administration Building. Lu Zijiao personally presided over it. Songsher followed Lu Zijiao through the spatial portal and arrived directly at the venue. The memorial service was about to begin in 10 minutes, and everyone was almost there. A huge bear hug suddenly enveloped Songsher from behind. Captain, I finally see you. Wang Xiaoman's excited voice echoed. I missed you so much. Wang Xiaoman was 5 feet 4 inches tall. Songsher's feet were slightly off the ground. Countless eyes swept over him. Songsher helplessly patted Wang Xiaoman's arm. Calm down, let me go. We haven't seen each other for 2 days. 2 days. Captain, you don't know what Jiang Qifeng and I have been through these past 2 days. Sonya's alien army is so difficult to deal with. They run away when we attack, and chase us as soon as we retreat, like flies. I haven't slept at all these days. Look, I have dark circles under my eyes. Wang Xiaoman complained to Songsher, pointing at her eyes. Songsher stared at her eye sockets for a moment, but couldn't see anything. Wang Xiaoman, healers don't get dark circles under their eyes. When Duolin approached like a ghost, grabbed Wang Xiaoman by the back of her collar, and pulled her off Songsher. We're here for a memorial service today, so be more restrained. Songsher freed himself and touched the button in his pocket. Lu Xing's instructions. Songsher walked towards the coffin surrounded by wreaths. Less than 2 meters from the coffin, someone stopped Songsher. He was a young man wearing a white flower on his chest, and he looked somewhat similar to Wu Jilu. The place to present flowers is over there, he said. Songsher took out a button and said, Lu Xing asked me to give this token to Wu Jilu. The man stared at the button. Songsher explained, you should know their relationship. Lu Xing couldn't be there to see her one last time. The man hesitated slightly, then held out his hand. Let me deliver this button for you. Songsher was determined to see Wu Jilu in person. Wu Jilu saved my life a few years ago, and was my benefactor. I didn't expect her to suddenly. I want to see her one last time. Tears welled up in Songsher's eyes. Unable to refuse further, the man made way and followed Songsher towards the coffin, not too far away. Wu Jilu lay soundlessly in the coffin, surrounded by flowers. Her face was heavily made up, her damaged skin perfectly smoothed out, as if she were asleep. Songsher scanned her from head to toe with his mental power, his heart sinking. There was no sign of life. Songsher bent down, grasped Wu Jilu's right hand, spread her palm, and placed the button in her palm. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand, Songsher froze. Something was wrong. Under the guise of adjusting her sleeve, she silently grasped Wu Jilu's wrist, channeling her mental energy into it, roaming through Wu Jilu's lifeless body. While the repair skill couldn't repair already dead cells, it could determine the cause of death. This body wasn't killed by the curse. According to Wu Wanyun, who was present at the time, Wu Jilu was only struck by a single lightning strike. In the supernatural power class, we learned that death from a curse is caused by cardiac arrest or central nervous system paralysis. The cause of death in this body was ruptured and dysfunctional internal organs, and the skull was completely shattered. It looked like the result of repeated high-voltage shocks. Mr. Song, the memorial service is about to begin. The young man watched Songsher's movements, urging her on. Songsher tucked the button into Wu Jilu's palm and stepped back. Thank you for letting me see my benefactor one last time. The other nodded, saying nothing more. The auditorium bell rang, and Songsher retreated to the group. Today, all the advanced teams gathered together for the first time in a long time. After 2 restricted area clearance operations, the 1,000 advanced teams were now reduced by nearly 1/10, and some teams had significantly fewer members than when they first graduated. Of the 10 dawn-breaking teams, only 9 remained. One of Lu Xing's and Wu Jilu's teams was dead, while the other went insane. Lu Xiaoxiao stood on the stage and delivered a eulogy. Below, when Duolin nudged Songsher with his elbow and lowered his voice, "Do you know that man?" Songsher, still pondering the mystery surrounding Wu Jilu, shook his head. He's Wu Jilu's brother, Wu Jinsen. No wonder he resembles Wu Jilu. Songsher realized, didn't they say he was devoured by the contracted beast within him, completely losing his mind and being imprisoned underground? Wendelin stared at Wu Jinsen bustling about in front of him and rubbed his chin. I don't know about that. He suddenly appeared this morning, claiming he recovered and was here to handle his sister's funeral. It's a medical miracle. Is it really a miracle? Songshur lowered his eyes, lost in thought. I want to use the resurrection card. Songshur suddenly called the system silently. Are you sure? The resurrection card has one and only one use. A line of words appeared in Songshur's mind. Songshur, confirmed. Songshur wanted to verify a hypothesis. Although she already had the answer in mind, she still needed the system to verify it for safety. Who are you going to resurrect? Wu Jilu. 1 second, 2 seconds. Invalid. Those two large green characters appeared in his mind, and Songshur had only one thought. As expected. Wu Jilu is still alive, so the resurrection card is invalid. Where is she now? Why fake her death? To hide it from everyone, even Lu Xing. A sad mourning song echoed in the empty auditorium, accompanied by quiet sobs from some members of the Wu family. After Lu Zizhao finished speaking, the pioneers came forward one after another to lay flowers. Despite what had happened to the Wu family, their grief and regret for Wu Jilu were genuine. A heavy atmosphere filled the air. The memorial service ended. The pioneer teams gradually left the venue. Let's go eat, Jiang Qifeng suggested, raising his hand. I haven't had a hot meal in the restricted area of Minong Island these past few days. I've already booked a restaurant, and it's just waiting for us. No appetite, Wang Xiaoman said, looking at the black and white portrait in front of her with reluctance. Classmate Wu once taught me how to use my skills. He was so gentle and patient. Wang Xiaoman was about to cry. In the end, they didn't eat. The five of them had a quick meal in the cafeteria and then returned to their dormitories. While Songshur was showering, his laptop kept buzzing. It was Qin Yi. Qin Yi was ready to take action against the Wu family. Wu Jinsen must die. Today, someone from the Wu family in the group's laboratory, at the risk of exposing themselves, stole the experimental fluid for the new human project. Interrogation revealed that it was Wu Jinsen's instructions. The major families in the Federation strongly opposed the new human project, and the reason was very simple. If universal awakening were truly achieved one day, the gap between psychics and ordinary people would narrow infinitely, and the status of their families would be weakened. The Wu family was the most vocal in opposing this. Qin Yi had originally thought that the death of the Wu family's patriarch would bring some peace, but she hadn't expected the reawakened Wu Jinsen to be even more arrogant than his father. Qin Yi's goal was clear. She must awaken everyone in the Federation, for humanity to defeat the psychics, and for the psychics to disappear from human history. She was also resolute in her determination to achieve her goal. All obstacles standing in her way must die. So, Songshur received a detailed battle plan. Qin Yi had laid all the necessary groundwork. All that was needed was for Songshur to visit the Wu family. Songshur possessed both psychic and berserk abilities, making him sharper than any of Qin Yi's swords. Songshur sank into the sofa, wiping her hair intermittently, her mind turning over the pages of an old account. She realized, with shock, that Wu Jinsen seemed to be her final target. The families who had originally planned her dissection in the lab had been wiped out one by Lu Zizhao during the rebellion 3 days earlier. Wu Jinsen was the last one. Songshur retrieved the laptop and typed a message to Qin Yi. She would not accept any future assassination attempts. I respect your decision. Qin Yi's response was still quick and decisive. Chapter 387. The Wu Family. Chinese-style courtyard. The Wu family, a long-established family, possessed a vast Chinese-style courtyard within the human base, a testament to their power. Wu Jinsen was conducting official business in one of the courtyards, nestled between mountains and water. Songshur, disguised as a servant, quietly approached him. Through a corridor, Wu Jinsen appeared within Songshur's field of vision. Songshur alone couldn't have met Wu Jinsen so easily. Qin Yi also dispatched another right-hand man, Ingqiao, to deal with the spiritual awakeners in the mansion, preventing Songshur from being located by the group's telepathic tracking. Wu Jinsen was close at hand, his shadow stretched infinitely in the dusk light. Songshur stepped on his shadow. The shadow moved. Putting down her pen, she turned around, revealing Wu Jinsen's fair face, now shrouded in a terrifying gloom. How dare you trespass into my territory? For some reason, Songshur's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively took a half-step back. The virtual blade condensed in her palm dissipated. It felt like being locked onto by a giant monster, its maw gaping, ready to devour her alive, with nowhere to escape. Songshur swore she hadn't felt this sense of danger even when facing a horde of SSS-level monsters. The Wu Jinsen before her was a completely different person from the one at the memorial service that morning. Without any help, He had actually been able to sense that someone had infiltrated this mansion who shouldn't have been. It was like a monster's territorial awareness. The Qilin within Jiang Qifeng's body was an SSS-level silver wolf, and its territorial awareness was strong. But it was nowhere near as strong as the Wu Jinsen before him. But isn't Wu Jinsen just an SS-level contract system? Facing Wu Jinsen's gloomy gaze, Song Shi now had only one thought. If he didn't flee now, it would be too late. Retreat. The small communicator mounted on Song Shi's collar carried her voice to the others. Song Shi ran 10 meters away. Wu Jinsen pursued, his shadow instantly enveloping Song Shi. He lowered his head and bit, like a hungry lion, ready to rip the vulnerable neck of its prey. The hair on the back of Song Shi's neck stood on end. Song Shi, disguised as a servant, had been carrying a sandalwood tray. Now, with a backhand strike, he struck Wu Jinsen on the head. Wu Jinsen's head didn't budge. Instead, the tray cracked, revealing the metal dagger within. This tray was a weapon Qin Yi had provided to Song Shi. It was made of a hard material, a tray on the outside, but in reality, it contained a dagger crafted from the spine of a golden-boned spiral tiger. Song Shi, your strength is only SOSO. Wu Jinsen sneered contemptuously. His forehead itched, and he touched it, finding it covered in blood. The skin had been broken where Song Shi had struck him, and he cursed softly, this body. Before he finished his words, his heart felt a chill. He looked down, and saw a dagger lodged in the center of his heart. The dagger seemed to have thorns, constantly stirring his heart, as if grinding it into pulp. Song Shi's gaze was firm, his grip on the hilt of the dagger tight, his mental power continuously exerting force. The dagger, now barbed, pierced Wu Jinsen's heart. At the same time, invisible mental tentacles surged towards Wu Jinsen's brain, threatening to crush it. A mental attack. However, the moment the tentacles made contact with Wu Jinsen's brain, they seemed to be sucked in. Song Shi's fear grew even greater. Unable to access Wu Jinsen's memories, his mental attacks were completely ineffective against him. Looking for death. Wu Jinsen gritted his teeth. He slapped Song Shi's chest with his palm. A powerful mental force enveloped and pulled Song Shi, sending him soaring uncontrollably into the air before swiftly plummeting into the courtyard pool. The water splashed nearly 5 meters high, swishing a few goldfish. Song Shi was buried deep in the mud at the bottom of the pool. The foul smell of the mud penetrated his head. Song Shi held his breath and scrambled to his feet, looking utterly awful. Wu Jinsen stood on the shore, looking down at her. A spatial portal will appear behind you in 3 seconds. Seize the opportunity. Qin Yi's instructions rang in his ears. Song Shi gave Wu Jinsen one last glance. His heart was clearly shattered, the knife still lodged in his chest, blood coating his entire white shirt, yet he still managed to send her flying with a single palm strike. Something was wrong with Wu Jinsen. This wasn't the strength expected of an SS contract system. 3, 2, 1, counting to himself, Song Shi twisted and leaped into the newly opened spatial portal, less than half a meter in radius. His movement was as perfect as a goldfish in the sky. Song Shi landed in an open area. This was the internal training grounds of the hunting group, surrounded by clusters of awakened individuals waiting for action. Qin Yi stepped forward and personally helped Song Shi to his feet. Together, they stared at the slowly closing spatial portal. Even after the vortex dissipated, and there was no sign of Wu Jinsen, they still watched. He didn't take the bait, Song Shi said. Qin Yi didn't feel any regret. With a gentle wave of his hand, the impromptu awakened team gradually withdrew. It would be best if he could catch up. We can surround and kill him together. Even if he doesn't take the bait, we can get you back safely, and kill Wu Jinsen before making further plans. Are you okay? No. Song Shi peeled off his mask, tugged at his tangled hair, and frowned in disgust at the snot like mud on his hands. Qin Yi pulled a handkerchief from his suit pocket and handed it to Song Shi, lighting a cigarette. Song Shi lowered his head and wiped the mud off his hands. Is Wu Jinsen really a contract-type SS rank? He seems to have been hiding his strength. How did he get devoured? And how did he recover? So many questions. In short, they had underestimated the enemy this time. Go back and shower. I investigate these matters thoroughly. This was the only way left for now. Qin Yi arranged for a space-type awakener to take Song Shi to the Yezue bar for a shower before returning to the military area. As they approached the spatial vortex, Song Shi couldn't help but turn his head and warn, Wu Jinsen recognized me. I guess he's guessed you sent me to assassinate him. Be careful. Song Shi's voice trailed off. Amidst the mist, Qin Yi frowned, his usually deep and cold eyes etched with worry within his three-dimensional eye sockets. Qin Yi raised his eyes, curling his lips into a smile. Got it, my chief swordsman. Song Shi showered 6 times before returning to the dormitory. The spatial portal opened directly to her room. There were sounds of conversation in the living room, and Song Shi pushed the door open. Captain, you're back. Wang Xiaoman shouted excitedly, leaning against the back of the sofa. Jiang Qifeng, chewing on an apple, immediately elbowed her. Wang Xiaoman smoothly changed the subject. Captain, are you awake? Song Shi nodded, grabbed a bottle of nutrient solution from the refrigerator, and changed the subject. Why are you all sitting here? Tang Yu observed Song Shi the entire time. The ends of her hair were wet, indicating she was grimy from the battle. She immediately reached for nutrient solution, likely due to injuries. Although she recovered, she lost a significant amount of mental energy. She hadn't smiled since she opened the door, suggesting her previous actions hadn't been successful. Now wasn't the time to question her. Tang Yu zoomed in on the screen in front of Song Shi. There's a riot in the restricted area of Minong Island. The leader has ordered us to gather in 30 minutes to support Minong Island. Chapter 388. Minong Island Restricted Area. The rioters are the so-called Inhuman Legion, Tang Yu quickly explained to Song Shi. Before his death, Song Yi had created nearly 100,000 hybrids of humans and inhumans. They possess human thought patterns and certain body parts have been transformed into inhumans. Song Shi looked out and saw numerous human-like and bird-like creatures flying in the dim sky. Wings, beaks, talons, tails. These features have irreversibly appeared on the human body, Tang Yu added. They have become reproductively isolated from humans. Inhumans are not human. Jiang Qifeng leaned over and complained, almost all of Song Yi's troops have surrendered. Only these Inhumans are stupid enough to avenge Song Yi. Because of them, I have to run around in this sandy place every day. The Minong Island restricted area is close to the desert. 3 days ago, the fighting here was intense, and artillery fire pushed the desert line 3 kilometers further. Wang Xiaoman pulled a black mask from her bag and handed it to Song Shi. Captain, put it on quickly, or the wind will hurt your respiratory tract. Song Shi took it, put it in her pocket without wearing it, and still felt a tightness in her chest after being slapped by Wu Jinsen. All advanced teams passed through the space gate and arrived at the restricted area of Minong Island. Tang Yu covered her face with a scarf. Today, the aliens are focusing their attack on the base wall under construction. They've killed many residents of the new city who defected to the Federation over the past 2 days. Song Shi looked up. The wall had already collapsed in half. Aliens were setting fire to it. Workers on the scaffolding were covered in sparks and screamed as they tumbled from the more than 10-meter-high scaffolding. Below, workers were transporting materials. The scene was in chaos. Water awakeners manipulated the water, extinguishing the flames on the workers one by one. Flying abilities caught the workers midair and brought them to the ground, while healing abilities followed to provide assistance. Seeing the advanced team appear, the group of aliens scattered. You stinking flies, trying to escape again. Jiang Qifeng pressed the neck totem, and the Kirin's massive body suddenly appeared in the open space, its snow white fur standing out against the yellow sand. Jiang Qifeng flipped over, straddling the Kirin's neck, and with a single word, I chased them first, he vanished. Dealing with this legion of aliens required no strategy. They were weak, powerless against the advanced team. The trouble was that they were fast, numerous, and intelligent. Killing them one by one was a chore. Flies was the best description. Wendelin didn't come along. She had the Wen family's affairs to attend to. Song Shi, Tang Yu, and Wang Xiaoman chased after Jiang Qifeng. A sphinx-like alien was running wildly through the city. Tang Yu's fire dragon swooped down from the sky, engulfing him. The fire dragon flexed its massive body and bit another scorpion-tailed man. The scorpion-tailed man was thrown to the ground, tumbling and tumbling. Song Shi swung his 3-element sword at him, but the scorpion-tailed man suddenly knelt and begged for mercy, tears streaming down his face. He explained that his child was waiting for him at home, and he didn't want to die. He's faking, Tang Yu shouted at Song Shi. Sure enough, the man swung his scorpion tail at the back of Song Shi's head the moment he faltered. Song Shi turned his gaze, coldly observing his final struggle. To Song Shi, a top-tier berserker, his movements seemed as slow as a snail. Sanchi swung twice, once severing his sharpest weapon, his scorpion tail, and once decapitating his head. Song Shi kicked the falling corpse aside with disgust and surveyed his surroundings. In their pursuit, they had unknowingly reached the heart of the city. That was where the mountain god's bones were buried. Wu Xilu had also met his end here. The ground here was charred black, the crimson earth beneath completely turned upside down. Huge pits lay close together, overlapping and strewn with shell fragments. Even after 3 days, the air still held the strong smell of gunpowder and the indescribable stench of blood. Hurry up. Lift this pillar up, and our team can rest. Not far away, workers worked together to build a safety line. Hey! Hey! Experiments have proven that mountain god bones can deter wild beasts. After the Minong Island restricted area was designated as the 12th human base, the mountain god bone was preserved, and Lu Xiaozhao decided to build a safety perimeter around it to prevent ordinary people from entering. The air was filled with dust, and visibility was low. The workers wore scarves while working. Wang Xiaoman sneezed and rubbed her nose. Let's get out of here. Song Shi looked around, found no other aliens, and prepared to leave. Song Shi. A soft, weak female voice, mixed in with the workers' shouts, was almost missed by Song Shi. Pausing, Song Shi turned suspiciously, looking in the direction of the sound. What's going on? Are there any aliens? Tang Yu and Wang Xiaoman took a few steps, then realized Song Shi hadn't caught up, so they turned back. I heard someone calling my name. But Song Shi couldn't find the man. Everywhere she looked, workers were busy moving pillars and iron mesh. The dust dimmed her ability to discern emotions. Maybe I heard wrongly. Or maybe they just happened to mention it while they were working. After all, you're quite famous now, Captain, Wang Xiaoman said. Wang Xiaoman's words made sense, but Song Shi inexplicably thought of Wu Xilu, whose whereabouts were still unknown. At today's memorial service, Song Shi hadn't failed to suspect that the Wu family had hidden Wu Xilu. It was an established fact that Wu Xilu had been struck by the curse and fainted. They had been able to rescue Wu Xilu right under Lu Xing's nose, fake her death, with someone who looked exactly like her, and attract everyone's attention. And from beginning to end, no one had ever suggested the body was fake. Only the Wu family could have done that. However, Wu Jinsen allowed her to approach the body, and even when she touched it, he showed no reaction. Wu Jinsen wasn't afraid she discovered the body was fake. Perhaps in his mind, the body was his sister. And now that Wu Jinsen was the head of the Wu family, if he didn't know, who else would know Wu Xilu's whereabouts? Song. Cough cough. The sound was so faint, like a mosquito's, but Song Shi listened intently and caught it accurately. Captain, where are you going? Wang Xiaoman called out. Song Shi ran behind a sturdy pillar that had just been moved by 4 workers. A thin figure squatted on the ground, a headscarf covering most of her face, her exposed forehead matted with sweat and dust. She was coughing heartbreakingly. Song Shi narrowed his eyes and called out uncertainly, Wu Xilu? The other person instantly raised her head, tears welling in her eyes. Wu Xilu hadn't expected Song Shi to return. After all, she didn't have the energy to shout. She thought they were going to miss each other, just like the time she called out to Lu Qian. Already hopeless, Wu Xilu couldn't help crying when she heard Song Shi's voice. Chapter 389. Song Shi stepped forward to help Wu Xilu up, his fingers resting on her wrist as his mental power probed her body. Wu Xilu's mental energy was severely depleted, like a dried-up river. The damage left by the curse hadn't healed yet, and it was only getting worse. Tang Yu and Wang Xiaoman came after them. Captain, who called you? Who is this? Song Shi placed one of Wu Xilu's arms on his shoulders and carried her to a nearby wooden platform, where they sat down. Song Shi and his companions were wearing the uniforms of the advanced team. The workers were curious about the person they were surrounding. Could he be an alien disguised as a human? Tang Yu called Jiang Qifeng back first. Wang Xiaoman, help me repair her wounds. Oh, okay. Wang Xiaoman stepped forward and took Wu Xilu's other hand. After a moment, she gasped, is this a curse? Tang Yu urgently contacted Jiang Qifeng on her computer. Jiang Qifeng was nearby, chasing the aliens. Moments after the light brain flashed, he appeared on a qilin. The workers, frightened by the massive qilin, retreated in a flurry. Belatedly realizing it was the Forerunner's contracted beast, they couldn't help but feel even more awe and admiration for the advanced team. What do you want me to do? The communication didn't explain it clearly. Jiang Qifeng remained atop the qilin, unwilling to dismount. He wanted to kill a few more aliens. By the time Jiang Qifeng had waited, Wang Xiaoman and Tang Yu had clearly seen the masked figure. Wu Xilu, the dead Wu Xilu. Wang Xiaoman lay disheveled in the yellow wind, like a stone sculpture relentlessly channeling its spiritual energy. She still hadn't recovered. Tang Yu's mind was swirling with clues, speculating on various possibilities. Neither of them answered Jiang Qifeng. Who is she? Jiang Qifeng tilted his head to examine the figure supported by Song Shi and Wang Xiaoman, one on each side. He couldn't see clearly because the shielding was too tight, so he simply jumped down and took a closer look. The fur on Jiang Qifeng's ears instantly exploded. A ghost! Tang Yu was quick to cover his mouth. There's a lot of people here, let's talk back. Tang Yu lowered her voice. Jiang Qifeng nodded hurriedly. Song Shi picked up Wu Xilu horizontally, jumped onto Qilin's back, and set Wu Xilu down. Qilin returned to the advanced team's temporary camp. She would draw too much attention carrying someone back. Qilin was fast and had thick fur, so a person on its back wouldn't be noticeable. Qilin stamped its feet, pawed the ground with its front paws, and growled in dissatisfaction. I'm the Wolf King. Not just any foolish horse. Qilin shook his shoulders, attempting to throw Wu Xilu off. Qilin could barely accept the rest of Jiang Qifeng's team riding on its back, but Wu Xilu was a stranger, unwilling and uncooperative. Jiang Qifeng quickly jumped onto Qilin's back, straddling Song Shi. He gently stroked Qilin's fur, then nuzzled her ears. In a voice only a wolf and a beast could hear, Qilin, it's Wu Xilu. Back then, you were forced to go to the auction and suffered such serious injuries. It was she who healed you and saved you from the clutches of Hades. Qilin's ears twitched. Wu. Okay, this Wolf King will repay the favor. Song Shi and the others had spent a lot of time with Qilin, so it wasn't hard to guess what Qilin was thinking. The drooping of his ears signaled his surrender. Song Shi then told Tang Yu and Wang Xiaoman below, I take her back to the camp first. You guys should return quickly as well. Okay. Tang Yu nodded. Qilin, go! Jiang Qifeng commanded, and Qilin vanished in a flash. A worker carrying a pipe glanced around, bewildered. What just jumped by? A white rat. His companion said impatiently, I guess I saw it wrong? Stop wasting time, I'm still waiting for dinner. The advanced team's camp was dotted with makeshift tents, one for each team. At this moment, a few scattered people in the camp were making fires and cooking dinner. Cooking was limited to simmering their packed lunches in hot water. Qilin leaped into the camp with a whoosh and vanished with a whoosh, absorbed into Jiang Qifeng's body. The camp was densely packed with tents, and Qilin's enormous size knocked over a pot. Fortunately, Gavin dodged quickly, otherwise he would have been doused in the hot water. Jiang Qifeng. Can you please stop showing off on your wolf every day? Gavin, unable to bear it any longer, shouted at the tent belonging to Song Shi's team. Jiang Qifeng poked his head out of the tent, and said in a savagely angry tone, No, come on in, and beat me up if you dare. You? Gavin snapped the chopsticks in his hand, threw them to the ground, and charged at Jiang Qifeng in a rage. Jiang Qifeng was extremely arrogant, wiggling his hips, and waving a hand towards Gavin, provocatively, my captain is here today. Come on, come on! Bang! A powerful punch struck. Jiang Qifeng crouched on the ground, holding the back of his head. Gavin paused, staring in surprise at the open corner of the tent. Song Shi appeared, grabbed Jiang Qifeng by the back of his collar, and threw him back into the tent. I discipline him right away. Tang Yu will return to camp soon, and will make up for the meal. Sorry. Song Shi handled the problem promptly and effectively. Gavin's anger instantly dissipated, leaving him with only one word, great. Jiang Qifeng deserved a beating. No need to pay. I have more. If you guys can't be bothered to cook, I can make you an extra portion, Gavin said generously. Song Shi thanked him, crawled into the tent, sat back down on the bed, and held Wu Xilu's wrist. The tent was warm, and Wu Xilu's nerves, strained after 2 days, relaxed, and he drifted off to sleep. Jiang Qifeng, weak and helpless, huddled in the corner, not daring to utter a word. Next time you knock over someone's lunch box, remember to apologize, Song Shi said softly. Jiang Qifeng whispered, oh. Go find some nutrient solution. She needs it. Jiang Qifeng immediately skipped over to a cooler near the tent door, and pulled out a handful of nutrient solution. Song Shi had Jiang Qifeng help Wu Xilu up, and pour the nutrient solution into her mouth. Is she really Wu Xilu? Wasn't Wu Xilu dead? We just attended her memorial service this morning. Is she really not a ghost? Jiang Qifeng, having forgotten the punch he just received, poked Wu Xilu's cheek with a finger. It was cold. A ghost! Shut up, Song Shi shouted. Jiang Qifeng rubbed his nose, stepped aside, and sat down on a folding chair. The tent suddenly became utterly silent. Footsteps approached, and Tang Yu and Wang Xiaoman lifted the curtain, ushering in the chill from outside. Wu Xilu had been fully healed, and was now asleep. The curse was deeply ingrained, and the healing had drained Song Shi's energy. He held his forehead, and sat on a nearby military folding bed. Tang Yu silently took out 2 bottles of nutrient solution from the cold chain box, and handed them to Song Shi. What the hell is going on? Wang Xiaoman squatted beside Wu Xilu's bed, carefully examining his appearance. She looks exactly like the Wu Xilu at the memorial service. Captain, didn't you already know that the person at the memorial service wasn't Wu Xilu? Wang Xiaoman turned to look at Song Shi. Song Shi gulped down the nutrient solution and nodded. When I was helping Lu Xing deliver the buttons, I discovered that Wu Xilu's cause of death didn't match the rumors. We might not know the exact circumstances until she wakes up. Everyone fell silent. Tang Yu questioned, why didn't Wu Xilu seek out the nearby garrison? She's known to everyone in the Federation. If she revealed her identity, the Wu family would immediately send someone to retrieve her. Song Shi's eyes dimmed. She could only be hiding from the Wu family. Why? Wang Xiaoman and Jiang Qifeng asked in unison. Song Shi recounted the assassination attempt on Wu Jinsen at noon. Impossible. Wu Jinsen can't be that powerful. Jiang Qifeng reacted violently, standing up and questioning. He's been defeated by me. His contracted beast is an SS rank white-eyed tiger. 4 years ago, a Qilin bit off his right hind leg, and he hasn't recovered yet. He runs away at the sight of a Qilin. How could he possibly be a match for you, Captain? His mind was devoured by the contracted beast, Tang Yu speculated reasonably. That might be the reason for his strength. Jiang Qifeng, I've researched. The higher the level of the contracted system, the more likely it is that the mind will be devoured by the contracted beast. Human memories will never be restored. And the body occupied by the contracted beast will suddenly increase in strength. Jiang Qifeng froze. When did you research this? No, this is a federal secret. Where did you find it? You all know it? He looked at Song Shi and Wang Xiaoman, who both nodded. Jiang Qifeng was about to cry. The secret he had buried deep in his heart, the secret that made him sad every time he thought about it, had long been made public. Wang Xiaoman stood up and patted Jiang Qifeng's face, reassuring him, don't worry, even if you become a Qilin one day, we can get along well with them. After all, Qilins are so powerful and intelligent. Jiang Qifeng clutched his chest. Heartbroken. The Qilin in the neck totem paced back and forth. I didn't know this Wolf King is so popular. Wu Xilu didn't sleep long. Something was weighing on her mind, so she woke up half an hour later and explained why she was there. Chapter 390. During the devastating bombing in the restricted area of Minong Island, Song deployed half of his capable awakeners to Minong Island, solely to kill Lu Xing. After 2 hours of fighting, they still couldn't get close to Lu Xing. This was because Wu Xilu continuously supplied Lu Xing with spiritual energy, comparable to a mobile charging station. Song was also a madman. He forgot his agreement with the head of the Wu family and turned his attention to Wu Xilu. The only Lightning Awakener in the team, the same Lightning Awakener who had previously struck Song down, cast a curse on Wu Xilu. Of course, Wu Xilu couldn't escape it. After resisting the curse, she went into temporary shock, her breathing and heartbeat stopping. What happened next was unknown to Wu Xilu. She woke up again in a noisy iron shed. I was alone at the time, my wound still intact, and my clothes had changed, Wu Xilu recalled calmly. I had a lot of nutrient solution next to me. Before I could drink it, I heard screams and running outside. The ground was shaking. I didn't understand what was happening, so I got out of bed to see what was happening. It was those aliens. I was staying in the slums of the Minong Island restricted area. They were all workers. After Song Yi died, his men released these aliens and allowed them to massacre civilians and set fire to the slums. I escaped before the fire got bigger. I only had time to grab 3 bottles of nutrient solution before I left. I was planning to find the nearby garrison and tell them I was Wu Xilu's. Jiang Qifeng listened intently, his chin in his hand. Then why didn't you go? Wu Xilu pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Song Shi, who was closest to him. 2 lines of scribbled words were written on the letter. Don't go back to the Wu family. Be wary of anyone in the Wu family. The last word was stretched endlessly, indicating the writer was in a hurry. Song Shi passed it around. Wang Xiaoman flipped through it, scratching her head. Just 2 lines? Why doesn't it state the reason? Tang Yu took the note and rubbed it. This is a note from a Forerunner's combat kit. The person who left this note must be a Forerunner. Wu Xilu, can you recognize the handwriting? Jiang Qifeng silently untied his combat backpack and pulled out a notepad he hadn't touched in years. Comparing it with the previous piece of paper, sure enough, the texture and lines were identical. I recognized the handwriting. It's Wu Wanyan. Wu Wanyan. Wang Xiaoman and Jiang Qifeng exclaimed in unison again. Jiang Qifeng scratched his ear. How did Wu Wanyun get involved? Jiang Qifeng remembered Wu Wanyun as a typical Wu family member, sophisticated and self-serving. Songshur thought for a moment. If it was Wu Wanyun, everything would make sense. Lu Xing initially thought you were dead. One reason was his own judgment. You had no breath or heartbeat. Another reason was Wu Wanyun's judgment. She was an SSS healer. She said you were dead and beyond saving, and Lu Xing believed her. Lu Xing went mad and lost control. Federation reinforcements arrived, and Lu Xing was taken away by the psychic department and sent back to the Federation. On the way back to the Federation, you were replaced by Wu Wanyun, who hid you here. Wu Xilu nodded. That's my guess too. Wang Xiaoman looked bewildered. So why did Wu Wanyun do this? I saw her weeping in front of your portrait at the memorial service this morning. She was said to be ill, and she didn't come with us to the restricted area this afternoon. Wu Wanyun must have been acting on orders, Teng Yu said. She switched the Wu family heir under strict supervision, and at the same time, she found someone with the same appearance and similar manner of death and transported them back to the first base. This wasn't something Wu Wanyun could have done alone. Wu Wanyun was a member of the Wu family's side branch, and her power wasn't as great as it seems. After hearing this, Jiang Qifeng finally understood a little. So the person behind all this was Wu Jinsen? It wasn't Wu Jinsen. Songshur was certain of this. He didn't stop me from approaching the fake Wu Xilu, which means he didn't know Wu Xilu was still alive. Jiang Qifeng. Who else could it be? Songshur and Tang Yu exchanged glances, each seeing the answer in the other's eyes. On the day Wu Xilu faked his death, the head of the Wu family was still alive. Besides Wu Jinsen, the deceased head of the Wu family could have done all this. I heard last night that my father was sentenced to death for treason and has been executed. Wu Xilu looked at Songshur cautiously, seeking confirmation. How she wished the news was false. Her father loved her so much, texting her every day to ask if she eaten well, and even knowing she had insomnia, he reminded her not to exercise vigorously before bed. How could he? It's true. Songshur knew how cruel those 3 words were to Wu Xilu, but Wu Xilu had to adjust quickly, because the events in the Wu family all pointed to one place. Have you heard about your brother Wu Jinsen regaining his sanity? Wu Xilu was trembling all over, his mind drifting. The news of a loved one's death was a crushing blow to Wu Xilu, who had lived a sweet and uneventful life since childhood. The fact that Wu Xilu didn't lose his temper immediately was a testament to his tolerance and receptiveness. Wu Xilu still tried his best to cooperate with Songshur. I heard about it. His body has been taken over by his contracted beast. He's no longer the same Wu Jinsen, Songshur bluntly stated. Wu Xilu looked up in disbelief, his face pale. Wang Xiaoman calmly tugged at Songshur's sleeve. Captain, stop talking. Wu Xilu feels like she's about to faint from all this bad news. Let's wait until she's recovered before telling her. Healing types are known for their strong empathy. It was your father who orchestrated your fake death. Songshur was restrained. Meanwhile, Tang Yu continued to reveal the unspoken truth. 3 days ago, your father, the head of the Wu family, was negotiating with Song Yi while plotting how to storm the administrative building and force Chief Lu to resign. At this time, he learned that Wu Jinsen, imprisoned in the dungeon, had regained consciousness. Before he could rejoice, Wu Jinsen's actions led him to suspect that this Wu Jinsen was not the same Wu Jinsen he once was. He wanted to eliminate Wu Jinsen, but Wu Jinsen's strength had grown so immense that he sent his men to kill him, but they were unsuccessful. The plan was imminent, and several military commanders were already urging him to do so. Once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. Your father decided to take the position of Federation leader first. Then, by rallying the might of all the awakened in the Federation, he would surely be able to kill Wu Jinsen. He temporarily imprisoned Wu Jinsen in the dungeon. Your father didn't expect failure. As soon as he entered the administrative building, he came face to face with Chief Lu, who was waiting for him. He knew he had fallen for Chief Lu's trick, and that imprisonment was inevitable. At the last moment, he thought of you, of Wu Jinsen, who was lurking in the dungeon. You've been designated as the heir to the Wu family. If you return alive, Wu Jinsen will surely kill you. So your father came up with the idea of faking his own death. He must have contacted you, but you were struck by a curse and fell into a coma, causing your computer to explode under the intense high-voltage shock. He had no choice but to contact Wu Wanyun. Wu Wanyun acted decisively, deceiving everyone by claiming you were dead. Your father sent a trusted confidant to assist Wu Wanyun in transporting you, who was unconscious, to a nearby location. They also found a body resembling yours to deceive Wu Jinsen. Soon after, your father, and all his trusted confidants were arrested. The Wu family was raided, and all those with the surname Wu were summoned to the first base for investigation. Wu Wanyun, the only one who knew you were still alive, was also forcibly taken back to the first base. Before she was taken away, she only managed to leave you with nutrient solution and a note. She doesn't know why your father fabricated your death. Your father never told her the truth. Wu Wanyun only knew someone in the Wu family would kill you, so she left that note as a warning. Wu Wanyun protected you to the best of her ability. Perhaps Wu Wanyun thought she'd be back to take care of you after the investigation, but she hasn't shown up yet. I suspect she's been held back by Wu Jinsen. Tang Yu quickly sorted out the whole story. Jiang Qifeng couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. With his brain, he couldn't fathom such a complex situation. Wu Xilu sat on the bed, her head tucked into her knees, as if shutting out all outside sound. Her shoulders moved silently. We're outside. Call us if you need anything. Song Shi lifted the curtain and walked out of the tent. Tang Yu took a pack of tissues from the table and placed them in front of Wu Xilu before leaving. Wang Xiaoman gently patted Wu Xilu's shoulder, offering silent comfort. Last but one, Jiang Qifeng scratched his head. Your current situation is indeed a little hard to accept, but when did that white-eyed tiger in your brother become so powerful? He was able to injure my captain today. Are your family secretly researching something again? Jiang Qifeng, come out. Wang Xiaoman shouted from outside the door. Jiang Qifeng rubbed his ears. I'm coming, I'm coming. The sky was gradually darkening. The four of them gathered around the fire. Song Shi lowered her eyes, thinking, the flames dancing on her face. Outside the camp, there was a commotion. Lu Qian's team had returned from clearing out the aliens, a dusty group of 5. Song Shi glanced up, his gaze fixed on the healer in the middle of them, Wu Jisui. After a busy day, Wu Jisui was exhausted. Song Shi stared at her, and she shuddered inexplicably, her fur standing on end. Why are you looking at me? Seeing Wu Jisui reminded Song Shi of Wu Wanyun, who shared the same surname. Why was Wu Wanyun left at the Wu family? Was she exposed? Impossible, otherwise Wu Jinsen would have already begun searching for Wu Xilu. Nothing, Song Shi said calmly, lowering his crossed legs and picking up a piece of wood to toss into the fire. The fire crackled. The two teams gathered around the fire. Everyone seemed preoccupied, no one spoke. The only sound was the rustling of burning branches. Lu Qian peered at Song Shi through the firelight. Wait. A long wait. Suddenly, a call came in from the distant first base, and both Song Shi's and Lu Qian's laptops lit up. A general from the Lu family military district said, the leader is in trouble. Return immediately. Chief Instructor Yurue said, Lu Xing has appeared in the administrative building. Return immediately. Lu Xing hasn't regained his composure yet. He was originally imprisoned in the underground laboratory, and now he's suddenly in the administrative building. Imagine how many people will die. Song Shi ducked into the tent. Wu Xilu, upon hearing the transmission, had already straightened his clothes. His eyes were red, and his tone was resolute. Take me back. I can comfort Lu Xing. If Wu Jinsen knew you were still alive, you'd be in danger, Song Shi warned. Then I have to go back too. I've lost my father and my brother. I can't bear to watch Lu Xing die. Song Shi took a deep breath, scowling at Wu Xilu. What about Wu Wanyun? She helped you fake your own death and escape. Now that you're still alive, will Wu Jinsen let her go? Wu Xilu paused as he walked out. Yes, and Wu Wanyun. She couldn't play with Wu Wanyun's life. Then what should I do? You said before that before you found me, you met Lu Qian? Song Shi remembered every word Wu Xilu had said clearly. Wu Xilu nodded, but she didn't understand why Song Shi asked. She had suffered so many setbacks today, and her mind was not working as it should. Song Shi stared at Wu Xilu. Do you trust Lu Qian? Yes, he will help me if I save his brother. Okay, wait here. Song Shi left the tent. The situation was serious, and Lu Qian was unusually agitated. While waiting for the space gate, he frowned and typed one call after another. Follow me. Lu Qian was confused. The light computer on his wrist vibrated wildly. Convinced that Song Shi had a purpose for doing this, Lu Qian hung up the call and quickly followed Song Shi into the tent. The moment he saw Wu Xilu, Lu Qian almost tripped over the door curtain. Chapter 391. First Base. Federal Administration Building. When Song Shi arrived, the place was in utter chaos. Lu Xing was like a raging beast, swinging his sword wildly, leaving limbs and broken bodies everywhere he went, forcing everyone to flee. The news reported that a group of Earth-type puppet lions had emerged from beneath the administration building and were devouring humans wantonly. Many building security guards had already fallen to the ground, bleeding profusely. The smell of blood attracted the puppet lions, which devoured their bodies with voracious gulps. The scene was utterly chaotic. The pioneers appeared in the hall, and the survivors scrambled to squeeze behind them. Songshur glanced around. Amid the panic-stricken crowd, Lu Xing exuded a dark aura, completely alien to humanity. Found it. Songshur drew his 3-type weapon, and his arm was bumped by the crowd. Before this operation, Songshur had been appointed commander-in-chief. Songshur analyzed the situation and quickly made arrangements. I stop Lu Xing Lu Qian, take a team and evacuate these messy people, then rejoin me. Tang Yu, lead your men to clear out the puppet lions in the building and get the injured out promptly. The advance team dispersed in an orderly manner. Songshur squeezed forward against the flow of people. Lu Qian glanced worriedly at Lu Xing in the distance, then remembered something and called out to Songshur's back. Lu Xing is now immune to mental attacks. Be careful. Songshur didn't look back, but raised his left arm in an OK sign. Besides Songshur, the berserkers and warriors from other teams also approached Lu Xing from all directions. Zhao Yao, a building security guard, was on his first official day. Unexpectedly, he encountered the legendary madman Lu going berserk and storming the administrative building. What was the administrative building? It was the heart of the Federation. Any individual within it was a genius capable of influencing a specific area of the Federation. He could only bite the bullet and follow the captain out of the monitoring room. He was, in fact, just a B-rank warrior. Among ordinary people, he was incredibly strong, a well-known figure in the security world, but in front of Lu Xing, an SSS-rank pioneer, he was a complete wimp. Lu Xing chopped off one of his arms and kicked him into a corner. Although his arm was broken, he didn't have to face Lu Xing, so at least his life was saved. After all, he was fed by the Federation, and a healer would personally reattach his broken bones afterwards. He had never expected that there was a puppet lion, a sewer-dwelling beast in the corner. It looked like a rat, with a face covered in lion fur, and its favorite food was human shoulder blades. They said they were very crunchy. He jumped 3 feet in fear, and in his panic, he rushed back to the battlefield, where he happened to come face to face with Lu Xing. Oh! No! It was only his first day at the federal government, and was he going to be gloriously laid off? He didn't want that. He crawled on the ground, relying on his one remaining arm. The smell of blood flowing from his body attracted Lu Xing, who actually chased after him. Zhao Yao thought he was going to die. He resigned himself to his fate and lay flat on the ground. At that moment, a whistle rang out, a long, melodious whistle, full of provocation. Lu Xing, your opponent is here. A heavenly sound. To Zhao Yao at that moment, this voice was like heavenly music. Zhao Yao and Lu Xing turned their heads simultaneously. Zhao Yao saw the radiant Songshur descending from the sky. Lu Xing's pupils rapidly dilated. Songshur wielded the 3 elements and slammed it into Lu Xing's face. A classic cucumber smacking pose. Lu Xing's eyes darkened, his nose broke, and blood gushed out. Songshur's force was so immense that Lu Xing retreated repeatedly, his longsword digging deep into the floor before he could finally stabilize himself. Go to hell. Lu Xing's voice was gloomy, his rage rising to a new level. He drew his long sword and lunged at Songshur. Songshur raised his knife to block. The blade collided with the 3 elements, sending out dazzling sparks. The energy surges shook the others in the hall, causing them to clutch their ears tightly, their eardrums aching as if they were about to bleed. Songshur and Lu Xing simultaneously bounced back. After a few days of not fighting, you become even stronger. Songshur twisted his wrist, his eyes filled with excitement and eagerness. Lu Xing was a berserker, and so was Songshur. It was only because of his usual calm demeanor that everyone subconsciously overlooked this fact. In battle, Songshur's true nature would be unleashed. Seeing Songshur's temper rising, Lu Qian, having cleared the crowd, hurried onto the battlefield. Calm down, don't fight any longer. Having her fighting spirit extinguished, Songshur tooted and glared impatiently at Lu Qian. This tut was a stark contrast to her previous polite, calm, and composed self-possessed self. Gavin, hovering in midair with his wings spread, glanced down at Songshur. 2 hours earlier, Jiang Qifeng had broken his lunch box and refused to apologize, and Songshur had severely disciplined him. Now, Songshur had reverted to his typical violent personality. Gavin shook his head, retracted his wings, and flew out the window to help Tang Yu upstairs clean up the puppet lion. Yao Ying squeezed into the battlefield, stood beside Songshur, and tilted her head. Control yourself, or I notify Tang Yu upstairs, and have her come down to keep an eye on you. Songshur vented his anger on Lu Xing, charging forward with 3 deadly slashes, forcing Lu Xing back repeatedly. Yao Ying turned to look at Lu Qian, Gong Wanyun, and Zhang Wenjing around them. Altogether, 5 against 1. Now, the 6 men on the battlefield were from the Dawn-breaking team. The elite of the elite, selected from the Vanguard team, and each a key player in their respective teams. Even in terms of strength, there were slight differences between the 6. Normally, a one-on-one fight wouldn't immediately defeat the other, requiring 2 or 3 hours. In this 5-on-1 situation, Lu Xing was stretched thin and suppressed in less than 5 minutes. Lu Xing felt like he was trapped in a cage surrounded by 5 men, unable to break free. Songshur backhanded Lu Xing's shoulder with the hilt of his 3 series sword. Crack! His shoulder bone cracked. Lu Xing stumbled, unable to hold his sword steady. Zhang Wenjing seized the opportunity and kicked him in the wrist. His wrist bone broke, and his sword flew out of his hand. Lu Xing turned to retrieve the sword, but Yao Ying kicked it out of the hall. The 3 of them coordinated their movements flowing like flowing water. Lu Xing roared, "All of you, die!" Lu Xing's face flushed crimson as he fought with his fists, a reckless fight. He treated Songshur and the other 4 equally. He showed no mercy just because Lu Qian was his brother. Lu Xing had completely lost his mind. Lu Qian and Gong Wanyun confronted him head-on, drawing his attention. Yao Ying and Zhang Wenjing attacked from the side, restricting his movements. Songshur, alone, reached behind Lu Xing. Silently, seizing the right moment, he reached out and grabbed Lu Xing's left arm. With skillful force, he dislodged it. Lu Xing groaned, a vein throbbing on his forehead. He wanted to attack Songshur, but his hands were unable to free them. Songshur seized the opportunity again, kneeling down to drive into Lu Xing's spine, slamming him to the ground. Lu Xing struggled, but Yao Ying held down his other arm. Brand lock. Songshur urged Lu Qian. Lu Qian pulled out a collar, knelt down, and placed it around Lu Xing's neck, his movement swift. The moment the brand lock touched Lu Xing's skin, the pattern on it illuminated, sealing Lu Xing's spiritual power. Lu Xing's strength was instantly drained, and he struggled feebly. Then Songshur handed Lu Xing a syringe, as thick as a thumb. He pinned Lu Xing's head to the ground, pierced his neck, and injected the thick black liquid into his body. Black veins appeared, spreading from his neck to his cheeks. Lu Xing closed his eyes in pain, his whole body twitching twice. Opening his eyes again, he gazed at his surroundings in bewilderment. Frightened faces, eyes filled with hatred and fear, blood everywhere. This was the administrative building he had visited countless times. He had just been in the basement lab, so why was he here now? Brother, what happened? Lu Qian caressed Lu Xing's hair, brushing it away from his forehead. You've lost control. Lu Xing regained his composure. Songshur reconnected his arm, stood up, picked up the 3 series weapon he had just discarded, and stood 2 meters away from Lu Xing. Lu Xing lay on the ground, completely drained of strength. With every injection of the sedative, his internal organs suffered the pain of cells being crushed, and even more despairing was the mental torture. The thought that Wu Xilu was gone, and that he had ignored her repeated warnings, "Don't kill," filled him with shame. Kill me, brother, while I'm still conscious. How could Lu Qian not feel heartbroken? Thinking back to how his brother had been, and now looking at him sprawled on the ground in despair, he felt a pang of pain. You always be conscious. There's a solution. Lu Qian leaned over and whispered in Lu Xing's ear. Lu Xing's spirit and energy shifted visibly. Really? Really? Lu Qian smiled faintly. When have I ever lied to you? So stay alive. The real enemy hasn't appeared yet. Yes, the real enemy. Songshur looked up at the crowd gathered on the 2nd floor. Wu Jinsen, in his wheelchair, stood out. How had Lu Xing managed to get from the heavily guarded underground laboratory to the administrative building? Why were psychic attacks ineffective against Lu Xing? How had the puppet lion managed to quietly appear in the administrative building, avoiding the eyes of the awakened psychic? All of this pointed to one person, Wu Jinsen. Although there was no definitive evidence, Songshur was certain Wu Jinsen was involved. Wu Jinsen was a huge problem, but she was no match for him and couldn't kill him. Chapter 392. Lu Xing was taken to prison, still grinning foolishly on the way. People, confused, thought he had gone mad. In prison, Lu Xing saw Wu Xilu, whom he had longed for. Although Wu Xilu's appearance had changed, Lu Xing recognized her the moment he saw her. Her figure, her gait, her facial expression, and even her scent were unmistakably Wu Xilu. Now, The happiest person in the entire first base was Lu Xing, who had been lost and found. The situation in the first base shifted again. Wu Jinsen and a group of aristocratic families accused Lu Zizhou of shielding a murderer as the head of the Federation. They forced Lu Zizhou to hand over Lu Xing and execute him publicly as a warning to the others, and to give an explanation to the deceased. Many of the deceased were members of major families. While alive, they had held little status within their families, but after death, they became tools for their families to blackmail Lu Zizhou for profit. Lu Zizhou rejected Wu Jinsen's proposal. Lu Xing went berserk, mauling countless people, but causing no fatalities. The bodies on the first floor of the administrative building all perished in the maws of the puppet lions. Catching whoever released the puppet lions would truly bring justice to the deceased. Lu Xiaishao also didn't help Lu Xing evade his responsibility. Lu Xing's rampage, flouting federal law, injured nearly 100 federal citizens. The Lu family hired a healer to treat these citizens, ensuring their recovery and providing them with substantial compensation. In addition, Lu Xing was expelled from the advanced team and expelled from the human base that same night. Many remained dissatisfied with this decision, and online discussion of the matter raged. Song Shi, oblivious, returned to his dorm, washed off the bloody scent, and casually laid down on the sofa, legs crossed on the armrest, eyes closed. The projector was playing today's news. Today, the Federal Administration building at Base 1 was attacked by a puppet lion, resulting in 19 deaths and 122 injuries. The federal government has established a temporary investigation team to follow up on the investigation. Wang Xiaoman hurried out of the room, crouched beside Song Shi, and unlocked the privacy permissions on the computer. Captain, look, the video from the administration building has been leaked today. People are saying online that Chief Lu's punishment was too lenient. Song Shi scrolled to the comments section below the video. Exiling Lu Xing from the base is like letting a tiger go back to the mountains. I guarantee that Lu Xing will be the next Song Yi. Song Yi is only a B-rank berserker, yet he's caused so much trouble. Lu Xing is an SSS rank. How could he be any more? Why not kill him? The guy above, why waste such a precious experimental subject? He should have been sent to the lab. It's best to live-stream human research. What if some powerful family tries to cover up for him? So why expel him from the base? Leaving such a scourge to humanity? Can't the leader even discern the most basic benefits and losses? Lu Xing's surname is Lu, and the leader's surname is also Lu. Why do you think so? She's unfit to be our leader. I support a re-election. Yes. A re-election. Wang Xiaoman opened several popular videos in quick succession, and the discussions below were almost all about calls for a re-election. This is clearly someone manipulating this. Can't they see it? Wang Xiaoman stamped her foot in frustration. With the powerful families behind the scenes fanning the flames, even if someone could see it, it would be drowned out by the calls for a re-election. Song Shi put his hands back on the back of his head and explained rationally. The current conflict isn't between Lu Xing and humans, but between ordinary citizens of the Federation and the aristocratic families of the Federation. Ordinary people have deep resentment towards the aristocratic families, and some are exploiting the Lu Xing incident to channel this public resentment and achieve their own goals. Public opinion warfare. Song Shi had exploited this once before. He had exposed his dual system and been captured in the laboratory, leveraging the power of the public to put pressure on the first base. Relying solely on the power of the public would not succeed. After all, protests and demonstrations occur daily across every base in the Federation, and the federal government has never intervened in any of them. Song Shi's success was due to the unwavering support of the 11th Military Region and the Hunting Group, as well as the behind-the-scenes instigation of those like Wen Duolin. Hidden within the public's outcry was the coercion of power, which led to the first base's compromise. And this time, 3 military regions alone are backed by the Wu family. Since Lu Xiaishao took office, he has rebuilt the 11th base, rectified and regulated schools, and weakened the power of the aristocratic families. This series of policies has sown the seeds of trouble among the aristocratic families of the Federation. Many people have defected to the Wu family. 3 days ago, the former head of the Wu family launched a rebellion. Lu Zizhou purged a number of aristocratic families with ties to the Wu family. Not only did this not stop the rebellion, but the survivors harbored a grudge against Lu Zizhou. Seizing this opportunity, they swarmed in, building momentum online and pressing Lu Zizhou in real life. Wang Xiaoman seemed confused by Song Shi's words and glanced at the comments on the laptop. So this is still the Wu family's dominance? Isn't Wu Jinsen the only one left in the Wu family? I remember that the 13th and 19th leaders of the Federation were both in their early 20s, Songshur said. Wang Xiaoman suddenly realized what was happening, gasping for air, and digging her nails into the leather sofa. Captain, are you saying Wu Jinsen wants to be the next leader, so he's manipulating public opinion for a re-election? Don't worry, Songshur found a comfortable position and closed his eyes again. Wu Jinsen has a fatal weakness. He was devoured by a monster. Even if he's regained his sanity now, there are still too many uncertainties. Wang Xiaoman suddenly realized and felt at ease. Indeed, these citizens hate Lu Xing, and similarly, they will hate Wu Jinsen, who coexists with the monster. Songshur said, Chief Lu will definitely seize this opportunity to strike back. That's good. Wang Xiaoman sat cross-legged on the sofa and resumed browsing the forum. Although she knew the truth, she was still trembling with anger at the outrageous remarks, and she passionately confronted those who spoke out. The news was reporting on the progress of the 11th base's construction. Songshur suddenly turned over and sat up. Not right. Relying on public opinion to dethrone Lu Zizhou would take at least 10 days, half a month. Because Lu Zizhou also had his own forces behind him. With the two sides vying for power, Wu Jinsen wouldn't succeed quickly, and might even fail to do so. And his fatal weakness, the contract system, was known by Songshur, Lu Zizhou, and Wu Jinsen himself. The longer it dragged on, the more exploitable this weakness became, and the more disadvantageous it would be for Wu Jinsen. He had to act quickly. Songshur recalled the scene of Wu Jinsen calling out her name during the assassination attempt this morning. Wu Jinsen had exposed his strength from the start. It wasn't like he was going to stake his entire fortune on a public opinion war that would only take 10 days, half a month to conclude, and the outcome was still uncertain. Songshur thought about what she would do if it were her. Kill Lu Zizhou. The hairs on the back of Songshur's neck stood up. She had to find Lu Zizhou. Captain, where are you going? To find Chief Lu. Who became the leader of the Federation didn't matter to Songshur, but Wu Jinsen was absolutely unacceptable. If Wu Jinsen became the leader of the Federation, all the families would bow down to him. He would control countless resources, and her name, Songshur, would be among the first to be dealt with. She had to contact Lu Zizhou as soon as possible, rally the entire advance team, and kill Wu Jinsen. Songshur threw on a coat, hurriedly opened the door, and jumped from the third-floor balcony, rushing to the administrative building. The leader's residence was just behind the administrative building. The advance team's camp was 2 kilometers east of the administrative building. It was less than a 5-minute walk. It was pitch dark, and the road was lined with countless streetlights. It had rained for half an hour, and the damp asphalt reflected red and blue light. The fully armed patrols arrived by the minute. Seeing Songshur in her Dawnbreaker uniform, they recognized her, stopped to salute, and then watched her leave. Songshur had no time to return the greeting. She kept trying to contact Lu Zizhou. She had Lu Zizhou's personal number saved and called directly, without needing her assistant to answer. 2 calls went unanswered, so Songshur called a third time. Beep beep. The call connected. Captain, please order all Forerunners to assemble and eliminate Wu Jin first. Songshur's voice abruptly stopped. The voice on the other end of the line was low and subdued. Songshur, you're late. Chapter 393. Songshur stopped, a chill running from her feet to her head, and she froze in place. The voice on the phone that day was Wu Jinsen. It was Wu Jinsen who called her name. Why was Lu Zizhou's laptop in Wu Jinsen's hands? Songshur rushed to the commander's residence. Where's Lu Zizhou? What have you done to her? She? Of course she's fine. She's writing a resignation letter. Oh, she wrote it so quickly. Publish it now. The latter part of the sentence was clearly not addressed to Songshur, but to Lu Zizhou beside him. Songshur saw the gate of the commander's residence, where an advance team was patrolling. Every night, a team of advance teams would be on duty, patrolling the commander's residence. Today, Lu Qian was on patrol. What did you threaten her with? Songshur held onto Wu Jinsen without hanging up the phone, then stepped forward and grabbed Lu Qian's arm. Lu Qian was puzzled and about to ask, but Songshur placed a finger on his lips, hushing him. He then glanced at the illuminated computer screen. Lu Qian looked over and saw the computer clearly displaying Songshur's current contact, Chief Lu. Lu Qian understood, gave a subtle nod, and silently commanded all the pioneers to assemble and assume combat readiness, quietly approaching Lu Zizhou's room. The communication continued. Wu Jinsen didn't respond to any threats to Lu Zizhou, but instead said, Songshur, I already told you, you're late, haha. At the same time, Songshur kicked open the door to Lu Zizhou's room. Lu Xizhou stood before the door with downcast eyes. The moment it opened, she slowly collapsed. "Auntie!" Lu Qian shouted, catching Lu Xizhou's falling body. "Healer, healer!" The healers in the advance team rushed in to check Lu Xizhou's body. Songshur didn't go in. She caught sight of the light-up computer on Lu Xizhou's wrist, indicating he was on a call. Wu Jinsen's triumphant smile echoed in her ears. He hadn't gone far yet. Zhang Wenjing, lead a team to surround the leader's residence. Don't let anyone leave. Zhang Wenjing nodded and led a dozen or so advanced men away. Songshur rushed into the room, searching every corner. The back window of the room was open in a narrow gap. A man leaned against it, his body twisted, his head bowed. Songshur scanned him with his mental power. There was no sign of life. Songshur untied the 3 strings at his waist and lifted his chin with the tip of his knife, revealing his face. It's Assistant Zhang, the chief's assistant, Bai Jiaoshu, an SS-rank psychic from Lu Qian's squad, said, his voice heavy. He's dead? Bai Jiaoshu knelt down and felt his body for warmth, suppressing the sob in her throat. He died before the chief. Though neither wanted to admit it, Lu Xizhou's green life point had vanished 5 seconds before Songshur kicked the door. The healer's attempts to save him were futile. Songshur retracted his 3 systems and pushed open the window, which was only slightly ajar. Outside were the soldiers, who always guarded Lu Xizhou's room. Have you been here the whole time? Yes, a muscular man of high rank answered. We haven't seen anyone leave. The chief has been discussing official business with Assistant Zhang. 3 minutes ago, Assistant Zhang opened this window and told us to keep a tight watch. No one has left. Now, what's going on? Songshur grabbed Assistant Zhang by the collar and lifted him up. As you can see, Assistant Zhang is dead. The chief's condition is unknown. The officer panicked, incredulous. How is that possible? We've been watching right here the whole time. There was no time to explain. Where's the space system? Songshur knew that Lu Xiaozhao was always protected by an SSS-level space system. I am, the officer raised his hand. But I didn't sense any spatial fluctuations during that time. They couldn't have left using the space gate. Songshur was convinced that Wu Jinsen couldn't have escaped the leader's mansion in such a short time. Bai Jiaoshu, did you sense someone leaving this room just now? Bai Jiaoshu was an SS-level psychic system. Songshur could also use his psychic power to sense living beings, but his range wasn't as wide as Bai Jiaoshu's. No, my sensing radius is 200 meters. From 1 minute ago until now, there's been no other living creatures within 200 meters except this army. Songshur lowered his eyes to look at the time displayed on the computer. After a moment, he jumped out of the window. Check this army. Today was destined to be a sleepless night. All the troops in the inner city of the first base were rounded up overnight, including the forerunners. The chief's residence was completely surrounded by the pioneers and ordinary troops. All the lights in the mansion were on, and the pioneers searched every room and every corner where someone could hide. The super brain and the spirit system coordinated, and even earthworms 400 meters underground would have come out to take a look. Songshur checked the soldiers one by one, but there was no sign of Wu Jinsen. While the chief's residence was awake all night, the Wu residence was equally bright as day. After checking the soldiers, Songshur led his men to surround the Wu residence, broke into Wu Jinsen's landscaped courtyard, and confronted Wu Jinsen in his pajamas. Songshur, what are you doing? Songshur gritted his teeth as he watched Wu Jinsen's performance. Assassinate the leader. The evidence is solid. Capture him. Tang Yu stepped forward, a fire dragon leaping in his palm. Jiang Qifeng stood to Songshur's right and summoned a Qilin. The wolf and the man stared at Wu Jinsen with identical dark green eyes. Tang Yu and Jiang Qifeng's thoughts mirrored each other. It was him who injured Xiaoshur, the captain. Kill him. Everyone thought a major fight was coming, including Songshur, so Songshur brought in 8 of the 10 dawn-breaking teams. To his surprise, Wu Jinsen simply raised his hands in surrender, offering a sincere, I'm willing to be investigated. If he showed even the slightest resistance now, Songshur would have the advanced team surround him and kill him. If Songshur is willing to cooperate, I take him away. The speaker was Lu Xizhao's cousin, another powerful figure in the Lu family. As Minister of Justice, she was the one who should handle this matter. He was able to easily escape the chief's mansion, so he must be very powerful. Minister Lu, it would be best if we, the Dawn team, were present to interrogate him to avoid any danger, Jiang Qifeng said. Lu Lihan's face remained expressionless. The Federal Department of Justice doesn't need to rely on the advanced team to protect law enforcement for the time being. Wu Jinsen is very powerful. Jiang Qifeng blurted out. Lu Lihan glanced at Wu Jinsen and sneered. He's just an SS-level contract system. Yes, aside from those in the know, Wu Jinsen was just an SS-level contract system, not a threat. Jiang Qifeng opened his mouth to say something, but Wang Xiaoman touched his arm and whispered, "Stop it. She won't believe us. She wants evidence." The only evidence now was the captain's recorded call log. In this day and age, voice changing is easy, and forging a call log is even easier. Lu Lihan would only impose punishment after finding conclusive evidence. Lu Lihan waved to his subordinates, "Take Wu Jinsen away." Yes. After the Ministry of Justice personnel withdrew, the advance team dispersed. Wang Xiaoman and Jiang Qifeng were both unhappy. They were unwilling to accept this. The opportunity was right before their eyes. If Wu Jinsen were allowed to live, who knew how many more people would be harmed? Tang Yu and Song Shi walked side by side. How did Wu Jinsen manage to do all this? Even as astute as Tang Yu was baffled. Song Shi was also baffled. Lu Xiaozhao was surrounded by SSS-level psychics, SSS-level spatial systems, and SSS-level superbrain systems, constantly monitoring the entire leader's residence. Even with the full support of the hunting group, Song Shi couldn't possibly assassinate Lu Xiaozhao without anyone noticing. The reality was that none of these SSS-level experts had noticed the intruder. Has his strength reached the point where he could ignore psychic sensing? Tang Yu shuddered. I don't know. Song Shi shook his head, gazing at the moon in the sky. He had never worried about his own safety before, but since meeting Wu Jinsen, Song Shi had begun to worry about his life being lost in his sleep. Tang Yu squeezed Song Shi's hand, offering silent comfort. Chapter 394. While the leader's death caused a huge uproar, the selection of the next leader was also underway in full swing. Wu Jinsen was released after only 3 days of detention. During these 3 days, countless evidence was collected at the scene, and autopsies were performed. The ultimate conclusion was that both Lu Xizhou and his assistant had died from a psychic attack. The surveillance footage at the scene was damaged, and the killer was very cautious, leaving no trace. Contrary to this caution, the killer's call with Song Shi was revealed. He would have left no trace, yet he answered Song Shi's call. Wu Jinsen's defense attorney believed the killer was attempting to frame Wu Jinsen, indirectly proving that he was not the real culprit. The attorney also presented Wu Jinsen's alibi, surveillance footage, and a witness. The witness was a subordinate of Lu Xizhou's. Even during his lifetime, Lu Xizhou had harbored suspicions about Wu Jinsen and assigned several people to monitor him. At this point, these people became Wu Jinsen's alibi. According to a psychiatrist, he had been sensing Wu Jinsen's location, and he had never left the courtyard that night. Another witness, an Earth-type awakened, lurked beneath the mud of a waterless pond, his face smeared with mud, leaving only one eye exposed. Wu Jinsen hadn't noticed him. He witnessed Wu Jinsen drinking at a stone table in the courtyard that night. After consuming several pots of wine, he passed out on the stone table, only waking up when Song Shi arrived. Wu Jinsen was thus released unharmed. He did not immediately return to the Wu family's home, but instead attended Lu Xizhou's memorial service and laid a bouquet of flowers in his honor. Lu Qian watched coldly from the side, unable to do anything about him. Jiang Qifeng was now beginning to doubt himself, stroking his chin. Did Wu Jinsen send someone else to assassinate the leader? He actually has such powerful subordinates. Song Shi didn't hear what he said at all. She stared at Wu Jinsen, the flower branch in her hand broken in two, the sharp thorn piercing her fingertip, oozing a drop of blood. That night, Wu Jinsen had answered the phone, provoking her, mocking her. Wu Jinsen didn't even glance at Song Shi the entire time. After laying the flowers, he left the memorial service accompanied by his subordinates. Lu Qian approached Lu Xizhou's coffin and handed Song Shi a fresh white chrysanthemum, exchanging it for the broken branch. Having lost his aunt and brother in such a short period of time, Lu Qian seemed a little depressed. On the first day of Lu Xizhou's death, he had asked Song Shi why he was so sure Wu Jinsen was responsible, and Song Shi had told him about the assassination. Lu Qian trusted Song Shi's intuition, and had been busy searching for evidence these past few days, but it was all in vain. Can I talk for a moment? Lu Qian's eyes were bloodshot. He hadn't slept much in the past few days. Song Shi nodded and followed him to a quiet, deserted corner. If this was truly Wu Jinsen's doing, then it's beyond the capabilities of an awakened person, Lu Qian said seriously. Song Shi lowered his eyes to examine his recently pricked finger. There was no sign of injury at all. This kind of recovery speed would have been considered inhuman in a previous life. But Song Shi firmly believed in the existence of order. Just as in his previous life, a world ruled by science, there were no awakened who could heal quickly, so in this life, a world ruled by supernatural powers, there would be no gods or ghosts. There are many kinds of supernatural powers. Perhaps this is just one we haven't discovered yet. Lu Qian was in a bad mood, and Song Shi consoled him. Didn't you guys discover the existence of the three elements back then? Now that he's out, there's bound to be a flaw. Lu Qian wiped his face and smiled bitterly. You're very calm. He'd been nearly driven mad these past few days. If Wu Jinsen couldn't be investigated, it meant he could kill anyone in the Federation with impunity. But he had no other options. I'm sorry, but I still want to ask, if you were in this situation, Tang Yu assassinated, and the lives of those you cherish were threatened, what would you do? Song Shi subconsciously glanced at Tang Yu across the hall and licked his lips. Kill him before he kills again. But we have no legitimate reason. Song Shi curled his lips slightly, looking at Lu Qian sarcastically. He's already killing you, and you still want to act like a gentleman? If it were your brother, he would have already gone on a killing spree against the Wu family. Lu Qian was silent for a long time. His warrior-like loyalty prevented him from accepting the proposal immediately, but he was already on the brink of collapse, with no way out. He took a deep breath, his eyes hardened. Upon closer inspection, he saw a striking resemblance between him and Lu Xing. Let's act together tonight. Song Shi raised an eyebrow. Just the two of us? We're surely no match for Wu Jinsen. I find as many helpers as I can, Lu Qian said. He was the former heir of the Lu family, and had his own forces. Okay, see you tonight. After the memorial service, Song Shi and Lu Qian each began recruiting people. Meanwhile, Wu Jinsen contacted his supporters, and secretly negotiated the leadership election a week later. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the negotiations concluded, and the various high-ranking officials gradually left the Wu family. On the surveillance camera, a group of SSS-level awakeners gathered. Wu Jinsen's recovery ability is very strong. His heart isn't a fatal injury. We have to chop off his head, Song Shi reminded everyone, a lesson learned from their previous battle with Wu Jinsen. Wu Jinsen is very perceptive. We've ambushed him nearby, so he definitely noticed. We can reach him directly through the spatial gate and catch him off guard. The people around him nodded silently. Although they didn't think Wu Jinsen was that powerful, just an SS-rank contract type, they were cautious after hearing that Song Shi hadn't been able to fight him off in their last battle. One of the high-ranking officials meeting with Wu Jinsen was an undercover agent sent by Lu Qian, tasked with locating Wu Jinsen so that the awakened spatial type could open the spatial gate directly to him. They were all waiting for the high-ranking official's signal. The long wait inevitably raised tension. Song Shi, after trying to hold back, couldn't help but glance at the person next to Lu Qian. By the way, why are you here? Lu Xing glanced at Song Shi calmly. You're missing home, so I came back to visit. Standing next to Lu Qian was Lu Xing, who was supposed to be drifting outside the base. Wu Jilu wasn't here, so a healer wasn't needed today. Besides, it was best if Wu Jilu didn't show up in front of Wu Jinsen. I'm not mistaken. She's from the hunting group, right? Lu Xing asked, staring at the girl with the pink ponytail next to Song Shi. Didn't you say you didn't know Qin Yi from the hunting group? Why would she lend you her most important subordinate? Before Song Shi could respond, Ying Qiao crunched his lollipop and looked Lu Xing up and down with displeasure. You have a problem? Let's fight. He pretended to draw the scimitar from his back. Lu Xing took the lead. It was the first time these two arrogant and unreasonable people had met. Who knew what would happen if they didn't intervene? Song Shi and Lu Qian each stopped them. It's almost time. Get ready, Song Shi said. 104. The Space Awakener received the signal from the Wu family. He pushed open the space gate as quickly as possible. Lu Xing and Ying Qiao rushed out side by side, followed closely by Song Shi and Lu Qian. The first thing Song Shi saw was a slowly falling body. It was Lu Qian's undercover agent, whose transmission had been detected by Wu Jinsen, who had killed him. Lu Xing and Ying Qiao had already engaged Wu Jinsen. Lu Qian rushed forward, removed the body from the battlefield, and then joined the fray. Countless masters flashed from behind the space gate and pounced on Wu Jinsen. Everyone remembered one thing: cut off Wu Jinsen's head. You bunch of people. Wu Jinsen was beaten so hard he couldn't utter a single word. Lu Xing and Ying Qiao were knocked back one after another, crashing into the central pillars of the room. The two pillars shattered, and the house began to crumble. Song Shi and Lu Qian connected, their three energy systems whirling, leaving several cuts on Wu Jinsen's body. With Lu Qian's assistance, Song Shi's other hand condensed a virtual light blade, slicing at Wu Jinsen's neck. The blade penetrated his neck, severing his carotid artery. Songshur felt a surge of joy, but the next second, he was knocked away by a giant beast. It was Wu Jinsen's contracted beast, the white-eyed tiger. The room was instantly blown apart by the white-eyed tiger, and the roof flew off, crashing into the attic in the distance. Songshur used the 3 energy systems to support herself, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The white-eyed tiger lunged at her. The white-eyed tiger before her was vastly different from the white-eyed tiger Songshur had known before. Not only had it grown twice its original size, but its markings were shrouded in a black aura. How could a contracted beast have a black aura? Yao Ying, standing behind Songshur, gazed up at the enormous beast before her and noticed something unsettling. They need healers now. The black energy will not only cause half of the berserker types present to lose control, but will also reduce the combat effectiveness of the other types by up to 90%. Songshur didn't bother wiping the blood from his mouth. He placed his hands on the ground, and the purification disc spun at high speed. In the blink of an eye, it expanded, encompassing the white-eyed tiger, absorbing its black energy. Jiang Qifeng. Draw it away. Songshur shouted. Here it comes. Jiang Qifeng charged forward on his qilin. The qilin rammed the white-eyed tiger's abdomen, knocking it to the ground. The qilin stepped majestically on the white-eyed tiger's belly. Little tiger, you've grown so big in these years. Your skin is much thicker, and you've become much braver. But you dared to bully my captain? Now I show you the power of our wolf king. The qilin distracted the white-eyed tiger. Wang Xiaoman and 2 healers spread out around Wu Jinsen to prevent the white-eyed tiger's black energy from affecting the fighters inside. Only 4 healers were brought on this mission. These healers were originally supposed to repair and replenish the wounded, but now 3 of them need to be assigned to operate the purification disc, leaving only 1 person to treat the wounded everywhere. Chapter 395. Songshur returned to the battlefield. Wu Jinsen's neck, previously broken in half, had healed, a large, startling mass of blood still dripping from it. This guy's resiliency is truly remarkable, Gong Wanyun affirmed Songshur's previous experience. Ing Qiao's broadsword struck Wu Jinsen's shoulder, the blade becoming lodged there. Songshur helped her free the blade. The cut was clearly deep, but in the next second, Wu Jinsen had freed his arm and sent Ing Qiao flying. Ing Qiao blurted out a curse. Miss Ing, although the situation is complicated, you can't swear. Gong Wanyun gracefully pulled Ing Qiao up from the ground. Maintain your composure. Shit! Gong Wanyun, who had been kicked in the butt by Wu Jinsen and fallen flat on his face, said, Wu Jinsen, your death is imminent. Gong Wanyun fought back. Ing Qiao scoffed and slashed back with his knife. Outside, Jiang Qifeng, who was responsible for dragging the white-eyed tiger, grew increasingly frightened. Qilin was knocked back 3 times, and twice, the white-eyed tiger nearly snapped his neck. Only Tang Yu, coordinating the situation from afar, managed to release the fire dragon in time to scare the white-eyed tiger away. Time ticked by, each side was at a loss. Countless fatal attacks were painless to Wu Jinsen. He was like plasticine, a broken neck that could be put back in place. Yao Ying panted, Wu Jinsen, are you a human or a ghost now? No matter how hard you try, you can't be killed. Wu Jinsen summoned the white-eyed tiger back, and its severed arm grew back. I am the future leader of the Federation. You disobedient people, stay here forever. A tiger's head loomed over his face. He tilted his head back, a tiger roar emanating from his throat. That night, a shrill tiger roar echoed throughout the inner city of Base 1. A spatial portal appeared around them, and over 30 people emerged one after another. Their eyes glowed a crimson gold, their muscles bulged, their clothes bursting. Black totems appeared on various parts of their bodies, on their shoulder blades, their necks, their chests. Jiang Qifeng, dusty and grimy, climbed from the ground and took in the totems. They're all contract type. They stood still as exotic beasts emerged from the shadows behind them. White-eyed tigers, manticores, and all sorts, all SSS level. Jiang Qifeng swallowed and retreated behind Tang Yu. The situation was dire. The dozen or so people fighting Wu Jinsen stood back to back. Lu Qian looked around at the sudden arrival and demanded, Who are you? Which department are you from? Why are you following Wu Jinsen's orders? The group tilted their heads strangely. Songshur, facing Wu Jinsen warily, tilted his head slightly back, and said to Lu Qian behind him, They didn't seem to understand what you were asking. Lu Qian lowered his voice, I'm stalling for time. Songshur, ? Lu Qian, we're no match for Wu Jinsen, and he's summoned help. We can't defeat him even more. If we don't run now, we won't be able to escape later. Okay. Songshur had run once before, so this time she was familiar with the route. The moment the space portal appeared, she grabbed Wang Xiaoman and was the first to dive in at lightning speed. Gong Wanyun stared at the place where Songshur had disappeared in disbelief. They had been fighting side by side just moments ago. The next moment, he was kicked hard in the butt and fell into the space portal. Ying Qiao jumped in right after him. Before Tang Yu led Jiang Qifeng away, she used her newly discovered skill, Smoke Bomb. A ball of flame, enveloped in thick smoke, hurled itself at Wu Jinsen. Wu Jinsen instinctively swung his sword to slash, and the smoke immediately attached itself to him, constantly exploding. No matter how Wu Jinsen tried to shake it off, it was useless. While not fatal, it was certainly a nuisance. He watched helplessly as the awakened assassins, who had come to assassinate him, vanished one by one, in less than 2 seconds, slinking faster than rabbits. None of the helpers he had called for reacted. Damn it! Wu Jinsen cursed. 100 kilometers away, in the wilderness, spatial portals opened one after another, and more than 40 people emerged one after another. Jiang Qifeng looked around. Hey, where's the captain? Gong Wanyun was also puzzled. She was the first to escape. The next second, Songshur leaped back from the blue vortex, carrying a human head. Chapter 396. 5 seconds ago, Songshur Fan leaped out of the spatial portal, leaving Wang Xiaoman behind. He immediately commanded the spatial awakeners to open another door behind Wu Jinsen. Wu Jinsen was troubled by Tang Yu's smoke bomb when Songshur appeared silently, conjuring a pair of virtual scissors in his hands and severing Wu Jinsen's head. Fearing Wu Jinsen would find the head and reinstall it, Songshur returned with it. The scene fell silent for a moment. Except for Tang Yu, no one had expected Songshur to be so bold as to return alone. Gong Wanyun, who had misunderstood Songshur's escape, was particularly troubled. Songshur raised the head to his own level and grinned. I cut it off from Wu Jinsen. The sight of Songshur, covered in blood, holding a bleeding head, was a somewhat gory one. For the Dawn team members, who had never killed anyone before, they were terrified and didn't dare approach to take a closer look. Wang Xiaoman retched slightly, clutching her chest and looking away. Ying Qiao unwrapped a lollipop, sucking on it as he stepped forward, fumbling in his pocket for a handkerchief and slowly wiping the blood off the skull's face. It was undoubtedly Wu Jinsen. Yes, it's Wu Jinsen. I'm taking the head back with me to study his resilience. Ying Qiao took the head from Songshur's hand, had the accompanying hunting group members open a portal, and then walked in with ease. Tang Yu handed Songshur a clean handkerchief to wipe his hands. Dead? Wu Jinsen dead. Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Jiang Qifeng pinched his cheek and hissed in pain. It's real. If his head can grow back after it's gone, that would be truly bizarre. Yaoing picked up the knife, brushed her hair, and felt a handful of mud. It was then that she realized she'd just been thrown into the pond, covered in mud. It was disgusting. I'm leaving now. Bye. Gong Wanyun covered his butt. He felt embarrassed to ask a healer to repair the damage. Lu Qian, you owe me a favor. Remember to repay me later. Lu Qian nodded seriously. I will. Gong Wanyun didn't leave immediately. Instead, he moved closer to Songshur. Do you have Ying Qiao's contact information? Songshur saw through Gong Wanyun's intentions and nodded. But I need to ask her if she agrees. Of course, Gong Wanyun said confidently. Songshur sent a message to Ying Qiao. Within 2 seconds, the laptop beeped. She replied, Gong Wanyun said with anticipation. Songshur disabled the laptop's privacy. He was told to cover his butt and get lost. Gong Wanyun was petrified. Songshur had known this would happen and put away his laptop. She's more focused on her career. You better be more open-minded. Gong Wanyun was heartbroken. The exhausted people left one after another. Songshur reminded Lu Qian, remember to find a good excuse to fool the higher-ups. Today's battle had been quite a big one. The higher-ups at first base were probably aware of it, and were waiting to see the outcome. It's all ready. Don't worry. Lu Qian looked at Songshur's pale lips, took out a tube of intact nutrient solution, wiped the blood off the tube, and handed it to Songshur. Thank you for your hard work today. Replenish your nutrients. Songshur took it and, along with Tang Yu, Jiang Qifeng, and Wang Xiaoman, returned to the dormitory through the space portal. The people, busy until late at night, only slept for 2 hours. Songshur was startled by the knocks on the door. Ministry of Justice Search, open the door. In the interrogation room. Songshur leaned back in the interrogation chair, facing Lu Lihan. A steaming cup of coffee sat on the chair, but Songshur didn't touch it. Who did you say called the police? Songshur couldn't believe his ears. The head of the Wu family, Wu Jinsen. Songshur was completely lucid, her mind racing. She had indeed beheaded Wu Jinsen yesterday. Everyone had seen the head. It was Wu Jinsen, no doubt about it. Why? Why was Wu Jinsen still alive? Could he really survive even after being beheaded? Lu Lihan tapped the table with his fingers. Songshur, please stop distracting yourself. Are you listening to me? Songshur wiped his face and calmed down. Now, regardless of whether Wu Jinsen was still alive or not, the most important thing was to clear himself of suspicion. I'm listening. Lu Lihan's face was cold. This morning, Wu Jinsen reported to me that you and a group of pioneers raided his home at night, seriously injuring him. Is his account true? Songshur, not true. I was sleeping in the dorm the whole time, and my roommate can testify. Your roommates can't testify, they're also suspects. Then have Wu Jinsen produce evidence proving I went to his home yesterday, Songshur said confidently. Before yesterday's operation, Lu Qian had already disabled all surveillance cameras. They later moved to a deserted area, and they agreed to immediately destroy the blood-stained clothes upon their return. Your blood was at the scene. We've run DNA tests, and it's definitely you guys. Lu Lihan was fully prepared. Songshur pursed his lips. Lu Qian hadn't cleaned up the blood at the scene. I need a lawyer. The other interrogation rooms all requested lawyers. After 2 hours in the interrogation room, Qin Yi, Songshur's lawyer, pushed open the door. The two men faced each other, both looking uneasy. DNA, is it accurate? Songshur asked, referring to the DNA from the head taken yesterday. Qin Yi nodded slowly, confirmed. Why? Qin Yi pulled a photo from his coat pocket. This has never happened before. The photo was divided into 2 parts. The top showed Wu Jinsen, perfectly intact, standing on a podium, giving a passionate speech while campaigning for the leader. The bottom showed Wu Jinsen's head, encased in a box. Songshur pinched a corner of the photo. This is incredibly strange. What did you show her? The interrogation room guard approached, his gun raised. Qin Yi raised his gaze, sweeping it across with an imposing gaze. The guard timidly stepped back. I've obtained your immediate superior's approval for the necessary questioning procedures. The guard breathed a sigh of relief and retreated to a corner. Qin Yi put the photo away and stood up. You will be acquitted in 30 minutes. Stay safe for the next few days. Songshur nodded absently, rubbing his forehead. How do you deal with someone who can't be killed? Half an hour later, Songshur received the notice of acquittal and reunited with Jiang Qifeng, Yao Ying, and the others. Wang Xiaoman and Tang Yu were nowhere to be seen, they were uninjured, and no DNA was left at the scene. They exchanged glances, none of them looking happy. Someone with a beheaded head resurrected. It was like a horror movie come to life. Jiang Qifeng clung to Songshur, seeking a sense of security. For the past week, Wu Jinsen has been giving speeches throughout his campaign for the next leader of the Federation. During this time, he's faced an average of 2 assassination attempts per day. 3 of these were led by Songshur's organization. Wu Jinsen survived each one. Lu Qian has also been actively fighting Wu Jinsen and campaigning for the position of leader. With the full support of the Lu family, he became a formidable opponent to Wu Jinsen. The accident happened suddenly. On the last day of the leadership election, Lu Qian suffered an accident. The advance team was directly under the management of the Federation leader. With the new leader still unselected, the advance team was in a state of disarray. Every day, everyone practiced sparring in the training grounds to maintain muscle sensitivity. As usual, at 10 a.m. sharp, Songshur donned his boxing gloves for a sparring match with Tang Yu. Jiang Qifeng ran over from the animal training square on the other side and climbed onto the boxing ring. Oh no! Lu Qian was attacked and is unconscious. Lu Xing exposed his identity to save Lu Qian. Chapter 397. Lu Qian was defeated. The Lu family was defeated. Songshur learned the situation from Qin Yi. Lu Qian's closest assistant betrayed him, severely injuring him. At the critical moment, Lu Xing appeared, saved Lu Qian, killed the assistant, and revealed his true identity. Wu Jinsen publicized the fact that Lu Xing had secretly returned to the base, and 1/3 of Lu Qian's former supporters switched their votes to Wu Jinsen. Wu Jinsen won the election. Lu Qian was taken to the Lu family's hospital for treatment. Wu Jinsen's first act upon taking office was to sentence Lu Xing to death, to be executed immediately. With the Lu family's help, Lu Xing escaped and left the human base in disgrace as a top-ranking wanted criminal. All the Lu family's senior executives were dismissed and imprisoned on various charges. Wu Jinsen spared them because they were pawns, used to threaten the military district behind the Lu family to remain inactive. Aside from Minister of Justice Liu Lihan, no other Liu family members remained in the federal hierarchy. Those aristocratic families that had fully supported the Liu family were also subjected to Wu Jinsen's retaliation. On his third day in office, Wu Jinsen announced a plan to eliminate the hunting group. He personally led troops into the headquarters of the hunting group's first base and gave each base a deadline to eliminate the hunting group's forces within their jurisdiction. Songshur and Qin Yi lost contact. Unexpectedly, it was the Wen family who followed Wu Jinsen's lead, offering advice and actively responding to his call. Wu Jinsen trusted the Wen family with his trust and handed over the seized hunting group laboratory to them. On his sixth day in office, Wu Jinsen turned his attention to the advance team. Songshur was the first to be investigated. Liu Lihan personally interrogated her about her relationship with the hunting group. Face to face Liu Lihan in the interrogation room again, Songshur was not as relaxed as before. If her collaboration with Qin Yi were exposed, Wu Jinsen would simply label her an extraneous member of the hunting group and sentence her to death. Wu Jinsen was now the leader, so he couldn't openly target her. If he wanted to kill her, he'd either do it quietly or publicly charge her with a crime under federal law. So she absolutely couldn't let Liu Lihan get hold of anything. What's your relationship with Qin Yi? Liu Lihan's eyebrows twitched at the question, feeling the answer would be earth-shattering. As expected. She likes me. Liu Lihan frowned. Songshur, you're talking nonsense again. Songshur raised his chin. I'm not lying. This is the truth. She's been pestering me, taking care of me in every way. Last time, she even personally helped me with a lawsuit, but I refused. Liu Lihan's mouth twitched. Songshur, tell me the truth, and I won't do anything to you. After all, you're a pioneer. You should make amends. Songshur interrupted her. That's the truth. As for why I didn't agree to her, it's because I'm a pioneer. A pioneer's life purpose is to serve the Federation. In life, we are members of the Federation, and in death, we are the Federation's soul. Songshur patted his chest, his face righteous. Aside from Chief Wu, I won't let anyone else occupy my heart. Please tell Chief Wu that my loyalty is known to the sun and moon, and the heavens and the earth. Ugh. Songshur felt sick to his stomach. Wu Jinsen, standing in front of the surveillance camera, also felt sick and turned off the screen. Wendelin, tell me, should I let her go? Wu Jinsen turned to look at Wendelin beside him. Wendelin smiled. The leader has the final say. I do whatever you say. Then go and kill her. Wu Jinsen casually tossed a card onto the table. This is the key card to her room tonight. Go in and kill her. Wendelin calmly gripped the hilt of his knife, giving an embarrassed smile. I'm no match for her, but the leader ordered me to kill her. Even if it costs me my life, I do it. Wendelin reached for the card, but Wu Jinsen snatched it away. Wu Jinsen stood up. Forget it. Killing her without a legitimate reason would be hard on the people in the advance team. Wendelin withdrew her hand, her palms damp with sweat. She followed Wu Jinsen out of the monitoring room and suggested, why not kill all those in the advance team who rebelled against you? You can then select loyal replacements from the next generation. It'd be easy to frame them with trumped-up charges, just like you did with those ungrateful aristocratic families. Fool? Wu Jinsen glanced coldly at Wendelin. Wendelin immediately lowered his head, admitting his fault. Can the people of the Vanguard be compared to those aristocratic families? Exterminating the beast hide, clearing the restricted area, eliminating Song Yi. Everything they did has taken root in the hearts of ordinary citizens of the Federation. Kill them, and I'm afraid my position as leader, which hasn't even been firmly established, will be swept away. Wendelin nodded blankly. Wu Jinsen, assuming she didn't understand, cursed her again, not bothering to explain. In reality, Wendelin understood quite well. Wu Jinsen's ascension to this position had offended many factions. Their rapid fall was partly due to his ruthless tactics, and partly because ordinary people sided with him. Wu Jinsen ascended to power through numerous propaganda campaigns, guiding and aligning with public sentiment, essentially acting with integrity. And the Vanguard presented another kind of public sentiment. Once he dealt with the Vanguard, public sentiment collapsed, making it easy for some factions to resurge. When Wendelin first heard the term public support from Songshur, Liu Xiaozhao, then in office, touted every accomplishment of the Vanguard team, even more than her own. Wendelin couldn't understand why Liu Xiaozhao did this. Songshur said, Chief Liu is rallying public support. Ever since the incident, public support in this world has been crumbling, and now ordinary citizens completely distrust the federal government. Therefore, groups like the Vanguard team are urgently needed to restore hope to ordinary citizens. Songshur was released. Lu Lihan warned Songshur to behave himself for the time being, saying she would be keeping a close eye on him. Songshur pouted and ignored her. Tang Yu, Wang Xiaoman, and Jiang Qifeng had been waiting outside the interrogation room. Seeing Songshur emerge safely, they excitedly hugged him. Captain, I thought you wouldn't make it out, Wang Xiaoman sobbed, her tears falling on Songshur's shoulder. Thank goodness you're okay. They didn't torture you, did they? No, I'm fine. Songshur spread his arms and spun around to show off himself. Tang Yu smiled. Let's go back to camp. The advance team has a new mission. Wu Jinsen boldly circled several areas on the map and ordered the advance team to clear these areas of alien beasts within 2 months. He planned to establish new human bases in these locations to relieve the pressure on the base. Wu Jinsen promoted this plan to ordinary citizens, promising to complete the bases within a year, provide every citizen with a spacious home, and allow everyone to eat their own fruits and vegetables. Ordinary citizens cheered and praised Wu Jinsen's wisdom. In reality, clearing such a large area of alien beasts in 2 months was simply impossible, let alone building a base suitable for human habitation in the remaining 10 months. Wu Jinsen's move was to raise people's expectations of the Vanguard team, waiting for the Vanguard team to fail and the people to be disappointed in them. Chapter 398. 15 Days of Hunting Alien Beasts Outside the Base. Captain, another person has applied for resignation. The super brain from the neighboring team said a lot of people online are scolding us, saying we enjoy the benefits provided by their tax dollars, but can't endure any hardship. Wang Xiaoman said, sitting on a tree branch. Songshur and Jiang Qifeng had just finished dealing with a small group of 100 iron horse elephants. Jiang Qifeng was so exhausted that he couldn't speak and lay down on the ground, gasping for breath. Songshur squinted at the sky. The sun was blazing. A single day would turn a person into a mummy. She grabbed Jiang Qifeng by the collar and dragged him to the shade of a tree. Songshur also sat down against the trunk to rest, taking out his water bottle and drinking repeatedly to moisten his mouth. Once the ordinary citizen's admiration for us fades, Wu Jinsen will take action. Songshur saw clearly. Wang Xiaoman climbed down the tree under the scorching sun, unwilling to give up. Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Water's so hard to find here, and the base won't provide us with supplies. Are we really going to fight them to the death here? Jiang Qifeng licked the last drop of water from the bottle, but his dry, chapped lips didn't feel any relief. He threw the bottle away, sat up, and pounded his fist into the sand. I can't stand it anymore. I've never suffered such injustice in my life. I'm going to fight back. Jiang Qifeng stood up and walked away. Songshur stared at him indifferently. What's going on? We don't even have a space awakener. Are we going to walk back? The nearest base was over 1,000 kilometers away. Jiang Qifeng couldn't walk anymore, so he returned to Songshur's side and sat down angrily. Wang Xiaoman, puzzled, observed Songshur. Captain, why are you so calm? When did the captain's temper become so good? Xiao Yuzi will be able to retrieve the supplies soon. After we rest, we find the team next door. We've almost finished killing all the monsters here. Have them notify base and take us back for 2 days of rest, Songshur said. As for whether we leave after returning, that's not Wu Jinsen's responsibility. When they heard they could return to base, Jiang Qifeng's anger subsided, and Wang Xiaoman's bitter face also smiled. Tang Yuzi returned 5 minutes later with refreshing, clear water. She unloaded it and distributed it to Songshur and the other two. We found a well. It must have been left behind by people in the early years of the mutation. After drinking the water, the four set off to find Yao Ying. Yao Ying's team included a super brain. But there are still several groups of monsters nearby that haven't been dealt with yet. How should I report this? The super brain was honest. Songshur glanced around. It's cleaned up. Do you see any strange beasts around you? Super brain, no. Songshur raised an eyebrow and smiled. That's right. Just tell the base honestly. Super brain looked at Yao Ying for advice. Yao Ying was peeling dead skin off her lip when she gasped in pain. Do as she says. Those dead people at the base supply station, I let them die when I get back. The captain commanded, and Super Brain followed suit, relaying Songshur's exact words back to the base. Within 10 minutes, the Space Awakener opened the space gate and took them back to the base. Everyone's laptops instantly connected to the internet, and messages pinged non-stop. No one bothered to read them, returning to their rooms to shower, and then guzzling water from the water dispenser. Songshur waited eagerly for news from Qin Yi. When she opened her laptop, her chat with Qin Yi was still stuck at the same level from half a month ago. Songshur, When will you transfer the money to me? I'm planning to buy a psychic sleep machine. Songshur portrayed the image of a scumbag who treated her suitors like cash machines. Because Wu Jinsen would send the super brain system to monitor her optical computer, Songshur had no other way to ensure Qin Yi's safety. Qin Yi didn't reply. Songshur scrolled through their chat history. All deleted. Qin Yi had the super brain system do it. Not only her chat history with Qin Yi, but also the chat history of Ying Xiao, Xiao Haitang, and everyone associated with the hunting group was completely erased, and their names disappeared from her friend list. Her relationship with the hunting group was completely severed. Songshur exited the software, and went to the largest forum in the Federation to review the major news of the past 2 weeks. 13 pioneers announced their withdrawal from the Vanguard team, citing the hardships outside the base as unbearable. All aliens in the restricted area of Minong Island have been eliminated by the Beast Tamers. One citizen commented, "The Beast Tamers are humanity's new hope." Songshur clicked on the news. The so-called Beast Tamers were the 30, or so contracted ones summoned by Wu Jinsen on the night of the assassination attempt. These individuals were Wu Jinsen's minions, and he intended to use them to replace the Vanguard team's position in the hearts of ordinary citizens. The rebuilt Base 11 was attacked by alien beasts. The Beast Tamers acted in time, annihilating the Level 5 alien beast wave and saving hundreds of thousands of workers. Meanwhile, the Vanguards were gathering. The hunting group is secretly researching a beast-transforming fluid. 2 humans were found in a sealed underground laboratory, gnawed at one another. The scene was horrific. Qin Yi's ambition to destroy humanity is clear. Citizens, if you find any leads on the hunting group, please report them to the number below. The Federation will award you with the Security Guard Medal and a substantial reward. Songshur flipped through hundreds of news reports, thankful that Qin Yi hadn't been caught. However, the hunting group suffered heavy losses, and the hunters became a pariah in the human base. 90% of their publicly visible branches had been shut down and disbanded. Tang Yu pushed open the door and dressed. "Sure, Xiao, I plan to go back to visit my father. I haven't been in touch with him for the past 2 weeks, and he's very worried about me." Songshur immediately stood up and put on his coat. "I go back with you. We buy some fruit on the way." "Okay." The two put on their shoes and prepared to go out. Jiang Qifeng and Wang Xiaoman simultaneously sprinted the 100 meters. "Wait! Let's go too." Songshur leaned against the porch, watching Wang Xiaoman and Jiang Qifeng frantically putting on their clothes. He frowned. "Aren't you going back home?" Wang Xiaoman didn't even look up. "No, I've already severed ties with them." Songshur, "Why?" Tang Yu, "When?" "Just 2 weeks ago." Wang Xiaoman fixed her hair in the mirror. She had just done a big wave in her room. "They asked me to leave the advanced team and stay out of the spotlight for a while. I refused, so my dad threatened to sever all ties with me and told me never to return to the Wang family again," Wang Xiaoman said nonchalantly. Tang Yu, speaking from Wang Xiaoman's father's perspective, said, "Wu Jinsen targeted the advanced team as soon as he took office. Your father is worried about your safety, so he's saying this." "He's worried about the Wang family's safety," Wang Xiaoman snorted. "Don't worry about me. I'm the only SSS healing type in my family. That's why he can't bear to let me go. When Wu Jinsen stops targeting the advanced team, he begged me to come back." Songshur and Tang Yu exchanged glances. They hadn't noticed Wang Xiaoman was so carefree before. "Hey, stop talking about these depressing things. Look at my beautiful new curly hair." Wang Xiaoman shook her head from side to side, her curls bouncy. "It looks good." Tang Yu gave a thumbs up, sincere. Songshur smiled faintly. "It matches your new dress perfectly." Wang Xiaoman, "Hey, I wore yellow on purpose. Your Fugue will definitely play with me today." Songshur looked away from Wang Xiaoman. "What about you, Jiang Qifeng?" Jiang Qifeng rubbed his neck uncomfortably. My dad is in jail. This guy was even more important. During the election, my dad always supported Lu Qian. But Lu Qian lost, and Wu Jinsen found a reason to send my dad to jail for 2 years. Jiang Qifeng hadn't mentioned this to them. "Hey, why are you looking at me with such sympathy?" Jiang Qifeng rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. He was used to being beaten by these women, so he was a little uncomfortable with their sudden concern. My dad was just a supporter who took advantage of the situation. Wu Jinsen didn't take him seriously at all. He was only in prison for 2 years. Besides, my mom could see him every day and bring him food. He felt very comfortable in prison, and his high blood pressure even went down. Songshur sighed and said earnestly, "I'm glad he's not in danger." Next time something like this happens, you must speak up. Jiang Qifeng and Wang Xiaoman nodded obediently. Chapter 399. Wang Ding's apartment. The deserted home was bustling with activity. Tang Yu and Song Shi were safe and sound. Wang Ding's heart, which had been hanging heavy for half a month, finally settled down. He embraced Song Shi and Tang Yu and cried out in gratitude. "We have dumplings for lunch today. I cooked them myself." Wang Xiaoman and Fugui chased each other around the room. Fugui, as expected, loved Wang Xiaoman, wagging his tail wildly. Jiang Qifeng also wanted to play with Fugui, but Fugui fled at the sight of him, always keeping a safe distance. Jiang Qifeng was frustrated. Qilin was dissatisfied. "Isn't it enough that you have me, the Wolf King? Isn't I better looking than that stupid dog? My fur is whiter than the snow lotus on an iceberg, and my eyes are brighter than. Are you guys leaving after this?" Wang Ding asked, distracted as he made the dumplings. After a long hesitation, he finally asked. Tang Yu, unable to answer, lowered her head. What could be more desperate, more difficult to resist, than being targeted by a nation's leader? They were able to return this time thanks to a lie. "Uncle Wang, we're not leaving. We stay at the base," Song Shi said. "Really?" Wang Ding looked at Song Shi in surprise, his wrinkles stretching out. Song Shi's eyes smiled. "Of course, why would I lie to you?" Wang Ding trusted Song Shi, and finally felt completely relieved. "You guys go rest. I make dumplings myself. I won't stop until I've eaten 100 dumplings today." Song Shi took off his apron, and went to the living room with Tang Yu. Wang Xiaoman sat obediently, holding Fugui. Jiang Qifeng huddled at the other end of the sofa, watching them. The awakened had sharp ears. They all heard the conversation in the kitchen. "What are your plans?" Tang Yu asked Song Shi. Song Shi sat down and caressed Fugui's head nonchalantly. Wu Jinsen's way of dealing with the advanced team is to first ruin their reputation and then kill them. We haven't found a way to kill Wu Jinsen yet. We absolutely cannot ruin his reputation, otherwise the advanced team will be doomed. Wang. Fugui shouted, drumming up support for Song Shi. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. After lunch, Jiang Qifeng and Wang Xiaoman helped clear the dishes. Song Shi lay in bed, checking trending topics. Song Shi paid particular attention to posts that discredited the pioneers, searching the comments section below. The pioneers are all rich second generations. They don't truly empathize with us ordinary people. The only people we ordinary citizens can rely on are the beast tamers. The gossip god stomped on the idiot. The beast tamers are the real rich second generations. Just ask yourself, who in the ordinary family would contract an SSS-level exotic beast like the white Idinghu for their child? Before commenting, please read the Exotic Beast Guide. Under another popular post slamming the pioneers are useless. After half a month, they still haven't cleared a suitable site. Song Shi saw a familiar ID. Gossip God tramples on idiots. If you think they're slow, go clean up after them yourself. You who spend your days spitting in public toilets and yelling at your ancestors every time you see a strange beast, what right do you have to criticize the pioneers, who face life and death every day? Besides, there are only a few pioneers. Don't you have any idea how vast the expansion area is? What's the difference between that and pouring a bottle of disinfectant into the ocean and expecting to kill all the bacteria in it? You're just talking nonsense. Song Shi looked through many posts insulting the pioneers. Almost all of them had comments from someone named Gossip God Tramples on Idiots. They were very active and had a lot of likes. Song Shi searched for the user and found them. They now had 1 million followers. Her profile was filled with what the pioneers had done for the Federation and how many innocent lives they had saved. She has been constantly defending the pioneers. 1 million followers isn't a lot in the Federation, but it's a big hit in terms of retweets and views. Most ordinary citizens in the Federation still believe in the pioneers, but they're often misled by online rhetoric, making it difficult to discern clearly. Her comments always point out flaws and doubts, giving ordinary people a wake-up call. Song Shi contacted her privately. Yang Jinjin sat at her computer desk, her mental power seeping into the computer, traversing various forums along the network. Once she spotted a post insulting the pioneers, she immediately swooped into the comments section, lambasting the person and defending them. She's a superbrain type. She doesn't need to physically move, only think, and is incredibly efficient. Otherwise, there wouldn't be traces of her beneath every post Song Shi browsed. Having made enemies of nearly every creator online, Yang Jinjin receives countless private insults daily, which she usually ignores. Today, she unexpectedly received a message from someone claiming to be Song Shi. I'm Song Shi, and I'd like to collaborate with you on a live stream. Are you Song Shi? Show me the proof. Yang Jingjin was suspicious. One of my high school classmates claimed to be the god of gossip. She always had first-hand information. When I first went to Base 1, she even compiled a complete travel guide for me. Yang Jingjin jumped up from his chair, covering his mouth in disbelief. It's really Songshur. Yang Jingjin, calmed down. You're back from outside the base? Well, to avoid being kicked out, I need your help. I do whatever it takes. Songshur and Tang Yu personally went to Base 3 to pick up Yang Jingjin. After Base 11 was overwhelmed by the monster wave, Yang Jingjin's family moved to Base 3. She's a super brain, now an A rank, and works for a security company. Yang Jingjin took a 2-week leave from the security company and, armed with the specialized equipment provided by Songshur, headed to the Pioneers' base. That evening, a forum moderator with the ID Gossip God Tramples Idiots launched a livestream titled In the Name of the Pioneers, which instantly went viral. This was the first time anyone had interviewed a pioneer, gaining an in-depth understanding of their daily lives, and it was a live stream. The pioneers are often perceived as mysterious, unattainable, powerful, and separate from ordinary people, with high aspirations. In the past, people had only seen the pioneers in the news and on the podium, where their achievements were praised. Ordinary people had gradually deified them, believing them to be omnipotent. Livestream footage. Yang Jingjin held a microphone, smiling at the camera as it followed her steps. I've been invited by the pioneers to interview them at their base. This interview won't take place indoors, and no military secrets will be involved. It's simply about uncovering the daily lives of the pioneers. She was very professional, appropriately showing the scene behind her. It was a training ground, and occasionally, pioneers would pass by her. Definitely not clickbait. The number of people in the live stream skyrocketed. Now, let's randomly interview a pioneer on the field. Songshur accidentally passed by, accidentally spotting the camera, and Yang Jingjin without premeditation approached her. Oh my god, everyone in the live stream, guess who I interviewed? Songshur. Songshur from the 3rd generation. Yang Jingjin's face was filled with shock, and she acted perfectly. Songshur, hello, can I interview you? Songshur nodded reluctantly. Okay. Yang Jingjin got straight to the point. I heard the advanced team went outside the base to eliminate the alien beasts. Why are you still here? It looks like half the advanced team members are here. Songshur looked at the camera, feeling awkward. I don't know whether to say. Are you having any trouble? Please tell us now, and the 10 million people in our livestream will help you solve it. Songshur, actually, there's a problem with the supply depot. We've been out on missions for the past 2 weeks, and haven't received any supplies. No water, no food, no nutrients. We're busy dealing with this problem. The comments in the live stream were all unanimous. Impossible. Come with me. Songshur led Yang Jingjin to a supply truck, jumped on, and pulled out a large box, which he quickly unpacked. The contents were fully displayed for the nearly 10 million viewers in the live stream. These are the supplies we need for tomorrow's departure. This box will last the 4 of us in my team for 2 weeks. As you can see, there's only one small box of nutrient solution, and no psychic bullets at all. Songshur pulled the list of supplies from the box again, and spread it out in front of the live camera. The list clearly showed 200 bottles of nutrient solution, and 5 boxes of psychic bullets. The live streamer's comments drifted. Aren't they said the pioneers eat a feast every day? This little bit wouldn't even last me 5 days, let alone their intense exercise. Someone is mistreating our heroes. We pay so much in taxes, but where's the money? Where did it all go? Songshur sighed, his tone heavy. Many of our teammates haven't returned yet. They've been gone for over half a month. I'm afraid their supplies are long gone. Besides, we're in the desert, where water is hard to find. Without it, how can we survive? Commentary. I've studied the map. The place they went to was a barren desert before the anomaly, impossible to walk out of. Why didn't you quickly bring them back? You knew they were short on supplies. Songshur was anxious. Until the mission is completed, the Space Awakeners won't take them back. There are no Space Awakeners in the advanced team, so we can only rely on the Space Transfer Department directly under the leader. Yang Jingjin appropriately exaggerated the mood in the live stream. This is so pitiful. Everyone in the live stream, who will ask the Space Transfer Department under the leader? Let's get those children back first. The audience in the live stream swarmed to the federal government website. The live stream lasted 2 hours. Song pretended to be pitiful for half an hour. For the remaining hour and a half, Wang Xiaoman, Tang Yu, Jiang Qifeng, Yao Ying, and Gong Wanyan took turns to portray themselves in the most miserable way possible. By the end, the number of people in the livestream had soared to 30 million, with people from every base. Their perception of the Forerunners had drastically changed. If the Forerunners of the past were omnipotent gods to them, now they were like children who dared not cry when wronged. Public sentiment reached a fever pitch, and the federal government's official website was crashed. Wu Jinsen dispatched personnel to retrieve the Forerunners outside the base one by one, and instructed them to report their safety on their respective accounts. The bewildered Forerunners, unaware of what was happening, followed his instructions, and only then learned about the livestream. They were immediately grateful to Song Shi. The livestream was over. Yang Jinjin rubbed his wrist, numb from holding it up for so long. Honestly, I didn't expect this livestream to last 2 hours. I thought it would last 10 minutes at most before being blocked. Song Shi browsed the livestream feedback and said calmly, "Other superbrain systems are helping us." Wu Jinsen had offended many people, and while they didn't dare challenge him openly, it was easy to secretly dispatch a superbrain system to ensure the smooth running of the livestream. "I see." Yang Jinjin scratched his head. "You've worked hard today. Drink this to regain your strength." Tang Yu pulled a nutrient solution from the supply box and handed it to Yang Jinjin. Yang Jinjin took Tang Yu's arm and nuzzled it. "Little Yuzi, I've been away from you for so long, and you've grown estranged. If you want to thank me, why don't you treat me to 2 nice meals?" Jiang Qifeng raised his hand and suggested, "I know where to find some nice meals. I book a table." Chapter 400. 3 days have passed since the last live broadcast. The advanced team outside the base has all returned. They practice sparring daily at the training grounds. Wu Jinsen has sent people to urge them several times, ordering them to leave the base as soon as they have rested and to carry out their mission. Everyone found various excuses to evade the call. The live broadcast incident had already infuriated Wu Jinsen. He might secretly sabotage them this time, and whether they could return alive was another matter. Today, Wu Jinsen sent a lackey named Lu to urge them. When Lu arrived, Song Shi and several others got wind of it, and sneaked into the bathroom. Lu didn't catch them, but he did pick up Gong Wanyun, who was lying on the lawn basking in the sun. Gong Wanyun's mother was the largest fruit and vegetable producer in the Federation. She remained neutral during the election, neither supporting Lu Qian nor Wu Jinsen. She patrolled the fields every day, selling the vegetables she cultivated throughout the Federation. After Wu Jinsen took office, he paid no attention to the Gong family. "You've repeatedly disobeyed the commander's orders and disobeyed his commands. Be careful, or I have you all court-martialed." Gong Wanyan clutched the large bucket of water tightly in his arms, his face pressed against it, reluctant to let go, looking like a couple embracing each other. The scene was so grotesque that Lu Guchui backed away from Gong Wanyun, fearing she hug him and kiss him. "The last operation left me with a severe psychological scar. I can't live without water. I need it constantly to stay alive." Lu Guchui emboldened himself. "Well, you can go to the counseling room. They have a psychiatric department there who can help you overcome your trauma." Gong Wanyun shook his head, his face serious. "No. My brain contains my family's vegetable cultivation secrets. If the psychic department takes advantage of this opportunity to steal my memories, it would be horrible. I can't let the psychic department access my brain." Lu Guchui's beard twitched with anger. He needed to find another target. This pervert wouldn't listen. He turned his head. Jiang Qifeng, who had just returned from the bathroom and was about to sneak into the dormitory, froze in place. "Jiang Qifeng, where's your captain?" Jiang Qifeng immediately turned his head and looked up at the sky. "I don't know." "She's your captain, and you don't know where she is?" Jiang Qifeng snorted. "We're not conjoined twins." Lu Guchui rolled his eyes. "Forget it. I order you to leave the base this afternoon and carry out the leader's mission. Talk to my captain." "I don't understand." Jiang Qifeng covered his furry ears. Lu Guchui gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. "What about your captain? I told you I didn't know." "You're just deaf?" Jiang Qifeng said impatiently. Lu Guchui was furious. He had thought he could use his position as leader to bully these pioneers, but he hadn't expected each of them to be so irritating. "Don't be angry, Chief Lu," Yaoing said, approaching from a distance, offering soothing words. Finally meeting a normal person who respected him, Chief Lu adjusted his tie and assumed a ministerial air. "Yaoing, you're smart. When are you planning to leave? I can ask the chief for more supplies for your team." Yaoing spread his hands, his tone resigned. "I lost my weapon and have been searching for a suitable one these days. The chief wouldn't let me go into battle without one, would he?" Yaoing blinked innocently. Lu Guchui was vomiting blood. "You," he collapsed. Ouch, why are you still unconscious? You two, quickly take your minister back, Yao Ying said, pointing at the two subordinates that Minister Liu had brought with him. Finally, the two subordinates carried Minister Liu and left the Forerunner camp in disgrace. This dragging on is not a solution. The next morning, neither Song Shi nor Tang Yu went to the training ground. Are you really going to Wu's? Tang Yu asked Song Shi worriedly. For some reason, she had a foreboding feeling, especially watching Song Shi's back as she dressed, as if she would never return. We can't be passive any longer. We must find a way to deal with Wu Jinsen. Song Shi was determined and stuffed a mask into his pocket. Lu Qian has accurate information. Wu Jinsen is in the commander's residence. Now's the perfect time to infiltrate the Wu family. We might find clues to deal with him there. Then I go with you. I meet you nearby. Tang Yu grabbed Song Shi's wrist. Tang Yu's heart was beating rapidly. She had never felt anything like this before. Little Yuzi, why is your face so red? Song Shi reached out and touched Tang Yu's forehead, then his own. It was normal temperature. Don't worry. I may not be able to defeat Wu Jinsen, but I'm a quick runner. You stay here and cover me. Tang Yu let go, clutching her pounding heart. The situation was urgent, and Song Shi didn't dare delay. He said goodbye to Tang Yu, dodging the surveillance cameras at the training ground, and ran towards the Wu family's house. He found a quiet spot along the way, put on his mask, took off his coat, and jumped over the wall of the Wu family's house. The scene before him was shocking. The traces of the battle here a month ago still lingered. Wu Jinsen hadn't had anyone clean up, and the bloodstains had already turned black. That night, I hadn't realized the scene was so horrific. Song Shi moved cautiously along the corner. Lu Qian had sent him a map showing the locations of several secret rooms in the Wu family's home. Song Shi, who had memorized the locations, walked around the garden and entered the study. The study bore traces of Wu Jinsen's presence, a half-open book on the table, scattered papers, a spilled coffee cup. Don't look anymore. I've searched this place 3 times. The sudden voice made Song Shi's heart skip a beat, and he turned to look. In the spatial vortex, Ying Qiao half emerged. Come in. The leader wants you. The crowded laboratory was filled with a pungent, unpleasant odor. The floor was damp, and every step Song Shi took creaked, as if it would collapse at any moment. Song Shi surveyed his surroundings. This place didn't look like a research base. It was probably a temporary shelter. Wu Jinsen is hot on our heels, exposing the entire group's base. We've been forced to temporarily hide in the restricted area of West Mountain, finding a building that hasn't collapsed yet as our base. Ying Qiao led Song Shi down a winding, narrow staircase and into the basement. The basement smelled even worse, like rotten meat fermenting for 1,000 years in a pot. Song Shi pinched her nose and didn't ask where the smell came from. Time was pressing, so she asked the key question. Why is Wu Jinsen pursuing you so relentlessly? Do you have something he fears? Song Shi had been convinced for the past few days that Wu Jinsen had no reason to pursue the hunting group. Compared to the hunting group, the Liu family seemed a greater threat to him. Unless there was something within the hunting group that he feared, something that could threaten him. Ying Qiao lowered her eyes. You see it soon. And there was. Song Shi's mind was on edge. Chapter 401. In the basement, a pile of lab equipment Song Shi didn't recognize was piled high. A murky red liquid flowed through transparent tubes, originating from a large cauldron, bubbling and bubbling. It was unclear what was cooking. For researchers, their hair greasy and sweaty, stared at the data scrolling across the projector. They continuously added liquid to the lab tubes, mumbling something. Their hands trembled slightly, whether from excitement or fear. This way, the chairman is waiting for you. Ying Qiao pushed open a rickety wooden door. Qin Yi leaned against a chair. Song Shi had never seen Qin Yi look so pale. After only 2 weeks, her cheeks were horribly thin. She clutched a handkerchief, soaked in blood, with alternating stains of old and new. Ying Qiao closed the door, leaving Song Shi and Qin Yi alone. How did you get hurt like this? Song Shi stepped forward to shake Qin Yi's arm, but Qin Yi gently pushed her away. It's incurable. Wu Shilu examined me personally. I've damaged the very foundation of my mental power. I'm at the end of my rope. Qin Yi swallowed the blood in his throat and gestured to the chair across from him for Song Shi to sit. Qin Yi was an SSS-rank warrior. The only person who could have injured her to this extent was probably Wu Jinsen. I don't believe it's incurable. Song Shi had never met anyone whose condition couldn't be cured. Placing his hand on Qin Yi's shoulder, he probed with his mental power. He saw damage to his internal organs and repaired the cells. The cells were completely inactive. Songshi's healing power was exhausted, yet the cells showed no sign of replicating. How could this be? Qin patted Songshi's hand. I've accepted reality. Listen to me first. Songshi trudged along, sitting across from Qin, his gaze level. The new human project is about to succeed. Qin peered through a narrow window in the wooden door, gazing at the shrouded smoke outside. Songshi took a deep breath, putting Qin injuries behind him and calming himself. Wu Jinsen is pursuing the hunting group relentlessly because of the new human project? Is he afraid of the awakening of all humanity? This was the explanation Songshi had recently come up with to explain Wu Jinsen's behavior. Qin nodded silently, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at Songshi. Why? Perhaps the stench here was sufficiently unpleasant to stimulate Songshi's brain. She suddenly understood. Wu Jinsen is on the side of the alien beasts. He doesn't want humans to defeat them. But why? Wu Jinsen is still human after all. That's not right. Songshi stood up from his chair. I originally thought that when Wu Jinsen and the white-eyed tiger merged, human reason would prevail, just a bit more violent. Now it seems the white-eyed tiger has completely taken over his reason, and now it's the white-eyed tiger that controls his every word and action. Qin shook his head and said slowly, not really. Qin slowly revealed the truth that had troubled Songshi for a long time. Wu Jinsen and the white-eyed tiger are both dead. Now, another powerful beast has taken over Wu Jinsen's body. As powerful as the mountain god. A single bone from the mountain god could scare off beasts within 100 kilometers. If Wu Jinsen was a beast as powerful as the mountain god. Songshi was so overwhelmed by the truth that he sunk into his chair, unable to move. How did you find out? Qin coughed into his handkerchief, then put it away. Aqiao, tell me. Xiao pushed the door open, arms folded across his chest, and began to narrate in a cold voice. Before his death, Lu Zizhou was coerced by Wu Jinsen into writing a letter of resignation. Your conversation with Wu Jinsen at the time distracted him, and Lu Zizhou added a sentence at the end of the letter. Wu Jinsen no longer exists, and is related to the mountain god. He sent it to the chairman. The chairman re-edited the letter, and had the super brain system hack into Lu Zizhou's communications equipment to inform the Federation, which prevented Wu Jinsen from noticing anything unusual. The leader began investigating everything related to the mountain god before the mutation, and found a video recording. 3 years before the mutation, a crazed biology enthusiast secretly cultivated 2 embryos fused with multiple animal genes. To evade ethical responsibility, he froze them and buried them underground. Later, the enthusiast died somewhere unknown. An earthquake struck the site where the embryos were buried, burying them deep underground. Within 2 years, the 2 embryos hatched underground. They are 2 first-generation alien beasts, one a mountain god, the other the entity within Wu Jinsen. The cause of the mountain god's death has been clearly studied. He died in battle, having experienced a fierce battle before his death. The only thing that could rival the mountain god is probably the demon within Wu Jinsen. This demon can possess Wu Jinsen, and similarly, it can possess Lu Zizhou's assistant. It was her assistant who threatened Lu Zizhou with a letter of resignation that day. Songshi frowned. But that assistant died before Chief Lu. It's simple. An ordinary person's body can't withstand the demon's power. The assistant was already dead the moment it possessed her. Xiao paused. According to Lu Zizhou's autopsy, she died in the same way as the assistant, so Lu Zizhou was also possessed. The exact time period is unclear. Wu Jinsen has taken over Wu Jinsen's body. Not only is he still alive, he's still breathing and has a human heartbeat. This is because Wu Jinsen is a contracted type, and his body is naturally suited for the survival of alien beasts. Songshi was so focused on his thoughts, his brain racing, that he completely ignored the increasingly strong stench that was squeezing in through the crack in the door. The mountain god is dead, but if the thing inside Wu Jinsen is still alive, why did it only appear this year? Where was it before? Qin covered his mouth and coughed muffledly. Xiao leaned against the doorframe calmly, closing the gap. I don't know. Wu Jinsen is hot on our heels. Many people in the group have already died, so we can't investigate further. Songshi instinctively believed that uncovering this truth would lead to the key to controlling the alien beast within Wu Jinsen. Qin took a sip of water, his throat moist. That's all we've investigated. Now I have something more important to tell you. Xiao opened the door. The view was wide. At the end of the complex and intricate instrument, connected to a thumb-thick tube, clear liquid dripped dropwise from the dropper above. At this point, it was nearly 2/3 full. This is the original solution. It can stimulate the awakening of ordinary humans. It has a 0 mortality rate and a 100% awakening rate. After awakening, 80% of humans will become violent, but they will not lose their humanity. Healing skills can be effective on them. Ahem. Chini paused and took a deep breath. With more time, the original solution could be further refined. Now, it's too late. After the last drop of liquid had dripped, Ingqiao stepped forward and expertly divided the liquid into 2 equal parts, placing them in 2 tubes and solemnly handing them to Songshur. 2 doses, 1 for each person. Once they awaken, their blood can be extracted and diluted for mass injection into the general population. Ingqiao quickly explained the steps to Songshur. Songshur gripped the scalding syringe, a bad feeling looming. Give me the stock solution. What are you going to do? Qin looked up at the ceiling. Wu Jinsen has arrived. Ah Jing, take her away. A spatial portal suddenly appeared in the crowded basement, and Ingqiao pushed Songshur inside. Songshur vaguely heard Qin Yi's farewell. The new human plan must be completed. Humanity cannot perish like this. Songshur returned to the dormitory living room. From the crowded basement to the spacious, bright living room, Songshur felt a sense of surrealism. The stock solution in his palm radiated heat, reminding Songshur that everything that had just happened was real. Songshur was startled to realize that Tang Yi was not in the living room. It was lunchtime. Jiang Qifeng and Wang Xiaoman were also absent. Songshur released her telepathic sense, sensing that the 3rd floor, where she was occupied by the Dawn team. The 3rd floor was empty. The 2 floors above and below were occupied. Songshur's eyelids twitched, and she hid one of the original liquids between her inner garments and the other in the crack of the sofa. The next second, the portal to space swung open, and Wu Jinsen rushed out with a distorted expression. Where's the original liquid? He lunged at Songshur like a demon. I don't know what you're talking about. Songshur stepped back, forced the door open, and leaped over the fence to the 3rd floor. Someone training on the training ground was startled by the sudden noise and looked towards the source. Songshur's door was completely shattered by Wu Jinsen's punch, leaving a bloody hole in the wall. Wu Jinsen rushed down from the 3rd floor, caught up to the fleeing Songshur, and delivered a powerful punch to his back. A domineering aura restrained Songshur, who dodged to the side. His fist struck her shoulder. It felt like a meteor hammer struck her shoulder, piercing deep into her body. Songshur endured the excruciating pain and shouted to the gathered pioneers, "What are you all staring at? He's a beast. Kill him." The pioneers looked at each other, bewildered. Why was the leader chasing Songshur? Isn't the leader an SS rank contracted? How could he crush Songshur? I am the leader, personally slaying the traitor. Anyone who dares approach will be killed without mercy. Faced with the terrifying Wu Jinsen, no one dared to step forward. Compared to Songshur, the leader's words were more persuasive. The Dawnbreaker members, who understood the true situation, had now vanished again. Damn! Songshur climbed to his feet. Wu Jinsen was like a ghost, able to teleport instantly. Escape was impossible. Songshur wiped the blood from her mouth, opened her arms, and the virtual blade materialized, her blue mental power radiating a chilling chill. Hand over the essence. Wu Jinsen punched Songshur in the face, his fist faintly resembling the claws of a white-eyed tiger. This movement combined the power of man and beast. Songshur clasped the virtual blade to block. Bang! The immense force sent Songshur's long, tied-up hair flying, and her body flung backward uncontrollably, leaving footprints on the grass. Songshur's heart trembled. She adjusted her center of gravity, stopped her pace, and leaped behind Wu Jinsen, swinging her blade. The virtual blade couldn't penetrate deeper than half an inch, and Wu Jinsen grabbed Songshur's arm and flung her away. Songshur adjusted her landing midair. A spatial portal appeared directly below her. It was Qin Yi. Songshur plummeted at top speed, landing in a dense forest. Before Songshur could even breathe a sigh of relief, the moment the spatial portal closed, Wu Jinsen caught up. Chapter 402. Songshur broke into a run, weaving through the trees. Wu Jinsen pursued relentlessly, smashing a towering tree with one punch, blocking Songshur's advance. Songshur dodged the crashing trees, slowing down. Songshur's 5 senses reached their peak, dodging the redwood's downward trajectory. A premonition of death seized her, and Wu Jinsen appeared silently behind her. Songshur bit her elbow and charged, but Wu Jinsen grasped Songshur's arm and released it with a snap. With his other hand, Songshur thrust the dagger into Wu Jinsen's throat, blood splattering on his back. If he were a normal human, Songshur's strike would have surely finished him off. Unfortunately, Wu Jinsen was not human. The stinging pain in his throat infuriated him, and the power of his fist intensified as it struck Song Shi's back. Song Shi's body, like a kite with a broken string, crashed into a rough tree trunk 20 meters away. Sliding from a drop of 5 or 6 meters, Song Shi's cheeks were bruised and scratched. It hurt, especially the pain in her back. Song Shi hadn't felt this kind of excruciating pain in a long time. She suddenly understood how Qin Yi's injuries came about. Wu Jinsen was a demon. Every attack he made was not only a physical blow, but also a chemical one. Song Shi's healing speed was affected. The broken bones in her back could not be repaired. Fortunately, the wound on her face was glowing white, and could heal on its own. Song Shi turned around, holding onto the tree trunk, and sat slumped, gasping for breath. "I ask you one last time," Wu Jinsen said, his eyes filled with black energy. "Where is the essence?" Although Song Shi was looking up, her aura did not diminish. "I told you, I don't know what the essence is." Wu Jinsen's cheeks puffed up as he grabbed Song Shi's neck and lifted him up. "Qin Yi must have given you the essence. I've reassigned all the Dawnbreakers, leaving you alone. You must have gone to see Qin Yi." Song Shi's breath was straining, his face flushing red. He stared at the dark energy swirling in Wu Jinsen's eyes and laughed. "Wu Jinsen, look at you. Do you even look like a human being now?" Wu Jinsen's mind was preoccupied with the essence. "Qin Yi tricked me with a fake product. Ha, since she risked her life to call you over, she must have concocted the real, effective essence. Where did you hide it?" The hand on his neck tightened. Even more terrifying than the suffocation was the fact that Wu Jinsen was draining Song Shi's mental energy. "Ahem. You're still not smart enough. I'm just a decoy. Qin Yi found the real essence. Qin Yi gave it to someone else long ago." "I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Wu Jinsen threw Song Shi out like a madman. Song Shi lay in a pile of rotting leaves, gasping for air. Wu Jinsen approached. "It doesn't really matter where you're hiding. Once you're dead, no one will know where the original liquid is. I can slowly search, digging deep underground." Wu Jinsen clenched his fists, a dark aura swirling around him. He summoned a vast mental force, ready to end Song Shi's life. A spatial portal appeared above Song Shi's head, and when Duolin jumped out. "Chief, don't kill her yet. I interrogate her. Besides, we have the psychic system, which can read her memories." When Duolin said frantically, "Shut up." Wu Jinsen glanced over coldly, his eyes rolling. The dark aura in his right hand dissipated. His tone changed, and he tilted his head with a malicious smile. "Wendelin, you kill her." He knew Wen Duolin and Song Shi were teammates, yet he still wanted Wen Duolin to deal with Song Shi. Wendelin's body stiffened, suppressing the trembling in his chest, grasping for one last chance. "Chief, kill her, and you never find what you're looking for." "Do it," Wu Jinsen emphasized at the end. His right hand once again gathered a ball of energy. If Wen Duolin didn't do as he was told, he would kill her. Song Shi withdrew his gaze from the ball of energy, lifted himself up from the ground with his good left arm, and staggered towards Wen Duolin. "Wendelin, your sword is called the Taquan sword, right? It's your mother's heirloom." Wendelin recalled the secret laboratory at the bottom of Sanqing Lake, when Song Shi carried her on his back, sprinting through the pipes, dodging pursuers. She couldn't possibly point her sword at Song Shi. At worst, they die together. Wendelin drew his sword, its blade cold, its reflected light illuminating Song Shi's eyes. Song Shi narrowed his eyes. "It's a fine sword." Wendelin slowly raised his sword, the tip pointed at Song Shi, or rather, at Wu Jinsen behind him. Song Shi formed a thin sword in his left hand, and confronted Wen Duolin. In the dense forest, the three stood in a straight line, surrounded by a scattering of fallen trees, forming a triangle that encircled them. "Before I die, I still have a chance to kill the traitor Wen Duolin." "Thank you so much, Wu Jinsen, for giving me this opportunity," Song Shi said to Wu Jinsen. Wendelin was bewildered. She wasn't a traitor. Song Shi couldn't possibly think she was. What was Song Shi saying? Wendelin's mind raced, trying to guess what Song Shi meant by this move. Was there some hidden message that Wu Jinsen couldn't possibly hear? Wen Duolin had no idea what to do. Song Shi had already thrust his sword forward. Song Shi and Wen Duolin had practiced together many times in the training grounds, and were incredibly familiar with each other's moves. After 10 consecutive moves, Wen Duolin suspected Song Shi was stalling for time. Perhaps someone would come to rescue her soon. Wen Duolin coordinated with Song Shi, feigning her full strength. "Your mother wants you to wield this sword and accomplish great things, right?" Song Shi stepped closer to Wen Duolin. "Yes," the words on his tongue changed their tone. Wendulin's hair stood on end, and he lowered his head in disbelief, staring at Songshur, who collapsed in his arms. The Tokugawa sword pierced Songshur's heart, and blood gushed from her mouth, soaking both their chests. Clearly, Songshur could have dodged it. Why? A hard object was thrust into Wendulin's chest. Songshur stared at Wendulin with a determined gaze. The original liquid hidden in the dormitory would definitely be discovered. That one was a decoy, intended to conceal this one. Songshur knew she had to die today. Wu Jinsen was certain she had communicated with Qin Yi, and that she must have known those secrets, and he would surely kill her to silence her. Wu Jinsen was suspicious. He would definitely search her body after she died. If the original liquid had also been taken from her, Qin Yi's efforts would have been in vain. Luckily, Wendulin arrived. Songshur trusted Wendulin. She wouldn't betray him. She must have had her reasons for siding with Wu Jinsen, which she couldn't reveal. Wendulin forced herself to hold back her tears. Applause erupted, and Wu Jinsen slowly approached. Wendulin, well done. Wendulin's lips curled into a polite smile as he stood up. Thanks to you for draining her energy, I was able to do this easily. Wu Jinsen bent down and pulled the Tuochuan sword from Songshur's chest. Wendulin clenched his hands, which were hanging at his sides. Songshur, where's the thing? Are you going to tell me now? Wu Jinsen asked, crouching over Songshur's head. Songshur could feel the spiritual energy in her body dissipating uncontrollably, and she was heading towards death. I told you I didn't take it, but you just don't believe me. Wu Jinsen pounded the ground angrily. Impossible. He searched Songshur's body. Nothing. Ah! Wu Jinsen punched Songshur in the face. Wendulin felt the hard object against his chest, his expression unwavering. She went back to the dormitory once, so she might be hiding there. I sent someone to look for it before I came here. Maybe we can find it. Just as Wendulin finished speaking, a muscular man with bare arms emerged from the spatial vortex, holding an injection. Found it. In the crack of the sofa. Wu Jinsen strode forward, unscrewed the bottle, and placed the liquid against his nose, his face ecstatic. Is it true? Wendulin asked cautiously. Wu Jinsen crushed the injection, and the liquid flowed out from between his fingers. He proved with his actions that this liquid was the target he was looking for. She knows secrets she shouldn't know, Wu Jinsen said to the burly man. Deal with it, Wendulin, let's go. Wendulin glanced at Songshur, who was spewing blood on the ground. She won't live long. Take her back to base. We were teammates, and I want to keep her body intact. Wu Jinsen studied Wendulin for a moment. Wendulin was uneasy, but his face didn't show it. Wu Jinsen chuckled sarcastically. You actually have some humanity left in you. Wendulin lowered his head and remained silent. You handle the body, leaving a word behind. Wu Jinsen and the burly man walked into the spatial portal. Change our location to the advanced team's base, Wu Jinsen said numbly to the spatial awakener, then bent down and picked up Songshur. Songshur's consciousness was already hazy. She hadn't imagined that the resurrection card's true destination would be her. She entered the system and, in the boundless darkness, saw a hazy figure at a distance. I'm dead, are you leaving? The figure said, I won't leave until the resurrection card is used. Songshur's soul was also exhausted, and he sat cross-legged on the ground. Does the resurrection card have a time limit? Do I have to use it between the living and the dead, or can it be used even years after death? Shadow, unlimited. Songshur breathed a sigh of relief. If I were to resurrect now, Wu Jinsen would kill me instantly. I better wait until I'm buried before resurrecting. Shadow, yes. But all this assumes your body remains intact. If you turn to ash? Songshur, why didn't you say so earlier? Songshur's eyes suddenly opened. Tang Yu, her eyes red, Wendulin, her face tearful, Jiang Qifeng, Yao Eng, Lu Qian. Everyone surrounded her. Captain, hold on. I give you all my mental power, all of it. Songshur's arms were held by many people. The surge of mental power poured in, then dissipated without resistance. Her body could no longer absorb it. Little Yuzi. Songshur called softly. Tang Yu leaned close to Songshur. I'm listening, you talk. Don't. Songshur spat out another mouthful of blood. Tang Yu wiped Songshur's face clean with trembling hands. Don't. Cremate her. Bury her. In the ground. Songshur still wanted Tang Yu to stop crying and wait for him, but she had already closed her eyes, unable to speak. There was a clamor in his ears, though he could still hear. Many people were crying. Jiang Qifeng roared, seemingly still beating Wendulin, cursing as he did so. Yao Ying was also cursing. Songshur had finally gotten you back from outside the base, and you watched helplessly as Wu Jinsen killed her. You bunch of rubbish. Songshur sat cross-legged in the darkness again. The Shadow's voice was filled with doubt. Why are you fighting so hard? This world isn't yours. You've always hated it, haven't you? Songshur looked at the Shadow and raised a finger. Listen carefully. The cries from outside intensified as she died. So many people are reluctant to see me die. Actually, this world isn't that bad. So who are you? Your voice is different from anything I've heard before. Chapter 403. The system's voice was neutral, while the Phantom's was clearly female. The Phantom, my name is the same as yours, Songshur. Songshur stood up. Was this the original body? You didn't leave? The Phantom. No, I said. I won't leave until you use the resurrection card. Songshur realized it belatedly, struggling to accept it. The resurrection card. Does it cost you your life? The Phantom, yes. Songshur fell to the ground. As expected, the soul was weightless. She floated lightly in midair. The Phantom looked at Songshur from afar. You don't need to feel guilty. I know this wasn't your decision. You left your beautiful and peaceful world and came to my world of bloodshed. You're a victim too. Songshur steadied himself. It's all the fault of that bastard system. The Phantom's voice was soft. I don't blame it. If it weren't for it, I would have committed suicide. I wouldn't have seen those who bullied me punished, nor would I have seen Song Yi die. I'm very grateful to the system. The original body's kindness exceeded Songshur's imagination. But it gave your body to someone else. Perhaps the system can find a way for both of us to survive, even if we still share a body. What about the system? System. Stop playing dead, get out. Songshur shouted. The Shadow stopped Songshur. The system consulted me before entering my body, and I agreed. The system promised to help me avenge my death, and I will leave once all hatred is gone. The Shadow drifted further away, then returned. I made a fair deal with the system. Now that the deal is done, I leave with no regrets. Next is the system's compensation to you. It robbed you of your life in a peaceful world, and it will compensate you with a new life. Songshur drifted off. From what you said, the system seems quite fair and just. Shadow, Songshur rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before mumbling, So system, why didn't you ask for my opinion before entering my body? The system played dead. Songshur, you're still using this discriminatory approach? If the system had asked Songshur's opinion, Songshur would have refused. The system continued to play dead, and Songshur could do nothing about it. In this dark world, Songshur had no concept of time, drifting around every day, occasionally chatting with the original Songshur. Songshur's hearing in the outside world remained intact. She could hear anything someone said in her ear. Tang Yu spoke the most. Xiao Xiao, I've placed lots of fresh flowers next to you. They're so fragrant. Can you smell them? They're all fresh, provided by Gong Wanyan's mother. Xiao Xiao, Wu Jinsen won't allow your memorial service to be held in the hall. He's accused you of treason. But don't worry, the Lu family will welcome you to the 1st Military Region's Martyrs Hall tomorrow and send you off with honors. Xiao Xiao, was it really Wen Duolin who assassinated you? I don't believe she would do that. But the wounds on your body are indeed from her Tuochuan's sword. What should I do? Wang Xiaoman and Jiang Qifeng arrived together. Captain, take these nutrient solutions with you on the way. Also, I'm leaving the advanced team. The Federation isn't worth my life these days. You won't blame me, right? Jiang Qifeng, I'm leaving too. My father told me to go to another base to stay out of the spotlight. I can escort you to base 11 and visit you often. Burials are rare these days. Tang Yu, against all odds, insisted on burying Songshur in the ground, intending to bury him at base 11. Base 11 was considered Songshur's hometown. On the last night before the burial, an unexpected guest arrived at Songshur's coffin. Is that her? Lu Xing's voice choked. Wu Xilu examined her several times, his voice choking. It's Songshur. Xilu, stop crying. Your eyes are finally swelling down. Songshur in the coffin, I wish I could resurrect right now and scare them to death. It's true that even after death, I can't escape being fed dog food. She's already sacrificed. We find a way to avenge her. Yes. Songshur felt a slight sense of relief. Not long after the two left, Wendelin arrived. Songshur, I'm sorry. Songshur almost came back to life. Why was he saying sorry? Did he lose the essence? I've hidden the essence. Once Wu Jinsen is no longer on guard against me, I find a way to spread it. Songshur exhaled, only to find that his soul couldn't breathe. Songshur lay flat. I've been trying to find a way to contact you. Wu Jinsen was spying on me. I didn't expect to see you again in such a situation. Wendelin leaned against the coffin. Qin told you Wu Jinsen's true identity, right? I heard more today. Wu Jinsen didn't avoid me when he was talking to his contracted subordinates. The beast residing within Wu Jinsen is called the Xianyao. He's been suppressed by the mountain god's bones, preventing him from escaping and committing evil. Song Yi also buried the mountain god's bones in various restricted areas, leaving only the skull. The suppression had slackened, and the Xianyao tried to escape, but he couldn't. Later, when we broke into the restricted area, the skull was removed, and the Xianyao escaped completely. It found Wu Jinsen, imprisoned in the dungeon, and possessed his body. Wendelin smiled bitterly. So, after all, we freed the Xianyao. If we hadn't attacked the restricted area, would you still be alive, and Qin Yi as well? It's a pity that we can't go back to the way things were. No one had anticipated the Xianyao's existence. Before leaving, when Duolin left Sanchi with Songshur, Wu Jinsen and I have retrieved the sword. You take it with you. Songshur's death caused an uproar throughout the Federation. The only Sanchi in the Federation, the man who was hailed as the one who brought hope to the Federation, had fallen. News spread that Songshur had chosen the ancient method of burial. The coffin arrived at Base 11 through a spatial gate. A huge crowd had already gathered around the cemetery site. Songshur had saved a group of ordinary people in the new city, and found them a way to survive at Base 11. They had put down their work early today, and gathered here to bid Songshur farewell. The former senior officials of Base 11 were also present at the funeral. Songshur's significance to Base 11 was extraordinary. Without Songshur's contributions to the Federation, the proposal to rebuild Base 11 would not have passed so quickly, nor would the various prominent families have offered financial support. In less than a year, Base 11's walls were erected, and the inner city was taking shape. All the students at Tomorrow University were escorted to the scene by the former president. Although Wu Jinsen accused Songshur of numerous charges of disloyalty and filial piety, the former president ignored them, and gave a speech, urging the students to emulate Songshur, their outstanding senior. The most surprising thing about the scene was that representatives from several other bases also attended, as did many high-ranking military officials. The atmosphere was filled not only with grief and mourning, but also with a solemn and murderous aura. July 1st, year 235 of the anomaly, marked Songshur's death, and the day the oppressed factions of the Federation formed an alliance. Humanity was officially divided into two camps. The leader camp, led by Wu Jinsen. The military district camp, led by the Liu family. The funeral was over. The coffin was buried deep in the earth. Songshur was completely deaf to the outside world. Chapter 404. Songshur lost track of time in the void. In her drowsiness, she vaguely remembered falling asleep and waking, then falling asleep again, over and over again. The excitement of the funeral had probably faded, and Songshur and the system suggested using a resurrection card. In the system world, the shadow of her original body disintegrated and dissipated, merging with the darkness. Bang, bang, bang. Songshur's heart began to beat. The sound grew louder and louder. Songshur pressed against her chest, sensing the long-lost breath of life. Her body gradually gained weight. Hiss. It hurts. A sharp pain pierced her chest, and Songshur returned to the moment she had been pierced by Takugawa's sword. Songshur broke out in a sweat, breathing heavily in the cramped space, channeling all her mental energy to the wound. Before her death, Songshur's mental energy had completely dissipated. After death, her body's time stopped, so she now had no mental energy left. Blood began to seep from the sutured wound on her chest. She had just been resurrected, and now she had to relive her own death. Songshur cursed, remembering that Wang Xiaoman had placed some nutrient solution next to her before she was buried. She fumbled in the darkness for the solution, unscrewed the lid, and gulped it down. The solution was of high quality. Songshur closed her eyes, feeling her mental strength rapidly recovering, the wound on her chest gradually healing. Songshur's breathing was labored. She needed oxygen constantly. The coffin was so large, there wasn't much air. She had to get out of here quickly. Songshur was thankful that when Duolin had brought the three systems back and placed them beside her. Otherwise, with her current strength, she wouldn't have been able to break free and escape quickly, and she might have suffocated to death here. Songshur pried open the crack in the coffin, bit by bit filling it with soil. Then, she dug a tunnel along the opening, bypassing the tomb's roof and crawling out from the cemetery 30 meters away. Fortunately, it was night. Songshur filled the hole, sat down on the ground, panting, and surveyed his surroundings. Her grave was next to the mountain god Bone. The mountain god Bone could be considered the guardian deity of Base 11. With it, Base 11 would be safe from invasion by alien beasts. They chose to place her grave next to the mountain god Bone, actually worshipping her as a guardian deity as well. Gurgle. Songsher's stomach growled twice. She was very hungry. The 5 vials of nutrient solution, converted into spiritual energy, were used to repair her wounds. Now they were all gone. The wounds hadn't fully healed yet, and she desperately needed more energy. Songsher gazed at the fruit placed in front of her grave and licked her lips. Eating her own offerings made sense. Songsher looked around. No one was around. He quickly walked over, grabbed the fruit, scooped it up in his coat, and fled. A winged figure suddenly appeared. With a flap of its wings, Songsher flew away, sending the fruit tumbling to the ground. Who? Why are you stealing tribute? The voice sounded familiar. Songsher frowned. She only slept for a few days, yet it felt like so much time had passed. Many of her memories were blurry. The man behind her stepped forward, pressing down on Songsher's shoulders and forcefully turning her over. Their eyes met. Oh, Chen Suchin. The peacock Chen Suchin. Songsher? Chen Suchin wasn't as calm as Songsher. He fell to the ground, staring at Songsher's face. Surprise, doubt, nostalgia, joy, a complex mix of emotions flickered in his eyes. Songsher's face crumpled in pain. He clutched his chest and slowly sat up. I just resurrected, and you're sending me away again? The tone and voice were unmistakably Songsher's. Chen Suchin was incredulous, his voice trembling unnoticed. What the hell is going on? How are you still alive? And even stealing your own tribute? Chen Suchin suspected Songsher had faked her death. If she had, she would be somewhere with someone she trusted most, not in such a state of disarray. Chen Suchin couldn't figure it out, nor did he dare to. Songsher casually picked up an apple from the ground, wiped it off his shirt, and then ate it. This is a long story. Please help me contact someone first. Who? Tang Yu. Chen Suchin scrambled to his feet. She's not at Base 11, and the optical brain can't reach her. Information transmission within the base relies on signal towers, while information transmission between bases relies on the super brain system. Songsher had previously been in the Pioneer team, with a dedicated super brain system for sending messages across regions for the Pioneers, causing Songsher to temporarily overlook this matter. Songsher suddenly felt a headache. Without a sufficient supply of nutrient solution, how could she recover her strength? Songsher's mind raced, his mouth chattering. After all, food was a way to replenish energy. Why are you here so late? Songsher suddenly asked. Chen Suchin's eyes wandered. I came here to confirm the safety of the mountain god Bone. I'm a level 3 supervisor at Base 11 on patrol. Songsher chewed his food mercilessly, his brows raised slightly. Oh! But what's in that basket you brought? Chen Suchin felt a sudden surge of shame. Obviously, he brought the basket over and lifted the coarse cloth, 2 plump apples, 2 energy bars, and a stack of yellow paper money. Songsher flipped through the paper money. Are you so superstitious? Chen Suchin lowered his head, his cheeks flushed, and remained silent. Songsher unpacked an energy bar and ate it, then got up from the ground and brushed the dust off his clothes. You can't tell anyone I'm still alive. Chen Suchin solemnly said, I know. The night wind was chilly. Songsher's body hadn't fully recovered yet, so he didn't feel the cold. Even after eating and drinking, he shivered with cold. This temperature. When did it get so low at Base 11? Songsher rubbed his shoulders. Where are you staying? The staff building over there, Chen Suchin said, pointing east. Staff building. Songsher draped Chen Suchin's employee jacket over his white Pioneer Martyr uniform, then wrapped the gray cloth from the basket around his head, leaving only his eyes visible. The staff building, where Chen Suchin was staying, was filled with construction workers from Base 11 and supervisors responsible for maintaining order. It was already 2 a.m., and most people were asleep, but that didn't mean no one was around. Chen Suchin carefully led Songsher through a side door, and up the narrow staircase to the second floor. Chen Suchin lived in the middle of the second floor. As soon as they reached the second floor, they saw someone leaning against the railing, smoking. The other person looked over at them. It was Kuan Yu, the shaved-haired woman, who had helped Songsher escape during his first trip to the new city. Xiao Su, are you visiting Songsher's grave again? She noticed Songsher trailing behind Chen Suchin. Who is this? Chen Suchin had already thought of a plan. She fled from the 4th base. I saw she had nowhere to go, so I brought her back. Kuan Yu put out her cigarette. Then let her stay with me tonight. I find her a room tomorrow morning. Chen Suqing glanced at Song Shi, wanting to speak but stopping himself. In reality, Kuan Yu was trustworthy. And with Kuan Yu's help, it would be easier to find a reliable super brain system and contact Tang Yu. Song Shi lowered his voice. Let's talk in the room. This was the hallway, crowded and crowded. Chen Suqing understood and invited Kuan Yu to the room, saying he had something to discuss. Kuan Yu was very considerate of Chen Suqing and followed him into the room in the middle of the hallway without asking any questions. Kuan Yu glanced at Song Shi's back and asked, "What happened?" Song Shi removed her veil, took off Chen Suqing's coat, and turned to face Kuan Yu. The cigarette fell from Kuan Yu's fingers to the ground. She stared at Song Shi's face, then at his clothes, from top to bottom, over and over again. As if accepting it. She bent down to pick up the half-smoked cigarette from the ground, shakily lit it, took a deep breath, and exhaled a long stream of white smoke. Then, she leaned back. She fainted. Ah! Sister Kuan! Chen Suqing exclaimed, his wings reacting before his legs, suddenly appearing to catch Kuan Yu's falling body. Song Shi, is it that scary? Chen Suqing explained, Sister Kuan heard you were dead, and didn't believe it, so she rushed to the first base to attend your memorial service, and saw you with her own eyes. Song Shi's pale face and attire were exactly the same as what Kuan Yu had seen at the coffin. It was 2 a.m. again. And Kuan Yu was a bit superstitious. That's why she fainted. Song Shi had wanted to call for help, but now this helper had fainted. After laying Kuan Yu flat, Chen Suqing immediately rummaged through the drawers, and found a dozen or so bottles of nutrient solution. He held them in front of Song Shi with both hands. This is what I saved. Drink it. Song Shi didn't hesitate. The nutrient solution wasn't of high quality, but it healed all of Song Shi's chest wounds. Her mental strength was still dwindling, but her basic activities were unaffected, and she could still protect herself in the event of danger. Song Shi asked Chen Suqing about the events of the past 2 weeks, especially what had happened since her funeral. Song Shi asked Chen Suqing to recount everything in detail. Chen Suqing carefully found a thin blanket to cover Kuan Yu. Then he began to recount the details. Chapter 405. On the afternoon of the day the funeral was over, for bases in the Federation declared independence, waiving future federal control. These were the 11th, 9th, 8th, and 3rd bases. The next day, Wu Jinsen rejected the independence declarations of these 4 bases and dispatched troops to suppress the so-called rebels. This was met with fierce resistance. With the 3rd base as the center, 2 factions began a battle that continues to this day. The advance team was also split in 2. One, represented by Tang Yu, assassinated Wu Jinsen. The other, represented by Wen Duolin, remained at the first base to protect Wu Jinsen. 236 years since the mutation, this was the first large-scale human war waged by humanity. Humanity's opponents had shifted from alien beasts to their own kind. The 2 sides were evenly matched in force. To everyone's surprise, a wave of alien beasts suddenly attacked the 5th base. The 5th base was now under Wu Jinsen's control. However, Wu Jinsen failed to immediately dispatch vanguards to dismantle the monster surge, nor did he organize the evacuation of ordinary citizens in the outer city. Base 5 was overrun in less than 24 hours. When Tang Yu received the news and rushed to the scene with the vanguard, Base 5 had already been razed to the ground by the monsters, leaving few survivors. Soon after, Base 8 was also attacked by the monster surge. Base 8 had declared independence, and the base commander urgently sent a distress signal to Lu Qian. Tang Yu and the vanguard arrived just in time and split the level 6 monster surge into 2, the less threatening levels 4 and 3. Base 8 was thus effectively protected. From these 2 monster surges, the monsters entered an unprecedented period of frenzy. They began to attack humans frantically, sometimes fighting alone, sometimes in groups, and sometimes forming waves of monsters that could only be dispersed by the advance team. In the past few days, the 4th base was targeted by the monster wave. The 4th base was under the command of Wu Jinsen. Despite knowing that the monster wave had reached level 7, Wu Jinsen still did not immediately send an advance team to assist. As a last resort, the commander of the 4th base sent a distress signal to the 11th base, declaring his willingness to submit to the 11th base, hoping only that the 11th base would send an advance team to disperse the impending level 7 monster wave. Tang Yu led the advance team there. So Tang Yu is at the 4th base now? Chen Suqing poured Song Shi a cup of hot water. Yes, all the advance team members have gone. It's been 2 days, and we don't know what the current situation is. Level 7 Monster Wave. Songshur held the cup and lowered his eyes. This was dangerous. But, has so much happened in the past few days? The Declaration of Independence, the human war, 3 waves of alien beasts appearing, and the 5th base being destroyed? She had only slept for a few naps. Chen Suqin looked at Songshur strangely. Half a year. Songshur? ? From Songshur's unusual words, Chen Suqin understood everything. Half a year has passed. From the day of your funeral to today, it's been 183 days. No wonder it's so cold in base 11. It's winter already. She slept for so long. Songshur was dazed. Do you want to change now? There's hot water, and I have clean clothes here. Chen Suqin pulled a set of clean work clothes from the closet. Songshur looked down at the blood on his chest. The blood had seeped from the healing wound, soaking his entire white martyr's uniform. Songshur grabbed his clothes and went into the bathroom. Less than 5 minutes into his shower, Songshur strode out. Chen Suqin, who was making the bed, jumped in surprise and stared at Songshur. Has any base experienced the situation I'm going to describe below? Someone who couldn't awaken suddenly awakens, and the ordinary people around them also awaken one after another, regardless of their age. After awakening, they all share a common characteristic. Their tempers become extremely irritable. Chen Suqin thought carefully, and shook his head. I haven't heard of it. Wendelin didn't start the plan, or was she discovered? You know Wendelin, right? Is she still with Wu Jinsen? Yes, she is, Wu Jinsen said, his tone tinged with unconcealed disgust. Wu Jinsen values her very much. She's always by his side, doing evil things. She's his biggest helper. If she had been discovered, Wendelin couldn't stay with Wu Jinsen. Songshur felt a little relieved. Kuan Yu awoke, her pupils constricting as she saw Songshur squatting before her. She looked as if she was about to faint again. Songshur held his forehead with his hand. I'm still alive, don't faint. Kuan Yu reached out and touched Songshur's arm. It was warm. What happened? I clearly saw you lying there, and your friends were crying. It's a long story, Songshur repeated, skipping over the incident and changing the subject. Do me a favor. Kuan Yu stood up. Songshur asked Kuan Yu to help find a super brain awakener, using Kuan Yu's own name. Kuan Yu was a level 2 overseer, a higher rank than Chen Suqin. I do know one, but he's been busy repairing the signal tower over the city wall lately. I asked him when he'd be back. Kuan Yu contacted the other party that evening, and the other party replied that it would be the morning of the day after tomorrow. Awakened super brains are now scarce, and they're busy repairing signal towers and relaying information between battlefields. Kuan Yu had merely given the other party a pass one day and added their contact information. They weren't close, so there was no way he could summon him so late at night. It was only the day after tomorrow, and Songshur could wait. That night, Songshur slept in Kuan Yu's dormitory. Songshur lay on his side, resting his arm on the bed, unable to sleep. His thoughts returned to the memorial service, to Wendelin's recounting of Wu Jinsen, and to the information Qin he had found. Within Wu Jinsen's body was a strange beast called Xianyao. It was hostile to the mountain god. The mountain god had sealed it. Because the mountain god's bones had been removed, it had been released and possessed Wu Jinsen, using him to carry out the acts of destruction that destroyed humanity. Isn't it the mountain god bone that frightens and terrifies Wu Jinsen? Human weapons can't kill it. Even if its head falls off, it grows back the next day. Virtual weapons are ineffective against it. What if the weapon is the mountain god bone? Songshur's eyes gleamed in the dark room. The breakthrough must be the mountain god bone. I'm not sure if Tang Yu and Lu Qian have considered this. Songshur asked, are the 10 mountain god bones still buried in the ground? Kuan Yu, sleeping on the floor, couldn't sleep either. 10? Only one is left now, the one next to your grave. Songshur somersaulted, the bed creaking. 1? Kuan Yu sighed. For the past 6 months, the strange beasts have been appearing and disappearing in various sizes. They've changed their usual fear of the mountain god bone, and are now invading wherever it's found. They've gnawed the bones elsewhere, leaving only the one at base 11. Wu Jinsen could command strange beasts. These strange beast waves must have been his work, aimed at destroying all the mountain god bones. He feared the mountain god bones. Songshur subconsciously glanced at her wrist. Her laptop had been removed before burial. What time is it now? The bedside light flickered on. Kuan Yu looked at the laptop, surprised. 5 o'clock. Work starts in an hour. Songshur rolled out of bed. I'm going to the mountain god bones. Kuan Yu didn't ask why, silently putting on her coat and calling Chen Suqin from next door. Help her change her appearance. Chin Suchin, who hadn't fallen asleep either, came forward and touched Songshur's face. Songshur stepped back, staring at Chin Suchin's hand. Disguise? Remembering that Songshur had lost 6 months' worth of memory, Chin Suchin explained, news has spread about a new peacock-type skill from the first base. It can change not only your own appearance, but also the appearance of others, and it lasts all day. I've learned it. However, it can only be used once every 3 days, so I didn't give it to you last night. So that's what's going on. Songshur stepped forward. Give me a common face. Chin Suchin began to work. Songshur's nose, eye corners, lips, cheekbones, and other parts were all pummeled, as if someone had rolled an egg around them. After 30 minutes, Chin Suchin put his hand down, found a mirror on the desk, and held it up for Songshur to look at. In the mirror, Songshur's eyes drooped, his nose flattened, and the corners of his mouth dropped, completely unrecognizable from his previous appearance. Not bad, Songshur praised generously, throwing down the mirror. Let's go! Chapter 406. At 5:30 a.m., the sky began to brighten. The three people's vision cleared. A black aura shrouded the mountain god Bone, emerging from the transparent glass enclosure. Only Songshur could see it. The mountain god Bone was enclosed in a capsule of suitable size, allowing the bone's condition to be observed from the outside. We live nearby. Once the area around the mountain god Bone is reinforced, we move elsewhere, Kuan Yu said. For the past 2 weeks, the higher-ups have organized Kuan Yu and others to build a reinforced wall around the mountain god Bone to prevent predators from roaming and damaging the last piece of bone. According to regulations, no one can live within 5 kilometers of the mountain god Bone. Ordinary people lack mental strength and are less affected by the black aura, but staying there for an extended period will still affect their emotions. Moving away is also for the sake of ordinary people. Chin Suchin glanced at the sky and said to Songshur, work starts in half an hour. We have to hurry. Songshur nodded slightly and approached the mountain god Bone. Inside the capsule was the skull of a mountain god, resembling a deer's head. It was enormous, standing silently in the wilderness, like a giant abandoned by time. Songshur gazed up at its dark eye sockets, as if he were staring into the eyes of the former mountain god. The capsule has a sensor system. Do not touch it, or it will trigger the alarm, Kuan Yu reminded Songshur. Songshur circled the capsule twice, then closed his eyes again, using the little mental energy he had finally recovered to sense the interior of the mountain god Bone, attempting to establish a connection. The mountain god Bone contained a powerful mental force. As the outer surface corroded, this mental force transformed into black gas and rushed outward, creating a scene of black gas obscuring the sky. How should this mountain god Bone be used? Craft a weapon? Or transfer the energy contained within it to an individual? Or tie up with Jinsen and continue to hold him beneath the mountain god Bone? The possibilities are numerous. There's only one mountain god Bone, and the cost of making a mistake is too low. Songshur can't act rashly. Songshur opened his eyes. He must contact Tang Yu tomorrow. In the distance, the tinkling of bells drifted in on the morning breeze. The lights in the human buildings came on, breaking the darkness. Kuan Yu glanced at his computer. It was exactly 6 o'clock. It's time to go to work. Let's get out of here. The three of them left the mountain god Bone and quietly blended into the crowd of people arriving for work. In 10 minutes, the quiet area around the mountain god Bone was filled with people, a bustling atmosphere. The shrill whistles echoed one after another, as temporary team leaders directed the ordinary workers to work, creating a chaotic scene. Chin Suchin and Kuan Yu were both supervisors, responsible for maintaining order. Sister Kuan and I are nearby. Call us if you need anything. Yes. Songshur's mental strength was depleted, but her physical strength had recovered. Ordinary people were no match for Songshur, and neither were lower-level awakeners. Chin Suchin was deeply concerned, looking back every few steps. Songshur naturally blended into the crowd, lined up to receive the small boxes, and move them to the designated area. After more than 20 trips back and forth, Songshur was sweating profusely. She tugged at her collar and sat down in the open space, like everyone else, for a short rest. The captain distributed bottles of water. Songshur gulped down most of the bottle in one gulp, pouring the remaining water over her face. A cool breeze instantly cleared Songshur's mind. Looking up at the sky, it was already bright. But her mental strength remained at its lowest point. It would be just the right time to purify the dark energy that had infiltrated her body. Songshur touched her chest. This shouldn't be the case. Given her understanding of her own body, her mental strength should have recovered to at least 1/5 after so long. Perhaps she hadn't rested enough. Songshur consoled himself with this. The crowd suddenly became agitated. Strange beast! Strange beast! Run! A swarm of people rushed towards Songshur, shouting as they ran. Songshur immediately stood up and rushed forward against the flow of people. Chinsuchin was already entangled with the strange beast. The strange beast was worm-like, completely white, with a plump body, 3 meters long and 40 centimeters wide. It spun long, thin threads from its mouth, wrapping around Chinsuchin. Songshur immediately recognized it as a soul-eating worm. Once its threads attached themselves to a living being, they would burrow into the victim, sucking flesh and blood. If the threads were not cut off in time, they would spread to the heart, brain, and other areas. 4 or 5 fine filaments had already clinged to Chinsuchin's wings, reflecting a blood-red glow in the light. Kuan Yu held his gun and fired at the soul-devouring insect. The bullets penetrated its body and were directly engulfed in its flesh, leaving no external damage. Songshur pushed through the crowd and ran behind Kuan Yu. "Give me a knife." "What are you going to do?" "You haven't recovered yet," Kuan Yu said worriedly. "I've called for help. Help will be here soon." Songshur simply said, "Lend me the gun." Kuan Yu handed it to Songshur without hesitation. Songshur loaded the gun, the butt resting against his shoulder. The scope caught a glimpse of white floating in the air, and he pulled the trigger. The white thread broke with a thin pop. Songshur pulled the trigger again, and 4 more white threads severing. "What is that?" Kuan Yu noticed a thin thread connecting Chinsuchin and the fat bug. "It's a blood-sucking creature, capable of burrowing into the human brain," Songshur explained briefly. Another bullet fired, missing Chinsuchin by 3 centimeters, brushing past the bug's wings and piercing its nostrils. It sprayed white streams from its nostrils. Instantly, countless white, sticky substances exploded. Chinsuchin dodged quickly, avoiding being smeared with them. The soul devourer shook its head, then aimed at Songshur and charged. It moved nimbly, using the power of its tail to spring forward, instantly leaping in front of Songshur. Kuan Yu took a step back, attempting to pull Songshur away. "Don't touch me." Songshur stared calmly at the soul devourer, hopping closer through the scope. The soul devourer's mouth opened wide, its interior densely packed with countless teeth. Its throat, extending to its rectum, stretched all the way to its head. A fishy stench filled his face. It was within striking distance of Songshur. Bang! The bullet, sparks flying, pierced the soul devourer's mouth and exited through its rear jaws. A bloody hole appeared in the second segment of the soul devourer's fat body, which did not heal immediately. The massive body lost momentum and plummeted. Chinsuchin rushed over from behind, put his arm around Songshur's shoulders, and teleported to a distance of 6 meters. Dust erupted, engulfing Kuan Yu. Chinsuchin's heart pounded. Fortunately, he made it in time. After safely placing Songshur on the ground, Chinsuchin remembered he left someone behind. "Ah, Sister Kuan." Kuan Yu pinched her nose as she emerged from the dust. "Xiao Su, you're great." Chinsuchin explained mischievously, I was just anxious." Songshur approached with his gun, interrupting their conversation. "Be on guard. Soul-eating insects swarm. If there's one, there's bound to be another." Songshur finished. The ground beneath the mountain god bone began to collapse, and it felt like countless insects were tumbling and writhing. These insects are targeting the mountain god bone. Songshur's heart sank. When will the reinforcements arrive? Chapter 407. Kuan Yu was equally anxious, gazing at the mountain god bones in the distance. This scale was simply beyond the ability of second or third level supervisors, like her, and Chinsuchin to stop. If Songshur were in his prime, killing these insects would be a piece of cake, but now Songshur lacked the mental strength. They should be here soon. Kuan Yu checked the computer frequently. But because of the presence of strange beasts, the magnetic field was disrupted, and the computer had lost connection. "Ah! Help! Someone! Save me!" Chinsuchin glanced around. The workers had already retreated to safety. "Who's calling for help?" Songshur listened carefully, determined the direction, and ran toward the back of the tomb. A petite figure, clasping Songshur's tombstone with both hands and feet, was wrapped in white silk around her waist. The writhing insects beneath the ground threatened to pull it down. "Help me!" Her eyes were filled with a desperate desire for life, and her face, covered by a scarf, was obscured. As Songshur rushed toward her, a giant insect suddenly emerged from the ground, standing between him and the girl. Blocked, Songshur fired at the soul-devouring insect. "I distract the insects. You go rescue her. Be careful." "Yes." Chinsuchin spread his wings, flew past the giant insect, and headed for the girl. Unexpectedly, another giant insect appeared, its tail lashing out at Shinsuchin, catching him off guard and sending him flying. Songshur leaped up, caught the unconscious Shinsuchin, and carried him backwards to absorb the force. The ground collapsed. The girl screamed, clinging to the tombstone with despair in her eyes. Just as she was about to be devoured, a fire dragon descended from the sky, plunging into the ground and severing the silken threads wrapped around the girl. The soul-devouring insect, spinning its silk, was instantly roasted to a crisp. Songshur looked at the purification disc beneath his feet and sensed a familiar aura. They've arrived. The threat of the alien beast tied at the fourth base has been averted. Fully relieved, Songshur retreated with Shinsuchin into the crowd. There were too many people here, so it was impossible to recognize them rashly. Jiang Qifeng soared over the tombstone on his qilin. He hung diagonally from the qilin's side and snatched up the girl, who had been clinging to Songshur's tombstone like an octopus, and tossed her back to safety. Jiang Qifeng's movements were rough and filled with impatience. The girl rolled several times on the ground, her headscarf falling off, revealing her face. Jiang Qifeng, preparing to leave, glanced casually, then stumbled off the qilin's back and helped the girl up. His lips trembled. Songshur? Songshur froze the moment he saw the girl's face. She looked exactly like her. Not like her original self, but like she had in her previous life, when she was about 19 years old. Songshur's appearance was extremely similar to his original self, but upon closer inspection, there were subtle differences, at most 90% resemblance. The girl before him bore a striking resemblance to Songshur. Songshur suddenly imagined his 18-year-old self had also traveled to this world. Hey! Look carefully, I'm not Songshur. Although we look a bit like her, she doesn't have a mole there. The girl raised her chin and pointed at her neck. Songshur was horrified. In her previous life, she had a small mole in the center of her neck. The other person actually shared even this detail with her. Jiang Qifeng still didn't believe it, or rather, didn't want to believe it. He tugged at the girl's arm. You've lost your memory. You're Songshur. Others can fake their own deaths, and so can you. Tangyu, come here. The girl couldn't break free from him, no matter what she did, and stood there dejected. Tangyu led one team of pioneers to deal with the soul-devouring insects, while another team dug the mountain god bones from the ground, moved them to flat ground, and set up a guard around them. Songshur observed Tangyu commanding the fire dragon. She seemed to be using the fire dragon to vent her anger. The fire dragon was furious and powerful, rampaging through the pile of soul-devouring insects, not killing them immediately, but letting them feel their bodies charred and carbonized, unable to die or move. The soul-devouring insects wailed. The other team members quickly and efficiently put an end to them. In 7 minutes, the soul-devouring insect nest was destroyed. Tangyu retrieved the fire dragon. The advanced team divided the work, with those who cleaned up the mess staying behind and those who left without delay for the next operation point. Tangyu and Wang Xiaoman straightened Songshur's toppled tombstone before heading towards the startled Jiang Qifeng. With a casual glance, Tangyu instructed Jiang Qifeng to let go of the girl. Jiang Qifeng refused. Wang Xiaoman complained, their facial features are completely different, okay? Jiang Qifeng, don't you usually stare at the captain's face? You can't even see such a clear difference? Jiang Qifeng released the girl's wrist and stared at her face reluctantly, unable to accept it. How can there be two people in the world who look so similar? The girl, helpless, put on her headscarf. Many people mistake me for Songshur, but I'm not her. I've never even met her. Wang Xiaoman politely asked, what's your name? Shi Jingjing. I just arrived from the 9th base yesterday. I didn't expect to be attacked by a monster today. The girl glanced at Songshur's newly erected tombstone, feeling a little scared. Fortunately, the tombstone saved her. Wang Xiaoman took out a tube of nutrient solution and handed it to Shi Jingjing. I apologize on behalf of my teammate. He truly missed the captain. Seeing you look so much like the captain today, I was so reckless. I'm so sorry. Shi Jingjing shrugged. You saved my life, and I should thank you. But I take this nutrient solution. Haha, I haven't had this in ages. Shi Jingjing opened the lid and drank the nutrient solution right in front of him, then squeezed into the crowd, holding the empty tube. Suddenly, someone who looked exactly like him appeared. Songshur prepared to chase after them to find out what was going on. But he hadn't yet recognized Tangyu. Tangyu was surrounded by many pioneers, including officers from an unknown military region. They were discussing where to place the mountain god bone. Shinsuchin had passed out, and the computer had recognized its master, making Songshur unable to use it. Songshur looked at Tangyu, surrounded by so many people. In her current state, No one else would recognize her. Songshur put Chen Suqin down and walked toward Tang Yu. Two soldiers stopped her. Military secrets, no approaching. Go back. Songshur stood still. I'm looking for someone. One of them is my friend. The other person was cold and pushed Songshur. I'm tired of hearing that. If you really have a friend, just contact them through the laptop. They're at a meeting now. No non-essential personnel are allowed to interrupt. Tang Yu was absent-minded during the impromptu meeting. When she arrived, she sensed a familiar aura permeating the battlefield. At the time, someone was confronting a soul-devouring insect, but then they disappeared. Tang Yu scanned the surrounding workers, searching for that figure. She happened to meet Songshur's gaze from a distance. It was a common face, with features completely unrelated to Songshur's, but Tang Yu automatically inserted Songshur's face into the image, without a single sense of dissonance. Especially those eyes. Tang Yu had gazed into them countless times. Tang Yu's breathing quickened. Recognizing her, Songshur took a step back, now searching for the girl who had escaped. Songshur deliberately directed Tang Yu's attention to Chen Suqin, who lay flat on the ground. He drew the dagger from Chen Suqin's waist, gave Tang Yu one last glance, and pushed through the crowd to chase Shi Jingjing. Chapter 408. Shi Jingjing pushed through the crowd, walking along the bumpy road, a mournful look on her face. I'm still so hungry. Why did the monster start rioting as soon as I got here? Woohoo! I haven't had time to observe the mountain god Bone yet. You're not fleeing. Songshur appeared before Shi Jingjing. You came here to observe the mountain god Bone? Who are you? Shi Jingjing put on a false smile. Thank you for saving me just now. Even though you didn't save me in the end, I'm still very grateful. Songshur drew his dagger and held it to Shi Jingjing's neck. Don't change the subject. Let me ask you, who are you? Why are you observing the mountain god Bone? If it weren't for his lack of mental strength, Songshur wouldn't have bothered and would have simply read the red dot in her memory. Calm down. I'm not a bad person. Shi Jingjing watched Songshur's movements with trepidation, fearing that his shaking hands would cause him to lose his balance and slash her neck. I'm actually from New City. I used to work under Song Yi, just a simple researcher. I'm curious about the structure of the mountain god Bone, so I came to take a look. Songshur tried to activate the red dot memory access, but it had no effect. She couldn't tell whether the other person's words were true or false. She's from the research department. 5 words appeared on Songshur's retina. Songshur was puzzled as to why the system was so eager to help her this time. You're from the research department? Shi Jingjing shook her head subconsciously. No, of course not. The research department disappeared a long time ago. How could I have such an honor? How could she be so dishonest? Songshur pressed Shi Jingjing to the ground, the blade digging deeper, blood oozing out. Tell the truth. Shi Jingjing panicked. She could sense that if she continued to lie, they would kill her. It's the research department, but how did you know? Songshur paused, receiving a new system prompt. You've been suffering from headaches since awakening to the research department 5 years ago, correct? Shi Jingjing was horrified. Even her former colleagues at the research institute didn't know about such a private matter. How did you know that? Songshur caught a glimpse of Tang Yu approaching them. He let go of Shi Jingjing and pulled her up from the ground. Come with me to a place, and I tell you everything. Songshur dragged Shi Jingjing back to Chen Suqin's room. Tang Yu followed, pushing the door open. Tang Yu, why are you here too? Shi Jingjing pointed at Songshur and Tang Yu, backing up against the table. Do you two know each other? Tang Yu stared at Songshur, unable to look away. I've already handed Chen Suqin over to Quan Yu. Quan Yu said Chen Suqin has learned the skill of disguising himself. Tang Yu cautiously probed, her heart pounding throughout the journey. She had convinced herself countless times that her suspicions were correct, that the person must be Songshur. But when she actually met Songshur, she began to fear again, afraid that her suspicions were wrong. Songshur noticed Tang Yu's caution and stepped forward to embrace her. Tang Yu, don't be afraid. I'm back, I'm really back. Tang Yu was trembling all over. Hey you two, I'm still here. Shi Jingjing protested, stamping her foot. Why are you two crying? If the door hadn't been blocked by these 2 men, she would have taken this opportunity to slip away. How exactly do you know all this? Tell me. Haven't you been spying on me? Who are you? Are you also a forerunner? Have you been following me? Shi Jingjing had a million questions. The conversation that followed wasn't between Songshur and Shi Jingjing, but between the system and Shi Jingjing. System, you have headaches because you originally awakened 2 systems. A scientific research system and a super brain system. Shi Jingjing sat in her chair, chin twitching, feeling ridiculous. Hey, when will you all wake up? 2 systems are impossible. Even Songshur, who awakened 3 systems, needed some kind of external force to do so. A normal human body simply can't handle the power of multiple systems. Songshur, who was listening in, stared at Shi Jingjing with interest. Is this the intelligence of a scientific research system? Songshur was just worrying about how to utilize the last piece of mountain god bone, when the scientific research system came knocking on his door. Besides, even if I awakened both systems, where is the super brain now? I've never realized I could manipulate data or hack into surveillance systems. System, in the year 237 of the mutation, you forcibly stripped the super brain. Please, beautiful lady, what nonsense are you talking about? It's only the beginning of the year 236 of the mutation, okay? Songshur, the messenger, vaguely realized the truth. The system revealed the truth known only to it. In the year 236 of the mutation, Song Yi fought a fierce battle with the human base for territory. After 3 years of continuous warfare, nearly 1/3 of the human population died. In the early year 235 of the mutation, a massive wave of alien beasts erupted. Humanity's fighting power, already eroded by internal warfare, was powerless to resist. All 11 bases were destroyed, and 9/10 of the human population was killed or injured. The surviving humans are stranded outside the base, constantly facing slaughter by alien beasts. Watching humanity scramble to survive, teetering on the brink of extinction, you deeply regret supporting Song Ye's opposition to the human base. But regret is no longer effective. Humanity's demise is imminent, either today or tomorrow. You are a combination of the research department and the super brain department, and you are very intelligent. After 2 months of confinement in the lab, you finally came up with a solution. You separated the super brain from your brain and created an external brain, named System. You gave it the basic instructions, sending it back in time and commanding it to kill Song Yi. Your research on time travel hasn't yet stabilized, but the situation is urgent, so you have no choice but to risk sending the system back. The system did indeed return to the past, but not to this world's past, but to a parallel world's past. In that parallel world, the system, after much difficulty, found someone identical to you. During the journey, the system's energy was severely depleted, and nearing extinction, the system entered that person's brain. By the time the system realized it had found the wrong person, it was no longer able to leave that body. So, despite falling into a coma, the system separated itself into a subsystem, returning to a world teeming with alien beasts. The system wanted to find you, but subsystems are destined to be replaced by the main system, and the souls of their owners are destined to be replaced by the souls of the main system's owners. Unwilling to replace you, the system sought another person, and after gaining the woman's consent, the system entered her body. The subsystem trained her, cultivating her into a qualified warrior. When the main system awoke from its slumber, it descended into this world with its otherworldly soul, merging with the subsystem, 2 human souls occupying the same body. The shell finally completed its mission and killed Song Yi. The system finished its story. Shi Jingjing froze in her chair, regaining consciousness after a long moment. The person the system brought back from the other world was Songshur? As everyone knows, Songshur killed Song Yi. Songshur nodded. Songshur only just realized that the system had been inside her for 6 years. Before she arrived in the other world, the system had been dormant for 2 years. During these 2 years, the system had been training the original body. It made sense that the original body could use a gun. Songshur had been brainwashing herself into believing that the system was created by God, chosen because she was special. Unexpectedly, she had actually discovered that the system came from a young woman who had just reached adulthood in the future. Facing the impending extinction of humanity, she, in grief and anger, stripped herself of her special powers, giving humanity a second chance. Songshur sorted everything out and looked at Shi Jingjing, essentially speaking to the system. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Shi Jingjing is from the research department. Do you know how valuable a research department is? If we had known about her earlier and abducted her to the hunting group, we might have created a potion that could awaken all of humanity without any side effects. We might have found a way to kill Wu Jinsen by now, and my death wouldn't have been in vain. The system recovery was very frugal with words. My basic command is, kill Song Yi. I repeat, my basic command is, kill Song Yi. Songshur. At this moment, Songshur desperately wished the system were real, so he could give it a good beating. I come from Shi Jingjing. Shi Jingjing, and you are the same person from a parallel world. If you beat yourself up, it's the same as beating me up. Songshur took a deep breath and stared at Shi Jingjing. What did you find when you examined the mountain god bone today? Shi Jingjing tooted. Don't think I believe you just because you made up such a big story. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Song Shi and Tang Yu exchanged glances. It had never occurred to them that while they believed it, the person involved didn't. The system displayed 2 lines of text in front of Song Shi. Song Shi cleared his throat. When you were 8, you peeped at the older man next door, Qing, bathing. You fantasized about marrying him when you grew up. Shi Jingjing, shock. When you were 9, you wrote a love letter to your deskmate, but got rejected. Then you wrote to the person sitting behind you. Shi Jingjing jumped up and covered Song Shi's mouth. I believe it. I believe it. I believe it. Stop it. Chapter 409. In the past 7 or 8 years, the new city has seen the emergence of numerous new technologies and methods, all thanks to Shi Jingjing's contributions. The previous awakened researcher founded the Wen family, and the second awakened researcher directly rebooted the world. Shi Jingjing had previously spent her time in the restricted area of Minong Island researching mountain god bone. She discovered numerous uses for it, compiled the information, and was about to report it to Song Yi when he died. Shi Jingjing's heart was broken. With Song Yi's death, all of his researchers would be put on trial, and she didn't want to go to jail. Shi Jingjing immediately packed her bags and fled. Fearing someone might find the report and use it for harm, she burned it before leaving. Actually, I think, given the current situation, the only option is for everyone to awaken, Shi Jingjing said thoughtfully. The world today is following the same path it took before the reboot. In his previous life, Song Yi hadn't died either, and it was Song Yi who fought against the Federation base. This time, Song Yi died, and a mysterious demon suddenly appeared, taking over Song Yi's role. If the war continues like this, it will inevitably repeat the same mistakes. 6 months ago, I couldn't break through the problem of how to preserve the humanity that belongs to humanity after the universal awakening. After these months of wandering, I've come up with another way. Tang Yu stepped forward. What way? Shi Jingjing suddenly changed the subject. I'm hungry. I need nutrient solution, high purity nutrient solution. Tang Yu had some with him, and gave Shi Jingjing 2 tubes. Shi Jingjing stared at Tang Yu's hand eagerly. Don't you have 2 more? Give them all to me. Scientific research and thinking are very mentally draining. As she watched, Tang Yu handed them to Song Shi. That's all I have on me right now. I contact someone to send it to me, Tang Yu said. As long as I have food, I'm happy. Shi Jingjing didn't mind a little, downing it all in one gulp. The alternative method she mentioned was to add an appropriate amount of mountain god bone extract to the potion that could awaken ordinary people. Song Shi vaguely remembered Qin Yi doing a similar experiment, using mountain god bone extract in the original solution, but it didn't work. Song Shi raised a question, to which Shi Jingjing retorted, Have you forgotten what department I'm in? Song Shi's expression was impassive. Research. Shi Jingjing raised her hands and waved them in front of Song Shi. Whenever I conduct an experiment, the heavens bless me, and my success rate is 100%. I don't do experiments I'm unsure of. As long as I dare to take the plunge, I'm sure it will succeed. Song Shi looked at the girl before him, who looked only 19 years old, with innocent cheeks and brimming with confidence. In any world, researchers of that age would be unreliable, but Shi Jingjing. Inexplicably, she was. What materials do you need? Shi Jingjing thought of something, lowered her brow, and sighed. I heard the hunting group has developed a potion that can awaken ordinary people. Aside from losing their sanity, it has no side effects. Sadly, that Wu guy ruined it. Can you make it without this potion? Shi Jingjing curled her lips, feeling troubled. Yes, but it's a bit complicated and requires a lot of materials. For example, one of them is the blood of a purebred awakener. All the purebred awakeners I bred back then were taken away by the hunting group. They're probably all dead by now. Now they face the problem of raising a new pure-blood awakener. It's a massive project, taking at least 2 years. Shi Jingjing held her cheek in her hand, feeling anxious. She felt the world wouldn't be able to wait until then. Song Shi said, There's still 1 bottle of the original solution left. Tang Yu looked up. She remembered that Song Shi had hidden a bottle of the original solution in the crack of the sofa, but it was found and destroyed by Wu Jinsen's subordinates. Couldn't there have been more than 1 bottle of the original solution? The original solution in the crack of the sofa was Song Shi's cover to deceive Wu Jinsen. Where is it? Give it to me quickly, and then find me a professional laboratory. Give me 3 days, and I guarantee I can make the right evolutionary solution. Shi Jingjing asked anxiously. Song Shi glanced at Tang Yu and said, Get her somewhere safe first. The research department cannot afford to make mistakes. Tang Yu contacted Lu Qian. Lu Qian arrived with his trusted associates. That night, Kuan Yu and Chen Suqin were killed by the monster attack, and their positions were replaced. Lu Qian took Xi Jingjing to a top-secret security room, which was temporarily converted into a laboratory and equipped with professional experimental equipment. Chen Suqin and Kuan Yu, knowing Song Shi was still alive, were stationed at the other end of the lab to prevent him from leaking information while ensuring their safety. In the small conference room, only Lu Qian, Song Shi, and Tang Yu were present. Contact Wen Duolin secretly. I gave her the other concentrate before I died, Song Shi said solemnly. I make the call. A strange female voice echoed from the lab. Song Shi glanced warily at the overhead monitor. I'm an SSS-level awakened super brain. I've fought alongside you many times. I monitor this entire safe room. You can trust me. Lu Qian explained. Her name is Fu Tong. She's the most powerful super brain in the Federation. Our safe evacuation from Base 1 was impossible without her help. She doesn't like to show up, but she's omnipresent. If you need help in the future, just call her directly through the computer. Ever since Song Shi died once due to isolation, these people have been particularly focused on arranging help for her. With Song Shi's consent, they implanted a location tracking software into her computer, allowing Fu Tong to track her real-time location. From today until Wu Jinsen's death, the Lu family has maintained a secret group of awakened individuals. No one knows what their mission is, nor when they will begin their operations. They simply need to be on standby, ready to fight at the command of a single officer. This group of people is prepared for Song Shi. During the 2 days that Fu Tong was trying to contact Wen Duolin, Song Shi hadn't been idle a single moment. She had a physical problem, unable to retain her mental energy. No matter how much nutrient solution she drank, her mental energy could only maintain the level needed for self-healing. She could not condense the virtual blade, read the red dots in others' memories, or repair others' wounds. Wu Xilu personally examined Song Shi's body. It was intact, without even a single wound, and all hormones were being produced and consumed at a steady rate. Why? No one in the know could figure it out. As for why Song Shi had returned from the dead, no one asked tacitly. Song Shi quickly accepted the fact that she had no spiritual power. She had become an ordinary person. Perhaps her original form had left, taking her spiritual power with it. Song Shi smiled wryly in the mirror. In response to the news from Song Shi, the Lu family urgently adjusted their strategy against Wu Jinsen. In the past, they had classified all bases that followed Wu Jinsen as enemies. From today on, humanity had only one enemy, Wu Jinsen. Tang Yu stayed in the safe house for only one night. Despite her reluctance, she had to leave immediately. Wang Xiaoman and Jiang Qifeng were still waiting. Tang Yu had no intention of telling them about Song Shi's resurrection. Neither of them was a thoughtful person, and showing their emotions would arouse suspicion. Everything was for Song Shi's safety. Chapter 410. The outside world is turbulent, and the situation is ever-changing. All is well in the safe house. Song Shi, with nothing to do, spends his days in Xi Jingjing's lab. The original solution hasn't been delivered yet. Wendelin is under Wu Jinsen's surveillance, so he has to be extremely cautious. Xi Jingjing then began researching the mountain god bone in the lab. The mountain god bone currently lying on the floor was forged overnight using special materials. The real mountain god bone was transported to the center of the lab. The glass cover protects it layer by layer, and spiritual branding shackles are superimposed on it, densely packed to prevent the black energy from escaping. Even so, the black energy occasionally escapes and wanders around the lab. The lab's exhaust fan runs 24 hours a day, automatically sucking away the black energy. On the second day in the safe house, Song Shi sat across from Xi Jingjing, his back to the mountain god bone. Within 24 hours, Song Shi underwent multiple physical examinations. Each mental power test required him to release a small amount of mental power, nearly draining him dry. Having accepted his own frail state as a failing mental energy reservoir, Song Shi was reluctant to drink the nutrient solution. He lay hunched over Xi Jingjing's lab table, listlessly watching her conduct experiments. The two people from parallel worlds shared the same lab, the atmosphere remarkably peaceful. I just developed a liquid to purify black energy. Xi Jingjing excitedly held up her conical flask, blinking, begging Song Shi for praise. Song Shi gave a perfunctory thumbs up. You're amazing. This was Xi Jingjing's sixth request for praise that day. Xi Jingjing truly deserved to be in the research department. In just one morning, she improved the second-generation mental power tester, concocted an upgraded version of the non-spreading red seal shrimp liquid, solved the barrier-free transmission of mental power that had plagued the 60-year-old researcher for over a decade, proposed a charging station hypothesis for enhanced skills, and created a brand lock necklace that could block mental attacks. Given Shi Jingjing's abilities, it's no wonder Songshur hid her so well, not letting anyone else know. Holding the conical flask like a treasure, Shi Jingjing approached the glass dome. A thin tube connected the layers of glass, facilitating her experiments. Donning special glasses, Shi Jingjing could observe the changes in the black energy in real time. Using a dropper, she dripped a drop of liquid into the tube. The liquid slowly trickled down, and the moment it hit the black energy, it evaporated into mist. Songshur could see this with his naked eye, like dropping a drop of milk into ink. Shi Jingjing removed her glasses and smiled brightly. It worked. Did you see it? The black energy is gone. Yes, I see, Songshur said calmly. He twisted his swivel chair to turn around and noticed the black energy within the glass dome stirring. It was colliding with the dome. The dome made a loud thumping sound. What's going on? Shi Jingjing couldn't see the black energy, but from the sounds, it sounded like there were many people trapped inside the glass enclosure, and they were about to break out. Be careful. The glass enclosure exploded layer by layer. Songshur dove forward, shielding Shi Jingjing with his back facing the glass enclosure. Shattered glass flew everywhere, and the black energy that had been accumulating for a day and a night rushed into Songshur's body. After the initial pain, Songshur's vision went dark. She wasn't dizzy, and what she saw wasn't the black energy, but a layer of black energy covering the surface of her eyeballs. Songshur, are you okay? What's wrong with your eyes? The lab alarm rang out. The accident had struck suddenly. Fu Tong ordered the awakened team stationed outside the lab to go in and rescue them. She turned the ventilation fans to full blast and contacted Lu Qian. When Lu Qian arrived, the laboratory was a mess. Songshur was surrounded by a circle of people, including Shi Jingjing. They were cautiously watching him, and no one dared approach. An awakened made room for Lu Qian. Lu Qian looked at Songshur. The whites of her eyes had vanished, black energy swirled in her eye sockets, and her body was emitting black energy. Although they had been plagued by the alien black energy for 200 years, this was the first time anyone had seen its form with their own eyes. One could imagine the density of the black energy within Songshur's body at that moment. The black energy seemed to be parasitic on her, occasionally peeked out for a glance before disappearing back again. Now no one was sure whether Songshur was an alien or a human. Teams 1 and 2, escort Shi Jingjing to Lab 2, and keep her under strict protection, Lu Qian ordered. He always anticipated the worst. Songshur was in trouble, and Shi Jingjing's safety must be guaranteed. Yes. Teams 1 and 2 led Shi Jingjing away. Shi Jingjing blamed herself, unwilling to leave. Songshur was trying to save me. I shouldn't have been so reckless. I call you back when Songshur's condition stabilizes, Lu Qian reassured her, winking at the captains of both teams. They escorted Shi Jingjing away, one on each side. Fu Tong, contact Tang Yu. If Songshur wasn't conscious, Tang Yu might be able to wake her. After making all necessary preparations, Lu Qian softly called out, Songshur, are you okay? Songshur frantically searched for the source of the voice. She couldn't see. Her world was pitch black. Songshur looked inward, discovering a black aura gathering within her body. It surged wildly, roaming through her blood vessels and entering her brain. Black aura also accumulated in her chest, threatening to devour her heart. Songshur? Are you okay? Lu Qian called out slowly, studying Songshur's expression. Songshur's attention was completely focused on the black energy emanating from his heart. Get out! Songshur shouted, scratching at his heart. It was no use. Weapons, weapons, she needed weapons. Songshur looked around, seeing nothing. She was blind. Tang Yu rushed into the lab, and the first thing she saw was Songshur kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with black energy, his pale face filled with pain and despair. Sure shall. Songshur spread his palm, and a pitch-black virtual dagger appeared in it. Without hesitation, Songshur stabbed it into his heart. Sure shall. Tang Yu rushed forward, hugged Songshur, and swatted the dagger from her palm. Songshur didn't resist, blankly feeling the warmth around her, and fell asleep. Songshur wasn't sure how long she slept. She could vaguely hear people talking around her, and others moving around her. It's a miracle. Her heart isn't even scratched. Immortal? Like Wu Jinsen from the first base. Her mental power has fully recovered, but it's quite different from that of ordinary awakened individuals. It's all black energy. She's borrowing the black energy from the mountain god's bones. Teacher, why did the mountain god choose her? Shi Jingjing was there at the time, so why didn't he choose her? That's a miracle too. Can you believe her mental power was incredibly close to zero before this happened? It was reset to zero at the destined moment, just to accommodate the mountain god's power. I wonder if she still have black energy in her eyes when she wakes up this time. It was really scary when she was first brought here. Teacher, this is the first time I've seen real black energy emanating from a human body. No. Shi Jingjing spent a week thinking up a method to dispel the black energy, and it's working. Will eliminating the black energy affect her mental strength? We tested her mental reserves the other day, and found they're equivalent to those of 10 SSS level awakeners, on par with Wu Jinsen. They say she's humanity's best hope of defeating Wu Jinsen. You can think of it as transforming the black energy into transparent energy. The black energy still exists, just in a new form. Teacher, I have another question. Ask. You have some time to research. You won't be completely clueless. If your senior hadn't been busy, I wouldn't have left you alone. Songshur slowly opened his eyes. The white ceiling, the surveillance camera in the corner, the master and apprentice debugging data at the machine. She could see. The surveillance camera spun around, and Fu Tong's voice rang out, "You're awake. I notified Tang Yu." In less than 30 seconds, Tang Yu appeared at Songshur's bedside. "Are you okay? Are you conscious? What time is it?" Songshur looked at Tang Yu, her panda eyes etched on her face, a bitter taste in his mouth. "For, I promise there won't be a next time." Tang Yu forced a smile, uglier than tears. "Swear." Songshur held up 3 fingers and said seriously, "I swear I never make you worry again." "Are you hungry? Do you want some nutrient solution?" Songshur wasn't hungry. Her spiritual energy was overflowing, bathing every cell in her body in it. She felt an unparalleled sense of strength, but she said, "I'm hungry, and I need some." Chapter 411. Songshur was in a coma for 8 days. During these 8 days, the outside world underwent earth-shaking changes. Humanity officially entered the age of the Great Awakening. Beginning at base 11, the awakening craze spread to bases 3, 4, and 8. Nearly all members of the 4 bases that declared independence had awakened, and most remained stable at around B level. All primary and secondary schools in the 4 bases added supernatural ability courses, teaching the skills of awakened individuals. Public awareness of supernatural abilities was also promoted, with tutorials on how to use these skills flooding the internet. Ordinary citizens in other bases, through various sources, learned that these individuals had been injected with a stimulant developed by a researcher named Shi. From the elderly in their 60s to minors as young as 12, the stimulant could awaken through injection, with no side effects, no signs of developing beastly traits, and no loss of human sanity. The ordinary people in these bases were terrified. The 11th Military Region announced that anyone who left Wu Jinsen's base would receive a large supply of the stimulant. Citizens from all over the country began lobbying their base commanders to quickly join the 11th Military Region in exchange for a chance to receive the stimulating fluid. Their petitions were invariably violently suppressed. Wu Jinsen forbade citizens from any base to discuss the matter, and he erupted in a rage at a high-level meeting. Wu Jinsen had never imagined that a method for stimulating human awakening had been developed. During the meeting, his aura was incredibly low. The high-ranking officials on either side of him lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Wu Jinsen twisted his neck, murderous intent boiling. Songshur was dead, the original fluid was destroyed, and yet those Lu family members had managed to develop a stimulating fluid. Letting those people escape alive was a mistake. He should have wiped out the Lu family from the start, instead of trying to use them to provoke human conflict. Investigate. Find out who that researcher named Shi is? Where is she? Wu Jinsen gritted his teeth. 3 days after the meeting, Wendelin entered Wu Jinsen's office, a GPS in hand. "Captain, we've got the location." "It's here." Wendelin zoomed in on the satellite map. "The circled location is a safe house secretly built by the Lu family. One of our agents has accessed the memories of a space-based awakener. Lu Qian has been coming in and out of this place every day for over a week, and trucks are delivering food and lab equipment daily. On the return trip, the trucks are filled with syringes. Shi Jingjing is most likely here," Wen Duolin said expressionlessly. Wu Jinsen glanced at the projection, his facial muscles twitching as he spoke with a profound tone. Was the original solution newly developed by that researcher named Shi, or did Songshur secretly hide some back then, and you haven't found it? Wu Jinsen's mood swings were unpredictable, but Wen Duolin, who had followed him for 6 months, was no longer immune to them. Afraid? Worried about being exposed? Impossible. When Duolin retracted his laptop, stood with his hands behind his back, and responded fluently, I've searched every place Songshur could have hidden anything. Even a grain of quartz sand should be found by me, not to mention you, Chief, have said people searching several times. Secondly, when Duolin paused, a puzzled expression on his face. Shi Jingjing is in the Scientific Research Department, apparently SSS rank. While working with Song Yi, she developed a human-animal hybrid. Spending over 6 months developing the stimulating solution shouldn't be a problem. Hearing the words Research Department, Wu Jinsen lost his composure. Without even a glance at Wen Duolin, he walked out. When Duolin glanced at his impatient back, his lips curling in disdain. Base 11. Safe house. Wu Jinsen stormed through the spatial portal. He brought no help, certain that humans would be powerless against him. He would chop off Shi Jingjing's head, slaying humanity's last hope. He would also line up the heads of the Liu family and broadcast it live to the entire human race, letting them see who was their leader. Humanity should forever submit to him. Alien beasts rule the world. Wu Jinsen's domain consciousness expanded, searching the safe house for any living creature. It had been teeming with people just a moment ago, now it had vanished in an instant. Where's the person? Where's the person? Wu Jinsen kicked open door after door. The room was empty, even the equipment had been removed. Wu Jinsen punched the wall, then realized what was happening. His face darkened. Damn it, Wen Duolin, you dared to lie to me. The thick wall crumbled under his punch. Amidst the rumbling sound, a teasing female voice echoed. Xian Yao, 6 months since we last met. You're looking more and more presentable. Songshur strolled leisurely over to Wu Jinsen. The dust settled naturally, and Wu Jinsen saw Songshur's face clearly. His eyes widened in a grim, terrifying expression, and he uttered a few words through gritted teeth, "You're not dead." Songshur snapped his fingers. Surprise, surprise? You and Wen Duolin set up a trap to trick me. Wu Jinsen choked out, the humiliation of having been tricked washed over him. Chini gave you 2 bottles of the original solution. You hid one under the crack of the sofa, deliberately letting me find it, and then you slipped the other into Wen Duolin when you pounced on her. Wu Jinsen suddenly understood. Wendelin had been masquerading beside him for 6 months, and he hadn't noticed. Wow, Songshur applauded him. So smart. Songshur's sarcastic tone was infuriating. Wu Jinsen couldn't stand it anymore. After being the leader for so long, everyone treated him with respect. Looking for death. He leaped up, landing in front of Songshur in an instant. His right hand formed into a claw, striking at Songshur's neck. You tricked me here, and you want to kill me? You think you can? Yes, I think you can. Songshur stood still. He clenched his right hand, and black energy condensed into a long sword. He grasped the hilt with both hands, and slashed at Wu Jinsen's grasping arm. A familiar scent instantly emanated from Songshur's body, a sense of spiritual oppression that made Wu Jinsen's scalp tingle. Before he could retract his hand, the virtual sword of light slashed down, separating Wu Jinsen's right palm from his wrist. The cut was clean, and blood splattered. This minor injury was nothing to Wu Jinsen. He retreated repeatedly, putting distance between him and Songshur, and his right hand began to grow back. On the surveillance camera, countless eyes were fixed on the footage of Wu Jinsen's severed palm repairing. Fu Tong, after careful calculation, connected Songshur's headset. His repair time is 0.5 seconds slower than usual. The mountain god's power can suppress him. Keep on striking. Songshur twisted the hilt of his knife and gave a barely perceptible nod. Why? Why is there its aura on you? Wu Jinsen's gloomy eyes regarded Songshur warily. Songshur rushed forward with his knife. A dying man. Why are you asking so many questions? The knife slashed at Wu Jinsen's shoulder and arm, each cut leaving a deep wound deep into his bones. Wu Jinsen was unarmed, and his arms were covered in wounds, his recovery speed no match for Songshur's. His recovery speed has slowed by another 0.3. Keep on striking, strike where it matters most. Fu Tong instructed Songshur. As Fu Tong finished speaking, Songshur's long legs tapped onto the wall, leveraging the momentum to leap upwards, landing on Wu Jinsen's back. The inky blade pierced Wu Jinsen's heart, a ferocious tip emerging from the front. Songshur's techniques were the product of professional training. In terms of combat skill alone, she completely crushed Wu Jinsen. Last time, Songshur was defeated due to her lack of mental strength. Furthermore, Wu Jinsen possessed an immortal body, capable of surviving even a severed head, leaving him completely vulnerable. This time was different. Songshur's mental strength, enhanced by the mountain god bone, made him an even match for Wu Jinsen. Furthermore, the mountain god bone suppressed Wu Jinsen's immortality, rendering him no longer invincible. Wu Jinsen glanced down at the blade's tip on his chest, his expression grim. He retreated, dragging Song Shi against the wall. The 2-foot-thick laboratory wall collapsed, and Song Shi and Wu Jinsen fell together into the rubble. Wu Jinsen rose first, grabbed a sharp-edged metal stone, and threw it at Song Shi. Song Shi's head tilted, and the metal stone embedded itself in the ground. Song Shi then delivered a powerful kick to Wu Jinsen's bleeding chest, sending him flying backward. Another wall collapsed. The fighting area was now even wider, enough for both men to unleash their might. Chapter 412. Song Shi moved his shoulders and, with a squeeze of his left hand, extended a second virtual blade, like ink dripping into water, a black flame floating in the air. With lightning speed, Song Shi rushed towards Wu Jinsen, wielding both blades, driven by a thirst for revenge, unleashing his might on Wu Jinsen. The smell of blood permeated the still air. The ground was littered with fragments of Wu Jinsen's body. Song Shi reached back and slashed off a section of Wu Jinsen's leg, sending him stumbling into the rubble of the wall. His face was swarthy purple, his eyes a pale gray, as he stared at Song Shi intently. Why? Why do you always oppose me? Through Song Shi, he spoke to the mountain god. The mountain god couldn't answer him. Song Shi spoke for the mountain god. Song Shi leaped up, pounced on Wu Jinsen, grabbed his hair, and lifted his face up. Because you're a disaster created by humans, disasters must be extinguished. Song Shi grabbed his head and slammed it against the rubble, again and again. Wu Jinsen's face and head were covered in blood. In between bursts, he shouted provocatively, I'm a disaster, what are you? You're the very same kind of person living inside you. Bang! The ground shook, and Wu Jinsen's skull shattered into pieces. A scene so bloody it needed to be blurred. In the monitoring room, the hairs on the back of Zhang Wenjing's neck stood up. He'd been hit by Song Shi's head like this before too. Fortunately, Song Shi wasn't as strong as he is now. Song Shi pulled his hand away from the pool of blood and wiped the yellowish-white sticky substance on Wu Jinsen's clothes with disdain. Song Shi didn't let his guard down. Wu Jinsen's body stopped repairing, indicating that the Xianyao had left. Song Shi stood up and glanced around warily. It was empty, with no sign of the Xianyao. He. Song Shi, do you think you can kill me? That guy didn't even kill me, he could only barely hold me beneath his corpse. Arrogant voices came from all directions, echoing in Song Shi's ears. The Xianyao's original form was a ball of air. Invisible to the naked eye, heat sources couldn't track it, and black energy capture devices couldn't capture its presence. Wu Jinsen is just a temporary body I've found. All contract systems are suitable for my body. Song Shi, who do you think I'm going to find next? The Xianyao moved closer and farther. Song Shi carefully identified the source of the voice, but it was all in vain. It's Jiang Qifeng. Haha, he's your teammate, right? SSS rank, more suitable for me than Wu Jinsen. The Xianyao laughed greedily. It suddenly leaned close to Song Shi's ear and breathed, after entering Jiang Qifeng's body, would you still be willing to kill him? Haha. Its voice gradually faded away. It seemed it had gone to find Jiang Qifeng. Song Shi scratched his ear, spread his palm, and gathered the slender dagger in his palm. He counted lazily, 3, 2, 1. Bang! The wall to Song Shi's right shook, like a stone struck into a calm lake. Ripples appeared on the wall and spread outward. Song Shi's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he threw the dagger, accurately piercing the center of the ripples. Ah! The Xianyao screamed shrilly. Ah! Shi Jingjing, in the monitoring room, danced with excitement. I did it! The barrier coating really can block the Xianyao's virtual state. Everyone around her gave her a thumbs up. Shi Jingjing's research abilities were truly extraordinary. Shi Jingjing puffed her chest, walked to the control panel, and grasped the lever. It's time to witness a miracle. Now, I reveal this bad guy. Shi Jingjing pulled the lever. A colorless, odorless liquid sprayed from the ceiling, forming a mist that quickly filled the entire safe house. The Xianyao became furious, its invisibility unstable, like an old television, occasionally flashing images. Black energy seeped directly from its body, revealing its location, allowing Song Shi to accurately locate it. The liquid that was sprayed was a black qi stimulating liquid, a modified version of the black qi purifying liquid that Shi Jingjing had modified. 8 days ago, Shi Jingjing was researching a black qi purifying liquid and, by accident, had produced a stimulating liquid that stimulated the release of black energy from the alien beasts. At that time, Shi Jingjing dripped the finished product onto the mountain god bone, which only purified a small amount of the black energy. More black energy overflowed from the bone, breaking through the glass cover and causing Song Shi to fall into a coma. The black chi stimulating fluid can disrupt the emotions of exotic beasts, causing them to release black energy uncontrollably until they are drained. A xianyao is still an exotic beast, just in a rarer form, so the black chi stimulating fluid is quite effective against it. Song Shi chased after the xianyao floating in the air and slashed at it. Under Song Shi's sword, the xianyao split in 2, then in 4, then in 8, shrinking ever smaller. Its healing speed couldn't keep up with Song Shi's slashing speed. Song Shi, you can't kill me. I'm immortal, the xianyao threatened. Song Shi's feet pushed against the wall and launched himself upward, his body arching. He swung down with the sword blazing with black flames, reducing the black mist, once the size of a human head, to the size of a fist. Song Shi stared at the pitiful black mist, sharpening his blade and offering a malicious smile. I wonder how many more blows you can hold out. Song Shi's form was light and nimble, each strike piercing the center of the black mist with precision. The xianyao was filled with hatred. It hated not having reduced Song Shi to ashes 6 months ago. It hated not having destroyed the last mounting god bone in time, allowing humans to create the stimulating awakening fluid. It hated itself for keeping Wen Duolin with it. It should have let Wen Duolin die with Song Shi. It hated itself even more for not being able to defeat it. Even dead, reduced to nothing but bones, it could still suppress it. Carrying its last breath and a surge of resentment, the xianyao plunged into Song Shi's body in a self-destructive act. It made a final desperate attempt to possess Song Shi's body and mind. Song Shi's body trembled, his wrist drooping limply, the virtual blade slipping from his hand. His knees buckled, and he fell heavily to the ground. Watching this scene, the hearts of everyone in the monitoring room raced. Song Shi, how are you? Fu Tong called calmly, the monitor adjusting its angle to focus on Song Shi. Song Shi lowered her head, silent. Her chest heaved violently, and sweat streamed down her forehead. She was trying her best to endure. Is she really going to be controlled by the mysterious demon? Gong Wanyan crossed his arms, staring at the monitor screen, his facial muscles tense. If that's the case, we're in big trouble. With Song Shi's current strength, she's unbeatable. She'd be a tougher opponent than Wu Jinsen. Tang Yu remained silent, her clenched teeth revealing only a hint of what was going on. Until she saw the black energy emanating from Song Shi, she couldn't help but grab the microphone from Fu Tong. Sure. Tang Yu's pupils trembled, and her voice paused. On the monitor screen, Song Shi, kneeling on the ground, raised her right arm and gave the monitor an OK sign. I'm fine, don't worry. Then he collapsed straight down. Song Shi and xianyao battled for the right to use this body, and Song Shi emerged victorious. Not only did he regain his body, but he also devoured xianyao, drawing upon its feeble spiritual power for his own. Song Shi became even stronger. Chapter 413. The first base, 100,000 miles away. In the conference room, the senior executives harshly questioned Wen Duolin. Where's the leader? Where is the leader? You actually summoned us to a meeting in the leader's name. Wen Duolin, you're so bold. I tell the leader about today's situation when he returns. Faced with this group of spitting executives, Wen Duolin pulled out the chair that Wu Jinsen usually sat in and sauntered down. Wendelin, that's the leader's position. You're going to betray the leader? I contact the leader and explain the current situation. Wendelin scoffed, arrogantly crossing his legs on the conference table. Li Lao, you've been so flattering Wu Jinsen, yet he hasn't spared your son. Have you forgotten the pain of losing your son so quickly? Wendelin's words pierced his heart. The Li family head pointed at Wen Duolin, his fingers trembling with anger. Wendelin, you killed your teammates with your own hands and led the entire Wen family to become Wu Jinsen's lackeys. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Wendelin tilted his head. Of course I do. I'm acting as leader now. The room erupted in uproar. Who gave you the right to act as leader? Where's the leader? We need to see him. The Li family head stood up and walked out of the conference room. He found the door would not open. He turned and stared at Wen Duolin, who was sitting in the main seat. What do you mean? Wendelin didn't bother to look at him. He flicked his laptop and sent a document to everyone present. Everyone, sign this armistice agreement. This afternoon, follow me and sue for peace with the 11th Military Region. The man in military uniform to Wen Duolin's left slammed the table. I absolutely disagree. He had many followers. Wendelin slowly stood up, scanning the group one by one, sneer. You're truly loyal, but do you know who the Wu Jinsen you're loyal to is? He's the leader of the Federation. The uniformed man, like a dog whose tail has been stepped on, frantically drew his pistol, aimed at Wendolen, and pulled the trigger. Wendolen leaned back, nimbly dodging the bullet. He drew the Taquan sword from beside the chair and placed it against the uniformed man's neck. The incident happened in an instant. Those present only heard the gunshot, and before they could react, Wendolen had already counterattacked. "General Wu, you've probably forgotten I'm a berserker." Wendolen adjusted the blade and slapped Wu Hui's cheek. Wu Hui felt deeply humiliated. "Next time, this sword won't just stop here." Wendolen warned Wu Hui and slowly retracted the sword. "Does anyone else have any objections? If not, then adjourn the meeting." No one said a word. "Wu Hui, Wendolen, if Wu Jinsen comes back, you be dead." Wendolen scratched his head. "What a shame. Wu Jinsen can't come back. I just got the news he's dead." "Impossible." Wu Hui knew Wu Jinsen's true character perfectly well. How could such a formidable man die? And who could possibly kill him? "You probably don't know yet?" Wendolen beamed. "Songshur is still alive." Wu Hui froze in his tracks. In a flash, he understood. He understood that Wendolen had deliberately lurked around Wu Jinsen to gather intelligence. He understood that Songshur had faked her own death to bide her time, waiting for the right opportunity to kill Wu Jinsen. Songshur had succeeded. She had actually succeeded. Wu Hui slumped back into his chair. He didn't believe anyone else could have killed Wu Jinsen, but if that person was Songshur, everything would make sense. On January 11th, year 235 of the anomaly, the war, which had lasted for 6 months, came to a halt, and a ceasefire agreement was signed at Base 11. The news of Wu Jinsen's death was announced to the entire Federation. The secret that Wu Jinsen was the first generation of the mysterious beast, the mysterious demon, was revealed, and that the person who killed him was the deceased three-edged genius, Songshur. With the truth revealed, Songshur was hailed as a savior by ordinary citizens of the Federation. January was a month of endless gossip for ordinary citizens. The healing genius Wu Jilu was still alive, and it was Songshur who saved her. Lu Xing's initial loss of control in the administrative building was due to the mysterious demon's control. Given Lu Xing's numerous meritorious deeds over the past 6 months, the new leader pardoned his exile. Wendolen was no traitor. On the contrary, she protected the only source of essence under the mysterious demon's nose, a crucial raw material for the universal awakening. The Federation has seen the emergence of a second awakened scientific researcher, Shi Jingjing. Surprisingly, she bears a striking resemblance to the third-class Songshur. The Federation's new leader has taken office, and he's surprisingly the father of SSS rank contract class Jiang Qifeng, patriarch of the Jiang family. The progress towards full awakening has advanced by 90%. Training programs at various Federation bases are in full swing. The new leader has issued regulations. The gates of the outer city are open, and all awakened individuals with a certificate of at least 1 year of awakening training are free to enter and exit the bases. All individuals over 65 and minors under 12 are relocated to the inner city, which will be garrisoned by the military to prevent alien beast invasions. Citizens are encouraged to actively hunt alien beasts outside the city. Hunting certificates can be redeemed for points at the relevant authorities, which can be exchanged for Federation currency. With the enactment of these regulations, the era of human hunting has begun. Faced with tens of millions of awakened humans, the alien beasts are next in line to tremble. Chapter 414 Extra. Year 237 of the mutation. Lu Xing and Wu Jilu held their wedding at the first base. Songshur and the other 5, who were lying on the ground in the desert listening for the movements of the SSS-class Earth-dwelling beast, simultaneously received invitations. The dusty faces of the 5 looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this reasonable? Wendolen was the first to get up, brushing the dust off his curly hair. Why are people so different? Although Wang Xiaoman had changed boyfriends one after another, she was always a little girl longing for love. Staring at the invitation, she sighed, I'm envious. Jiang Qifeng hugged Qilin. What's there to be envious of? The 6 of us can be together forever. How wonderful. That's true. Wang Xiaoman turned off her laptop and clung to Songshur beside her. The fact that the captain is still alive is the happiest thing for me. Qilin stiffened his neck. Woo. This king agreed. Shi Jingjing wanted 2 magma turtles. We only caught one, and the other one's hard to find right now. Let her use it for now, and we look for another after the wedding. Songshur arranged the next tasks. For the past year, their team's mission has been to search for the exotic beast material Shi Jingjing needed. The 5 of them were happy to have some free time. I contact the Space Department, Tang Yu said. The five of them dragged the magma turtle back to the first base and dropped it off in Xi Jinping's lab. After showering and changing clothes, they drove to the address listed on the invitation. The Wu family Grand Hall. Wu Zhilu, now the head of the Wu family, no longer participated in hunting trips. Lu Xing had become her bodyguard, protecting Wu Zhilu on a daily basis, following her wherever she went. Today was Song Shi's first wedding since entering this world. After they took their seats, soothing music began to play, and Wu Zhilu and Lu Xing entered hand in hand. Wu Zhilu was particularly dazzling, a happy smile on her face, gentle and generous. Since becoming the head of the Wu family, her demeanor had changed, becoming more decisive and resolute. Lu Xing, for once, wasn't wearing that deadpan expression. He was probably in a good mood. Wu Wanyun, a member of the bride's family, personally placed a golden crown on Wu Zhilu's head. Wearing a golden crown at a wedding is a common wedding custom in the Federation, typically performed by one of the bride's parents. Since Wu Zhilu's parents were both deceased, he sought the help of Wu Wanyun, who had risked her life to save him. The bouquet-throwing ceremony is also highly sought after in this world. The leader arrived before the bouquet was thrown, beaming at the audience. It's been 4 or 5 years since your first pioneer team graduated. So far, only this couple has found a partner. It's beyond my expectation. I've been thinking about hosting more social gatherings to allow you to interact and connect more. Jiang Qifeng covered his mouth and muttered softly, revealing his father's secrets to Song Shi. My dad used to love being a matchmaker. He brought so many people together. He was the one who brought this guy and that guy together. Song Shi and Jiang Qifeng whispered about the couple. The leader suddenly called out to Song Shi, "Little Song, what are your thoughts?" Song Shi, who had been whispering to one another, stood up. The pioneers rarely saw each other. I have no objection. The next second, Gong Wanyun raised his hand. Leader, don't worry. Our class was a fierce battle for rankings. Especially Song Shi. Not a single pioneer here hasn't suffered a beating from her. Forget about socializing. We're lucky we can just sit here and chat peacefully. Song Shi. So? Just state the facts. Why mention her? Leader Jiang paused for a moment. Indeed, we need to change the pioneer training program. Well, I won't rush you. But I still want to say that you're all in your prime, and everything is moving in a positive direction. You can put down your burdens and enjoy the life that belongs to your age. The pioneers understood. Yes, everything is moving in a positive direction. Leader Jiang changed the subject. Now it's time to throw the bouquet. Everyone stand and grab it. Tang Yu held her forehead with her hand. Your father still hasn't stopped his matchmaking. Jiang Qifeng shrugged. I'd be surprised if he stopped. We have several couples in this pioneer team who are obsessed with each other. He's eager to watch the fun. The pioneers gradually stood behind Lu Xing and Wu Zhilu, ready to receive the bouquet. Wu Zhilu and Lu Xing's journey had been far from easy. Their love moved the pioneers to sigh with admiration. They truly wanted to catch their bouquets, hoping they meet their soulmates. 3, 2, 1. The bouquet seemed to have eyes, hurling itself straight at Song Shi. Yes, hurling. Song Shi stepped back to catch it, his face bewildered as he stared at the delicate bouquet in his hands. Song Shi didn't believe Wu Zhilu had the strength to do that. The others, seeing the bouquet hurled at Song Shi, showed no sign of trying to snatch it away. They were hilariously surprised. What strength did Song Shi possess? Trying to fight him would only mean being carried out sideways. Lu Xing and Wu Zhilu turned simultaneously. Wu Zhilu sincerely wished Song Shi would soon find someone he loved. Lu Xing raised his eyebrows coldly, glanced provocatively at Song Shi, and placed a kiss on Wu Zhilu's lips. You stole my title as the Federation's top violent department leader, so I show you what it means to be single forever. Amid screams, Song Shi clutched his bouquet, his mouth twisted with anger. Dog. East. West. Tang Yu tucked her arm around Song Shi's. Don't be angry. Wendelin rested her arm around Song Shi's shoulder, sipping juice from a tall glass with an elegant, affected gesture. I be single with you. Jiang Qifeng leaned in close to Song Shi, and me, and Qilin. Song Shi embraced his girlfriends and caressed Jiang Qifeng's head, a true winner. He raised his chin and glared back at Lu Xing. Humph, I have them too, for the two were evenly matched. As for Wang Xiaoman, she huddled in a corner, clasping her hands and praying, don't let my teammates' single luck rub off on me. Life is in its prime. The road ahead is a smooth one.